Inside the Sichuan restaurant, Lin Ran sat across from his fiancée, Zhao Hui, by the window. He lit a cigarette, occasionally glancing at her as she hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Ran already guessed what was coming, but he wanted to hear the excuse she'd conjure up. Zhao Hui took a deep breath, as if steeling herself, then met his eyes. Aram, my parents said, the money you make comes from the dead. It's not a respectable reputation. And, all my classmates are university graduates if they found out. She trailed off, certain he understood. Lin Ran took a long drag from his cigarette before stubbing out. Zhao Hui, I wasn't going to bring this up, but given your family's attitude, let's lay it all out. Zhao Hui stiffened. His gaze flicked to the designer bag beside her chair. That bag, bought with dirty money. The cash your family borrowed to finish building your house. Also dirty money. Funny how nobody had a problem taking it back then. Zhao Hui's eyes darted to the bag. Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head without a word. What if I asked for the money back? Her head snapped up. Lin Ran, we were together for 2 years. What's the big deal about spending some of your money? You're being so petty. Lin Ran barked out a laugh. Relax, I'm just messing with you. But I hope your family sleeps well in that house built on dirty money. Done with the conversation, Lin Ran stood. 2 years together, all the expenses considered compensation. But her excuse still burned. Outside, he climbed into his Range Rover, eyeing the protective charms hanging from the rearview mirror. His thoughts drifted to his master, who had passed last month. Lin Ran had been picked up by the man as an infant. Though raised as a son, he was never allowed to call him dad. On his deathbed, the old man had gripped his hand and said, Ran, I never let you call me dad for 2 reasons. First, I'm cursed lost my wife and child. Didn't want to risk you. Second, you're cursed too. Might kill me. Our line of work always costs something marriage, children. If you save enough, quit. Find a wife. People borrow money from us like brothers, but deep down, they look down on us. Money from the dead. ITLL always carries shame. Lin Ran snapped back to the present. Bullshit. Money earned was money, earned no shame in it. A scoff escaped him as Zhao Hui emerged from the restaurant and approached. He rolled down the window. Miss Zhao, something else? She hesitated, her downturned gaze irritating him. Spit it out. Could you not tell people we were together? Lin Ran kept his hands steady on the wheel. Don't worry. I've got integrity. Same goes for you. Don't mention me either. Thank you. Don't. Let's just call it a clean break. Zhao Hui's eyes reddened. Ran, these 2 years, I always wondered if you really loved me. No matter what happened, you were always detached. Lin Ran nearly laughed. If he hadn't loved her, what man would stick around for 2 years, spending and lending? But arguing was pointless. If that helps you sleep at night, believe whatever you want. He started the engine. Before driving off, he added, if your family ever needs my services, they'll give you a 20% discount. He'll even reserve the crematorium's first slot for you. Without waiting for her reaction, he hit the gas, leaving her coughing in his exhaust. Zhao Hui hurled her bag to the ground, stomped on it, then after a pause picked it up, dusted it off, and walked away. Lin Ran watched her vanish in the rearview. Hey Race, hoping your family lives forever. His phone rang. He answered on speaker. Who's this? Boss Lin. It's old Liu's family from Xiaohua village. My dad's been bedridden for 2 months, barely eating. Can you check how long he's got? Be there in 30. Thank you. Lin Ran hung up. Calls like this came 2 or 3 times a month. Summer was manageable, winter barely left time to sleep. 30 minutes later, he arrived at the Liu household. The family rushed out to greet him like he was the god of wealth delivering New Year's blessings. Inside, the room was packed with relatives, none grieving, only eager. Lin Ran knew what they wanted to hear. He wouldn't give it to them. Hand behind his back, he studied the old man curled on the comm. The deepened wrinkles on his forehead signaled 2 weeks tops. Within half a month, Lin Ran stated flatly. A collective exhale of relief filled the room. Finally, freedom is near. How many children does he have? 5. I'm the eldest, said the man who called. Lin Ran nodded. Prepare what you need. When it happens, call me. He'll bring the team for the rights. Of course. He glanced back at the old man, labored breaths, cracked lips from dehydration. He almost spoke up, then remembered his master's final warning. Never meddle. His jaw clenched shut. Anything else, Boss Lin? The eldest Liu offered him a Yushi cigarette and lit it. Lin Ran took a drag. If he asked for food or water in these last days, give it to him. Don't let him come back looking for you. Understood. The man paled, nodding fervently. Finishing the cigarette, Lin Ran waved off their escort and drove away. Flipping through photos of his master on his phone, he smirked. Master. I still couldn't help adding that last bit. What do I do? But his master was gone. No one left to rein him in. Chapter 2. Filial sons and virtuous grandsons. Lin Ran returned to the storefront, his gaze drawn to the glaring black characters spelling out the word funeral on the floral wreaths. Suddenly, he recalled how his master had once contemplated a name for the shop, deliberating for a fortnight without arriving at a suitable choice. As soon as Huazi spotted his return, he promptly opened the glass door and inquired, "Lingu, why are you back so early?" "We broke up." Lin Ran replied with a hint of resignation. "Really?" Huazi's expression reflected disbelief. Noticing Lin Ran's demeanor was not one of jest, he murmured, "In my opinion, it was long overdue. Their family has spoken ill of you behind your back." "What have they said?" Lin Ran asked, reclining in his chair, legs crossed. As he turned to his computer, "They claim our line of work profits from the dead, that it is unclean." Lin Ran scoffed, "Let them say what they will. I am indifferent. Master Lin is approaching his 57th birthday. Isn't there a custom for daughters to buy flowers and burn offerings at the grave? But Master Lin has no daughter. What shall we do?" Huazi pondered, feeling a headache coming on. "I can manage that myself. Such matters cannot be entrusted to my niece. Besides, she wouldn't be inclined to do it." True enough. At that moment, an electric tricycle came to a halt outside, and the elderly Lu, the owner, entered. Lin Ran, surprised, asked, "I just left. Surely the old man hasn't passed already?" "Not at all. I was just thinking of buying the items in advance, lest I find myself in a rush later," Lu explained, his gaze settling on the urns displayed on the stand. "What are the price ranges?" "Urns vary in cost depending on what you desire," Lin Ran replied, fully aware of Lu's calculations. What he hadn't anticipated was that the 5 siblings couldn't endure even half a month. Just find something suitable. After all, we're dealing with death. So there's no need for excessive discussion. Lin Ran understood Lu's implication and pointed to an urn priced at 1,000 yuan, saying, "This one at 1,000 is of decent quality." "All right, let us settle on that," Lu responded, clearly pleased with the price. Lin Ran offered him a cigarette, recalling that Lu's mother had passed away over a decade ago. With a deep sigh, Lu lamented, "Indeed, my youngest sister had just come of age. My father toiled tirelessly to provide for us, and we should be enjoying the fruits of his labor, yet." His voice faltered as tears welled in his eyes. "Now he cannot eat or drink, and he is lost to us. It pains my heart as his son. Perhaps give your father a straw. He might manage some thin broth," Lin Ran suggested, remembering the old man's frail state. While he could drink a bit of porridge, whether the children would allow it remained uncertain. Lu's hand trembled slightly as he silently lit the cigarette. Huazi shot Lu a sidelong glance. Already accustomed to such ostentatious displays of filial piety, Lin Ran, choosing not to press Lu further, instructed Huazi to gather white cloth and funeral attire, then addressed Lu, saying, "Should the old man's condition worsen, call me immediately. You may not grasp the significance of certain matters, and if mishandled, it could adversely affect your family's future." "Understood. I will heed your counsel, Boss Lin." Huazi meticulously arranged the white cloths for the coffin and mourning attire onto Lu Laoda's tricycle. Lu Laoda inquired, "The paper goods must have been purchased by your daughter, correct?" "Indeed, there is a complete set of paper goods. You understand without my elaboration. We can negotiate the prices, ranging from high to low, on the same day. Additionally, the expenses for the music and drums will also be covered by my daughter," Lin Ran elucidated. "Very well, please inform my 2 younger sisters when you return. You may discuss amongst yourselves. After all, you are nearing 50 and should comprehend these matters," Lu Laoda remarked. Lin Ran was tasked solely with presenting the proposal. The family could decide the rest, as long as the accounting was precise. "Understood. I shall take my leave now." Lin Ran gestured politely and did not accompany him outside. Huazi, hands on hips, watched Lu Laoda disappear and curiously asked, "Brother Lin, do you think that old man will starve?" "I just hinted at him. He should grasp the situation." "Let us hope for the best," Lin Ran replied. After a brief session of gaming on her computer, Lin Ran received a WeChat message. "Duran, let us have a drink tonight." Swiftly, she responded with a simple affirmative and inquired of Huazi, "Did you mention my breakup?" "Ah, of course." Huazi replied with unyielding confidence, "Out with the old, in with the new. Given your current circumstances, there's no shortage of suitable partners. Therefore, your single status must be known to others." Lin Ran was left speechless. Her interaction with Huazi had spanned less than 20 minutes. Yet this spirited youth was quite loquacious. As evening fell, Lin Ran arrived at the barbecue stall in the town, gazing at her 4 good friends with a self-deprecating smile. "Since my breakup, It seems I've gathered all of you here. Out with the old, in with the new, Dechang declared, opening a bottle of beer for her. It's only a few steps from here to your shop. Surely, we can indulge in a few drinks tonight? Of course. Since the passing of her master, Lin Ran had abstained from alcohol. The five clinked their glasses, savoring the drinks while discussing recent events, and gradually, smiles adorned Lin Ran's face. Suddenly, a drunken old man stumbled and plopped down beside Lin Ran, throwing an arm around her shoulders. Ah, I thought who it was. It's our town's wealthiest. Boss Lin, you've had quite a few drinks today, Chao Ge? Lin Ran shoved his arm away. Chao Ge chuckled, beckoning a dog that had been lounging on the ground, lifting it with a mischievous grin. This is my son. If it were to perish, I would certainly throw a grand celebration. Dechang's expression darkened, ready to retort, but Lin Ran interjected, as long as the funds are sufficient. We can arrange it for anyone. Just remember, Chao Ge, my rule is that the process must be flawless. All necessary protocols must be adhered to. That's agreeable. Chao Ge beamed with pride. All right, then we'll make the arrangements. I'll set up the mourning hall at your home, with your dog lying in a crystal coffin. There must be devoted children and grandchildren weeping, and at night, we'll hold a farewell ceremony, with friends and family coming to pay respects and offer toasts, etc. For a proper burial, someone must carry the mourning banner. By the way, Chao Ge, is it a male or female? However, it matters little, for its offspring cannot speak. I heard that your grandson is already 5 years old, just in time for your nephew to carry the urn for his uncle. Let him weep in the mourning hall. The effect will undoubtedly be remarkable. The smile on Brother Chao's face froze, and with a kick, he sent the husky flying. Then seized Lin Ran by the collar. You're nothing but a vulture profiting from the dead, daring to insult me in such a roundabout way. Do you even know who I am? Lin Ran shrugged his shoulders and provocatively smiled. If you have the ability, go ahead and hit me. Chapter 3. The distressing reason Brother Chao, in his 50s, could hardly endure such indignation and swung at Lin Ran's face. Lin Ran watched calmly, not even flinching. As the fist approached within 5 centimeters, the unperturbed voice of Hao Liang interjected, disturbing the peace will get you detained for half a month. Upon hearing this, Brother Chao abruptly halted his punch, turning to glance at Hao Liang with an awkward smile. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's you, Captain Hao. Since you've spoken, I shall let this matter rest. Uncle Chao, if you have no business here, you should go home and spend time with your grandson. Drink less. Hao Liang advised kindly. Right, you're absolutely right. Brother Chao grumbled, retrieving the bewildered husky from the ground and casting Lin Ran a venomous glare before storming off. That night, the husky was undoubtedly the most unfortunate creature. Hao Liang looked at Lin Ran in confusion. He*s quite an old man. Why does he always seem to have a quarrel with you two? Lin Ran finished the remaining half of his beer in one gulp, distributed cigarettes to everyone, and after lighting one, said helplessly, Initially, my master's wife was betrothed to Brother Chao, but my master seduced her away. Such matters of love should be left in the past, but when my master's wife went into labor in the dead of winter, the delay in reaching the hospital resulted in both mother and child perishing. At this point, Lin Ran sighed. Brother Chao is also a man of deep feelings. It was he who helped take her to the hospital that day, and thus the death of his first love left him filled with resentment towards my master, blaming him for obstructing relationships and causing misfortune. Consequently, I have become the target of his disdain. Now that my master has passed, he naturally transfers his wrath onto me. Dechang furrowed his brow and asked, We all call him Uncle Chao. Why do you refer to him as Brother Chao? My master felt guilty. He usually bore the brunt of Chao's taunts without a word but could not let it go, so he instructed me to address him as Brother Chao, thus placing me a step above him in terms of hierarchy. Lin Ran chuckled at this, unsure what to make of his master's mischievous little scheme. The four of them collectively exclaimed in disbelief, silently lamenting. On the surface, Master Lin appears righteous, yet beneath lies a multitude of schemes. They spent 2 hours drinking, with Dechang ultimately footing the bill. Lin Ran declined his friend's kind offer to accompany him home, strolling alone beneath the dim streetlights. He had consumed 6 bottles of beer that evening. As long as it was pure and unadulterated, it was merely a trifle for him. Upon returning to the shop, Huazi presented him with a note. Brother, just now, Mrs. Song's son called, saying his mother is nearing her end. After 2 years of struggle, is it certain? Lin Ran thought of Mrs. Song, whose vitality was remarkably resilient. Having endured 2 years of life on the Kong, while maintaining a foul temper that often brought her children to tears. It should be about time. It is now 9:30. If she departs before 12, it will amount to a minor 3 days, thereby saving her son a considerable sum. However, should she leave during the day tomorrow, it will extend to a major 3 days, necessitating her son to prepare for 3 days of feasting. Yet, isn't a minor 3 days still 2 days of preparation? Huazi mused that the savings might not be substantial. It is not the same. Do you presume there are merely 2 meals? You have been with me for just over a month, and there are many things you do not comprehend. Typically, the banquet for a funeral commences at 1 in the afternoon, followed by another in the evening, and after the burial the next day. There is yet another meal to be had. So, calculate the major 3 days. Huazi roughly computed the expenses, realizing that the cost would indeed be considerable. Lin Ran held a vivid recollection of old lady song. Each encounter with her was met with derision. Isn't this the child picked up by that money-grubbing dog? Just look at her appearance. Clearly, she is a harbinger of misfortune to both father and mother. Humph, that old woman had a venomous tongue. She would not find peace in death. Lin Ran felt no pity for old lady song. For the suffering endured over the past 2 years was directly linked to her unkind words and her mistreatment of her daughter-in-law. That's right. Huazi nodded in agreement, fully aware of old lady song's character. The phone rang again. Lin Ran answered. Hello? Is Boss Lin there? A frantic voice inquired from the other end. That would be me. I am the son of old lady song. My mother has passed away. Could you come over? Right away. Lin Ran tossed the car keys to Huazi. Drive me there, load up the equipment, and remember to keep your words to a minimum. Do not greet everyone as you did during previous visits to the countryside. Huazi instinctively rubbed his face, the memories of past reprimands still fresh in his mind. Rest assured, I will keep quiet. As Lin Ran donned her coat and noticed that Huazi had packed everything, she took her seat in the passenger side, observing Huazi's steady driving. She thought to herself, Huazi is quite capable, yet his disdain for education is troubling. At merely 18, he follows me around. What will become of him in the future? Brother Lin, ever since I started assisting you with funerals, I feel as though I have discovered my purpose in life. Huazi exclaimed with a grin. The journey from the town to old lady song's residence was not particularly lengthy, as they navigated through neighboring villages and arrived in less than half an hour. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Ran observed Uncle Song emerging with an unusual expression. Drawing from years of experience, she surmised that old lady Song's death bore some significance. Yet she refrained from inquiring, merely discussing the details of attire and such with Uncle Song. Inside, the children bore dark circles under their eyes, their faces pallid, indicative of the torment they had suffered alongside old lady Song. Aunt Song greeted Lin Ran with a smile, eagerly grasping her hand. Ah, Ran, you've arrived. Come in quickly. The scent of liquor on you is quite pronounced. How much have you imbibed tonight? Auntie, could you perhaps tone it down a bit? Lin Ran chuckled in exasperation. Aunt Song waved her hands dismissively. That is impossible. Since marrying into this family, I have never known a day of peace. That old wretch lay in bed for 2 years, and now she has finally departed, relieving me of my burden. I can say I have been fair to her. No matter how poorly she treated me, I never mistreated her. Lin Ran was aware that Aunt Song was the most oppressed daughter-in-law within 100 miles. He refrained from commenting, allowing Uncle Song to place the carrying pole atop the old lady's chimney, then called out thrice, May you journey well, mother, followed by the somber music to inform the neighboring villagers of the old lady's passing. With the burial garments prepared and everything in order, Lin Ran meticulously arranged the perpetual lamp, urging Uncle Song to light it and ensure that it never extinguished. Uncle Song noted this, attempting to ignite the lamp with a lighter, but to his dismay, it refused to catch fire. He cast a desperate glance at his mother's remains, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Observing his distress, Lin Ran took the lighter and effortlessly ignited the lamp, yet the flame flickered precariously, threatening to die out again. He looked up at the old lady's body and thought, at such an advanced age, you still leave your children in turmoil. It's time to let it be. As soon as the words left his lips, the flame steadied, burning brightly. Uncle Song collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief, never anticipating that even in death, his mother would create such a commotion. Chapter 4. A Grand Farewell. Lin Ran had witnessed numerous instances where the perpetual lamp failed to light upon someone's death. Most families would simply mutter a few words. Typically, such occurrences were associated with a deceased who had lived a domineering life, leading to a lack of such disturbances. However, as for whether ghosts truly existed, Lin Ran had always kept a respectful distance from all living beings, having never encountered one himself. Despite his mentor's 40 years of experience in handling funerals without a single sighting, Huazi gently tugged at Lin Ran's sleeve. Brother Lin, Aunt Song and her 3 sisters wish to see you. Let us go. Upon entering the West Room, Lin Ran found the daughters of the late matriarch seated, wiping their tears. One of them murmured about how their mother had finally departed after 2 years, expressing a sense of relief, perhaps what is termed as joy through tears. Aunt, your mother must have been over 70 when she passed. What do you intend to do? Lin Ran inquired. Let us have a grand ceremony. Aunt Song replied without hesitation. The 3 sisters, clad in mourning attire, turned to Lin Ran and said, Duran, we must ensure that everything is of the finest quality. We've long discussed this. Our mother loved lively gatherings, and we must see to it that she departs in comfort. Shall we have music as well? Absolutely. We need all the traditional rites, the 10 kneelings for maternal grace, the 7 cries, and the 18 packages. Everything must be perfect. The eldest sister, fueled by a sense of unresolved emotions from the past 2 years, insisted that this was the way to release their pent-up frustrations. Aunt Song concurred. Listen to my sisters. We must proceed as necessary and ensure it is a grand affair. Lin Ran sought confirmation. Is this also what my uncle desires? You need not worry about that. I am in charge of this household. Lin Ran nodded. Very well. The old lady will rest for 3 days, with the farewell ceremony tomorrow. I will arrange everything, from the banquet to the details. Who do you plan to engage for the catering? Certainly, we will choose Li Qing from nearby. All right. I will call him and ask him to come around 4:30 tomorrow morning. Sounds good. Lin Ran took out his phone, contacting Li Qing as well as the musicians and mourners, then asked Aunt Song, shall we have Jiang Tsong as the host for the ceremony? What do you think? Yes. We trust you to handle it. Aunt Song has watched Lin Ran grow up since childhood, and she naturally holds immense trust in him. We are well aware of the price you command. It absolutely cannot be compromised. Very well, then I shall take charge. Lin Ran had been anticipating this affirmation, as his appearance fee is far from trivial. Everything was meticulously arranged. The morning music played for half an hour before it ceased, lest it disturb the neighbors' rest. Before departing, Lin Ran instructed the eldest grandson of the Song family on how to play the morning music, which was to commence at the break of dawn the following day. Huazi drove Lin Ran back to the storefront. He did not return home, but instead settled into the 2nd floor, as he needed to rise by 4 o'clock the next morning. Feeling somewhat drowsy and having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Lin Ran soon succumbed to sleep. In no time, the spirit of Grandma Song appeared in his dreams. Little rascal, do you dare speak ill of me? What is wrong with causing a commotion? I shouldn't have died. My son unplugged my oxygen. Otherwise, I would have clung to life until dawn. She admonished fiercely. Lin Ran retorted, if you keep nagging, I might just relocate your and your husband's grave, causing your family's fortune to decline. You're quite ruthless. She shot back. Lin Ran turned over in reality, opened his eyes, and rolled them at the memory of her wrinkled visage, then returned to slumber. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Lin Ran awoke, took a hot shower, donned a fresh set of clothes, and roused the peacefully sleeping Huazi. Wake up, we're heading to the Old Song residence. All right. Huazi rubbed his eyes and got up. The breakfast shop in town had opened, and Lin Ran treated Huazi to a bowl of tofu pudding before they set off to the Song household in that well-worn Land Rover. The sound of morning music was not overly loud, and nearby neighbors had already come to offer their assistance. Upon seeing Lin Ran arrive, they greeted him with raised hands. Lin Ran entered and asked Aunt Song, who hadn't slept all night, is the tofu ready? I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. I'll go get it. Aunt Song removed her morning attire and rode off on her electric bike. Lin Ran glanced at the eternal flame, which appeared satisfactory, and recalled his dream from the previous night, believing that dreaming of the deceased signified good fortune. After the funeral, he resolved to purchase a scratch-off lottery ticket. Uncle Song, is the cremation scheduled for the first furnace the day after tomorrow? Lin Ran inquired. Absolutely. Uncle Song had already discussed this with the family. It could not be overlooked. Very well, Lin Ran said, proceeding to make arrangements over the phone. Li Qing arrived around 4:40, carrying the menu to finalize the specifications for the banquet with Uncle Song. After a mutual agreement, Li Qing drove Aunt Song to buy groceries, subsequently beginning preparations for stewing pork knuckles and frying fish. The tofu was also delivered, as it is customary for a funeral banquet to include tofu. Next, they arranged for flower wreaths, setting the price modestly at 80, except for the son's wreath, which was priced at 150. As Grandma Song had but one son, and it was essential not to appear too meager, Lin Ran organized the paper offerings, instructing the staff to bring them over at 8 o'clock. At this moment, Lin Ran's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Kong. He hurriedly answered, "Brother Tsong, is there something urgent that you need at this early hour?" "Duran, I heard that Grandma Song has passed away." "Indeed. Has the host been confirmed?" Jiang Tsong inquired. Lin Ran furrowed his brow slightly as he entered a quieter small room, cigarette in mouth. "Uncle Song had watched me grow since childhood. I officiated at the funeral of old Master Song when he passed away, and they thought it best to have the same person oversee the proceedings." Jiang Tsong fell silent for a moment before chuckling softly. "It's nothing. It's only natural for them to use you. I was just wondering. Rest assured, Brother Kong. If anything comes up, I will call you in advance. For now, focus on spending time with your wife. I heard she is 7 months pregnant." Lin Ran understood that Jiang Tsong was displeased, but with the host's disapproval, one could not force them to accept his help. "All right, you take care of your business. I shall hang up now." Just as Lin Ran was about to say something further, the call ended abruptly. Jiang Tsong tossed his phone aside and turned to his wife, who was lying beside him. Duran mentioned that the old Song family has him officiating. "Humph. Ever since Master left, the entire Lin family has been under his command. I told you long ago to go solo, but you wouldn't listen." His wife continued to lament. "This industry is highly lucrative. After every job, doesn't the boss earn at least 4,000 or 5,000? But with Master gone, if I were to go solo, people would say I am ungrateful. In this day and age, making money is paramount. What does gratitude even matter? I am carrying a son. Not every day sees a death. You charge 500 for a ceremony. We would need 10 deaths a month just to make ends meet." Jiang Tsong fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in his wife's words. This month alone, half had passed, and he had only officiated 3 funerals. He sighed and got up from the bed. "What are you doing?" his wife asked. "I'm stepping out for a smoke. I need to contemplate going solo." "All right, make sure to prepare breakfast." "Understood." Jiang Tsong took his cigarette and stepped outside. Chapter 5. Filial sons and grandsons kneeling before the spirit. Lin Ran had many matters to attend to and did not dwell on this issue, believing that since they were all men, they would not be so petty. Once the funeral concluded, treating Jiang Tsong to a drink would resolve everything. "Uncle Song, remember to toss the coins when crossing the bridge. Are you prepared?" Lin Ran had to remind everyone of the details. "Ready," came the response. Lin Ran then approached his 3 younger sisters-in-law. "The old ladies' clothes need their buttons cut off, and those with zippers need to be cut as well. We'll burn them at the grave, along with the pillows and blankets. If you have any spare blankets, gather them in advance. We won't be keeping any." The 3 sisters-in-law replied with disdain. There's a saying about passing down belongings. If the old lady has new blankets, it wouldn't hurt to keep them. "Don't mention it. My mother has already ruined everything." Seeing their reactions, Lin Ran chose not to press further. He made sure to convey the crucial matters, and the rest would not fall under his purview. Hua Zi was assisting with the tasks, while Lin Ran drove back to the storefront to check for any overlooked paperwork. After a flurry of activity, it was already past 7. Lin Ran returned to pick up Uncle Song to view the urn, settling on one priced around 3,000. As the time approached, Lin Ran drove ahead, followed closely by a truck carrying the paper offerings. Before 8, they arrived at the village entrance, where relatives of the Song family queued up, each carrying an item, orderly making their way to the Song residence. This tradition, known as receiving paper offerings, typically commenced at the village entrance or at the street corner for those living farther away. Madame Song's grandson, gleefully clutching the vaults of gold and silver, revealed his intentions to Lin Ran, who understood that the lad was merely seeking the good fortune rumored to accompany such treasures. Outside, the ceremonial tent had already been erected. Lin Ran glanced at his wristwatch and spoke to Uncle Song, stating that the body should be prepared before noon, followed by the banquet after 1 o'clock. The rituals, including the consecration ceremony, farewell rites, and the musical ensemble, had all been meticulously arranged, leaving no room for error. "I trust you completely with these matters," Lin Ran remarked, relishing the collaboration with such an efficient host. In contrast, encounters with more finicky individuals often required repeated explanations, with some feigning incomprehension. The paperwork was neatly organized. While Uncle Bai was responsible for receiving the guests, known for orchestrating both significant and trivial family affairs. Pointing to the large golden bull being pulled by a cart, Uncle Bai inquired, "Is this your latest innovation, Duran?" Lin Ran urged him to give the bull a pat on the forehead. Upon doing so, to their astonishment, the bull let out a loud bellow. "What on earth?" exclaimed Uncle Bai, who continued to prod the creature, curious about when it would cease its noise. "It stops automatically after a minute. It's a new invention of mine. With the advancement of the times and the progress of society, we must keep pace with the trends." Lin Ran jested. "Is that an Apple phone?" Uncle Bai asked. "Indeed," Lin Ran replied, contemplating the scenario where a malfunction might prompt users to seek assistance from developers abroad, as relying on domestic help would seem rather inappropriate. "Have you even acquired a ship? The underworld only has one river. Can it accommodate that?" Uncle Bai, perplexed, remarked. "If you have such leisure, you might as well invest more time in nurturing your relationship. Enough of that." "Why?" Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, silently prompting Uncle Bai to guess. In a fit of frustration, Uncle Bai discarded his cigarette butt and stamped on it vehemently. "Damn it, the Zhao family is deceitful. Before your master departed, they didn't dare make a sound. Yet within a month of his leaving, Lin Ran interrupted, "Let us not dwell on that. Keep it to yourself. By the way, Duran, I heard of a family planning a funeral soon. Be prepared," Uncle Bai reminded him. Lin Ran chuckled. "What? Am I monopolizing all the elderly within 100 miles? If others wish to pursue it, let them. You know I'm not relying on this for income. I have other ventures. All right, worrying about it is unnecessary." Uncle Bai clapped Lin Ran on the shoulder before turning to greet the mourners arriving to pay their respects. Lin Ran entered the house with a mourning banner, seating himself beside the ledger where donations were recorded. As the village women's director noted his calligraphy, she admired his work, giving him a thumbs up. "Yours is the most distinguished among all the mourning banners in town." "Thank you," Lin Ran replied, continuing to write without lifting his gaze, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The Song family's relatives arrived in droves. On the first day, 20 banquet tables were set, with another 10 prepared for the evening, as many chose to stay overnight to keep vigil. Following the funeral the next day, there would be an additional 15 tables. If the mourning extended over 3 days, an extra 30 tables would be required, an expense that was indeed substantial. The wreaths adorned with mourning banners were placed at the entrance. With numerous ceremonial duties to attend to, Lin Ran, despite never having encountered the supernatural, was determined to maintain the utmost diligence and respect. Before noon, Lin Ran instructed the attendants to carry the late matriarch's body for preparation. The proceedings unfolded seamlessly, culminating in a series of rituals, after which Uncle Bai took to the microphone to announce the commencement of the banquet. The feast was divided into 2 rounds. Some eager to depart early began their meal, while those in no rush opted to wait for the next round. Lin Ran, accompanied by Huazi, joined the second round and shared a table with the chef, staring at the delectable dishes before him, yet finding no appetite. Ever since he learned to walk, he had accompanied his master to partake in such funerary feasts, having practically grown up amidst these gatherings. In his school days, his classmates were envious of his experiences, and he had felt a sense of pride back then. Huazi, with his mouth full, relished the meal, and, noticing Lin Ran eating sparingly, earnestly urged him, "Brother Lin, you must eat. It's truly delicious." Li Qing chuckled, teasing, "Don't feed Duran. This fellow has feasted more than enough during the day." Lin Ran forced a smile, finishing the food Huazi had offered before consuming a bowl of red bean rice. Next came the farewell ritual, which posed little challenge for Lin Ran. He had been hosting such ceremonies since he was 16 without a single mishap. Holding the microphone, his soothing voice resonated. Devoted children and virtuous grandchildren kneel before the spirit. The farewell ceremony is about to commence. The members of the Song family knelt in the hall, men on the left and women on the right, their faces devoid of sorrow. Even when Lin Ran urged them to weep, they merely glanced at him. Ultimately, he relinquished the effort, as long as the process proceeded correctly. Whether they cried or not was of little concern. Once the farewell concluded, the performance began, with a man and woman on stage engaging in a comedic duet. While the audience watched with rapt attention, Lin Ran, hands clasped behind his back, walked over to his 3 sisters-in-law, saying, "Tonight, make sure to shed a few tears. Don't act as if you're celebrating New Year's during the farewell. We might not genuinely cry, but feel free to wail without needing to shed tears." Lin Ran glanced at the crystal coffin placed in the mourning pavilion, pondering whether the late matriarch would regret her mischief over the years if she were aware. As evening approached, the performer, Sister Min, arrived, sitting aside to gather her emotions. This was a significant engagement, potentially earning her at least 600 yuan for the night. Darkness soon enveloped the sky, and Sister Min, draped in mourning attire, made her entrance with a dramatic kneel, tears streaming down her face immediately. The three sisters-in-law, moved by her performance, joined in weeping. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction, thinking, regardless of how stoic one might be, encountering Sister Min will surely coax out a few tears. Uncle Song quietly inquired about the customary payment, to which Lin Ran replied, "It varies by heart, but not less than 200 yuan." Uncle Song nodded in understanding. After the three performances concluded, Sister Min's voice was hoarse, and her eyes were swollen. Crying for the deceased was indeed a taxing endeavor, not meant for just anyone. Uncle Song, touched and teary-eyed, retrieved 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Sister Min, taken aback by such generosity. She gratefully accepted and exclaimed, "Thank you, kind host, for the generous reward of 1,000 yuan." With the ceremonies completed, Lin Ran briefed everyone on the arrangements for the funeral the following day, before departing with Huazi and Sister Min after their meal. Chapter 6. 5,000 yuan in hand. Sister Min sat in the front passenger seat and cast a glance at Lin Ran. "I heard that Su Mo has divorced and returned with her 5-year-old son," she remarked. Suddenly, Lin Ran slammed on the brakes. In the back seat, Huazi, who had been dozing off, was jolted forward, colliding with the front seat. He rubbed his forehead, grimacing as he muttered, "Lin Gu, take it easy. You nearly knocked me out." There was a yellow weasel crossing the road. Should I not yield the way? Ever since Lin Ran could remember, his master had instructed him to automatically give way to animals like foxes and yellow weasels crossing his path. Huazi eagerly peered ahead. And indeed, a family of yellow weasels was leisurely crossing. Sister Min shot Lin Ran a sidelong glance, smiling yet remaining silent. Once the yellow weasels had passed, Lin Ran resumed driving. Why didn't Su Mo inform us classmates about her return? He pondered. Who could have known? Once I wrap up my tasks, I'll pay her a visit. When she got married, none of us approved of it. She married so far away, and if she's being mistreated, no one can help her, Lin Ran added. Sister Min raised an eyebrow and, with a half-smile, replied, "Who can argue with that?" Huazi, puzzled, wondered, "Who is Su Mo?" Lin Ran chose not to elaborate further. He first dropped Sister Min off at her home, then took Huazi back to the store, as they needed to reach Uncle Song's house before 4 the following morning. That night, Lin Ran managed only 4 hours of sleep. Such a lifestyle had long become routine for him. They skipped breakfast, and Lin Ran drove directly to Uncle Song's residence. Upon seeing over 20 cars parked at the entrance, Huazi remarked, "I've attended 3 funerals, but only Uncle Song's has such grandeur. His connections over the years certainly speak for themselves." Lin Ran hurried through the gate and addressed the gathered crowd. "We're leaving early today. I've arranged for the first furnace. Also, make sure no car leaves empty. Apart from the driver, each vehicle must have passengers." "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Lin Ran checked the items to bring to the crematorium, then spoke to Uncle Song. "Once we arrive, take the old lady's clothes and paper money to burn at her zodiac sign. Then commence the memorial service, and finally, let us have one last look at her." "All right." After a long night, Uncle Song's spirits were quite low. His mother had just passed. While he felt a sense of relief, the thought of never being able to call her mom again was genuinely heart-wrenching. However, it was impossible to keep her on oxygen, as they could no longer acquire it. His 3 younger sisters sat dejectedly nearby, equally burdened with sorrow. Once everything meant for the gravesite was gathered, Lin Ran called out amidst the mournful melodies, "Let us commence the farewell." This time, Lin Ran did not remind the grieving descendants to shed a few tears. Suddenly, the youngest daughter of the old lady cried out, "Mom, you've gone. Now that I have no maternal home, I'll only be able to call you at the gravesite." With that, the other 2 daughters joined in the lamentation. Even those who had come to assist began to wipe away their tears. Aunt Song stood coldly to the side, watching. Her resentment towards the old lady was deeply ingrained, and she would shed not a single tear. However, she comprehended the sentiments of her 3 sisters-in-law. Despite their mother's tumultuous behavior, she remained their biological parent, and the bond of blood was undeniably profound. The 3 sisters clung to the coffin, refusing to let it be taken to the hearse. Yet ultimately, they were gently persuaded to part by relatives and friends. Lin Ran observed this scene with an air of calm, perceiving it as a mere trifling matter. Huazi stayed behind to await the journey to the grave, while Lin Ran set off in the hearse. The journey to the city took an hour, and upon arrival, it was nearly 5:20. The crematorium commenced operations at 6 in the morning. Lin Ran instructed the Song family to burn Ja's paper, after which he submitted the death certificate and other necessary documents for verification, followed by a memorial service. Everyone circled the body 3 times, taking a final glance at the elderly lady. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly. Uncle Song emerged holding the urn, seated himself in the front passenger seat of the hearse, lit a cigarette, and inquired of Lin Ran, "Do you think my mother will harbor resentment towards me?" "No, she will not." That is reassuring. Uncle Song felt a sense of clarity. Lin Ran recalled the elderly Mrs. Song from his dreams. She merely sought to tease her son for some money, harboring no other intentions. However, this was not something he could divulge to Uncle Song, as it might alarm him. By the time they departed the city for the burial site, it was already 7:30. After arranging the offerings, Lin Ran instructed the lighting of firecrackers, and then proceeded to inter the elderly lady alongside her husband. After ensuring her peaceful rest and burning her old garments, another 40 minutes passed. Uncle Song, together with his relatives, bowed 3 times in reverence, then removed the mourning ribbon from his attire, shaking it vigorously as a sign of conclusion. The group returned to the Song residence, orderly washing their hands, stepping over the saddle, and popping a piece of candy into their mouths. Lin Ran remained indoors, meticulously calculating all expenses, rounding figures as necessary, intending to settle accounts with Uncle Song after their meal. "Brother Lin, it's time to eat," Huazi called out as he entered the room. "Let us go." Lin Ran was equally famished. During the meal, Uncle Song and Aunt Song knelt to bow to everyone present, a subtle custom associated with mourning, expressing their gratitude to all who had come to assist. After finishing his meal, Lin Ran returned indoors to draft a list of tasks for the upcoming week. Mourners departed as they felt inclined, adhering to the customs of mourning, where the head of the household should not see them off. Uncle Song observed Lin Ran as he noted down important reminders, then took out his phone to settle all funeral expenses. This time, Lin Ran earned 5,000 yuan. With all matters resolved, Lin Ran returned to the storefront with Huazi. Huazi curiously inquired, "Brother Lin, how much did you make this time?" "It's not your concern, so refrain from prying." Lin Ran was most reluctant to address this question. Claiming to have earned too much might incite envy, while asserting a lesser amount would invite disbelief. Thus he chose silence to avoid the hassle. Huazi chuckled awkwardly. "All right, I won't ask anymore." Lin Ran waved his hand, signaling Huazi to head upstairs for sleep, while he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and navigated to Su Mo's contact, hesitating momentarily before ultimately refraining from sending her a message. At that moment, Aunt Hong, who operated the neighboring supermarket, arrived. Lin Ran furrowed his brow. Encountering her was an irritation he wished to avoid for a lifetime. Red Ant, blissfully unaware, approached Lin Ran and plopped down onto a chair, her heavily powdered visage adorned with a cheerful smile. "Ah, Lin Ran, you've made some money again, haven't you?" "Not really," Lin Ran replied modestly. "Compared to you, it's mere pocket change." "Then pray tell, what constitutes a fortune?" Red Ant, unconvinced, raised an eyebrow playfully. "Enough of this pretense. I've come to share some delightful news with you. Can you guess what it is?" Chapter 7, Sister's Wealth. Lin Ran had no desire to guess. Yet out of respect for her age, she ventured, "Is my uncle on the brink of death after so many years of paralysis?" Red Ant retorted, "Could it be that you've harbored a secret infatuation for my master and wish to depart with him?" The color drained from Red Ant's face, and she looked ready to bite Lin Ran in frustration. "You asked me to guess, so I could only venture a wild guess." Lin Ran feigned innocence. Taking a deep breath to calm her tumultuous menopausal emotions, Red Ant implored, "Lin Ran, do not jest with me. I truly have good news that pertains to your future happiness. Get to the point. I'm feeling a bit drowsy." Lin Ran stifled a yawn. Red Ant smiled mysteriously. "There's a young lady, fair-skinned and beautiful, who is quite stunning, though a bit older at 34. Given that I've known your master for many years and he has left you alone, I cannot bear to see you live in solitude." "I'm only 28. Lin Ran protested. "She doesn't mind that you work in a solemn profession, so don't quibble over age. Trust me. Quickly change your attire and come with me to meet her. She's waiting at a restaurant." Lin Ran's expression soured. "Setting aside whether I agree or not, Isn't it customary to provide notice for such encounters? Who goes on a blind date without prior warning? You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Rest assured, Ant would never lead you astray, Red Ant declared, unyielding. She seized Lin Ran's arm, insisting, you must accompany me today, otherwise it would be a slight against me. Realizing that refusing would lead to incessant nagging from Red Ant, Lin Ran decided to humor her. Fine, let us go. She relented, shaking off Red Ant's hand. Red Ant chuckled awkwardly as they stepped outside, spotting a dusty Land Rover. Such a clean young man, yet he can't keep his vehicle tidy? Are we going or not? Lin Ran asked, her patience wearing thin. Of course. She's waiting. Red Ant replied eagerly. Lin Ran opened the car door, and upon seeing Red Ant settle in, inquired about their destination, which was a restaurant. After about 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at a tea house. Seated by the window was a striking young woman in a blue dress. Lin Ran paused, thinking, if she looked like that, surely Red Ant wouldn't be the one to introduce her? What are you staring at? Red Ant pushed the door open and beckoned Lin Ran inside. Following Red Ant, Lin Ran soon discovered that the woman was not the one by the window. They moved deeper into the establishment, where Red Ant pointed to a woman at a table further in. That's her. Hurry up. Reluctantly, Lin Ran sat down beside Red Ant, glancing at the woman, who seemed vaguely familiar. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ran couldn't place her. But the woman possessed a unique grace that was not as exaggerated as Red Ant had suggested. Xiaoyu, this is Lin Ran. What do you think? Ant Hong asked with a cheerful smile. The woman glanced at Lin Ran and dismissively replied, I am 34 years old, divorced, and have a 10-year-old son. I have no job, and I just want to find someone who can support us both and eventually provide for my son as future wife. Lin Ran was taken aback. What? You're divorced and have a child? Ant Hong was stunned. You didn't mention having a child when you spoke to me yesterday. The woman replied. Is it necessary for me to mention it? In rural areas, how many 34-year-olds are unmarried? She disdainfully rolled her eyes at Ant Hong, adding, if you want to marry me, the bride price must be 300,000. Though your job is somewhat intimidating, you're decent looking, so it balances out. Lin Ran, with arms crossed and leaning against the chair, chose not to engage with the woman but turned to Ant Hong instead. Out of respect for your age, I'll give you face today, but in the future, please refrain from coming to my place. Ant Ran, let me explain. I truly didn't mean it that way. You don't think I have to put up with you just because my master is gone, do you? Lin Ran scoffed. Let me make it clear. The situation between you and my master is something I prefer not to discuss, but a person must have dignity. With that, Lin Ran picked up the car keys from the table and left. Ant Hong was left blushing from Lin Ran's sharp words. Noticing the other guests looking their way, she quickly lowered her head. The woman sat quietly, and when Lin Ran left, she made no attempt to stop her, instead turning to Ant Hong and saying, I heard your husband became paralyzed because of your nonsense? Ant Hong, gritting her teeth, replied, TSK, I suspected you were not a good person from the start. You kept asking me questions, so I just played along, hoping to see which unfortunate man you'd introduce. But now I see the handsome young man doesn't want to come. It must be because of your pressure. How did I perform? Ant Hong was furious. You intentionally said that. The woman responded, that's not true. I do have a son, but I have money. And I don't need a dubious woman to find me a partner. The woman proudly stood up, grabbed her designer handbag concealed under her coat, and elegantly exited. Lin Ran sat in the car, smoking, and when he saw the woman approaching, he calmly asked, did you scold Ant Hong? Do I keep her if I don't scold her? The woman leaned against the car door, took out her sunglasses from her bag, and playfully asked, is the handsome young man waiting for me? I'm doing business in the city, but my family is from this small town. Would you like to chat with me? Lin Ran replied, you're already 28. Don't be shy. I'm wealthy and single. Following me won't be a loss. It's much better than engaging in white affairs. The woman, wearing sunglasses, stared directly at Lin Ran, making it hard to discern the truth of her words. Lin Ran chuckled, sister, I'm friends with Hao Liang. What? I had drinks with Hao Liang just a few days ago. I've seen your picture. Hao Liang said you have progressive ideas and a wild temperament, and that no man can handle you. I certainly lack that capability. Lin Ran said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. TCH. Guyu rolled her eyes, another dead end. I thought I could snag a handsome guy when I got home, but it turns out he's just one of Lou's buddies. Oh, although rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows, if you desire a bite, do get in touch. Hao Yu retrieved a business card from her bag and slid it into the car, tucking it into Lin Ran's collar. My sister runs a bathing center, entirely eco-friendly. If you're interested, do pay a visit. Of course, I will, Lin Ran replied, slightly blushing. It was the first time he encountered such enthusiasm from a woman. And if she weren't his good friend's sister, he might have considered pursuing something further. How you blew him a playful kiss, hopped into the nearby sports car, and sped off with a rev of the engine. Lin Ran shook his clothes slightly and took out the card. The eco-friendly bathing center was indeed very green. Red Ant emerged awkwardly from the tea house and, upon noticing Lin Ran still lingering, felt too embarrassed to speak with him. She sheepishly walked around the car. Lin Ran, not feeling inclined to escort Red Ant home, seized the opportunity to ensure she would feel too ashamed to visit his establishment again. Chapter 8. Unconventional Affairs. Lin Ran glanced at his filthy car and decided it was best to get it washed. He drove directly to the car wash. And just as he parked, he spotted a familiar face in work attire. Their eyes locked, both momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Lin Ran broke the silence. Sumo, what brings you to work here? Sumo smiled awkwardly. I returned after my divorce. I need to find a job. She approached the front of the car, avoiding eye contact with Lin Ran. Please wait in the lounge. I will take care of your car. Lin Ran stole a glance at her, but said nothing, turning to wait in the lounge. After half an hour, he watched through the window as Sumo diligently cleaned the vehicle, bringing to mind memories of his childhood when she had shielded him from bullies during elementary school, always standing up for him due to his background. Sumo entered the lounge. Duran, your car is ready. It's lunchtime. Let's grab a bite together. Lin Ran took the car keys. Sumo checked the time and realized it was indeed time for a break. Sure, it's been ages since we last met. Let us go. Excitedly, Lin Ran led Sumo to a nearby restaurant. Recalling what Min Jia had mentioned about Sumo returning with her son after the divorce, he cautiously inquired, is your son with your mother? You heard from Min Jia, didn't you? Yes. Sumo sighed. I mentioned having a son, but Min Jia misunderstood. When I divorced my ex-husband, his entire family kept my son from me. I wasn't allowed to see him at all. Why did you get divorced? Lin Ran knew Sumo's temperament. She wouldn't leave unless absolutely necessary. Don't even get me started. You know my family dynamics. My mother favors my brother and only sees him. I thought I could find a man who would love me and marry him, but I ended up with my ex-husband. I disregarded my parents' objections and moved back with him, only to discover he was a mama's boy who always obeyed his mother. Lin Ran listened intently. I thought I could endure it. Raising a boy wouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, things went awry. He didn't mature, and I fell into depression. After giving birth, his mother took the baby away, saying I wouldn't need to breastfeed. Wait, what? Lin Ran found the situation bizarre. How could anyone waste money on formula when it was so expensive? Similarly, I too find myself bewildered. My ex-husband remained remarkably composed, collaborating with his mother to prevent me from seeing our child, claiming it was for my convenience during the postpartum period. As you may know, my temperament is rather fiery, and I confronted them right then and there. Consequently, this trio conspired to bully me. I called my mother, who coldly remarked that I deserved it. At this point, tears brimmed in Sumo's eyes. It was the first time she had shared such grievances with an outsider. Lin Ran was taken aback. He had not anticipated Su's mother would respond in such a manner. I endured for 5 long years just to see my son. Yet when he finally laid eyes on me, he treated me as a stranger, even going so far as to call me bad, solely heeding his grandmother's words. My heart sank, and I decided to divorce. They left me with nothing, compelling me to leave with only the clothes on my back. Lin Ran furrowed his brow in contemplation. We were simply too young back then. Indeed, I harbor no resentment towards anyone. However, the fact that your in-laws prevent you from seeing your child undoubtedly signals a deeper issue. As a man, I can discern that your ex-husband merely sought to use you to bear a child to continue his lineage, Lin Ran declared with conviction. You remain as astute as ever. My ex-husband's first love could not bear children, so he chose me as a means to an end, with my malevolent mother-in-law tacitly approving, allowing him to have just one son and then neglecting him. They presumed I would retreat in the face of adversity. But little did they know I would persist for 5 years, refusing to let them find peace. Sumo resolutely held back her tears, taking a bite of the food on the table. I consider my son as if I had never given birth to him. I left without a trace of longing. Yet I cannot help but feel a sense of indignation. This situation would be the same for anyone. Enough about me. Lin Ran, how have you fared over the years? I heard you were seeing that university student from the Zhao family. We broke up. Why? Suemo appeared puzzled. Lin Ran recounted the entire saga with a wry smile. A fortune teller once foretold that I would bring misfortune to my parents and children. So I have come to terms with this aspect of my life. It is what it is. Suemo offered no further comment. The matter was settled, and discussing anything else seemed futile. After the meal concluded, Lin Ran escorted Suemo back to the car wash, then returned to the storefront. No sooner had he sat down than he received a call from Lu Laoda. His left eyelid twitched ominously. Business was about to commence. He roused Huazi from the second floor and, equipped with the necessary tools, headed toward Xiaohua village. Lu Laoda was waiting outside, and upon seeing Lin Ran, he anxiously exclaimed, "I've placed the burden on the chimney. The elderly are also on their way. They should be arriving shortly. I'm going to check on the old man." Lin Ran stated as he attempted to enter the house, but Lu Laoda blocked his path. "What is there to see if someone has passed away? I am responsible for handling funerals in our town. I must witness the death with my own eyes, or I will bear the consequences." Lin Ran held Lu Laoda in disdain, pushing past him and entering the old man's room. The old man's other 4 children remained silent, their heads bowed upon Lin Ran's arrival. Standing beside the calm, Lin Ran gazed at the frail, emaciated old man, whose sunken eyes and parched lips told a tale of suffering. He coldly surveyed the 5 individuals in the room. "It is clear that he has indeed passed away. Do not grieve excessively. Now, what kind of funeral arrangements do you desire? As long as it is reasonable, my father expressed a desire for no extravagance before he died." Lu Laoda interjected. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. "Very well, I comprehend. The last time I saw your father, he was so famished that he could hardly utter a word. Yet he pretended otherwise. Suddenly, a woman dashed in, wailing, 'Brother, brother, why did you leave? Just half a month ago, you were still speaking to me. I promised I would buy you your favorite pork knuckle as soon as I received my salary.' It was my aunt." Clearly, the 5 children were taken aback. Upon witnessing her brother's pitiable state on the bed, she stormed towards Lu Laoda and struck him across the face. "Are you even human? Your father arranged marriages for you. And only 2 months have passed since he lay here, and you can't endure it any longer?" Lu Laoda dared not flinch nor utter a sound. Lin Ran approached the window and noticed a filthy bowl on the sill, containing dried remnants of food. "I don't recall your family owning a cat. Truly exemplary children you are. After all my years dealing with funerals, this is the first time I have seen such treatment towards a biological father." Aunt Lin was astute. She immediately recognized the purpose of the bowl and pointed at the 5 individuals in the room, shrieking in despair, "You are truly despicable, feeding your father cat food. I curse you to meet the same fate as your father." The 5 of them were so cowed that they did not dare to utter a word. The term cat food refers to the act of mixing leftover meals together in a bowl that is never washed, repeatedly serving it to the old man. Lin Ran had no intention of engaging with this family, but with no one else available in the vicinity, he reluctantly instructed Huazi to play funeral music and asked the older individuals to dress the deceased. Those who came to assist, upon seeing the old man's deplorable condition, silently lit their cigarettes. Aunt Lu departed, unable to accept the horrifying reality that her brother had been starved and parched to death by his own children. Simultaneously, the uncles arrived, mirroring Aunt Lu's sentiments, and they too resolved to sever ties with Lu Laoda and his siblings. Such unfilial individuals were deemed unworthy of any conversation. Chapter 9. Facade. In situations like this, outsiders feign ignorance, and even immediate relatives refrain from intervening. Moreover, the old man himself was suffering from severe illness. Leaving the matter to be as it is, Lin Ran saw Lu Laoda outside and stopped him, inquiring, "Even if you seek the cheapest option, you must find a host, correct? Who is the least expensive?" "There is no absolute cheapest. Jiang Tsong charges 500, while I charge 1,005. Lin Ran offered Lu Laoda only 2 options. "I'll choose the 500. Lin Ran nodded and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Kong. After receiving a positive reply, he asked Lu Laoda, "The banquet will also be handled by Li Qing, right?" "Yes, I just finished the call." "Very well, your family is observing the 3-day mourning period. Today is the first day, tomorrow is the preparation, and the day after is the funeral. You are not a child anymore. You should understand. Huazi will be here to watch over things. If you need anything, just call me. I will take my leave now." Lin Ran felt somewhat fatigued. "Understood." Lu Laoda nodded repeatedly. Lin Ran briefed Huazi on the important details before driving back to the shop. After taking a shower, He fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Yet, this slumber proved to be quite restless. He experienced yet another dream, in which the gaunt face of the old man appeared before him, gazing at him with a pleading expression. "I am hungry. I am hungry. I am hungry." Lin Ran was jolted awake by the haunting vision. He reached up to touch his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. Having followed his master since childhood, he had rarely dreamt of the deceased before his master's passing. Why, then, did these dreams persist after his master's departure? Could it be true, as his master had said, that his presence kept certain things at bay? Lin Ran closed his eyes, the old man's voice echoing in his ears. "I am hungry. I am hungry." He picked up his phone and dialed Huazi's number. Huazi, while the Liu family isn't paying attention, slip a few pieces of roasted fruit into the old man's hands. "What is going on, brother?" Huazi inquired hurriedly. "Forget it, I dreamt of the old man. And he kept complaining about hunger." Huazi gritted his teeth on the other end. "They say the old man literally starved to death. It seems to be true." "Stop dawdling. We want to interfere with the matters of the East family." Lin Ran insisted again that Huazi procure the roasted fruit. After hanging up, Huazi borrowed an electric bike, went to the village shop to buy a bag of roasted fruit, and returned to the morning hall. Finding that the vigil keepers had wandered off, he hurriedly slipped 2 pieces into the old man's hands. Lin Ran fell asleep again, this time without dreaming of the old man. The previous day, Luda had prepared 15 tables for the feast, which could only be described as the most meager of spreads. The entire village whispered disparagingly about the Liu family, noting how the 5 siblings dared to let their own father starve, showing no concern for their reputation. Lin Ran slept until the afternoon and drove back to the Liu household. Luda grumbled, "The eternal lamp has gone out several times. Just relight it." Lin Ran replied coolly. Luda then asked, "The extinguishing 1T affect our family, will it?" "It 1T, Lin Ran assured him. "That is good." Luda breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ran harbored a deep disdain for Luda. The 5 siblings were incomparable to the 4 from the Song family. Old Lady Song had laid on the Kong for 2 years, and despite any grievances her children might have harbored, they ensured she was neither starved nor cold, not even allowing her to lose weight. Even if they wished to avoid waste, there remained the customary rituals, with a minimum of 200 for each item, totaling 400 in paper offerings. The daughters would cover the costs for the paper money. As for the music and festivities, they held little substantive meaning. Regardless, Lin Ran felt compelled to maintain the dignity of the East family. "I 1T manage the paper offerings. Let us see how much my sisters contribute." He then inquired, "What about the wreaths?" "The cheapest will suffice." Agreed. Lin Ran glanced back at the 4 large houses, recalling his master's words. "One's stinginess knows no bounds." Huazi approached and raised an eyebrow at Lin Ran. Without a word, Lin Ran entered to discuss matters with the 3 daughters. The sisters exchanged glances, not wanting to appear too harsh, and settled on a modest option. Lin Ran made arrangements over the phone for delivery at 8 the next morning. With nothing else on the agenda for the evening, Lin Ran left with Huazi. As they drove, Huazi, seated in the passenger seat, asked, "Brother Lin, is the old man the most tragic death you've ever witnessed? When my master was alive, he seldom allowed me to see the remains of the deceased. Some elderly individuals are naturally slender, yet Lu's father was different. I had seen him 3 months prior, his face quite plump." Huazi sighed, lamenting, "What a tragedy. What purpose does it serve to bear children?" Their generation believed in the adage that more offspring equates to more blessings. But in truth, our understanding is limited. How many elderly souls have perished from the cold, as reported in the news? Lin Ran recalled a fortune teller who once remarked, "You will bring misfortune to your parents and children." If that were true, wouldn't marrying and having daughters spare me from such fate? With this thought, Lin Ran felt a glimmer of hope, conjuring an image of Su Mo during her car wash. Huazi was escorted home by Lin Ran, while he returned to the shop, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Early the next morning, Huazi's father brought him to the shop, where he assisted Lin Ran in tallying the paper goods. After loading the vehicle, Lin Ran entrusted the shop to Huazi and set off for Xiaohua village with the paper goods. The Liu family arrived to collect the items, and Lin Ran quietly penned the mourning banners. Yesterday's uncle and aunt had returned, intending to accompany their youngest brother on his final journey. This was anticipated by Lin Ran. Despite the anger and accusations, none could sever those ties. As the clock approached 11, the funeral rites commenced. Jiang Tsong, microphone in hand, directed the proceedings, while the wailing of the elderly man's children reverberated, causing Lin Ran to roll his eyes in exasperation. In terms of outward appearances, the Liu siblings were undoubtedly exceptional, yet their miserly nature was somewhat excessive. Typically, others would embellish their own reputation, but their family was the polar opposite. As night fell, Jiang Tsong accepted 500 yuan and remarked to Lin Ran, "The rest is yours. I must return home to be with my wife. She has been feeling unwell lately." Lin Ran agreed, acknowledging the importance of supporting one's spouse. "You're already 28. It's time for you to marry. Zhao Hui seems like a good match. Don't delay," Jiang Tsong advised. Opening a discussion Lin Ran was reluctant to entertain. "I've actually parted ways with her for several days now." Jiang Tsong's expression reflected surprise. "Really? I thought those were just rumors circulating in the group." Lin Ran preferred to dismiss the topic, having promised not to mention Zhao Hui again. Observing his reluctance, Jiang Tsong refrained from pressing further and drove off. Min Jie made her appearance. Having earned 400 yuan from the previous two events, Lin Ran finalized the arrangements for the funeral the following day before taking his leave. On the day of the funeral, the Liu siblings wept louder than the previous day. Those unaware of the circumstances might mistakenly assume their filial piety was profound. The proceedings unfolded smoothly, and after the elderly man was laid to rest, Lin Ran returned to the Liu household to settle accounts. The meal upon his return consisted of 5 tables, but Lin Ran abstained, choosing instead to wait until the accounts were settled before resting at the shop. The total amounted to 4,700 yuan. "I only require 4,500 from you." Lin Ran presented the bill. Liu took a glance, abandoning his customary politeness to reveal his true colors. "Lin, our family is modest. We cannot afford such an amount. Can you offer a discount? I have already deducted 200. Typically, only a nominal amount is reduced, and this is still generous," Lin Ran responded. "Let us make it 500 less," Liu suggested. Lin Ran naturally refused to comply, but as soon as he was about to decline, he saw Liu, the boss, toss 4,000 yuan onto the table with a scoff, saying, "Here, take the money and leave. We all know how much you can earn in this line of work. Frankly, giving you this much feels excessive." Lin Ran, cigarette in mouth, raised an eyebrow and counted the money on the table. "So, you believe your family affairs are all settled and you no longer require my services, is that it?" Liu, brimming with self-satisfaction, lit a cigarette with a smug demeanor that suggested he was untouchable. "Let this one slide as a freebie, but don't ever come looking for me again." Lin Ran was not jesting. He pocketed the cash, grabbed his car keys and phone, and glanced back at the triumphant Liu. "Just make sure to burn some paper for your father. You wouldn't want him seeking you out tonight." Upon hearing this, Liu's proud smile abruptly vanished. Without looking back, Lin Ran exited, signaling to Huazi, who had finished eating, and the two departed in the car. "Brother Lin, why the long face?" Huazi noticed something was amiss. "Liu forced 500 on me, and you accepted that? What choice did I have?" Lin Ran typically shunned lengthy discussions with such people, particularly with someone as unscrupulous as Liu. Most others, like the Song family, would at least attempt to negotiate rather than impose a cut. Did that result in a loss? Huazi was concerned about this. Not at all. Lin Ran chuckled, thinking, "I've long known what Liu is like. I've already accounted for an extra 700 or 800. He can't outsmart me." Huazi admired him, giving a thumbs up. "No wonder they say buyers are never as clever as sellers. Brother Lin, you truly are remarkable." Lin Ran ignored Huazi. After deducting that 500, Liu's deal still netted him around 14 to 1,500, which he found fairly satisfactory overall. Back at the shop, Lin Ran checked his phone to confirm that no elderly person had passed away. He took a shower and changed into clean clothes, tossing his dirty laundry into the washing machine before comfortably lying down on the bed to play a game. Just as he was engrossed, Huazi's loud voice echoed. "Aunt Hong, what brings you here? Is Duran around?" "Not here." Huazi knew Lin Ran found her bothersome. Aunt Hong glanced at the Range Rover and the hearse parked nearby, realizing Lin Ran was on the second floor. Remembering the incident from a few days prior, she felt a twinge of guilt and decided to come apologize after a few days of reflection. However, since he was avoiding her, she could not afford to lose face by heading upstairs. Discontent, Aunt Hong turned to leave, but as she looked up at the second-floor window, anger flared within her. Recalling the scene at the tea house, she felt that Lin Ran had disrespected her, publicly humiliating her and causing her to lose face. This resentment was difficult for her to swallow. After pondering for a moment, she took out her phone and sent a message in her sister's group chat. "Ladies, listen up. No one is to introduce a partner to Lin Ran. In no time, the responses flooded in, acknowledging receipt. Aunt Hong's group was filled with like-minded friends. And with her stirring the pot, Lin Ran's chances of finding love within a 100-mile radius were practically extinguished. Lin Ran, dressed impeccably, descended from the second floor with a cheerful smile, addressing Huazi. "It's noon. I'm going out for a bite. Brother Lin, you go ahead," she exclaimed. Why is Brother Lin in such high spirits? As Lin Ran drove out, she spotted Aunt Hong standing at the supermarket in trance, but merely waved without stopping, heading straight to the car wash. At the same time, Su Mo, on her lunch break, noticed Lin Ran's arrival and teasingly inquired, "What's up? Another car wash? Shall I treat you to a meal?" With someone treating, it would be foolish not to go. Beaming with delight, Su Mo hopped into the passenger seat, and they made their way to a barbecue restaurant. Seated across from each other, Su Mo's eyes were drawn to the keychain adorning Lin Ran's car keys. And she exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the keychain I bought for 5 yuan back in middle school, which you insisted on taking?" Lin Ran picked it up and shook it, saying, "Your memory is remarkable. I saved for several days to buy this. How could I forget?" Su Mo shot a reproachful glare at the culprit. Lin Ran chuckled. "To make amends, how about I offer you a job at my place? I'll pay you 5,000 a month." Su Mo's smile faltered as she rubbed her hands together, grasping Lin Ran's implication. "Lin Ran, you really don't have to help me so much." Before she could finish, Lin Ran raised a hand to interrupt her. "Don't overthink it. 5,000 isn't easy money. Huazi and I are in business and need someone to watch the storefront, tidy up the second floor, and there's a vacant room on the first floor. So you won't need to rent a place. If you have time, you could even help with cooking. What do you think?" Lin Ran gazed at her with anticipation. Su Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I suppose that's fine, but it might not be appropriate for me to stay at your place. If word gets out, it could complicate your search for a partner. You're overthinking it a bit. I'll stay upstairs, and you'll be downstairs. And if you really prefer, you can still rent a place." Lin Ran continued to persuade her. "Working at the car wash is exhausting. Less than 3,000 a month for long hours. You've always been prone to illness since childhood. This could wear you down. Give me some time to think about it." Su Mo felt her resolve wavering. Having grown up in the same village as Lin Ran, she was not intimidated by his line of work, but she worried about being a burden to him. "All right." Lin Ran recognized that her response indicated a high likelihood of her acceptance. The waiter brought out the meat and vegetables, and as Su Mo placed the meat on the grill, she occasionally glanced at Lin Ran. He flipped the meat, encouraging her to eat. "Don't think too much about it. We grew up together. Helping each other is natural, and my business isn't relying on this. What else do you have?" Su Mo asked curiously. "I'll tell you more once you start working at my shop," Lin Ran teased. Su Mo giggled, placing a piece of grilled beef into Lin Ran's bowl. "You just love to tease me. Rest assured, I will think it over, and resigning will take some time." "Understood," Lin Ran signaled with a hand gesture. Chapter 11. A Stroke of Luck. Lin Ran and Su Mo enjoyed their barbecue immensely, reminiscing about childhood memories. And as their conversation shifted to adulthood, the atmosphere between them grew intriguingly nuanced. "In our childhood, we shared countless amusing moments, as I, a modest young girl, often ventured out with you to catch fish." Su Mo's eyes sparkled with nostalgia. Childhood is forever the most beautiful time, but alas, every individual must eventually grow up. The joys of youth belong to children, while adults find their own happiness. You possess a remarkable ability to let go. Lin Ran poured a cup of tea for Su Mo, remarking, "The capacity to move on entirely depends on oneself. Life propels us forward. Who can afford to constantly look back?" "That makes sense." Su Mo felt a weight lift from her heart. Lin Ran was aware that Su Mo harbored lingering resentment towards her ex-husband. He wished to assist her in unlocking her emotional shackles so she could emerge from the shadows and embrace a new chapter in life. After finishing her tea, Su Mo glanced at the time and hastily stood up. "It's getting late. I must return to work. Please give serious thought to what I shared with you," Lin Ran urged. "Understood." Su Mo was indeed contemplating her next steps. She intended to discuss her situation with her boss and resign once a successor had been found. Lin Ran did not accompany her, as the walk from the barbecue restaurant to Su Mo's workplace took merely 5 minutes. After settling the bill, Lin Ran intended to drive back to the storefront, but caught sight of the lottery ticket shop across the street. Recalling the 2 dreams about the deceased elder, Lin Ran decided to test her luck, as the dream interpretation suggested that dreaming of the dead is an auspicious sign. Upon entering, the female proprietor greeted Lin Ran with delight, exclaiming, "What a miracle to see you, Boss Lin, at the lottery shop today." Lin Ran merely scoffed, approaching the counter and pointing at a 20 yuan scratch-off ticket. "One, please." "Certainly." The owner presented an entire tray to Lin Ran, saying, "Lady Luck is something you must choose for yourself. I want to assist you with that." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, selecting a ticket from the center. Using a small scratch tool, she revealed the coding. "Oh, I've won 50 yuan. Though not a substantial amount, it signifies good fortune, an omen of prosperity. Would you like another?" The proprietor inquired eagerly. "Not this time. Please give me 30 yuan instead." Lin Ran was never greedy. She was content with what she received. The owner handed her 3 10-yuan notes and, taking advantage of the shop's quietness, whispered, "Boss Lin, I've heard that your ex-girlfriend's grandfather is nearing his end. It's highly likely they will seek you out." Lin Ran had long dismissed Zhao Hui from her thoughts. Upon hearing the owner mention her, she instinctively frowned. "Isn't there a new establishment? The Zhao family shouldn't reach out to me. The new owner, surnamed Dong, is in his 40s. I hear he previously worked at the city mortuary before returning to our town to establish his own business. However, I've heard that the funeral practices in the city differ from those in rural areas, so he may struggle to compete with you. It matters little. Money is something we all earn. I'm not monopolizing the entire town." Lin Ran had a remarkably laid-back attitude. Indeed, the proprietor, noticing Lin Ran's lack of anger, fell silent, realizing her attempt to provoke had backfired. Individuals like her thrived on stirring trouble for the sake of gossip. Lin Ran placed the 30 yuan into her wallet, took a drag from her cigarette, and exited the lottery shop, once again cursing the gossipy chatter of Huazi. "Now, the entire town is aware of my past with Zhao Hui. As soon as I settled into the car, I spotted the renowned matchmaker of the town. Aunt, what are you up to?" I inquired. The matchmaker shot Lin Ran a disdainful glance, her nose wrinkling as she retorted in a sarcastic tone, "In the future, if you seek a partner, I dare say I cannot assist you. A prominent figure such as yourself is beyond our humble means." Lin Ran was left utterly perplexed, wondering the meaning behind her words. The matchmaker, disinterested in providing an explanation, gracefully twisted her waist and strutted away. Confounded, Lin Ran drove back to the storefront, only to see Aunt Hong from the neighboring supermarket sitting outside, munching on sunflower seeds. She provocatively smiled at Lin Ran and carelessly tossed the sunflower seed shells towards his shop. Just as Lin Ran was about to explode in anger, Huazi emerged from the door, wielding a broom to sweep the shells back. "Where do you think you're sweeping those?" Aunt Hong glared at the shells at her feet, her face flushed with anger. "Whoever cracks them should dispose of them." Huazi stood his ground against Aunt Hong without a flicker of fear. Lin Ran stepped out of the car and cast a glance at Aunt Hong's feet, saying, "At your age, you ought to be more discerning and refrain from instigating trouble." Huazi, hands on his hips, was ready to confront Aunt Hong, when suddenly there was a resounding thud. What was that? Huazi turned towards his own second floor, sensing the noise did not originate from his house. "Aunt Hong, perhaps you should check on my uncle upstairs. He might have fallen." Lin Ran occasionally pondered how a man bedridden for over a decade could weigh more than 250 pounds. A flicker of panic crossed Aunt Hong's face as she hurried upstairs, finding the old man sprawled face down on the floor. She quickly turned him over, her voice tinged with despair as she exclaimed, "You old rascal, how did you end up on the floor? With your hefty frame, how am I supposed to lift you back to bed?" At that moment, Lin Ran and Huazi arrived, and together they assisted Aunt Hong's husband back to bed. Aunt Hong's face burned crimson with embarrassment as she lowered her head, feeling ashamed of her earlier behavior. "Durant, thank you." "No need for thanks," Lin Ran replied, departing with Huazi. As they descended the stairs, Huazi murmured softly, "Lin Gu, that old man is awfully heavy, isn't he?" Although Aunt Hong was rather eccentric, she never skimped on his meals. In this regard, Lin Ran held great respect for her. After all, not many could endure such a commitment for years. Huazi, too, began to admire Aunt Hong. It was no small feat for a woman to accomplish so much. In Xiangyang village, Zhao Hui anxiously paced before her grandfather's Kong, suddenly recalling Lin Ran's words on the day they broke up, leading her to ponder, "My grandfather used to be quite well. Could it be Lin Ran's doing?" With this thought, Zhao Hui gazed upward at the ceiling, feeling an unsettling chill within the house. "Had I known your grandfather would end up like this, I would never have allowed you two to part." Zhao Mu lamented, regret etched across her face. "I only broke up because you insisted. Besides, didn't you say you disdained him? Now you blame me?" Zhao Hui retorted in exasperation. Given my grandfather's condition now, I must seek Lin Ran. I cannot afford to lose face. You all can find him yourselves. I refuse to go. Go if you wish. Zhao Fu observed the escalating quarrel between his wife and daughter, silently puffing on his cigarette. Meanwhile, the grandfather on the Kong lay with closed eyes, barely clinging to life. At that moment, Jiang Tsong entered with a middle-aged man adorned with a large gold chain around his neck. Chapter 12, Betrayal. Zhao Hui gazed at the newcomer, momentarily taken aback before cautiously inquiring, "Is there something you need, Brother Jiang?" Jiang Tsong replied, "I know you are reluctant to seek Lin Ran, so I've brought someone else to assist you." He stepped aside to introduce the man. "This is Boss Dong, who previously dealt with funerals in the city and is now venturing out on his own. He has already rented a storefront and will be opening tomorrow in the town." "Brother Jiang, if that's the case, you could be seen as betraying Lin Ran," Zhao Hui remarked. Having followed Lin Ran for 2 years and feeling a sense of loyalty, she held Jiang Tsong's actions in deep contempt. Jiang Tsong understood her sentiment and dismissed it with a casual smile. What is betrayal? In this day and age, one follows whoever pays more. Zhao Hui fell silent. There was undeniable truth in his words. Zhao's father quickly offered a cigarette to Boss Dong and Jiang Tsong, saying, "Well then, since you are here, let us discuss things. And perhaps Boss Dong can also provide an estimate of how much longer my father has." Boss Dong scrutinized the elderly man on the Kong, his expression grave as he replied, "Not more than a week, I reckon." "Very well, and what would be your price, Boss Dong?" Zhao's father inquired. "I aim for a good reputation, so my prices are negotiable, and I assure you, you will be satisfied," Boss Dong pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. "That is splendid. I have everything arranged with you," Zhao's father rejoiced. They exchanged mobile numbers, and a smirk of derision crept across Jiang Tsong's lips. Zhao Hui sighed in relief. As long as Lin Ran was not involved, anyone else would suffice, as such matters were all quite similar. Su Mo returned to the car wash, washed a vehicle, and then tendered her resignation to the owner. The owner, surprisingly understanding, did not make it difficult for her, but requested that she remain until a replacement was found. Su Mo recognized that her abrupt resignation was unwarranted and complied with the owner's request. Lin Ran, seated at his computer, sent Su Mo a message inquiring about her resignation. Upon learning that the owner had agreed, he felt reassured. "Brother Lin, you seem to be in good spirits," Huazi remarked, noticing the change. "Not bad. I won 30 on a scratch card today," Lin Ran replied dismissively. Huazi sensed that something was amiss. $30 hardly warranted such elation, but he hesitated to pry further. His curiosity piqued, yet his mouth remained closed. At that moment, Lin Ran's phone rang again, and he quickly answered. "Hello, this is the one-stop funeral service. Boss Lin, I'm from Donggang Village. My wife has passed away. Please come quickly." The urgency in the caller's voice prompted Lin Ran to ask, how old was the deceased? 55, came the sorrowful reply. "So young?" Lin Ran exclaimed. "Don't mention it. She was playing mahjong when suddenly her heart gave out. The hospital advised us to prepare for the worst, and just as we got home, she was gone," the elderly man lamented, his voice thick with grief. "Understood. I'll bring the necessary items to you," Lin Ran assured him. "Thank you," the elderly man replied. After hanging up, Lin Ran hurriedly prepared the required supplies, loaded them into his vehicle, and sped towards Donggang Village. In recent days, funeral arrangements had become frequent. Although Lin Ran was eager to earn, he still longed for a brief respite. Mr. Chung, a man of notable reputation, owns over 100 acres of land and is celebrated for his affectionate relationship with his wife. Naturally, Lin Ran had heard of this family. Before the vehicle even entered the gate, the sounds of children weeping resonated from within the house. Upon Lin Ran's arrival, those who had come to assist promptly helped carry items. As Lin Ran and Huazi stepped into the house, a glance at the deceased made Lin Ran ponder whether the excitement of a fortunate hand in mahjong had contributed to the unfortunate event. The doctor explained that due to the sweltering heat and the absence of air conditioning in the mahjong hall, she had suffered a minor heat stroke, and the exhilaration from her good fortune in the game had led to her passing. Mr. Chung sighed deeply, lamenting, "What a misfortune this is." Lin Ran, feeling somewhat awkward, consoled Mr. Chung, "At least she did not suffer. That can be seen as a blessing. Such events are beyond our control. Please accept my condolences. Now, let us discuss the arrangements." Mr. Chung nodded in agreement. "Let us move to the other room." At that moment, an elderly woman entered, carrying clothes that Lin Ran had brought. Typically, it is only those of advanced age who dress the deceased. Lin Ran inquired about the specifications desired, and Mr. Chung, unperturbed, replied, "My wife has been with me for a lifetime. She has endured much. Now that our children are married, she deserves to enjoy some peace. Unfortunately, she was taken too soon. I want only the best for her, and there is no need for our children to spend a penny. I shall cover all costs. As for the music, let us forego that. She was only 55. Agreed, Lin Ran responded, and Mr. Chung concurred. Lin Ran then made arrangements, stating that there would be a banquet that evening, followed by a full day of mourning, with the funeral set for the day after. Is Jiang Tsung suitable as the host? Lin Ran inquired. Yes, came the reply. Lin Ran sent a message to Jiang Tsung, who quickly responded with an affirmative. After concluding his correspondence, Jiang Tsung, seated in the passenger seat beside Boss Dong, expressed his satisfaction, saying, Lin Ran has once again called upon me to host. Without me, nothing would proceed smoothly. Rest assured, Boss Dong, as long as I assist you, everyone will seek your services in the future. Rest easy, Jiang Kong. If you secure a job for me, I shall reward you with 1,000 yuan. As for Lin Ran, continue working under him for now. Boss Dong's intentions were clear. He wanted Jiang Tsung to act as a confidant. Jiang Tsung understood, recognizing that Lin Ran was indeed a valuable source of information. Huazi remained at the Chung residence to help, while Lin Ran returned to the shop to prepare the necessary paper goods. He first visited the largest supermarket to purchase a pack of cigarettes. As he walked back, he noticed a new funeral service establishment, marked by a black sign, located about 100 meters from his shop. Lin Ran furrowed his brow. It was unusual for a new shop to open without any fanfare. The day passed smoothly, and the following morning, Lin Ran returned to the Chung residence with the paper goods. Mrs. Cheng's daughter sat outside, her eyes reddened, lost in thought. The loss of her mother had struck her profoundly. Lin Ran refrained from offering consolation, recognizing that healing would necessitate her own strength. At noon, Jiang Tsung arrived to officiate the preparation of the body and the farewell ceremony. Lin Ran observed that Jiang Tsung seemed particularly immersed in the proceedings today, prompting him to jest. Jiang Ge, you seem quite engrossed in your role today. Is there something weighing on your mind? Jiang Tsung smiled calmly. My sister-in-law received her test results. It's a boy. Congratulations. Lin Ran was well aware of Jiang Tsung's long-standing desire for a son, and now that dream was about to be realized. With the impending arrival of a child, he felt an even stronger urge to earn money, reminding Jiang Tsung that he should think of him whenever work arose. Lin Ran nodded affirmatively, assuring him that as long as there was work, he would certainly seek him out. Very well then, I have no further business here. I shall take my leave to accompany your sister-in-law. Upon concluding his words, Lin Ran transferred 500 yuan to Jiang Kong. After receiving the funds, Jiang Tsung settled into his car. Moments later, his phone chimed again, revealing a 1,000 yuan commission from Boss Dong, as the Zhao family had come to collect their garments and had even prepaid for a coffin. Jiang Tsung couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, having earned a total of 1,500 yuan in a single day. If he could sustain this pace for just half a month, it would be quite sufficient. Chapter 13. Plans changed faster than anticipated. Sister Min arrived, prepared to oversee the entire process once again. Lin Ran noted how Hua Zi gazed at her with admiration. If he honed his skills for another 5 or 6 years, he might well be poised to succeed her. As the procedures concluded, Lin Ran reminded everyone of the necessary items for the following day before departing. After years in the industry, he could navigate the tasks with his eyes closed. He returned to the storefront, meticulously drafting a list of all the required items, calculating the bills in advance to avoid any inconvenience the next day. Huazi held up his phone, directing it towards Lin Ran. Brother Lin, the coffins on the website look quite appealing. Can you guess their price? They range from 3,000 to 5,000. In the funeral home, they'd sell for 8,000 to 9,000, allowing the merchants to pocket a significant profit. Lin Ran was acutely aware of the nuances of this trade. Items for the deceased were not subject to negotiation unless the proprietor opted to waive fees. If they choose to purchase online, they will forfeit a considerable amount, he remarked. Those who do not buy coffins from me should not expect to seek my assistance. This is a fundamental rule of our profession. Despite his amiable demeanor, Lin Ran was not the type to compromise principles. Huazi silently noted this guideline to avoid future complications should inquiries arise. Recognizing that time was of the essence, Lin Ran ascended to the second floor to rest. The next morning, shortly after 4, he took Huazi to the Chung family. The routine remained unchanged, breaking bowls, proceeding to the crematorium, and ultimately interring the remains. After completing the entire process, Lin Ran returned to the Chung residence for a meal and then settled accounts with Grandpa Chung. This time, he was pleased to have earned 4,000 yuan. Returning to town with Hua Zi, he spotted the affluent Boss Dong and momentarily froze. Recalling that he had encountered Boss Dong a few times during visits to the city's funeral home, yet they had never exchanged words. "Brother Lin, should I go inquire about him?" Hua Zi suggested. "There's no need for that," Lin Ran replied. "All right then." Hua Zi was nonetheless eager to see what treasures might lie within Boss Dong's establishment. Back at the storefront, Lin Ran showered and changed into clean attire, calculating the days remaining until Master Wu's 5th and 7th. "Brother Lin, someone has delivered an invitation for you," Hua Zi called from the stairs leading to the second floor. Lin Ran pondered his acquaintances and realized none were preparing for marriage. He hurried down the stairs to receive the invitation, only to be taken aback upon opening it. "Who is it?" Hua Zi asked curiously. "It's my master's younger brother's granddaughter who is to be wed, but I distinctly remember her being only 18. Lin Ran scrutinized the name on the invitation, confirming it was indeed Lin Xiaojing. Marrying at 18. What a peculiar decision. There is no need for you to concern yourself with when others get married. By virtue of familial hierarchy, she ought to address you as uncle, correct? Indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Ran is still recorded in the family registry of the Lin household. Thus her presence is obligatory for this occasion. Lin Ran dialed her uncle's number, and upon connection, she courteously inquired, "Second uncle, will you be using my car for Xiaojing's wedding?" "No need for that. All arrangements for transportation have been made. You should take a vehicle with Xiaojing's parents," Lin's second uncle replied, promptly clarifying to avoid any misunderstanding regarding his own vehicle. "Understood. I shall arrive early the day after tomorrow for the pre-wedding banquet." "Very well." After ending the call, Lin Ran glanced at her wallet. A gift of 1,000 yuan for the banquet, and on Xiaojing's wedding day. She must prepare a red envelope containing 500 yuan, for after all, she is still an uncle. Oddly, I have been classmates with Lin Xiaojing since elementary school. Why was I not invited? Hua Zi muttered, feeling perplexed. "Weren't you always teasing her when you were young?" Hua Zi shrugged. "She holds on to grudges quite well." Lin Ran cast a knowing glance at Hua Zi. Childhood grievances could linger for a lifetime. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Lin Xiaojing's pre-wedding banquet. Lin Ran headed directly to the hotel, where she encountered her cousin and cousin-in-law, who were welcoming guests. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ran entered to present her gift. Once she had written the 1,000 yuan gift, she spotted a few acquaintances and joined them to chat while snacking on sunflower seeds. Lin Xiaojing appeared slightly round in the abdomen. Lin Ran sighed softly. Pondering the weight of marrying and becoming a mother at such a tender age, what if regret followed in the future? "Uncle," Lin Xiaojing approached with the groom, hand in hand, to greet Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded and exchanged a few polite remarks. The groom appeared quite young, in his 20s. After the meal, Lin Ran returned to the shop to prepare for the grave visit for her master the following day, a customary observance. The rituals surrounding funerals are significant, with observances on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 100th days, and anniversaries of the deceased. During the 7 days following death, there are also numerous rites, such as the beam laying at the gravesite and the 6th day's visit, which all carry particular significance. That evening, Lin Ran received a message. The wedding was cancelled, as the groom refused to provide the promised betrothal gifts due to Lin Xiaojing's pregnancy. In a fit of anger, Lin Xiaojing went to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy and severed all ties with the groom. Lin Ran had intended to offer words of comfort, but upon seeing Lin Xiaojing's remark about marrying an honest man in the future, she deleted her prepared message. An honest man would certainly suffer. In such circumstances, it is perhaps best to remain silent and consider the 1,000 yuan a mere gift. Plans are often swiftly altered. This is indeed an age-old truth. The following morning, Lin Ran arrived at the cemetery with the necessary items for the 5-7 observance. Typically, this duty would fall to a daughter, but as her master had no daughter, it was left for Lin Ran to fulfill. Moreover, the 5-7 observance required a few spoken words, yet Lin Ran refrained from uttering any. She believed such matters are subjective. After completing the offerings, Lin Ran stood before the grave and respectfully bowed 3 times. "Master and mistress, ideally, I should address you as mom and dad, but upon reflection, perhaps that would be too awkward. 3 years hence, during the Qingming festival, I shall erect a monument for you. In the household register, I am the sole survivor. To be honest, I find this quite unsettling. Lin Ran sighed sorrowfully, saying, All right, no more lamenting. When you gather below, please watch over me, and bless me with the ability to establish a family. Having expressed all that needed to be said, Lin Ran stepped over the weeds lining the path as she exited the cemetery. One advantage of rural life is that there is no need to purchase burial plots. Once she reached her vehicle, Lin Ran drove away without looking back. There is a belief associated with visiting graves that one must not glance back. Upon her return home, the Chung family arrived to collect items for the deceased. Lin Ran handed a paper ladder to them, instructing, burn this outside the chimney where Auntie resides. And regarding the offerings, make the sweet dumplings smaller, proportionate to the age of the deceased. Prepare 2 extra, 1 to toss onto the roof and 1 to cast onto the ground. Do you understand? Yes, yes, Chung Di nodded vigorously. Both fish and meat are required. In total, 5 items. Understood. Fearing he might forget, Lin Ran wrote a list and handed it to him, saying, Make sure not to miss anything. Got it. Chung Di gratefully accepted the note and hurriedly rode off on his electric tricycle. Huazi expressed some concern. I wonder if they will manage to make the dumplings properly? It should be fine. Lin Ran reassured him, confident that following the list would yield no issues. Huazi closed the door, ensuring the air conditioning was running. They must not waste the cool air. Chapter 14. To give face and yet be disrespectful. Zhao Hui's grandfather passed away 3 days later. Upon receiving the call, Boss Dong rushed over to see the deceased elder. He turned to Zhao's father and said, You must seek Lin Ran for a certificate. I have yet to finalize arrangements with the crematorium. What? Zhao's father was bewildered. What can we do about it? Boss Dong, shedding the initial courtesy of their first meeting, displayed impatience. Zhao's father, who typically feared confrontation, particularly with someone like Boss Dong, felt uneasy. It's not that we cannot seek her, but it feels somewhat inappropriate to approach Lin Ran after coming to you. What does it matter? Hasn't everyone in your town been recorded in the Lin family's registry of life and death? Boss Dong demanded loudly. Zhao's father nodded submissively. You make a valid point. Very well, I shall have my daughter call her. Make haste. We still need the village doctor to issue the death certificate. Understood. Reluctantly, Zhao's father approached his daughter. Zhao Hui, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Xiao Hui, you must call Lin Ran quickly, otherwise, this matter will be difficult to manage. It's no longer as simple as it used to be when we only needed the village doctor's signature. But how can I possibly make that call? You must. Zhao's father reclaimed a semblance of dignity in front of his daughter. Startled, Zhao Hui steeled herself and dialed Lin Ran's number. Lin Ran, engrossed in a game at her computer, reluctantly answered when she saw Zhao Hui's name. What is it? My grandfather has passed away. Could you come and issue a certificate? All right, Lin Ran replied, quitting the game and grabbing her car keys. Huazi quickly asked, Aren't you bringing any equipment? They are looking for Boss Dong. I'm merely going to issue a certificate. Is it for Zhao Hui's family? Huazi inquired. Lin Ran nodded and drove off towards Donggang village. Zhao Hui, adorned with a mourning ribbon, sat outside, tears streaming down her face, while relatives of the Zhao family gathered to pay their respects, filling the courtyard to capacity. Lin Ran's car pulled up to the entrance, and he entered, cigarette in mouth. Observing Lin Ran's demeanor, Zhao Hui chose not to approach him, instead turning to retreat indoors. Zhao's father approached, politely nodding. Mr. Lin has arrived. Please come inside. Lin Ran nodded in acknowledgement, glanced at the death certificate from the village doctor, and then at the deceased, confirming everything was in order before signing and stamping the document. Boss Dong emerged, extending his hand to Lin Ran, courteously remarking, Mr. Lin, please don't take offense. They sought me out, and I had no choice but to come. It's nothing. Anyone would do the same, Lin Ran replied, shaking his hand politely. Indeed, Mr. Lin exhibited grace. Boss Dong feigned a compliment. At that moment, whispers from the Zhao relatives reached Lin Ran's ears. Xiao Hui was with him for 2 years. He looks decent enough, but his background is lacking. It's no wonder Xiao Hui doesn't want to be with him. Exactly, organizing a funeral is inherently unglamorous. What does wealth matter? TSK, a man must have a respectable job. If Xiao Hui truly followed him, I'd feel embarrassed. Listening to their disparaging remarks, Lin Ran decided to forego any semblance of decorum. He stepped forward, addressing them loudly, If you disdain me so, then return the money I lent you. I gave Zhao Hui 100,000 for this house, and spent another 150,000 on the bag I bought her. A hush fell over the crowd. Zhao's father's face flushed crimson, his head bowed, unable to utter a word. If you lack the means, refrain from embellishing your own image. Were it not for my 2 years with Zhao Hui, I wouldn't even consider asking for this money back. I pride myself on never speaking ill of her behind her back, yet I will not allow you to slander me. Lin Ran was never one to be easily intimidated. Why should he be the only one to consider feelings after their breakup? The Zhao family was taken aback. They had not anticipated Lin Ran would refuse to back down. As he had always been known for his silence in the face of gossip, Boss Dong cast a disdainful glance at Zhao's father. Lin Ran felt a sense of relief after voicing his thoughts. What others thought of the Zhao family was no concern of his. Had the Zhao family not sought trouble today, he would have let them retain their dignity. After all, the breakup had been amicable. Thus, one reaps what one sows, and one cannot blame others. Lin Ran drove away, leaving the 100,000 behind. Neither party held any debts. Zhao Hui clenched her teeth on the small bed. Having initially intended to inform Lin Ran of Jiang Tsung's betrayal, but upon hearing his words, she chose to remain silent, planning instead to infuriate him when the time was right. Lin Ran returned home with a dark expression, scaring Hua Zi into silence. He went straight to the second floor, took a shower, and lay on his bed, lost in thought about the money spent on Zhao Hui, realizing it was hardly worth mentioning. Yet it did reflect his poor judgment in choosing such a girl. The WeChat notification buzzed for Lin Ran, revealing a message from Su Mo Duran. The boss has found a worker. I just need to teach her for a few days. Once she becomes proficient, I will join you at your workplace. Lin Ran's spirits were instantly lifted, prompting her to send a warm welcome emoji. With the past behind her, Lin Ran took a nap, selectively forgetting about Zhao Hui's incident. There exists an unwritten rule in their profession. When one dies, it often leads to a chain of fatalities. In other words, if 2 or 3 people pass away in quick succession, the month will remain tumultuous. Just as Lin Ran had a day of respite, work came knocking once more. The deceased was a 37-year-old woman, married to a man named Bai, and they had a 16-year-old son who was preparing for the college entrance examination next year. Upon Lin Ran's arrival, Mr. Bai, visibly anxious, recounted, she was watering the rice fields this morning, and within 2 hours, she collapsed in the field. I hurriedly carried her back, with barely enough time to rush her to the hospital. Lin Ran nodded and proceeded to examine the body alongside the doctor. The doctor, after a brief inspection, concluded that the cause of death was a heart attack, citing the woman's purple lips as a clear symptom of such an event. As Lin Ran closely scrutinized the deceased's face, he noticed not only the purple hue but also dark streaks, which struck him as peculiar. Once the doctor exited, he reiterated the heart attack diagnosis. However, the more Lin Ran pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Observing the deceased's swollen, contused facial features, he concluded that the situation was far more complex than just a heart attack. Mr. Bai re-entered, noticing Lin Ran's continued gaze upon his deceased wife, and pulled him aside, saying, "Boss Lin, my son is in high school and will be taking his exams next year. I do not wish for him to be burdened by his mother's passing. So could you expedite the cremation?" This statement only deepened Lin Ran's confusion. How could a husband show such composure in the face of his wife's death while prioritizing a swift cremation? What was he truly thinking? Feigning contemplation, Lin Ran responded with disapproval. "We have customs here. Your wife must be buried the day after tomorrow. Can it be done today? It's almost noon. Who cremated a deceased in the afternoon?" Lin Ran retorted. Mr. Bai fell silent, clearly unaware of anyone who had been cremated in the afternoon. Chapter 15. Unspoken understanding in his youth. Lin Ran had cultivated his courage by watching countless forensic films and reading an array of related literature, thus gaining a rudimentary understanding of forensic science. Gazing upon the body draped in a burial shroud, Lin Ran recalled his mentor's final words, "Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Yet, knowing the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death and still assisting in the cremation would be akin to complicity. Moreover, it weighed heavily on his conscience. With a sigh, Lin Ran discreetly observed the emotionless Mr. Bai, seeking an excuse to dismiss him. He then took out his phone to photograph the deceased and sent the images to Hao Liang. Hao Liang, a criminal investigator in the city, had recently been promoted to team leader due to his exceptional casework. Upon receiving Lin Ran's images, he headed to the forensic department and handed them to a female forensic expert, saying, "Take a look. My friend, who deals with funerals, has noticed something unusual about the deceased. The female forensic expert took the phone and examined it for a while. The deceased's face bore bruises and swelling, suggesting possible asphyxiation. However, the pallor was also indicative of a myocardial infarction. It would be prudent to inspect the scene and conduct a blood test. Shall we proceed? If it turns out to be a heart attack, your friend may face some backlash. He is indifferent to such matters. Hao Liang understood Lin Ran's character well. He would not have sought him out unless there was a genuine concern. The female forensic expert took out the blood sampling equipment. Let us go now. We can have the results by tomorrow morning. Very well, I will drive. Hao Liang sent a message to Lin Ran, urging him to delay. Lin Ran responded affirmatively and found a relative of the deceased. He told the deceased's brother, with their mother gone, there is no way the son would not return. You must inform him of this matter. He must bear the responsibility of carrying the urn. The deceased's brother sobbed. My brother secretly went to fetch her. I have a feeling something is amiss with my sister's death, but I cannot articulate what exactly. Lin Ran patted his shoulder, offering no further words of comfort. Within half an hour, the deceased's son, Bai Xiaodang, entered, crying and collapsing onto his mother's body, nearly fainting from grief. Mr. Bai stood aside, observing as Bai Xiaodang attempted to lift the shroud for one last look at his mother. He harshly reprimanded, do not lift it carelessly. You are too young to understand. You must not disrupt the rituals. You may look again when the time comes for the final preparations. Can my mother harm me? What harm is there in a glance? Ignoring his father, Bai Xiaodang forcefully pulled back the shroud. Upon seeing the tragic state of his mother, his tears abruptly ceased. He looked bewilderingly at his father before gently covering her again. Seeing his son say nothing, Mr. Bai turned away to attend to other matters. Bai Xiaodang, clad in mourning attire, knelt at the memorial, his brows furrowed, sensing something was off about his mother's death. Lin Ran entered, seizing the moment when Mr. Bai was absent, and whispered to Bai Xiaodang, I am the officiant for your mother's funeral. What I am about to say may seem intrusive, but I cannot bear to send your mother for cremation without further investigation. Please, go on. I believe there is something suspicious about your mother's death. I have sent images to a police friend, who will arrive shortly with a forensic expert to conduct a blood test. I need you to provide a cover. We will have results by tomorrow morning. I too sense that something is amiss. My mother was in good health prior to my departure, yet now her face is swollen and bruised. I am preparing to take the entrance exam for the political and legal university next year, intending to specialize in forensic science. And I have been studying this area. Bai Xiaodang clenched his fists. My father has mistreated my mother for as long as I can remember, as have my grandparents. We cannot ascertain how my mother truly met her end. As her son, I cannot let this matter rest. Your filial piety is commendable. Lin Ran felt a sense of relief. In such a situation, he feared the son might be oblivious to the gravity of the matter. My mother has always cherished me. Bai Xiaodang as tears streamed down his face. Lin Ran paused for a moment, revealing a bittersweet smile. I have never known a mother's love. What is it like to have a mother? Mr. Bai sat outside smoking, while Lin Ran approached to confirm the funeral arrangements, ensuring both parties were in agreement. Hao Liang and the female forensic expert were nearing their arrival, and Lin Ran awaited them at the entrance. Before long, the vehicle halted at the intersection, and Hao Liang along with the female forensic expert disembarked. Lin Ran first greeted Hao Liang, then turned her gaze towards the female forensic expert. Momentarily taken aback upon recognizing her as the young lady in the blue dress who had been seated by the window in the tea house that day. So, she is a forensic expert. Hello, Lin Ran extended her hand. I am Song Ku. After a brief handshake, the two entered the courtyard. Mr. Bai was not present in the house at that moment, providing Hao Liang and Song Ku with an opportune moment. Bai Xiaodang stood aside, keeping watch. Anxious that his father might return, deep down, he believed that the one responsible for his mother's demise could only be his father. Song Ku examined the surface of the deceased and drew a small vial of blood. After conversing with Bai Xiaodang for a while and learning that he aspired to become a forensic expert as well, they exchanged phone numbers. Once Song Ku finished her tasks, the two hurried back to the municipal bureau. Mr. Bai, recognizing Hao Liang, felt a pang of anxiety as he saw Hao Liang departing in his vehicle. He quickly made his way into the house, agitatedly pointing at Lin Ran. What did you call Hao Liang here for? He has a matter to discuss with me. Lin Ran replied, her demeanor unruffled. Mr. Bai, however, was unconvinced and increasingly agitated, hastily pulling out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and tossing it towards Lin Ran. The suddenness of the gesture caused Lin Ran to fumble, and the money scattered across the ground. This is for the funeral expenses. I no longer require your services. Bai Xiaodang, unable to contain his impatience, was about to confront his father but was discreetly halted by Lin Ran's gesture. Since Mr. Bai no longer requires my assistance, I shall not insist. I will accept this money, she stated, bending down to collect the scattered bills. It is customary to accept any remuneration for such services. One does not engage in funeral matters without compensation. Lin Ran glanced back at Bai Xiaodang, offering him a reassuring smile. At this point, even if the Almighty himself declared Mr. Bai innocent of his wife's murder, he would not be swayed. Bai Xiaodang, observing his cold and unfeeling father, felt the remnants of his affection evaporate. He retrieved his phone and sent Lin Ran a message. Boss Lin, my father won't be taking my mother for cremation tonight. Will he? Lin Ran promptly replied, no, the crematorium does not operate at night. Bai Xiaodang felt a sense of relief. As Lin Ran exited with her equipment, Mr. Bai's anxiety intensified. He paced in the West Room, smoking incessantly. After some contemplation, he dialed Boss Dong's number. An hour later, an unsuspecting Boss Dong arrived. Chapter 16, Money Works Wonders. Upon witnessing the chef preparing the meal and observing the array of dishes on the table, Boss Dong remarked that this establishment must be well off. However, upon seeing that the deceased was already clad in funeral attire, he surmised the situation and cast an unhappy glance at Mr. Bai. If you have sought out Boss Lin, what reason do you have to consult me? I have a disagreement with Boss Lin and intend to switch personnel. Boss Dong was taken aback, having never heard of such a thing as a last-minute personnel change for funeral arrangements. Mr. Bai pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it in Boss Dong's hand. I wish for my wife to be cremated first thing tomorrow morning. That is against protocol. Rules are established by man, and the time is still early. It should be feasible for Mr. Bai to arrive. Mr. Bai was thoroughly flustered. If anything were to go awry, the failure to incinerate the body would spell his utter doom. Boss Dong discerned something amiss with Mr. Bai. Suspecting that Lin Ran might have also caught on, he hesitated to proceed with their dealings, casting his gaze upon the 10,000 yuan clutched in his hand. Although the money was alluring, some earnings were indeed unworthy of acceptance. Seeing Boss Dong's reluctance, Mr. Bai gritted his teeth and produced another 50,000 yuan. I have several elderly relatives. As long as you assist my brother in this matter, financial rewards will surely come your way in the future. Moreover, my connections are substantial. With just a word from me, you will undoubtedly be sought after in the surrounding villages. One must possess the wisdom to navigate circumstances. Being new to these dealings, one should understand the importance of timing. A sheen of cold sweat formed on Boss Dong's forehead. He knew this money was tainted, yet Mr. Bai's words instilled a flicker of uncertainty within him. For his most pressing deficiency at present was indeed his network. No one was privy to this situation. The doctor had already prepared the death certificate, and all that remained was for him to sign. Boss Dong clenched his jaw, accepted the 60,000 yuan into his bag, and, without viewing the body, affixed his signature to the death certificate, stamping it as well. Mr. Bai raised his eyebrows. In this day and age, there was nothing that could not be settled with money. This scene was vividly witnessed by Bai Xiaodang, who messaged Lin Ran inquiring what to do. Lin Ran advised him to remain calm, promising to visit early the following morning. Hao Liang and Song Ku returned to the forensic department of the Municipal Bureau to begin their examinations, striving to obtain results before dawn. Returning to the storefront with equipment in hand, Lin Ran found Huazi looking astonished but refraining from inquiries. After hastily preparing a meal, Lin Ran dined with Huazi. As the hour grew late, he sent Huazi home and retreated to the second floor, lost in thought about by Xiaodong's mother, who had undoubtedly faced many hardships over the years. He pondered why Mr. Bai could not find contentment. An hour later, Lin Ran succumbed to sleep. In this slumber, he dreamt of his deceased master, who limped toward him, accompanied by a beautiful woman whom Lin Ran recognized as his master's wife from old photographs. I have told you repeatedly not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Why do you not heed my counsel? His master lamented, gazing at Lin Ran with deep concern. What will you do if trouble finds you? Helping others may lead to your own downfall. I shall not repeat this mistake. Lin Ran promised with a playful grin. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You are a ghost now. His master's wife chuckled, tugging at her husband's sleeve. It is commendable for a child to possess a sense of justice, but you ought not to trouble him with dreams unnecessarily. If he assists the wicked, can he still be considered human? Am I not concerned he may suffer? Times have changed. Those who dare to strike must now face consequences. Lin Ran listened as his master and mistress exchanged banter, suddenly realizing he had been force-fed a dose of affection. Though within a dream, he was reluctant to awaken. Master, mistress, do come visit me often. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall come back. His master huffed, reproaching Lin Ran once more. That is difficult to ascertain. His mistress fixed her gaze upon Lin Ran, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. At that moment, the crowing of a rooster outside roused Lin Ran from her slumber. Reflecting on her dream of her master and mistress, she murmured softly, "How could such a beautiful mistress choose my master?" The alarm on her phone rang, signaling 4 o'clock. The Bai family needed to leave for the crematorium by 5:20 to ensure the timely commencement of the funeral rites. Just then, she recalled that Zhao Hui's grandfather was also being buried today, and he had engaged Boss Dong's services as well. The overlap of these two families' arrangements posed a dilemma for Boss Dong. Lin Ran was curious to see how he would navigate this situation. Boss Dong himself felt a sense of urgency. He had originally promised Mr. Zhao the first cremation slot, but Mr. Bai had offered him 60,000 yuan, compelling him to accommodate Mr. Bai's request. Yet, he could not find a way to explain this to Mr. Zhao. After much contemplation, Boss Dong dispatched another vehicle to pick up Zhao's grandfather, strategically timing it to avoid a clash with Mr. Bai's family. He planned to create a delay in traffic to ensure everything proceeded smoothly. Mr. Bai, eager for updates, discreetly inquired, "When can we depart? If we leave now, we will only be waiting. Departing at 5:20 is ideal for the first cremation. Rest assured, I have arranged everything." As Mr. Bai gazed at the casket placed in the mourning hall, he felt a sense of reassurance grow within him with each passing moment. Bai Xiaodang had spent the night vigilantly watching over his mother, his heart weighed down by the cold, indifferent gaze of his father. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. "Father, I am also deeply affected by mother's passing, but such occurrences are often unforeseen," Mr. Bai consoled his son. "Rest assured, regardless of what the future holds, I will never neglect you." "Did my mother really die of illness?" Bai Xiaodang asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. Mr. Bai maintained a composed demeanor, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, several doctors have confirmed it as a heart attack. The pressures of modern life have led to many untimely deaths among the young. You must learn to accept this reality." Bai Xiaodang felt as though his heart had plunged into the depths of winter, scoffing softly, "Believe what you will." Noticing his son's disbelief, Mr. Bai chose not to press further. In his heart, he believed that regardless of their differences, time would mend the rift between him and his son. As the clock struck 5, Boss Dong prepared the necessary items for the cremation. Commenced the ceremony. He called out. Suddenly, Hao Liang and his team arrived, with Lin Ran following closely behind. Boss Dong stood in bewilderment, questioning, "Who are you?" Hao Liang displayed his credentials, presenting them to Mr. Bai. "What does this mean?" "Captain Hao." Mr. Bai feigned calmness, though panic surged within him. "The authorities suspect foul play in your wife's death and are here to investigate. We did not call the police. You have no right to intrude," Mr. Bai retorted, demonstrating his understanding of the law. Bai Xiaodang stood up defiantly, proclaiming, "Who said no one reported it?" "I did." Mr. Bai was taken aback by his son's boldness and instinctively glanced at Lin Ran, accusingly stating, "You must have said something to my son. I am the deceased husband. How could I possibly harm her?" Lin Ran, unfazed, merely adjusted her ears, ignoring Mr. Bai's outburst. At this juncture, Boss Dong was utterly perplexed. The 60,000 yuan still remained in his possession, and he contemplated discarding the money into the yet unbroken urn as a final resolution. Soon, Song Ku and his companions arrived, opening the casket to conduct an official examination of the deceased. Bai Xiaodang stood aside with tears welling in his eyes, yearning to witness the truth behind his mother's demise. The crowd gathered to pay their respects stared intently at the unfolding drama, fully aware of Mr. Bai's haste to cremate his deceased wife. However, as it did not concern them personally, they chose to remain indifferent. Some directed their gaze towards Lin Ran, quietly admiring him for exhibiting a sense of justice as a funeral director. Hao Liang took Mr. Bai's statement and noticed his silence, which did not incite anger in him. He had encountered such individuals frequently. He believed that after a few hours of confinement, their psychological defenses would crumble, and they would readily confess without further prodding. The evidence was clear. Mr. Bai had orchestrated his wife's demise, yet there remained a need for additional proof, which would hinge on Song Ku's findings. Enough of the spectacle. Please disperse to avoid hindering the police investigation. The officers began to clear the onlookers. The crowd complied and gradually departed. Boss Dong felt a knot in his throat, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Approaching Lin Ran, he whispered, "This matter has nothing to do with me. Could you please speak to the police on my behalf?" He was relieved that the body had not been cremated, as that would complicate matters further. Lin Ran surmised that Boss Dong must have accepted money from Mr. Bai, yet he refrained from exposing him publicly, recalling his mentor's advice to avoid provoking those who are driven by greed, for they are capable of anything. Boss Dong glanced at his watch and approached Hao Liang. "I have another funeral to attend. May I leave?" "Certainly. Thank you." With a sigh of relief, Boss Dong coldly dismantled the funeral arrangements and departed. Mr. Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he truly think he could abscond with the 60,000? He contemplated betraying Boss Dong, but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that to do so would be to implicate himself. Why else would he disregard the rules of cremation, if not for guilt? Song Ke's voice pierced through the tension. The blood test results from yesterday reveal the presence of a drug in the deceased's system that accelerates the heartbeat. This substance can only be prescribed by a hospital. However, the cause of death was not due to the drug, but rather asphyxiation. "Mr. Bai, please accompany the police." Hao Liang once again presented his credentials. Mr. Bai's companions looked on in shock, unable to fathom why he would resort to such drastic measures against his wife. The body was taken away for further examination. Bai Xiaodang, feeling bereft without his mother, willingly boarded the police vehicle, eager to escape the empty home. Lin Ran stood before the car, offering words of comfort to Bai Xiaodang. "The college entrance examination is approaching next year. Do not let your mother down." "I understand," Bai Xiaodang replied, nodding resolutely at Lin Ran, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Lin Ran exchanged a nod with Hao Liang before driving off. When Boss Dong arrived at Mr. Zhao's home, it was already 6:30. Noticing Mr. Zhao's grave expression, he acknowledged his fault. "Please do not be angry. I take full responsibility for this matter, and I will waive the funeral expenses." "Really?" Mr. Zhao's eyes brightened. "Indeed. Very well." In his haste, Boss Dong neglected to communicate many details and hurriedly called for the body to be prepared for transport. At that moment, someone shouted, "Careful not to drop the urn." Zhao's father hastily dropped the basin and was about to leave when he overheard someone nearby muttering, "The newly opened one is simply inadequate." If Lin Ran were here, he would have alerted them by now. One wonders if he even understands the rules. Zhao's father and Zhao Hui boarded the hearse, accompanying her aunt as they tossed bridge money. Her younger brother sat beside her, scattering paper money along the way. Zhao's father, cradling the urn, sat in the front row, unable to suppress a chuckle at the thought of spending not a single penny. Boss Dong drove the vehicle, mentally calculating the losses. The Zhao family had incurred over 3,000 in expenses, and for the rented hearse, regardless of attendance, payment was still required, resulting in a total loss of 4,000. Although Mr. Bai had provided 60,000, Boss Dong took a deep breath, harboring some resentment towards Lin Ran. If one is to handle funerals, just handle them without fuss. Why complicate matters? Helping others should bring mutual satisfaction, and in the end, they owe you a favor. In these times, who speaks of justice? No one fears the trouble it may bring. Lin Ran returned to town and had a light breakfast before driving to a small establishment specializing in naming and fortune-telling. The proprietor was a Taoist priest, quite knowledgeable in his craft, often advising on feng shui. "Uncle Chun," Lin Ran greeted upon entering. Uncle Chun scoffed. "What brings you here so early?" I just wanted to have a word with you," Lin Ran replied. "About what?" "Your master expressly told you not to meddle in others' affairs. Why do you persist?" Uncle Chin gestured for Lin Ran to sit and poured him a cup of tea. "Honestly, what am I to say about you?" "You certainly have your ear to the ground," Lin Ran remarked, accepting the tea and taking a sip. "This news travels swiftly. Since I am aware, I cannot turn a blind eye. My conscience simply wouldn't allow it." Lin Ran adhered to his professional ethics, preferring to forego such money than to remain indifferent. Uncle Chin chuckled. "You are indeed reminiscent of your master." "What do you mean?" "Over 20 years ago, when you were merely 5 or 6, there was a village nearby where a wife poisoned her husband after an affair. They sought your master's help, and naturally, he discerned the truth and discreetly alerted the authorities. Why has my master never mentioned this?" Lin Ran was unaware of the incident. "Listen, your master sought justice for the deceased, but the woman and her lover's family bore a grudge against him. They placed a burlap sack over his head and cruelly twisted his foot. My master's injury was due to this incident. Indeed, I happened to be there and saved your master, yet he still suffered a disability. The villagers within 100 miles were eager to seek him out because of his character. Had it been your master handling the Bai family's affairs, he would have intervened. Lin Ran asserted confidently. That is certainly true. However, your master feared for your safety. What mentor does not worry for their disciple? That is correct, Lin Ran smiled. Uncle Chun lowered his head, slightly furrowing his brow, almost letting slip a thought, but managing to contain it in time. Lin Ran lingered for a while longer before driving home with a light heart. A day later, the case on Hao Liang's side was closed. Lin Ran gazed at the investigation results in WeChat, truly at a loss for words. Mr. Bai surprisingly had an affair with the deceased's cousin. This cousin, secretly pregnant, intended to exert her influence. Reluctant to part with his mistress, Mr. Bai conspired with her to administer a lethal substance to the deceased, leading to her collapse. Fearing that his wife might revive, he callously smothered her to ensure her demise. How ruthless. I long for a bride, yet find myself unable to secure one. While he has the audacity to extinguish his wife's life. What could he possibly be thinking? Lin Ran truly fails to comprehend the gravity of such actions. Establishing a family is no small feat, yet he shows no appreciation for it whatsoever. Chapter 18. The socialite. The scandal surrounding the Bai family spread like wildfire, inciting such fury in by Xiaodong's grandparents that they were hospitalized. Fortunately, the situation was not dire, and they returned home after a day. Mr. Bai's parents were equally incensed. But their ire was not directed at their son for murdering his wife. Rather, they were upset with Lin Ran for meddling and causing trouble for their son. In their eyes, their son was irreplaceable, while a wife could easily be exchanged. Mr. Bai was undoubtedly facing the death penalty, and his mistress would not fare well either, likely facing a minimum of 20 years. Bai Xiaotang returned home only to be met with a slap from his grandfather and harsh words for his lack of discernment. Overwhelmed with frustration, he cried, contemplating a return to his grandparents' home, but fearing it would upset them. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he called Lin Ran. Seeking refuge for a few days, Lin Ran, feeling sympathy for Bai Xiaotang, welcomed him to his shop. Noticing Bai Xiaotang's gaze fixated on the urn, he inquired, "Aren't you afraid? What is there to fear?" Bai Xiaotang replied, pointing to one of the urns. "Do you think it would be appropriate to order this for my mother?" "Lin, thank you for your assistance. That day at the police station, Sister Song praised you, saying you are quite rare. Not everyone would intervene as you did." Bai Xiaotang expressed his gratitude. "Not at all," Lin Ran replied. "I don't want my mother to be buried in the Bai family plot. They do not deserve her. I've heard there are places selling burial plots, and I wish to purchase one for her." Bai Xiaotang then produced a card from his bag, stating, "My mother saved 100,000 over the years from farming and working, and she secretly bought insurance with me as the beneficiary. The insurance company is processing the claim, which could reimburse me 200,000. When did your mother purchase the insurance?" Lin Ran inquired. "The year before last," Bai Xiaotang sighed softly. "My father has been restless for years, and my mother told me she would divorce him after my college entrance exams. Who could have anticipated this outcome?" Lin Ran gently ruffled Bai Xiaotang's hair, assuring him, "Your mother's affairs are no longer your concern. Your uncle has informed me that she will be brought back to her family for burial. I dread returning, fearing their sorrow upon seeing me. They all care for you deeply. Do not dwell on it too much. Once everything is settled, I will handle your mother's funeral arrangements, and I will ensure the burial expenses are manageable for you." Lin Ran comforted him. All right. Bai Xiaotang spent the night at Lin Ran's, and the following morning, he was picked up by his uncle. Meanwhile, Lin Ran received a call from Hao Liang, requesting his presence at the police station. Upon arrival, he was required to provide a statement regarding Mr. Bai's case. Just then, Song Ku arrived to deliver some documents. Upon seeing Lin Ran, she greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Lin, here for your statement?" "Indeed. Bai Xiaotang's mother's case owes much to your courageous intervention. Otherwise, the Bai family would have surely concealed the matter," Lin Ran remarked appreciatively. Song Ku looked at him with admiration. "I can't shake the feeling that we've met somewhere before. In the tea house of our town. You were seated by the window as I entered," Lin Ran recalled. Lin Ran's memory of that fleeting glance lingered vividly. "Yes, I recall now. You left shortly after sitting down. Ah, let us not dwell on that day." Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly. Song Ku took out his phone. "Let us exchange contact information." "Certainly." They exchanged WeChat and phone numbers. Hao Liang emerged and addressed Song Ku. "I have sent over the materials. You have worked hard on this trip. You're too kind." "Captain Hao." Song Ku nodded and departed. Hao Liang led Lin Ran to his office, poured him a cup of tea, and teased, "What were you and Song Ke discussing just now?" We exchanged contact information. Lin Ran did not hide the truth. "She admires you greatly. You are overthinking it." Lin Ran brushed it off. Hao Liang playfully approached Lin Ran, sitting at the corner of the desk. "My sister has been inquiring about you." Lin Ran sputtered tea from her mouth. "Look at your reaction. Although my sister is older, she is quite attractive. And consider this, my sister is wealthy. If you wish to develop in the city, with her connections, who wouldn't seek you out? Come on, don't scare me like that, buddy. Look at you, in your eagerness. You call me by my nickname." Seeing his good friend react this way, Hao Liang realized there was no chance. "Forget it. If you have no interest, I won't press. Matters of the heart rely on fate." "I appreciate it." After chatting for a while, Hao Liang escorted Lin Ran out of the municipal office, only to unexpectedly encounter his 10-year-old nephew, Chong Chung. With a spirited demeanor, Chong Chung immediately blocked Lin Ran. "I know who you are. My mom told me she has her eye on a young man, and even showed me your picture with my uncle." Lin Ran's eye twitched slightly. Forcing a smile, "Youngsters should not meddle too much. Your mother cannot pursue anyone. She only cares about you." "Ah." Lin Ran thought Chong Chung was feeling possessive. Chong Chung chuckled. "No need for that. I think you are quite good. I heard you work in funerals. I even asked my classmates about it. And they said those in the funeral business have ties with the king of hell. Quite impressive." Hao Liang gently tapped Chong Cheng's head. "Little brat, what do you know? What do you mean I don't understand?" Chong Chung continued to gaze at Lin Ran. "My mother is wealthy and well-proportioned. Men pursuing her are numerous. But I dislike all of them until I saw your picture. I think you would be an excellent second father." Lin Ran was at a loss for words. This kid must have some social bravado. At that moment, a red sports car pulled up, and Gao Yu made a grand entrance once more. "Mom, look over there." Chong Chung pointed at Lin Ran, as if he were a national treasure. Gao Yu naturally noticed Lin Ran and smiled warmly. "Long time no see. Eldest sister. It has been a while." Chong Chung, hearing this, expressed his discontent. Why call her eldest sister? Before he could finish, Gao Yu seized his ear. "Who do you take after with all this nagging?" "Mom, I am sorry. It hurts." Gao Yu offered Lin Ran an apologetic smile. "I must take him to his tutoring class. You two chat on." With that, she unceremoniously pushed Chong Chung into the car. Chong Chung rolled down the window, cheerfully bidding farewell to Lin Ran. Lin Ran waved his hand in exasperation until the red sports car vanished from sight. Turning back, he inquired of Hao Liang, "Is it true that your sister operates an environmentally friendly bathhouse?" "It certainly wasn't when my brother-in-law was around," Hao Liang replied. "After I became a police officer, my sister, fearing it might implicate me, had a falling out with him. At that time, my brother-in-law had quite a few women on the side and felt their life together had lost its meaning, so he proposed a divorce." "And then?" Lin Ran asked curiously. "My brother-in-law wanted a son, but my sister refused. He had no choice but to transfer ownership of the bathhouse to her." Hao Liang paused for a moment before continuing. "My sister transformed the bathhouse into a fully green establishment, and surprisingly, the business thrived even more than before. Your sister is truly wonderful to you." Lin Ran remarked with a hint of envy. "In truth, my sister had long since lost interest in my brother-in-law. Now she is quite happy. That much is evident." Lin Ran thought, recalling Chong Chung from earlier. He hardly resembled a child from a divorced family. He was vivacious and articulate. Hao Yu had certainly done an excellent job raising him. Chapter 19. Disrespecting elders. Lin Ran didn't linger long and drove back. However, not far along the way, he received a phone call from Xiangzi. On the other end, Xiangzi was crying inconsolably. Lin Ran quickly asked, "Brother, who in your family has passed away?" "What are you talking about?" Xiangzi ceased his tears. "I'm getting married. I'll never have a day of freedom again." "You're getting married?" Lin Ran was taken aback. "She is pregnant, and my mom insists I marry her. I think it's fine, so I'll just go ahead." Lin Ran chuckled. "Since you're getting married, hand over your internet CAF membership card. I recall you topped up 1,000 last time. Don't let it go to waste. Are you still human? I'll give you a big red envelope." "All right then." After some banter, Lin Ran felt quite pleased and continued toward the storefront. Meanwhile, Mr. Bai's parents arrived at Lin Ran's shop, armed with shovels and picks. As soon as Huazi saw this, he blocked the entrance. "What do you intend to do?" "What do you mean, what do we intend to do?" Mr. Bai glared at Huazi in frustration. "If it weren't for that wretched Lin Ran, could my son have entered? If he hadn't instigated my grandson, would my grandson dare to sue his own father?" Huazi, aware of the situation, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, "Your son, along with his mistress, killed his wife. He deserves to pay with his life. You two should know better at your age. What ignorance. Let him speak. Mr. Bai and Mrs. Bai charged forward. Aunt Hong quickly pulled Huazi aside. Don't stop them. Let them smash things. If something happens, they won't escape unscathed. I'll call Lin Go. Please don't call him. He is out driving. If he finds out, he'll surely panic. Ran doesn't care about this money, but if you get hurt, he won't let it slide. When Ran gets angry, not even 10 oxen can pull him back. Aunt Hong knew Lin Ran quite well. Huazi considered this reasoning. Even if Lin Ran found out, it wouldn't matter. The elderly couple smashed the glass at the entrance to smithereens and was about to break into the house when the police arrived. They paid no heed to the couple's tirades. They arrested them without indulging their misbehavior. Did you call the police? Huazi asked Aunt Hong, assuming she did. Aunt Hong shrugged. She hadn't even taken her phone. Just then, Su Mo emerged from the crowd of onlookers, declaring, I called the police. Su Mo. Aunt Hong recognized her instantly. It has been a long time since I last saw Aunt Hong. Ran has asked me to work here, overseeing the shop to spare him from dealing with Huazi in business when there's no one to watch the store. Su Mo provided a brief explanation. Huazi assessed Su Mo, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. If you don't mind, working here wouldn't be too bad. It's not overly exhausting. And Ran is quite easygoing. Aunt Hong has ceased to speak ill of Lin Ran, and she is aware of Su Mo's divorce, thinking perhaps there might be a chance for something more. Su Mo smiled, but did not engage further. Just as Huazi was about to invite Su Mo inside, he glanced at the shattered glass strewn across the floor and exclaimed in frustration, It's no wonder they can support such a son. That couple is hardly virtuous. We should tidy up first. Stepping carefully over the shards, Su Mo entered the house, finding a broom to begin the cleaning. Huazi came over to assist, and Aunt Hong joined in as well. Half an hour later, Lin Ran arrived at the storefront and paused, staring at the empty double doors until he noticed Su Mo stepping out. When did you arrive? Half an hour ago. I officially started working for you, she replied cheerfully. Lin Ran smiled, but then pointed at the door, questioning, What happened here? The elderly couple from the Bai family came and smashed our glass. Sister Su reported it, and they were taken away by the police. Huazi leaned against the wall, still fuming. Lin Ran calmly lit a cigarette. I anticipated they would cause a scene, which is why I asked you to move the items near the counter. You really are impressive, she exclaimed. That's quite normal. In their minds, their son is paramount. The old couple above is not to be trifled with, and with Bai Xiao Tang having moved away, they can only vent their frustrations on me. Lin Ran reasoned wisely. Huazi stubbed his cigarette in the ashtray. We need to replace the glass. Otherwise, we can't expect them to compensate. Indeed, Lin Ran had no intention of relying on them for compensation. He called to arrange for workers to install new glass. Half an hour later, the workers arrived, measured the dimensions, and asked Lin Ran, Boss Lin, what type of material do you prefer? The best and most durable, regardless of cost, Lin Ran decided, anticipating potential future issues and preferring to resolve everything in one go. Understood. The workers called to have the custom-sized glass delivered. Meanwhile, Su Mo was tidying up the premises. The second floor was spotless, and she even tossed Lin Ran's dirty clothes from the sofa into the washing machine. Returning to the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator and was taken aback. Single men truly prepare nothing. Lin Ran approached, awkwardly closing the fridge door. I'll give you money. Please go buy some groceries. I usually don't cook at home, so there's nothing. Then how come there's ice cream in here? Su Mo shot him an annoyed glance as she took the money. All right, I'll go buy groceries. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. As Su Mo left the shop, Huazi grinned mischievously. Lin Go, are you thinking of pursuing her? Don't say nonsense. She's an old classmate. I'm just helping her out. Really? Huazi was skeptical. Just don't speak carelessly in front of Su Mo, Lin Ran warned, concerned about Huazi's loose tongue. Rest assured, Huazi assured him with a serious expression. Lin Ran shot him a disapproving look. Rest assured? That's a joke. The glass was swiftly installed, and Lin Ran settled the payment before gently tapping it a few times, feeling it sturdier than the original. Now, it was completely secure. Indeed, a permanent solution. Aunt Hong approached, playfully tapping the glass door and leaving a few fingerprints. One day, I shall replace my glass with such fine pieces, she remarked. Lin Ran gazed at the fingerprints on the glass and picked up a cloth to wipe them away. What do you mean, Duran? Surely a few fingerprints are inconsequential? Aunt Hong retorted, displeased. Who buys something new and doesn't keep it clean for a few days? Huazi, standing nearby, chuckled heartily, relishing the sight of Lin Ran vexing Aunt Hong. Suemo returned from grocery shopping and skillfully prepared 2 dishes. Sister Su, I thought you would manage 4 dishes and a soup on your first day here, Huazi grinned. Suemo did not treat Huazi as an outsider. For dishes and a soup? Being able to finish 2 dishes is already commendable. Indeed, as long as we have food. It's all that matters. Previously, we merely had takeout with Brother Lin. Huazi joyfully accepted the bowl of rice, casting a glance at Lin Ran, who shot him a glare, prompting him to smile sheepishly. Suemo served Lin Ran a bowl of rice and added some dishes, urging, "Try my cooking. Does it taste the same as before?" "I shall sample it," Lin Ran replied, taking a bite and giving a thumbs up. "It's just like the old days." "Eat up." Huazi took a bite, his hand trembling slightly. Suemo quickly inquired, "Is it not to your liking?" Lin Ran shot her a warning look. Huazi understood the implication. It was delicious, far superior to takeout. "Then eat more," Suemo encouraged, offering him another serving. Huazi steeled himself and ate, casting a glance at Lin Ran, whose calm demeanor reminded him of the saying, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." Chapter 20. The best man. Sumo's culinary skills were notoriously lacking among their peers, yet she remained blissfully unaware, relishing the opportunity to cook for everyone, particularly for Lin Ran, who savored her dishes the most. The reasons behind this could be debated. Huazi felt overwhelmed at the prospect of daily meals like this. But observing his boss's expression, he knew he had to endure, for the sake of his boss's happiness. Once the meal concluded, Lin Ran offered to help Suemo clean up, but she declined. Seizing the moment, Lin Ran returned to his computer to input the transactions from the past few days. At that moment, Xiangzi approached, proudly displaying his marriage certificate. "Brother, I am married. When you called me, I thought you had merely gotten engaged." Never imagining you had already secured the marriage certificate, Lin Ran remarked anxiously, glancing at the document. "So, you're still with that same person. My single life has officially come to an end. How about accompanying me to the internet CAF tonight?" "Sure. I haven't been in over 2 months, Lin Ran replied. "It's settled then, I'm off." Lin Ran gestured a farewell. Suemo emerged from the kitchen. "That was Xiangzi, right?" "Yes." "Duran, I must tell you something. Please do not mention my job here to anyone. I don't want my parents to hear about it, or they'll come asking me for money." Suemo clearly forgot about Aunt Hong, the neighborhood gossip. Lin Ran nodded. "Rest assured, I understand. Thank you. No need to be so formal with me." Suemo smiled, and the conversation came to a close. That evening, Lin Ran and Xiangzi were engrossed in gaming at an internet CAF. However, after less than an hour, Xiangzi's wife called him 4 times. Lin Ran removed his headset and advised Xiangzi, "You should head back. Your wife is pregnant, and she needs your support." Xiangzi leaned back in his chair, dejectedly remarking, "Let me tell you, Duran, marriage is exhausting. You lose your freedom. Just wait until you become a father. Don't find joy in that." With a scoff, Xiangzi stood up and handed his membership card to Lin Ran, saying, "I'm leaving. Remember to give me a generous gift on my wedding day." "Rest assured." Lin Ran accepted the card without hesitation. "Duran, will you be my best man?" Lin Ran paused momentarily, then smiled and shook his head. "I usually handle funerals. While there's nothing inherently wrong with it, being your best man seems rather inappropriate. Choose someone else." "What is the big deal?" "You're overthinking it," Xiangzi dismissed. "Forget it." Sensing Lin Ran's reluctance was well-intentioned, Xiangzi conceded, "All right then. I'll take my leave." Lin Ran resumed his gaming. The atmosphere in the CAF felt distinctly different from home. Xiangzi returned home with an abundance of fruits, cheerfully announcing, "Honey, don't be angry. Look what I've brought you. At least you have a conscience." Zhu Yu accepted the fruits, her face brightening with a smile. "When we get married, we'll decorate this place nicely." Xiangzi thought of Lin Ran and considered sharing some joy with him. "I wanted Duran to be my best man, but he declined, saying it's not suitable for him." Zhu Yu tilted her head at Xiangzi. "What is inappropriate about it? I have several single friends. If you invite him, he might just find a match." "You're so generous. I thought you'd disapprove of Duran's job." Zhu Yu shot him a look. "Men like Duran, with a sense of justice, are rare. Besides, he is your brother. It's only right for him to be your best man. Just call him 5 days before the wedding, saying you haven't found a best man, and he won't be able to refuse." "Right, I'll follow your lead." Xiangzi nodded emphatically. Zhu Yu grinned mischievously. Recognizing that some matters require a woman's touch, Lin Ran played until past 10, yawning as he returned home. Suemo did not reside in the storefront. She had rented an apartment outside for 6 months, as it would be a waste not to. After a good night's sleep, Lin Ran received a call from Bai Xiaotang's uncle, asking him to come and assist with Bai Xiaotang's mother's funeral. Lin Ran gathered his belongings and arrived at his uncle's house, where the sound of weeping filled the air, tightening his heart. He thought of how Bai Xiaotang lost his mother at 16 and pondered how he would navigate life thereafter. The uncle emerged, his eyes red-rimmed, and said to Lin Ran, "Boss Lin, Xiaotang told us his mother left him some money for the funeral, but I cannot agree to that. I will cover the expenses. Please do not accept any from him. You mentioned this to me before, I remember. The money left for Xiaotang is sufficient for his university tuition. I'll add a bit more for living expenses. His mother's insurance payout amounts to over 200,000. I've invested it in a fixed deposit for better interest. When he grows up and finds a job, I'll save a bit more. And with that 200,000, he can make a down payment and start a family." Lin Ran nodded thoughtfully. "You are quite considerate. In the future, try to minimize Xiaotang's interactions with the Bai family. A simple greeting during festive occasions will suffice." "What happened?" "His grandparents smashed the glass in my shop. Their uncle was so furious he was stomping his feet. Goodness, how did my sister end up with such unreasonable relatives?" Lin Ran shrugged. Everyone has moments when they are blinded by emotions. Bai Xiaotang knelt in the mourning hall, where many came to pay their respects, partly out of regard for his uncle, and partly to bid farewell to the unfortunate mother. Bai Xiaotang's mother had already been cremated, and the urn was arranged by Song Ku, which essentially cost nothing. Lin Ran offered little consolation to Bai Xiaotang. After the burial, time would bring acceptance. After a day of mourning, Lin Ran rose early the next day to proceed to the cemetery, where they interred the deceased in the maternal family's ancestral grave. Although it was against tradition, no one dared to voice their objections. A few members of the Bai family also attended. They were quite understanding, each giving Bai Xiaotang 2,000 yuan to support his studies, assuring him that as his uncles and aunts, they would not neglect his education. Bai Xiaotang initially hesitated to accept the money, but upon reflection, he realized it was a gesture of goodwill, especially considering they had assisted his father. With the matter resolved, Lin Ran did not earn much from this endeavor, as he had taken on the responsibilities himself. After compensating Sister Min and settling various expenses, he barely managed to cover a few days' worth of fuel costs. Jiang Tsong sat in Boss Dong's shop, noticing that he was still upset, and offered some consolation. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Ran did indeed help you immensely. Had the investigation progressed, although you would be unharmed, your reputation would have suffered greatly. While Jiang Tsong's words were not untrue, Boss Dong remained troubled. Jiang Tsong, being astute, deduced that Boss Dong had accepted a considerable sum from Mr. Bai. Naturally, Boss Dong would not be foolish enough to disclose that he had pocketed 60,000 yuan, nor did he intend to return it. Concerned about being seen, Jiang Tsong left discreetly in his car. Coincidentally, Su Mo emerged to buy groceries and spotted Jiang Tsong leaving Boss Dong's shop. She kept silent and quietly returned to the storefront. Chapter 21. A heart of reverence upon seeing Lin Ran return. Su Mo hesitated but eventually spoke of Jiang Tsong. "I just saw Jiang Tsong exiting from Boss Dong's shop. Do you think he might be secretly collaborating with him? Are you sure it was him?" Lin Ran expressed some disbelief. "I may have been away for years, but I have always recognized Jiang Tsong. There's no way I could be mistaken." Lin Ran pondered for a moment. "Even if he is involved with others, I cannot voice any objections, for now. He is still working for me. It's good for him to earn more money, especially as he is about to become a father. Are you men always so carefree?" Su Mo frowned and asked. "Can't you women think less?" Lin Ran chuckled. "As for this matter, let it be. We have been brothers for many years. He wouldn't harm me. Suit yourself." Su Mo replied, taking her groceries to the kitchen. Hua Zi stormed in, complaining to Lin Ran, "Brother Lin, do you think my sister is unwell? What happened?" She always felt a persistent difficulty in breathing, lacking vitality, yet she chose not to seek medical attention. Instead, she sought the services of a fortune teller, paying 100 each time and visiting 5 or 6 times a month, claiming that she felt invigorated immediately after each visit. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but facepalm. "Your sister ought to see a doctor. She shouldn't always believe in such things. Sometimes it's about the spirit. But at other times, one must realize the truth." "Do you believe it, Linga?" Hua Zi asked. "While I cannot discern the truth from falsehood, I harbor a deep respect for it." Hua Zi, feeling frustrated, sat down and sent a WeChat message to his parents, hoping they could persuade his sister. Ever since my sister gave birth, she has become rather eccentric. I wonder what she is thinking. Su Mo, overhearing, tilted her head toward Hua Zi. Let me tell you what your sister is thinking. She is suffering from postpartum depression, unable to find solace. She resorts to dubious methods for relief. Depression? Hua Zi pondered for a moment and then vehemently shook his head. Impossible. My sister has always had a cheerful disposition. How could she be depressed? Besides, I've heard that my brother-in-law's family treats her quite well. Did you see it? Su Mo inquired. If you haven't seen it, refrain from commenting. If you have time, sneak in to check on your sister, she advised. After contemplating for a while, Hua Zi stood up. Lin Gu, may I borrow your car? Lin Ran handed him the keys. As Hua Zi exited, Lin Ran turned to Su Mo and said, It will just be the two of us for lunch. You can prepare one dish. Let us make cold noodles, Su Mo replied. All right. Lin Ran stood at the kitchen door, watching Su Mo slice cucumbers, suddenly feeling the essence of daily life. What are you staring at? Su Mo unexpectedly turned to face him. Lin Ran snapped back to reality, slightly embarrassed, and scratched his head. Nothing, just observing how you cook. There's nothing to see. Just wait to eat. Indeed, Lin Ran retreated from the kitchen. Hua Zi stealthily approached his sister's home, jumping over the back wall to avoid detection. The dog in the yard recognized him, remaining silent due to his frequent visits. Peering through the window, he saw his sister cradling the baby while his brother-in-law sat on the sofa engrossed in his phone. Before long, his sister could no longer contain herself. Can't you go to work? Staying home every day is pointless. If you could help me with the baby, I could work. I want to do it. It's not a man's place to care for children. Then go to work. If you don't earn money, how will we support the child? The brother-in-law bowed his head, silent. The mother-in-law entered. Work? Work. Does that take away from your food and drink? His sister shot a glance at her mother-in-law, but chose to ignore her. As long as there's food and drink, don't make a fuss every day. Hua Zi listened to the conversation inside, feeling a sense of discomfort. He recalled how warmly they had always welcomed him during his visits, treating his sister with great kindness. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed his sister was never truly happy. Resisting the urge to enter, Hua Zi quietly climbed back over the wall. He relayed what he had overheard to his parents, only to be met with the response. Your sister is just being dramatic. Everything is fine, yet she finds trouble. Hua Zi felt a heaviness in his heart. Lin Ran consumed a bowl of cold noodles with an indescribable taste when he received a phone call informing him that an elderly man in his 60s had suddenly collapsed and was sent home from the hospital to prepare for his final arrangements. Recently, what has happened? So many have suddenly passed away. Lin Ran expressed her bewilderment. Su Mo replied, the weather is too hot. Some indulge in alcohol while working in the fields, and these are contributing factors. Lin Ran promptly called Hua Zi, urging him to return swiftly. Hua Zi arrived 10 minutes later, and Lin Ran anxiously inquired, How is your sister? She seems to be somewhat depressed. My parents say she is being dramatic. Su Mo sighed, her sympathy for Hua Zi's sister palpable. Lin Ran remained silent, taking the car keys before departing. Hua Zi asked Su Mo, Sister Su, how can I assist my sister? I am divorced, and the child resides with the father, having also come from your sister's care. What good advice do you think I could provide? If your brother-in-law can manage things, that would be fine. If not, divorce will eventually come. And your sister will find relief. Hua Zi sighed. What kind of situation is this? Lin Ran arrived at the Wang family's residence in Shanghe village. The family members greeted him, weeping as they recounted. He drank half a gin of liquor during the day, then played with his little grandson in the sweltering heat. But after just a few minutes, he collapsed. Upon reaching the hospital, the doctor shook his head and advised me to take him home. How can elderly individuals not learn to control their drinking? Lin Ran pondered. Is drinking truly more important than one's health? Indeed. Lin Ran entered the house, observing the elderly man receiving an 4-drip. How long did the doctor say he has left? No more than 3 days. That seems about right. We should prepare accordingly. The Wang family members choked back tears, struggling to accept the dreadful news. Lin Ran could see that the children of the elderly Mr. Wang were dutiful. Even knowing their father's time was short, they were willing to spend money on nutritional fluids to sustain him. Brother Wang offered Lin Ran a cigarette, and they stepped outside to talk. Upon seeing their mother, Grandma Wang, approach, he quickly assisted her, saying, Mother, stay in the front yard. Why come here? I want to see your father. If he passes, I wish to accompany him on his final journey. Grandma Wang cried as she entered. Brother Wang said nothing further, calling for his sister to help their mother inside, then turned to Lin Ran, stating, "I want the best for everything. Come with me to the store for a moment." "Let us go." Lin Ran drove Brother Wang back to the shop, presenting him with funeral garments and burial shrouds. These are the only styles available, in various sizes. The shroud features dragons, and I'm bringing you the finest. Now, for the urn, what price range do you prefer? Perhaps 5,000 to 6,000? That works. Lin Ran indicated a row in the display case, suggesting Brother Wang select one that appeals to him. Brother Wang chose one, and Lin Ran instructed Hua Zi to set it aside to prevent any mix-up later. Chapter 22. The more brothers, the more affairs. Su Mo was in the kitchen preparing dumplings when she saw Lin Ran return from seeing off Brother Wang. She eagerly asked, "How did it go?" "Just 2 or 3 days. Quite sudden," Su Mo lamented. "Everyone has their fate. There's nothing we can do about it." Lin Ran observed Su Mo skillfully rolling out dumpling skins and teased, "I remember you didn't know how to make dumplings before. Your mother often scolded you for it when you were at home. Marriage brings with it a variety of skills, and I have adapted to the local customs, learning to appreciate the delicious noodles from that region. To be candid, it is often said that we Northerners have a penchant for noodle dishes. However, I feel that rice remains the staple in our area. Every region possesses its own unique culinary traditions." Lin Ran eagerly anticipates the creative variations Su Mo will conjure in her dumpling making. Sumo can't help but smile, her hands working more swiftly in response. Hua Zi remains troubled by her sister's situation, yet upon reflecting that she is merely 18 and lacks the means to assist, she finds it preferable to feign ignorance to avoid burdening her sister further. After all, one cannot simply resort to violence against her brother-in-law, who is merely unemployed without any other glaring issues. With a heavy sigh, Hua Zi placed the urn that Wang Laoda had chosen for their father in a prominent location. Once Su Mo's dumplings were cooked, Hua Zi hesitated at the dining table. Lin Ran, ever considerate, picked up her chopsticks first, savoring a dumpling and praising, "These dumplings are delightful. Your culinary skills have truly improved." "Thank you." Su Mo relished this compliment. Hua Zi, puzzled, took a dumpling for herself and was surprised to find it far superior to stir-fried dishes. As the meal concluded and dusk settled, Hua Zi rode away on her electric scooter while Su Mo tidied up, preparing to return to her rented accommodation. With no pressing matters at hand, Lin Ran noticed Su Mo's pensive demeanor and tentatively suggested, "Shall we go out for a bit?" "Where to?" Su Mo inquired. "To our old haunts," Lin Ran replied. After pondering for a moment, Su Mo recalled their past adventures by the river, where they would fish. "I have nothing else planned for the evening. Let's go." "Great." Lin Ran cheerfully locked the door and drove Su Mo eastward. As they veered off the path to the river, Su Mo, taken aback, asked, "Lin Ran, where are you taking me?" "You'll see soon," Lin Ran teased. After a 10-minute drive, they arrived at the town's finest internet CAF. Su Mo exclaimed, "Have you forgotten? You used to take me here all the time. Now I'll take you." Lin Ran brandished the membership card given to him by Changzi, boasting, "Changzi's card has 1,000 yuan on it." "All right." Su Mo sighed internally, bemused by Lin Ran, who, at 28, still appeared like a child in her presence. Could it be that her arrival rekindled fond childhood memories for him? Regardless of her thoughts, she followed him into the CAF. Seated side by side, as she powered on the computer, memories of their carefree gaming days before marriage flooded back to her. After tying the knot, she found herself constantly yearning for such moments. Regretting her hasty decision to marry Lin Ran, "Thank you." Su Mo finally grasped the thoughtful intentions behind his actions. "Thank what?" Lin Ran replied gently. "Shall we play a round?" "Absolutely." Su Mo reveled in the joy of gaming again, losing track of time until they finally logged off at 10 o'clock. Seeing Su Mo's spirits lifted, Lin Ran felt his worries dissipate as he drove her back to her rental, personally escorting her to the 3rd floor. "If you ever want to play again, I'll make it a point to bring you along frequently, helping you reclaim the youth you've lost." "Thank you, Lin Ran." Su Mo expressed her gratitude, at a loss for how else to convey her feelings. Lin Ran playfully gave her a gentle flick on the forehead, reminiscent of how she used to tease her in their childhood. Startled, she instinctively shrank back, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, unaware of the effect she had. Lin Ran chuckled, "As long as you help me manage the shop properly, that will suffice as my thanks. It's getting late, I must take my leave. Drive carefully." She gestured with her hand. Su Mo leaned against the door, listening to Lin Ran's footsteps receding down the stairs, her heart momentarily feeling hollow. She opened the door, not bothering to turn on the lights, and collapsed onto the sofa. Reflecting on Lin Ran's earlier gesture, Su Mo felt her face burning with heat. If only she hadn't married so far away, or if she were with Duran, perhaps such a grave mistake could have been avoided. Regret washed over her as tears slipped down the corners of her eyes, for there were many things she could not confess to Lin Ran. As Lin Ran settled back into her car, she fiddled with the keychain she had snatched from Su Mo years ago, perceiving Su Mo's return as a chance for herself. She believed that given time, Su Mo would surely emerge from the shadows of her failed marriage. Upon returning to the shop, Lin Ran slept soundly until dawn without a dream. As she opened the rolling shutter in the morning, Huazi and Su Mo arrived in quick succession. A call came in from Boss Wang, bearing the news that his father had passed away. Lin Ran accompanied Huazi to Shanghe village. As they entered the courtyard, they overheard the murmurs of those who had come to pay their respects, discussing who among the brothers was responsible for the funeral and how gift-giving should be handled. Huazi whispered, "Lin Gu, is it really that important who is in charge?" He pondered whether someone would give a larger or smaller gift based on which brother was organizing the arrangements, realizing that if it were handled by Wang Er, he certainly could not adhere to Wang De's customs. Lin Ran offered a brief explanation, and Huazi nodded in understanding. There is quite a bit of nuance to it. In truth, it was merely a matter of idleness. The amount one contributed would reflect what they received in return, regardless of who was in charge. Lin Ran considered these matters trivial, yet she knew that if such talk reached the ears of the brothers, no one would take it lightly. Whether the Wang brothers felt any dissatisfaction remained unclear, but their wives were visibly upset. Their eyes red as they donned mourning attire and stood outside in silence. Wang Er, smoking a cigarette, waved Lin Ran over, inviting him inside to converse. Wang Da's wife nudged him, saying, "You should go in and check. Since our father passed in our home, it is only right that we handle the arrangements. If both families are to be involved, that should be clarified." All right, I know," replied Wang Da, whose simple nature wished only for his father to have a dignified burial, with other matters to be settled later. Wang Er's wife rolled her eyes, scoffing. "It's important to clarify. Our family has contributed just as much to our parents as yours." Meanwhile, the sister-in-law knelt at the memorial, glancing at her nephew. Both shaking their heads in resignation, they had long grown accustomed to such scenes. With many relatives come many family matters. And even if the brothers themselves did not stir up trouble, their wives were unlikely to agree. Wang Er offered Lin Ran a cigarette, saying, "Boss Lin, my father must have a grand burial. Money is no object. I want only the best for the urn." Wang Da had already placed the order for the urn. "What is the price?" Wang Er inquired, furrowing his brow. 6,000. Wang Er's face fell immediately. "Only 6,000? Is that even presentable?" Lin Ran glanced out the window and noticed that Wang Laoda had entered. She spoke up, "You two can discuss it. There are options at every price point." For such eager clients, Lin Ran welcomed them with open arms. Chapter 23. If you dare to buy, I dare to sell. Wang Laoda, having overheard their conversation at the door, pushed it open and cast an irritable glance at his younger brother. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. We are brothers, after all, let us be straightforward. Since you insist, I shall not beat around the bush. I value my dignity. Our father's funeral must be grand, and the urn must be of high quality. We cannot let our father down." Wang Laoda furrowed his brow in discontent. "I ordered a 6,000 yuan urn. Is that insufficient? At least 20,000 as a starting point. If you don't have it here, I'll buy it from elsewhere." Wang Laoda shouted, his voice booming to ensure all could hear his generosity. "Keep your voice down," Wang Laoda chided, embarrassed by the display. Lin Ran cleared her throat, opened her phone, and displayed images of various urns. "I have many high-priced options. Initially, I didn't intend to sell them. The most expensive is made from imported jade, one of which was used for my master, leaving one remaining at 50,000. What do you think?" Wang Laoda examined the 50,000 yuan urn, then pulled out his phone to browse for a moment before pointing at one of Lin Ran's images. "All right, let us go with this one. Once we finalize the arrangements, I'll bring the urn over in advance. It will be flawless." Lin Ran felt a surge of joy. One urn could sustain her for a month. Wang Laoda's head felt ready to explode. Is this really necessary?" "Brother, I have many friends. We must maintain a semblance of dignity." "Fine. We'll split the cost." Although Wang Laoda was not short on funds, spending 25,000 on an urn still pained him, especially since this item would eventually be buried, and they might not meet again for a long while. However, he knew that if he didn't contribute, his reputation in the village would suffer. Wang Laodi took a deep drag from his cigarette. We have 3 days in total, this afternoon and tomorrow night. I want music and singing for 2 days. The paper offerings must be of quality. Our sister's situation isn't ideal, so this expense falls on U.S. brothers. Wang Laodi was taken aback. It seemed he was being made the good guy in this scenario. Why not summon our sister so the three of us can discuss it face to face? Lin Ran suggested, hoping to avoid any post-discussion squabbles among the siblings. All right, Wang Laodi agreed. Before long, Wang Xiaomei arrived. Upon hearing that her second brother had ordered a 50,000 yuan urn, she was immediately displeased. Brother, it seems you've decided on this without considering the elder brother's input. Is this not a bit disrespectful? Keep your voice down. We don't want outsiders to hear, Wang Laodi urged, attempting to pacify his sister. Wang Xiaomei shot a piercing glance at Wang Laodi. Since you claim to be covering everything, I won't say much. You and elder brother can keep your own accounts, and when all funeral expenses are settled, we will split the costs evenly. I will not shortchange myself. Very well, just ensure you remain content later on. Look at what my second brother said. What do I have to be unhappy about? After my father's passing, such a grand send-off should make me proud. After Wang Xiaomei finished speaking, she turned to Lin Ran, gritting her teeth as she scolded, You've pocketed all the money. I bet you're secretly enjoying this. With that, Wang Xiaomei pushed the door and left. Lin Ran wore an expression of disbelief. This is all your choice. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Laodi sighed softly. All right, since Xiaomei has said so, let us proceed accordingly. Do you have any further requests? The banquet should be the finest. Agreed, Wang Laodi acquiesced, knowing that in the end, both families would settle the bill. That's settled then, Wang Laodi said, pleased with the arrangement. Lin Ran took out a pen and paper to begin drafting a list. The urn needs to be worth 50,000 in jade. The paper goods must be of the best quality. We require all the drumming and mourning procedures, and we need to book the first cremation slot. The remaining miscellaneous costs will be settled later. Fine, as long as the money is right, we can discuss anything. Wang Laodi boasted, displaying his wealth. Indeed, Lin Ran replied, knowing that with affluent clients, as long as the funds are sufficient, she can procure anything they desire, even if it does not exist in this world. She can create it for them. Wang Laodi stood silently by, biding his time until the funeral concluded. At that moment, the eldest and second daughters-in-law entered. Upon hearing the arrangements, they fell silent, each hoping to accumulate money for themselves, unwilling to part with such a significant sum for what they deemed frivolous expenses. To prevent any change of heart, Lin Ran promptly stood up. I will return to secure the urn and double-check the paper goods. If you have any questions, consult Huazi or give me a call. Understood. Lin Ran stepped outside and saw Huazi assisting someone with a mourning band. She approached him and whispered, No matter what you hear later, just say you don't understand and have them contact me. Is that clear? Got it. Lin Ran departed from the Wang household and drove back to town. Upon gazing at the jade urn displayed on the counter, she exhaled in relief. This urn was procured from afar. It was once a single block of stone and was not too expensive. I thought it would sell once I brought it back, yet it has sat here for 7 years. What was the cost? Su Mo inquired with curiosity. 10,000. Each. 2. Su Mo raised her thumb in admiration. You are truly something else. Who in this line of work doesn't want to make money? Besides, I didn't force them to buy. Everything was their own choice. Lin Ran felt no guilt. It was a mutual agreement. One buyer, one seller. Entirely reasonable. Are you taking the urn to the Wang family soon? Su Mo asked. Yes, they must see it first, and then I will return the 6,000 to Wang Laodi. Lin Ran has always been diligent. All right. Lin Ran loaded the urn into her vehicle and arranged for the paper goods to be delivered to the Wang family the following morning. Su Mo, you needn't bring my portion for lunch today. Just prepare something for yourself, Lin Ran instructed. Don't worry. As Lin Ran drove toward the Wang family, she unexpectedly received a call from the village chief of Jin village. Is there something you need, chief? Darren, if you have time, please return to the village. Our village fool has passed away. The doctor just checked, and it seems he died this morning. He has no relatives. Could you see what can be done? The village chief spoke urgently. All right, I understand. I will head over shortly. Lin Ran hung up the phone and first went to old Wang's house. Placing the urn in the room, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled. The quality of a 50,000 yuan urn was indeed remarkable. Just look at the exquisite craftsmanship. Surely the work of a master. Wang Laojio was immensely satisfied. After Lin Ran showed him the pictures, He even browsed online and found the same style priced at 70,000. Lin Ran's offer of 50,000 truly delighted him. Lin Ran returned 6,000 yuan to old Wang and then went back to the shop, driving away with a more modest urn that cost around 1,000. Suemo couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ran was exceedingly busy every day. Chapter 24. Is there such a request? Lin Ran returned to his childhood home in Jinshan village and saw the village chief waiting at the entrance. He opened the passenger door and said, "I've brought the coffin. Let us skip the mourning period. There are no relatives to contribute." "I was thinking the same," the chief replied. "Let's proceed directly to cremation. I've already made the calls. Uncle, you head to my shop, take the concrete coffin to the site, and find a few grave diggers. Once I return with the ashes, we can bury it right away." Lin Ran continued, "The paperwork is sorted. The village has handled the fees." The chief was agreeable, not intending to let Lin Ran work for free. "No need, it's not a significant amount," Lin Ran insisted, recalling his master's words that funerary expenses should never be charged for those without kin. All right, the chief nodded repeatedly. Upon arrival, Lin Ran instructed nearby villagers unafraid of trouble to lift the body into the coffin and drove the hearse straight to the crematorium. The chief had already arranged for grave diggers and asked his wife to prepare sweet rice cakes and wine, as it has been customary to feast after returning from the grave. Jinshan village has a designated burial ground where nearly all villagers are laid to rest. The chief, seeing that the grave was ready, drove to Lin Ran's shop, greeted Suemo, and took a coffin along with the necessary offerings such as paper money and candles. Lin Ran's task proceeded smoothly. He placed the urn on the passenger seat and, with a cigarette in his mouth, remarked, "It's for the best. I'll burn some extra paper money for you so that in your next life, you might be reborn into a good family. This life is all there is." As he started the hearse, Lin Ran suddenly thought of himself. If he were to remain childless, who would hold his urn in the future? He felt a bit flustered, realizing he was overthinking. Perhaps he could just count on living another 40 years. After all, no one knows what the future holds. Maybe there would be a system in place to automatically assign someone to carry the urn, or perhaps it would be just as well to scatter his ashes at sea. Before heading to the cemetery, Lin Ran purchased offerings, 5 types of pastries, and 5 kinds of fruit. Regardless of the expense, it was the thought that counted. Upon reaching the burial site, he saw everyone gathered and personally placed the urn inside the coffin. With no relatives present, Lin Ran omitted many formalities. After laying the deceased to rest, he arranged the offerings, burned all the paper money he had brought, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. The others stood to the side, knowing that, as they were strangers, they would not bow. The deceased was a nameless soul, known only as the village fool since Lin Ran could remember. No one knew whence he had come, and each day he simply wandered about, blissfully unaware. The village chief, a kind-hearted man, took him in and provided him with a modest shelter sufficient to shield him from the elements. The villagers, in their simplicity, often shared their delicacies with him whenever they prepared something delightful. Now that he had passed, the chief felt a twinge of sorrow, reflecting on a life lived in ignorance, with no one to bid him farewell. Emerging from the burial ground, Lin Ran accompanied the village chief back home, joining those who had come to pay their respects for a meal. He savored a piece of sweetened bread while listening to the chatter within the house. The chief's wife poured him a cup of hot tea and, with genuine kindness, suggested, "Duran, if you happen to meet someone suitable, consider settling down. Today your uncle saw Suemo at your shop. She is divorced, and you, a young man, might want to avoid marrying someone with a past. She was my classmate, and I've arranged for her to work at the shop. Please don't misconstrue this," Lin Ran replied, maintaining his composure. The chief's wife sighed. "Should you find someone appropriate, I would gladly introduce you." "Thank you, Aunt," Lin Ran responded with a cheerful smile. Others refrained from discussing Suemo with him, well aware of the challenges in his profession, and thought that pursuing her would be somewhat of an injustice, especially considering she had 2 brothers who were not yet settled themselves, making future marital arrangements quite complicated. The chief took a sip of wine. His brow furrowed as he inquired, "How did you manage to offend every matchmaker in town? I've heard the women of neighboring villages have declared a ban on introducing you to anyone. Is that so?" Lin Ran pondered, genuinely perplexed. "I've never involved myself with those gossipy women." The chief shot him an exasperated glance. "It's best to steer clear of them. You mustn't inherit your master's penchant for entangling with the local gossip." Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to such a remark. The chief continued to nudge him. indicating he should avoid getting involved with Su Mo. Lin Ran nodded, smiling in understanding. Their meal extended over an hour, and as Lin Ran glanced at his phone, he noticed a message from Bai Xiaotang. Frowning slightly, he quickly typed a response and sent it off. All right, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Lin Ran needed to visit the Wang family again, as the drum troupe was scheduled to arrive shortly after 2, and according to Wang Lair, he needed to clarify the details personally. Go ahead and be busy. Lin Ran waved goodbye to everyone inside and drove off in the hearse. Initially, he intended to head straight to the Wang residence, but reconsidered, realizing it was not yet the day of the funeral. Thus, he returned to the town to switch vehicles to his Land Rover. After this commotion, another hour had slipped by. By the time he arrived at the Wang household, the feast had commenced. Huazi was already seated at the table, and upon spotting Lin Ran, he beckoned. Lin Gu, come join us for a meal. I've finished. You go ahead, Lin Ran replied. Indeed. The banquet boasted an impressive array, including abalone and crab. Huazi seized a crab and began to feast, eliciting laughter from the chef at the table. Lin Ran entered the room and saw Wang Laoda and Wang Lair seated in the western chamber. He took out paper and a pen, inquiring how many wreaths were to be ordered. Please compile a number and have them delivered by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They must be of high quality. Wang Lair insisted on this standard. Naturally, the 3 children will have the best, priced at 200 each, while the rest can be of a slightly lower tier. 100 will suffice. The cost of the wreaths will be borne individually. Anyone wishing to place an order should come after dinner and jot down their names, so I can include them on the morning banner. All right, the banquet is about to conclude. I shall inquire, Wang Laoda said as he stepped outside. Wang Lair stroked his chin and tentatively asked, Boss Lin, do you happen to have mortars? Lin Ran's pupils dilated in shock. What? Do you wish for your father to stage a rebellion in the netherworld? Goodness, I have been engaged in papercraft since childhood, and this is the first time I have encountered such a request. It seems some individuals, having acquired wealth, have lost their sense of direction. What Boss Lin said is not untrue. I am merely concerned about my father facing difficulties in the underworld. Wang Lair took a puff of his cigarette. My father has lived a constrained life. You should provide him with 10 beautiful women, 10 bodyguards, and the finest sports cars, not to mention an aircraft. 10 beautiful women? Are you worried that your father might feel lonely? Lin Ran suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Very well, I shall arrange it. But are you not concerned that one day, when your mother passes, she might confront those 10 concubines in the afterlife? Wang Lair was rather audacious. Chapter 25, A Father's Great Son. Wang Lair continued to linger on the topic. Make sure the arrangements for land, sea, and air are perfect. And the women must be exceptionally beautiful. Lin Ran grew somewhat impatient. Each paper figure costs 500. 500. Wang Lair was taken aback. This is a custom order. It requires additional funds. If you find it too expensive, shall we forgo it? Lin Ran was somewhat reluctant to accept the task. Fearing a potential uproar the next day, Wang Lair peered through the window at the guests finishing their meals and slapped his thigh. If 20 figures at 500 each amount to 10,000, then I shall pay for it myself. Advance payment. Given the insistence of the client, Lin Ran presented his QR code. Wang Lair initially thought him petty, but reconsidered that paying up front was acceptable. He took out his phone and transferred 10,000 to Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. As long as the client has a requirement, I shall fulfill it. European, American, or from the islands, let us prepare something for my father. All right. Lin Ran nodded repeatedly. As long as the payment is secured, the rest is of little concern. Wang Laodao returned with the paper and handed it to Lin Ran. Everything is noted. My siblings and I will have the most expensive, while the rest will be 100 each, totaling 15 orders. Understood. Lin Ran placed the note in his bag. At that moment, the marching band arrived, and the staff began setting up the stage outside. The band leader entered the room, greeted Lin Ran, and then inquired about the specifications desired by the host. You decide. Today and tomorrow, a total of 2 evenings. Just ensure everything is in order. Wang Laodao was always accommodating and had no particular demands in this regard. Wang Lair pondered for a moment. Make it a bit more fiery. The bandleader's eyes brightened as he gestured to Wang Lair with a sign of approval. Lin Ran's expression was somewhat displeasing. He was not particularly in favor of a band playing somber music for a young person's funeral, feeling it peculiar compared to the joyous celebrations typically reserved for the elderly. However, since it was the request of the host, he deemed it unnecessary to voice his disagreement. With the arrangements finalized, Lin Ran drove to the factory where paper effigies were crafted, intending to prepare 20 paper figures. Upon his arrival, the workers greeted him with indifferent expressions, inquiring if he had secured another significant order. "What is the job?" they asked, gathering around. Lin Ran recounted the details of the task, and the incredulous expressions on their faces made him chuckle. If it were for a single person, a beautiful woman would suffice. But for Wang's second son to orchestrate such a spectacle, I can only imagine how furious his mother would be. "It is essential to use our specialized paper for crafting these effigies. Otherwise, one might as well print them in 3 dimensions, a worker lamented. Lin Ran remained silent, calculating that for the 20 figures, his bodyguard had a stockpile. 6 beautiful women, leaving him needing 4 more. 2 from Europe and 2 from Japan. "Let us get started." He instructed the workers to prepare for this substantial order from the Wang family. At that moment, a staff member responsible for handling calls rushed over. "Boss, several more orders have come in. Do we have enough stock? We're short one set. Let us work overtime tonight." Lin Ran decided. Absolutely. In the factory, for seasoned craftsmen, who had previously specialized in paper effigies, were now under Lin Ran's guidance. They wielded their brushes, creating the figures while simultaneously muttering complaints about Wang's second son's sanity. Lin Ran sent a WeChat message to Su Mo, instructing her to pull down the rolling shutter upon finishing her shift, assuring her that even without locking the door, no one would dare steal from the funeral attire shop. The workers, originally scheduled to finish at 5, labored until 9 o'clock, successfully completing all the orders. Gazing at the line of 10 paper beauties, Lin Ran expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let us head to a restaurant and treat ourselves. I'll cover it." "Thank you, boss." After enjoying the meal, Lin Ran returned to the storefront, already past 10. He hastily took a shower and fell into slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's relentless activities. The following morning, he first visited the factory to account for all the paper products according to the orders. "All right, let us load the truck." The workers loaded the items, and Lin Ran drove to the street where the Wang family resided. Friends and relatives gathered to receive the paper goods, and upon seeing the 10 crafted beauties, they were momentarily taken aback. "Who ordered these?" one brave soul inquired. Wang's second son, Lin Ran replied without hesitation, revealing the culprit. The crowd fell silent, shaking their heads as they carried the effigies toward the Wang residence. Wang Lao stood at the entrance, observing the completed figures with mild disdain, muttering, "Not realistic in the slightest." Lin Ran offered an explanation regarding the specialized paper used in their creation. "Never mind. As long as it brings joy to my father, it will suffice," Wang Lao concluded. Lin Ran surveyed the array of beauties and bodyguards positioned nearby, pondering whether they would truly delight Wang Lao Sr. But he was certain his mother would not be pleased. Wang Lao was so incensed that he could hardly contain himself, had it not been for the crowd. He would have confronted his younger brother immediately. Wang Lao felt a sense of self-satisfaction, believing himself to be a devoted son, his face beaming with pride. His wife, however, blushed slightly and shot him a reproachful glance, daring not to utter a word. "Sister-in-law, let's discuss any matters after this is over. Do not lose your temper in front of outsiders," the eldest brother's wife advised. "Just look at how he boasts about his little wealth. He doesn't know how to show off," she thought to herself. The eldest brother's wife refrained from commenting further. After all, they were a couple, and it was not her place to meddle in their affairs, whether they were good or bad. Inside, Lin Ran was writing a memorial scroll when a person preparing the ceremonial offerings quietly inquired, "Boss Lin, did Wang Lao really say to just do what he asked? You should count yourself fortunate. He even referred to me as his mortar," Lin Ran replied, "but I refused to oblige him." "Wang Lao, you scoundrel. If you were to burn 10 beautiful women for your father, would you then burn 10 men for me when I pass?" Old Lady Wang stood in front of the mourning pavilion, holding a stick, ready to confront Wang Lao, but was held back by Wang Xiaomei, who feared she might strike him. "My father needs someone to attend to him. This is my heartfelt intention as a son, so please do not interfere, mother. I will not allow you to show such filial piety." Old Lady Wang pushed her youngest daughter aside and charged at Wang Lao, striking him on the leg. Seeing his mother truly enraged, Wang Lao did not dare evade the blow. His wife rushed over and pulled her mother-in-law aside, saying, "Mother, please go back inside. There are too many people today. Let us save our grievances for later." Old Lady Wang pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Lao and angrily returned to the front yard. Leaving the matter to unfold as it may, Hua Zi stood nearby, observing the commotion, unsure of Wang Lauer's reasoning. It seemed unbecoming for a rational person to behave in such a manner. Lin Ran completed the memorial scroll and instructed Wang's family to pin it to the floral wreath. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten to notify Jiang Tsong about today's proceedings due to yesterday's busyness. At that moment, Jiang Tsong was at Boss Dong's shop. Upon receiving Lin Ran's WeChat message, he promptly replied with a simple affirmation. Lin Ran had earned a substantial amount, having sold a coffin for 50,000 yuan. Boss Dong was truly envious. It was well known that coffins were the most profitable, with greater prices leading to larger profits. Jiang Tsong said nothing. The news of the Bai family's situation had already spread, and if Boss Dong wished to take on more work, he would have to wait for the storm to pass. Otherwise, who would dare employ him? Chapter 26. Such words are comforting. Lin Ran stepped outside to direct everyone in arranging the floral wreaths, then seized a handful of sunflower seeds to chat with Li Qing. At that moment, a taxi pulled up at the entrance, and a familiar figure emerged. Lin Ran squinted, recognizing Song Ku. What brings her here? He wondered. Song Ku spotted Lin Ran, nodded slightly, and entered the house to pay her respects. Wang Xiaomei, upon seeing Song Ku, tearfully chastised her second brother for his faults. With a sidelong glance at Lin Ran, Song Ku offered a few hurried words of consolation to Wang Xiaomei before striding directly toward Lin Ran. Boss Lin, you've organized quite the event for my cousin. Cousin? Lin Ran inquired. As Song Ku explained, my mother is the deceased's cousin, so the family connection is not too distant. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. Will you be attending the funeral tomorrow? I want to leave today. Our family must send someone, or it would seem rather inappropriate. Indeed, when it comes to relatives, not having anyone present feels quite peculiar. Song Ku scrutinized the assortment of documents laid before him and remarked, my second brother truly knows how to stir up trouble. It's understandable. Who wouldn't flaunt their wealth? He chuckled. This display is somewhat excessive. Lin Ran and Li Qing fetched 2 chairs for Song Ku and Lin Ran, with Li Qing raising an eyebrow suggestively at Lin Ran. Lin Ran narrowed her eyes slightly, signaling that Li Qing was reading too much into the situation. By the way, what were you doing in town that day? Lin Ran inquired as she took a seat. Song Ku offered an awkward smile. Oh, nothing much. Just a relative introduced me to a potential match. However, as soon as I mentioned my profession, the person made an excuse to visit the restroom and never returned. I suppose it just wasn't he meant to be. He then returned the question, what about you? I was also there for a blind date, Lin Ran replied, recalling how you, shaking her head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Finding a partner in my line of work is challenging. People tend to think our earnings aren't substantial. Lin Ran struggled to articulate her thoughts, but believed it was best left unspoken. I find that being able to provide a dignified farewell to the deceased is the most honorable profession. Upon hearing this, a warm feeling surged within Lin Ran. It was the first time someone had so openly acknowledged her career. Others often told her that she shouldn't pursue a path in forensics. Yet she felt a profound connection to her work, believing that she could bring justice for the departed, which made her life feel meaningful. Having endured countless sarcastic remarks, Song Ku bitterly stated, I've decided against blind dates. I find this approach quite satisfactory. Such pursuits only hinder my work. Eventually, one will encounter a partner for life. There's no need to rush, as haste often leads to separation. Waiting a bit longer may be for the best. You are absolutely right. Song Ku now embraced a more carefree attitude, allowing fate to take its course. Jiang Tsong arrived punctually, and upon observing the piles of documents, he felt a wave of resentment bubbling up inside him. He had left school and middle school to learn the trade from Master Lin, and when Master passed away, he had naively believed he would inherit half of the estate, only to see it all go to Lin Ran. As a result, he had gone days without a proper meal. Even now, Jiang Tsong could not comprehend why Master would bequeath the assets to Lin Ran. After all, she was not his biological child, despite having raised him. Brother Jiang, Lin Ran called out, standing to wave him over. Once he approached, she began discussing the arrangements for today's proceedings. Brother Jiang, the Wang family is not lacking in matters. You should handle it well, and it will be no trouble for you. Sure, thanks for your concern, brother. Jiang Tsong replied in a perfunctory manner. Lin Ran sensed something amiss in his tone, but chose not to dwell on it. All right then, I leave it in your hands. Su Mo mentioned that Brother Jiang had gone to Boss Dong's shop. Regardless of the truth, she knew better than to inquire further, as it would surely provoke his ire. Song Ku discreetly observed Jiang Tsong, and upon noticing his subtle gestures, deduced that Jiang Tsong harbored some resentment towards Lin Ran. What could it be? Song pondered, unable to fathom why Jiang Tsong displayed such an attitude when Lin Ran was merely assigning him tasks. Song-ku, my mother asked you to sit in the front yard for a while, the eldest brother's wife called out from a distance. Snapping back to reality, Song-ku exchanged a brief farewell with Lin Ran and made his way to the front yard. In town, Bai Xiaodong resolutely approached Boss Dong's storefront, steeling himself as he pushed the door open. Boss Dong was troubled, and upon seeing Bai Xiaodong, a sense of unease washed over him. However, being of mature age, he maintained a facade of calm. What brings you here? Haven't you returned to school? I have come to retrieve the 60,000 yuan my father gave you, Bai Xiaodong replied, seating himself across from Boss Dong and placing his phone on the table. I recorded the transaction between you and my father that day. If you refuse to return the money, I shall upload the video to a streaming site, and I believe it will garner significant attention. Boss Dong's expression darkened as he snatched the phone from Bai Xiaodong's grasp. Do not attempt to intimidate me, young man. What gives you the audacity to threaten an adult? Taking my phone won't help, as I have scheduled the upload. If you return the 60,000 yuan, I will delete the recording immediately. Ah, so you come prepared. Boss Dong felt a twinge of anxiety. Bai Xiaodong had undergone familial upheaval and was no longer the naive youth he once was. He swiftly reclaimed his phone, unlocked it, and opened the video in front of Boss Dong. Observing his own greedy visage on the screen, Boss Dong's resolve faltered. Tell me, young brother, have you shown this video to anyone else? If so, how can you remain here so calmly? Bai Xiaodong shot him a piercing glance. Boss Dong sighed in resignation. All right, I will return the 60,000 yuan, but you must also honor your word. Of course, Bai Xiaodong replied. Boss Dong produced the full amount and placed it on the table. Please confirm it. Bai Xiaodong placed the money into his bag, deleted the video in Boss Dong's presence, and then formatted his phone. Is everything all right now, Boss Dong? He inquired. Not yet, Boss Dong replied. I shall take my leave now. I hope you strive to be a better person in the future, Boss Dong. As Bai Xiaodong exited, he texted Lin Ran. Brother, I have retrieved the money. Thank you for your suggestion. Lin Ran responded. Boss Dong was already feeling guilty. A little intimidation from you would certainly make him comply. Save that money and return to your studies. Absolutely, Bai Xiaodong replied. In a fit of anger, Boss Dong slammed his hand on the table. After 2 transactions, I've lost thousands. Lin Ran, just wait. One day I will make you unable to stay in this town. Once again, Boss Dong shifted the blame entirely onto Lin Ran. At that moment, Lin Ran sneezed suddenly. Are you coming down with something? Huazi inquired, concerned. Lin Ran shook his head. No, just a sudden irritant in the air. Nothing to worry about. Who is cursing me behind my back? Jiang Tsong, holding a microphone, loudly announced. Dear friends and family, the funeral service for Mr. Bai is about to commence. Please assist in holding the black cloth. We must ensure that no light seeps through. Friends and relatives, alerted by the announcement, gathered with black cloth in hand at the entrance, and all preparations were complete. Lin Ran observed from the side, feeling uneasy about Jiang Tsong, but seeing no mistakes on his part made him reconsider his worries. Chapter 27. Returning the forensic expert to the city, Jiang Tsong successfully conducted the funeral service, then joined Lin Ran and the others for a meal. At the dining table, Jiang Tsong pondered over Boss Dong, realizing that to secure work for him, he would need to engage with Lin Ran. Upon this reflection, Jiang Tsong offered Lin Ran a cigarette. Duran, there have been some recent affairs with your sister-in-law. It has been a while since we brothers have shared a drink together. Let us indulge in some barbecue tomorrow evening. Perhaps we can invite your sister-in-law as well. Lin Ran readily agreed without hesitation. What is the point of that? There have been so many matters lately. It is said that pregnant women can be quite temperamental. Jiang, you too will soon be a father. You must exercise patience, Lin Ran advised. Jiang Tsong scoffed lightly. Once I become a father, the weight of responsibility will grow, and it may be difficult to enjoy a drink in the future. Lin Ran smiled, choosing not to comment further. The farewell ceremony began at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Jiang Tsong performed splendidly. Wang Lao Air, known for his generosity, rewarded Jiang Tsong with 1,000 yuan, which brought him immense joy. It was his first encounter with such a magnanimous employer. Sister Min arrived before sunset, and, noticing the lively performance on stage, inquired with the Wang brothers if they had any specific requests. Wang Lao Air, still brimming with pride, replied, as long as you perform well, money is no object. Wang Lao sighed softly and cast a disapproving glance at his younger brother. I have been in this profession for over 10 years and have never failed a performance. Rest assured, dear employer, Sister Min assured them. All right then. Sister Min approached Lin Ran and whispered, that Wang Lao heir is rather too full of himself. What exactly does he do? I recall someone in our town who was quite successful in the city after the loss of his father. He has not been as boastful as Wang Lao heir. People are rarely the same, Lin Ran replied, having encountered many individuals throughout her life. Yet few match the arrogance of Wang Lao heir. After the performance concluded, Sister Min, draped in mourning cloth, began to weep. Lin Ran busied herself inside, discussing the arrangements for the funeral with Wang Lao. And noticing that everything was prepared, she thought to herself, an employer who understands the customs is indeed a blessing, sparing us much worry. Song Ku stood aside, reflecting on the performance he had just witnessed, and he found himself comparing Sister Min to the celebrities in the entertainment industry, who often feign tears. In comparison to Sister Min, they seem to lack depth. Could it be that this is what they refer to as hidden talents among the common folk? Old Lady Wang sat in the front yard, wiping her tears. From this day forth, she would lack support, and her life would depend on her daughter-in-law's goodwill. At the conclusion of the event, Wang Lao heir rewarded Sister Min with 2,000 yuan. Ordinarily, this money should have gone to his daughter. However, Wang Lao heir, feeling empathetic toward his sister, did not wish for her to spend too much. The second daughter-in-law felt displeased and complained to Wang Lao heir that money should rightfully go to the daughter. What claim do you have? She added, the land has been divided among me and my elder brother. We have never given her a single cent. Wang Lao heir shot her an irritated glare. The second daughter-in-law fell silent, despite the fact that the 4 acres of land were not particularly valuable. It had nonetheless been divided between the brothers. Wang Xiaomei did not mind. They could settle accounts together after the funeral tomorrow. Lin Ran, seeing that there was nothing more to attend to, returned to her town, as the Wang family's funeral was set for early the next day. The following morning, Lin Ran arrived at the Wang residence, where everyone was ready, and they promptly set off for the crematorium. On the way, Lin Ran hoped for a quieter time, as there had been too many recent passings. The cremation proceeded smoothly, followed by burial, and after returning home for the meal, they finally reached the final accounting stage. Lin Ran sat on one side, incessantly pressing the calculator before presenting the result to the Wang brothers. In total, it amounts to 64,003. Just give me 64,000. Is it really that much? The second daughter-in-law was taken aback. The urn alone costs 50,000. Lin Ran acknowledged the high cost, but remarked, what can be done when your family insists on the most expensive options? The second daughter-in-law, feeling discontent, closed her mouth. Wang Lao heir took out his phone, scanned Lin Ran's Alipay, and transferred 64,000. The eldest daughter-in-law, seated nearby, perused the list of gifts received. Noticing the substantial sum, her resentment dissipated. Lin Ran then, as per custom, presented a list of tasks that needed to be addressed before departing with Huazi. Once the coast was clear of outsiders, the eldest daughter-in-law began tallying the expenses incurred over the past 3 days, planning to divide them evenly between the two families. Wang Lao heir had indeed accepted a considerable amount. Huazi, sitting in the front passenger seat, inquired of Lin Ran, do you think those brothers might end up fighting? I glanced at the gift list and noted that there should still be a surplus. If they had received less, a quarrel would have been inevitable. As Lin Ran drove out of the village, he spotted Song Ku waiting for a ride by the roadside and promptly stopped. I'll give you a lift back to the city. Is that convenient? Song Ku hesitated, concerned about intruding on Lin Ran's work. It's no trouble. Hop in. Lin Ran replied, glancing at Huazi and gesturing for him to move to the back seat. Huazi cheerfully exited the vehicle, while Song Ku took the passenger seat. Thank you, Boss Lin. Don't mention it. Anyone would do the same, Lin Ran replied. As Song Ku gazed at the towering trees lining the road, he furrowed his brow, saying, originally, their family was supposed to give me a ride, but I really disliked chatting with them. I thought I could flag down a taxi. Yet not a single one passed by. It's indeed difficult to catch a cab here, Lin Ran concurred, and Song Ku chuckled resignedly. Lin Ran first dropped Huazi off at the storefront before continuing to escort Song Ku back to the city. As soon as Huazi entered the house, he began chattering to Su Mo. Lin Ge gave a beautiful girl a ride back to the city. Do you know her? Su Mo inquired eagerly. From their conversation, she seems to be a forensic expert. I didn't participate in the last incident with the Bai family, but I overheard Lin Ran discussing it. Suemo felt a pang of discomfort and sourly remarked, "That's nice. Is De Ran dating someone now? Didn't he just break up with Zhao Hui?" Huazi continued, oblivious to her tone as he praised Song Ku's looks. Suemo, uninterested in Huazi's ramblings, retreated to the kitchen with her phone. Gazing at the dishes on the table, she hesitated before sending Lin Ran a WeChat message. "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" Lin Ran, engrossed in driving and discussing forensic cases with Song Ku, failed to notice the message. After waiting for half an hour, Suemo, frustrated, tossed her phone onto the table and began to prepare vegetables. "Sister Su, what's for dinner?" Huazi asked from the doorway. "Dumplings," Suemo replied without turning around. "Great." For Huazi, anything Suemo prepared was acceptable, apart from stir-fried dishes. Suemo chuckled to herself, pondering, "What am I thinking? Do I genuinely believe De Ran and I could be together? I'm divorced, and he is single with money. It's simply not feasible. Shall I drop you off at the police station?" Lin Ran asked Song Ku. "No need, just the nearby mall will suffice," Song Ku replied, feeling awkward about troubling Lin Ran. "All right." Lin Ran parked the car in front of the mall. "If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask." "Will do." Song Ku waved at Lin Ran and walked towards the mall with his bag in hand. Lin Ran took out a cigarette, lit it, and after taking a puff, noticed a WeChat message from Suemo. He quickly replied, "Anything is fine. I'm in the city and can return to the store in over an hour." Originally feeling dejected, Sumo's mood brightened instantly upon receiving Lin Ran's reply. She promptly sent a sticker and then a message about dumplings. Chapter 28. The missed drink. By the time Lin Ran returned to the store, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He had barely settled into his chair when Jiang Tsung sent a message inviting him to grab a drink at 8 o'clock in the town. Meanwhile, Suemo had already served the dumplings and, noticing Lin Ran's slight frown, inquired, "Another task?" "Brother Jiang invited me for skewers." "What time?" 8. Lin Ran was somewhat reluctant to go. He merely wished to rest. Yet, recalling his promise to Jiang Tsung from the previous day, he felt it would be inconsiderate to decline. Suemo poured some vinegar for Lin Ran and Huazi, saying, "It's only a little past 4. Have something to tide you over, and you can drink later at 8. "True," Lin Ran acknowledged. The three of them sat in the kitchen, dining together. While Lin Ran occasionally glanced at his phone, sincerely hoping for a few days of peace without any new tasks. After finishing their meal, Suemo tentatively asked Lin Ran, "I heard Huazi say that you escorted a beautiful girl back to the city today?" The forensic expert who assisted in solving the Bai family case. Being a forensic expert must be quite impressive, Suemo exclaimed with envy. Lin Ran responded without hesitation, "In this line of work, most people truly cannot manage. You must have courage, otherwise, you would be frightened at the sight of a corpse." "That's true," Suemo reflected on herself, recalling her 3 years of high school. If only she had studied diligently, perhaps she would have secured a good job and not ended up marrying early and facing such a fate. Education is essential, otherwise, it's all in vain. Suemo sighed softly, realizing that regretting now was futile. At 7, Suemo and Huazi finished their shifts. Lin Ran sat in front of the computer, smoking, calculating his earnings for the month. The bulk came from Wang Lao-er's 50,000 yuan earn, with the rest being small amounts. Overall, he earned over 90,000 yuan from funeral services. In general, Lin Ran was very satisfied. Meanwhile, Jiang Tsung was driving towards the town with his 8-month pregnant wife in the passenger seat. Initially, Jiang Tsung didn't intend to bring her along, but she insisted, leaving him with no choice. Lin Ran glanced at his watch, estimating that it was nearly time, and drove to the large barbecue stall on the eastern side of the town. To his surprise, the place was quite crowded, nearly full. The owner, cigarette in mouth, approached him. "Boss Lin, how many are you?" "Waiting for Brother Jiang," Lin Ran replied. "All right, I'll attend to the other tables first." 10 minutes later, Jiang Tsung and his wife arrived. Lin Ran quickly stood up, courteously greeting her sister-in-law. The couple sat across from Lin Ran, and his wife generously said, "De Ran, order whatever you want. Let your brother treat you. You two haven't gathered in a long time, so it's a good opportunity to chat." Lin Ran smiled and called the owner over. "My sister-in-law said to let my brother treat me to something nice. I'm not picky, but I do love grilled cicada larvae. Please bring me 5 skewers, and the rest is up to you. Grill some kidneys as well," Jiang Tsung added. His wife shot him an annoyed glance and pinched his waist firmly. Forget it, Jiang Tsung quickly amended. The boss chuckled. "All right, let's have 10 each of beef and lamb, 10 skewers of both tender and cooked meat, And how about some grilled chicken racks? What about pigeons? Let us include one of those as well. Jiang Tsung found this quite agreeable. Please wait a moment, he said. The waiter approached. What would you like to drink? Jiang Tsung was about to order a case of beer, but remembered he had to drive, and his wife was with him. Never mind. I won't have any alcohol. I'll just have a soft drink. And you, Boss Lin? I drove here as well, so I won't be drinking. All right then. Jiang Tsung cast a reproachful glance at his wife. Why did you come with me? I was hoping to have a drink with Duran, but because you're here, we can't even enjoy a glass. Is it my fault? His wife retorted, displeased. Don't you know how strict they are with drunk driving these days? If you had taken a taxi, I wouldn't have said a word, but since you're driving, how can I feel at ease? Lin Ran nodded in agreement. Jiang Tsung, your sister-in-law is right. If you had taken a taxi, you could drink as much as you wanted, and besides, your wife is already 8 months along. You should drink less. You are all correct, Jiang Tsung replied with a resigned smile. The waiter brought out a plate of salted edamame and a bag of sunflower seeds. Lin Ran began to crack open the seeds. His wife discreetly nudged Jiang Tsung, signaling him to get to the point. Duran, it seems like there have been many deaths recently. I've heard the same from other towns. Do you think this year has been particularly unlucky? Jiang Tsung attempted to broach the topic. Lin Ran took a sip of her drink. How would I know? They say it's due to the heat. Elderly people drinking alcohol, their blood pressure rises, and coupled with existing health issues. Jiang Tsung inquired. Is there anyone in our town who is unwell? How would I know? Lin Ran sighed, her expression troubled. I wish things could settle down for half a month. It would give me a chance to rest. Unlike weddings, which can be scheduled, funerals happen as they come. True, Jiang Tsung felt deflated, realizing that it was unreasonable to expect anyone to predict the timing of death. His wife glanced down at her belly. The significance of this barbecue meal seemed diminished for her. As the skewers arrived, Lin Ran lacked appetite, absent-mindedly nibbling on a silkworm while Jiang Tsung rambled on. Duran, if there's any news in the future, please let me know in advance. I wouldn't want my wife to have something going on that prevents me from assisting you. Don't worry, brother Jiang. It's such a pity we can't have a drink. Jiang Tsung expressed his regret. Lin Ran, however, found no issue with it. We can drink when brother Jiang's son turns 1 month old. It will be a much more joyful occasion. Exactly. Jiang Tsung reveled in this sentiment, feeling immensely pleased. His wife took a few bites of the chicken rack, but soon felt uneasy, frowning as she tugged at Jiang Tsung's shirt. I'm not feeling well. What's wrong? Jiang Tsung quickly set down his skewer, supporting his wife as she stood. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ran suggested, Brother Jiang, you should take your wife home to rest. All right, I'll pay the bill. Jiang Tsung pretended to pull out his phone to settle the payment. But Lin Ran pressed his hand down. It's just a meal. What does it matter who pays? We're all friends here. You should take your wife home. Jiang Tsung smiled awkwardly, seeing that his wife's complexion was truly poor, and without further delay, he helped her to the car and drove away. Lin Ran waved at them through the rearview mirror. Jiang Tsung drove for a while, glancing back at his wife, who had returned to her usual self, and teasingly remarked, You certainly have a plethora of ideas, feigning illness to evade the bill. Your mind is truly unhinged. I am genuinely unwell. Jiang Kong, my parents said your thinking is flawed, and it seems their words hold truth. Your thoughts often diverge from those of ordinary individuals. His wife chastised him. When your master passed away, you wept so pathetically, yet in the end, you received nothing. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Jiang Tsung cast a furtive glance at his wife's belly and prudently chose silence. Chapter 29. A debt of retort. His wife continued her relentless complaints. Did he really hope for a peaceful half-month? From the first moment I laid eyes on Lin Ran, I found him utterly irksome, with a countenance that betrays a profound understanding of life and death. Enough of your rambling, Jiang Tsung interjected, genuinely vexed. What, do you disdain my chatter? Jiang Kong, it is simply your lack of capability. When we were dating, you claimed your master had no children, only 2 disciples, and that upon his death, you would inherit at least half of his estate. What has come of that? Jiang Kong, and that boss Dong truly lacks common sense. Jiang Tsung tightened his grip on the steering wheel, unconsciously pressing the accelerator further down. Are you driving so fast to hasten my demise? Fine. Jiang Tsung relented and slowed down, knowing full well that the journey would be anything but tranquil. After all those years with your master, what benefits have you reaped? Now everything has become Lin Ran's. A single urn sold for 50,000, and you received not a penny. Let me tell you, I cannot swallow this indignation. All right, I understand. I am aware of it in my heart. His wife continued her tirade, and Jiang Tsung braced himself to endure it. Finally arriving home, peace was restored at last. Jiang Tsung urged his wife to retire to their room, while he remained outside, smoking and gazing at the stars, contemplating her grievances throughout the drive, and his resentment and jealousy towards Lin Ran deepened. Why should all good fortune befall him? Why? Lin Ran paid the bill and drove home, glancing at his phone once more, finding it devoid of any messages, and peacefully fell asleep. He dreamt not a single dream. Sleeping soundly, after a night of replenishing his energy, Lin Ran descended the stairs, pressing the remote for the roller shutter door. Anticipating the arrival of Su Mo and Hua Zi for work, Su Mo arrived early, bringing breakfast for Lin Ran. After finishing his meal, the goods he had ordered also arrived. Hua Zi came along, and the three of them began to organize the newly arrived merchandise. Brother Lin, these urns look rather impressive, Hua Zi exclaimed, lifting one to examine it closely. No matter how exquisite, they will ultimately be buried in the ground. Lin Ran believed it unnecessary. Even if the elderly couple were to pass, they would each require separate urns, just like Wang Lao heir, ensuring that the father resided in a 50,000 yuan house, while the mother would deserve one of equal value. Hua Zi placed the urn on the display stand, noticing Su Mo busily cleaning, and swiftly snatched the mop from her hands. Sister Su, I can handle the mopping. You've been at it all morning. Take a break. All right then. You go ahead and do what you must. This task still falls upon me. You men are all so carefree, treating cleaning as a trivial matter, Su Mo retorted, continuing to mop while casting a pointed glance at Lin Ran. Lin Ran was engrossed in counting the number of urns. Upon confirming that the merchandise was intact and the quantity was correct, he proceeded to remit payment to the supplier. Brother Lin, urns are quite profitable. Why don't you start your own business? Hua Zi inquired. Lin Ran glanced at him incredulously. Do you think I can manage any task? One must find contentment. There are realms one should not venture into. Hua Zi seemed somewhat perplexed, believing that anyone could handle such a trade. Jiang Tsung spent a restless night, and upon rising in the morning, he was once again subjected to his wife's incessant nagging. He took a deep breath to calm his rising irritation and resigned himself to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. To be honest, every time he had to endure his wife's complaints, he regretted his decision to marry her. You always frown when I speak. His wife, having voiced her grievances, retreated to their room, cradling her belly. Jiang Tsung hastily ate a bit of breakfast before stepping outside for a stroll, pausing intermittently as his gaze fell upon the gathering of elderly women at the village shop. A sudden realization struck Jiang Tsung. If anyone possessed reliable information, it would undoubtedly be these women. Thus, he entered the shop, purchased a pack of cigarettes, and pretended to smoke outside, all the while eavesdropping on their conversations. One of the elderly ladies noticed him and teased. Many have passed away in nearby villages. Lin Ran must be making a fortune. What fortune? It's merely pocket change. Despite harboring resentment towards Lin Ran, Jiang Tsung maintained a facade of a big-hearted and generous senior brother. Our village has several who are on the brink as well. We'll have to turn to Lin Ran when the time comes. Who are they? Jiang Tsung inquired, intrigued. The bedridden old man Li, the drunkard from the Shao family, and the elderly lady with heart troubles. In these times, one never knows who might depart next. Jiang Tsung nodded. You make a valid point. Thus, we have come to terms with it. We eat and drink as we please. In old age, who can we truly rely on? While dutiful children might care for us for a few days, their devotion seldom lasts long. Those who are ungrateful would rather we depart early, so they can claim a bit of funeral money and loosen their wallets. The elderly women all nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing her words. Jiang Tsung committed these names to memory, intending to inform Boss Dong when the time was ripe to secure some clientele. As long as his prices were lower than Lin Ran's, no one would opt for the expensive over the cheap. Meanwhile, Lin Ran was leisurely enjoying a cigarette in the small courtyard behind his shop, pulling weeds. Aunt Hong stood at the window on the second floor, teasing. They say it's the women who tend to the gardens. You, a man, seem quite adept at it. Who made that rule? Lin Ran replied without looking up. That is how I've always done it. Lin Ran, uninterested in her banter, cleared the weeds from his little garden, picked a ripe tomato, and tossed it to Su Mo as she emerged, saying, I grew this. It's ripe. Try it. I never would have guessed you could grow vegetables, she remarked, having worked there for several days without noticing the little garden. What can I do? Dig a hole, plant a seed, and what you sow, you shall reap. Lin Ran picked a few more tomatoes, planning to prepare them with scrambled eggs for lunch. Aunt Hong chuckled. That's not necessarily the case. For instance, a person may toil in the fields for years without bearing a child. Upon hearing this, Suemo couldn't help but rub her forehead. She discerned that Aunt Hong was mocking Lin Ran for having spent 2 years with Zhao Hui without managing to get her pregnant. Lin Ran, with a sullen expression, glared at Aunt Hong. At your age, I would feel embarrassed to retort. They say that as one grows older, one should be more dignified. Yet you seem to defy that notion. If you have the time to provoke me, perhaps you should focus on helping your husband shed a few pounds. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will take 8 people to carry him out. You certainly have a way with words. I could almost match you. With that, Lin Ran retreated into the house with a tomato in hand. Aunt Hong's face turned a shade of green with anger as she glanced at her husband, who lay on the bed like a bloated pig and couldn't help but think of Master Lin, if he were still around. That little rascal Lin Ran would never dare speak to me like that. Don't stoop to her level. There are many older folks who lack decorum. Suemo consoled Lin Ran. Lin Ran chuckled dismissively. If I give her a piece of my mind, she'll remain quiet for half a month. Chapter 30. A kind word warms 3 winters. Lin Ran prepared lunch, claiming it was to showcase his culinary skills to Suemo. Huazi sat nearby, reviewing notes on how to communicate effectively, and glanced over at the two busy in the kitchen, pondering whether they were perhaps in a romantic relationship. The meal consisted of 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and smashed cucumbers, all harvested from Lin Ran's garden. As Lin Ran sat at the computer engrossed in his work, Huazi leaned in to take a look, but was promptly pushed away. It is quite rude to hover while someone is working. Lin Gu, you often sit in front of the computer for ages. What exactly are you doing? That's none of your concern. Lin Ran shot him a glare. Huazi sheepishly smiled, returned to his spot, and picked up a book. Suddenly, Lin Ran's phone rang, startling Huazi into thinking it was work-related. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chang Zi, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Duran, I've set the date for my wedding, October 2nd. That gives us a month and a half. You must be my best man, or I won't find anyone else. Chang Zi stated bluntly. Am I suitable for the role? Lin Ran still felt hesitant. At that moment, the phone was snatched by Zhu Yu. Duran, let me tell you, I have several single bridesmaids here. If you serve as our best man, you might just find someone compatible. Lin Ran was taken aback. Oh, come on. I've already said it. Don't delay. Do you want me to come to your shop to formally invite you? Zhu Yu asked with a playful grin. Lin Ran laughed. All right then, I suppose I shall accept. And thus, it was settled. Zhu Yu returned the phone to Chang Zi, not forgetting to raise an eyebrow at her fiancé. As if to say, see, it was all thanks to me. Chang Zi pinched Zhu Yu's cheek playfully and stepped out to the balcony. Duran, are you free this afternoon? I am. Let us go fishing. It's been ages, and I'm getting restless. All right, I'll pick you up at 3. Sounds good. Lin Ran ended the call and marked October 2nd in red, ensuring that day was dedicated to his good friend Chang Zi. After another hour of work, Lin Ran finally wrapped things up. He headed upstairs to retrieve his fishing gear and informed Suemo, who was preparing dinner. I want to be back for dinner. I'm going fishing with Chang Zi. Where will you be fishing? At Shaoxi River. Lin Ran opened his fishing gear bag and, upon seeing the complete contents, smiled. It's been such a long time since I last went fishing. Suemo teased him. I still remember when you were a child, standing by the stinky ditch all day with your fishing rod, while your master whipped you with a broom in frustration. I'm not one for indulgences, but fishing is my sole passion. The memory of that beating made Lin Ran's rear and twinge with pain. As a child, he had been thoughtless and had caused his master no small amount of annoyance. Now, contemplating another thrashing, he realized that opportunity had long since passed. A flicker of concern crossed Sumo's eyes, yet she offered no words of comfort. Go enjoy your fishing. When it's time to leave, I'll open the roll-up door. All right, Lin Ran replied cheerfully. He drove to Changzi's house first, greeted Zhu Yu, and after Changzi got in the car, they headed straight for the Little West River. There, they had a secret spot, a sanctuary where mosquitoes were few and the surrounding trees shielded them from the sun. As Changzi sat in the passenger seat, he tossed his cigarette butt out the window and, with a serious expression, said to Lin Ran, "We've played together since childhood. Some things I know I shouldn't say, but I feel compelled to share." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran sensed there was something significant to discuss. Go ahead, he urged. The situation with Suemo is common knowledge in the surrounding villages. Although she's divorced, she still has 2 younger brothers. The eldest is 23 and in a relationship. Together they earn about 5,000 in the city. Rumor has it that Sumo's parents are counting on her to help marry off her brothers. Sumo had wished to keep her return under wraps, but clearly, it was impossible to conceal. Just look at Aunt Hong next door. Who doesn't he know? Xiangzi pulled out another cigarette, about to light it, but then hesitated. As for Zhao Hui, let's let that go. I want to say more. However, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch you fall into another pitfall. Rest assured, I am fully aware and will not engage in any foolish endeavors, Lin Ran declared. He indeed harbored feelings for Sumo. After all, she was his first love, and it was a hurdle he struggled to overcome. This isn't about foolishness. It's a bottomless pit. Sumo's brother's partner insists on buying a house in the city, or else they want to marry. I've heard she might even be pregnant, and their family is quite anxious. Lin Ran furrowed his brow. Sumo may not even know about this. It's none of your business. Xiangzi was genuinely concerned that Sumo might ask Lin Ran for financial assistance. Don't worry. The two of them together earn 5,000 and still expect to buy a house in the city. Are they fools? He scoffed. Sumo is truly unfortunate, rather than this. She might as well not have come back. How can she survive out there? Lin Ran sighed sympathetically, convinced that Sumo would never approach him for help. Seeing Lin Ran's agreement, Xiangzi felt reassured. The two arrived at their secret base by the Little West River, unpacked their fishing gear, and began digging for worms beneath the trees. Interestingly, though neither of them cared much for eating fish, they both found joy in the act of fishing. Unlike others who preferred to bait the area, they simply employed worms for the thrill of the catch. The surrounding wild cats, hearing the commotion, meowed and approached. In the past, whenever Lin Ran and the others came, they would feed the caught fish directly to the cats. They truly had a knack for recognizing opportunity. Xiangzi cast his line and settled onto his stool, patiently waiting for a bite. The cats are our entertainment, Lin Ran remarked as he retrieved a box filled with ham sausages and various prepared foods and beverages. The two of them enjoyed snacking while they fished. Normally, they might have had a drink, but one was driving while the other had a pregnant wife, so they kept it low-key. Is the betrothal money sufficient? Lin Ran inquired. Enough. A bride price of 150,000, and there's no need to renovate the house. We will simply use the current one. All the gold jewelry is covered by the bride price, and their family is providing a car worth over 100,000 as a dowry. This is the standard in our village. Xiangzi chuckled. Indeed, online discussions about high bride prices are prevalent, but it all depends on the region. Here, the bride price goes directly to the girl, not her family. It is saved in her own name. If the bride price comes with conditions, then a little extra is fine. If not, a lesser amount is usually accepted without much fuss. Lin Ran had a fondness for this place. Yet he still wished to wait for his master and mistress to erect a tombstone after 3 years before pursuing his development in the city. Yes. Xiangzi had a bite on his line and reeled in a small crucian carp, promptly tossing it to a stray cat, not forgetting to offer the remainder of his half-eaten sausage. On the opposite riverbank, he noticed someone fishing. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the person and raised a hand in greeting. The other party responded and took a swig from a bottle, downing half of it. He had heard that this man had divorced, shirking responsibilities at the factory, abandoning his mentally ill father to his wife, while his mother was off gallivanting. His wife had taken the children and cleared their debts before leaving. Xiangzi disdainfully remarked, "What is it with good women ending up with such men these days?" Lin Ran truly could not comprehend. With so many divorces, it seemed that one partner was striving for a respectable life, while the other was aimless. Xiangzi shrugged his shoulders, unable to understand either. Chapter 31. Provocation. As Sumo's workday concluded, she secured the roll-up door and was about to return to her rented room when she noticed a small electric tricycle parked at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, she found her parents, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. Su Dad and Su Mom exited the vehicle and swiftly seized Sumo's hand, forcibly pulling her into the tricycle. "Don't pull me. Speak directly if you have something to say," Sumo retorted, yanking her arm back. "Your brother's wife is 4 months pregnant and is already showing. She insists on buying a house before registering the marriage. Otherwise, she will terminate the pregnancy. Given our financial situation, where will we find the money for that? You must help your parents come up with a solution," Su Mom pleaded, gazing at her daughter with desperation. Sumo nearly scoffed in disbelief. "I've given you ample money since my marriage. Shouldn't that have sufficed? You can never repay the debt of raising you." Su Dad glared at her fiercely. "Lin Ran is wealthy. You should consider getting money from him. Within a month, purchase a house for your brother, or we will come to Lin Ran's shop every day to confront you. At worst, you could make things official. You will bear a child too. Lin Ran will find it hard to find a partner with a child on the way. He'd be overwhelmed with joy. And you could leverage that against him. Su Mom proposed a dubious idea. Su Mo's eyes welled with tears, and upon hearing such distressing words, she felt an urge to end it all. We only need to prepare a down payment of 250,000, plus another 150,000 as the bride price. Your brother's wife's family has said they will assist with the mortgage. We cannot let the child suffer. And your second brother is now 19 and has also found someone. All these require money. Our family only cultivates 20 acres of land. We are counting on you. You cannot let us down. Fuming with anger, Su Mo thought to herself that it would have been better not to return at all. Seeing their daughter remain silent, the elderly couple approached her and elbowed her. We are talking to you. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo decided to leave, not wishing to engage in further conversation with her parents. As she pushed open the door, her father attempted to follow, only to be stopped by her mother, who suggested they would confront her again the following day, expressing disbelief that she could be so heartless. Indeed, Su Mo hurried back to her rented apartment, collapsing onto the sofa in a fit of tears. She was acutely aware of her brother's situation. Having completed only junior high, he had taken to working, lacking both education and vision. Even though they resided in the city, they were still among those who struggled to make ends meet. Sighing deeply, Su Mo pondered what to do next. Xiangzi and Lin Ran had caught a considerable number of fish, which they used to feed the local stray cats. Is there any of your land affected by the highway construction? Xiangzi inquired. If all goes as planned, my family could stand to gain a substantial sum, around 200,000. However, if they reroute, I might have to sell my land at a mere 700 per mu, Lin Ran replied. Despite having grown up in the countryside, he had little knowledge of farming. I hope you receive the compensation. It would allow you to save more, Xiangzi remarked. Exactly, Lin Ran concurred. The two continued fishing until dusk, glancing across to the opposite bank where a drunken man remained, still casting his line. Lin Ran shook his head in resignation, reflecting that if that man could find a devoted wife, he would surely earn well to provide for her. In these times, establishing a family was no small feat. Some desired what they could not have, while others failed to cherish what they possessed. After escorting Xiangzi home, Lin Ran returned directly to the shop. He retrieved his household registration booklet, which bore only his name, and a wave of loneliness washed over him. He hoped that within 5 years, there would be 2 additional names inscribed, signifying a complete family. The following morning, Su Mo arrived with dark circles under her eyes. Did you not sleep well? Lin Ran inquired with concern. I was playing games for too long, she replied. There's nothing pressing today. Why not take a nap on the second floor? Thanks. However, Su Mo did not head upstairs. Instead, she busied herself with tidying the apartment, her mind heavy with worries. Huazi burst in, bubbling with excitement. Lin bro, my family's land is being taken for the highway, and we're set to receive over 100,000. My dad said he would secretly give my sister 30,000 to keep as her private savings. In that case, my land should yield a similar amount. Our families aren't far apart, Lin Ran noted. That's for sure. Huazi rubbed his hands together. My dad said he'd buy me a car with the money. If you get a car, I have plenty of business. You could drive it and play music on your own. I'll cover the fuel costs, Lin Ran generously offered. Deal. Is it settled? Huazi inquired, and Lin Ran gestured affirmatively. Su Mo paused to ask Lin Ran, if you receive compensation for your land, how much would it be? Over 200,000, I believe. That's quite impressive, she replied, enviously aware that her family would gain nothing from the highway project. The uproar regarding the highway construction had reached a fever pitch. Jiang Tsong found himself entirely excluded from the compensation, his resentment growing as he learned of Lin Ran's potential windfall. His wife, with a tone dripping with sarcasm, taunted him about his lack of benefits from the situation. Wishing to escape the tension, Jiang Tsong decided to take a stroll. As fate would have it, he soon encountered Lin Ran's uncle and 2 of his cousins. Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, Jiang Tsong greeted, showing respect for Lin Ran's family. What brings you out, Jiang Tsong? Lin Ran's uncle asked. Just taking a walk. What about you 3? Oh, just out for a stroll, they replied. Jiang Tsong scrutinized the expressions of the 3 individuals, perceiving their discontent and deducing the cause. There are certain truths I know I ought not to voice, yet remaining silent burdens my heart. The matter of the highway encroachment has reached my ears. If Duran were sensible, such funds should not be claimed. Grandpa Lin's eyes sparkled with understanding, evidently sharing the same sentiment. You speak wisely, yet that sum exceeds 200,000. Ran will surely refuse to part with it. He is not the master's biological son. What right does he have to claim it? Jiang Tsung commenced to stir the pot. Uncle Lin discarded his cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Yet the beneficiaries have stipulated that the distribution shall align with the household registrations. During the land allocation, there were records available, known to the entire village. It seems Ran cannot yield this money. If he withholds it, shall you remain silent? Are we not family? The trio fell into silence. Though I am Ran's senior apprentice, it is a matter of principle. He should not claim the funds from the encroachment, for it was the master who took him in, nurtured him to this age, and entrusted him with such a vast estate. Jiang Tsung paused, observing the somber expressions of the three, and continued. Logically, the master's assets ought to be divided among relatives. Ultimately, Ran is an outsider. Eldest brother, Jiang Tsung's reasoning is sound. We cannot let this go unchallenged. 20,000 is at stake. We three brothers could share it. Uncle Lin San exclaimed in indignation. The fourth brother disregards familial bonds. We are blood brothers, and such funds ought to flow to our own hands. Grandpa Lin listened intently to his brother's discourse, contemplating for a moment, and then resolutely declared, "Let us seek out Lin Ran. He bears the Lin family name, yet dares to contest us for money. Let's go." Jiang Tsung stood rooted, watching the three brothers march away in indignation, pondering. Humanity is so easily swayed. Lin Ran, I cannot believe the Lin family stirs up such a ruckus while you still have the leisure to conduct business. The moment you leave this town, I shall embark on my own path. Chapter 32. A fool's commotion. Lin Ran sat at the storefront, a look of relief on his face. He had long anticipated a few days of respite, and it had indeed come to fruition. Esteemed friends and beloved descendants, today we bid farewell to our matriarch with profound sorrow. Huazi, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, Lin Gu, do you think if I recited these words at home, my father would hit me? Highly probable. Not to discourage Huazi, but if one were to recite such sentiments at a funeral, it would be entirely appropriate. However, to do so aimlessly is merely courting trouble. Huazi, Su Mo gazed anxiously toward the entrance, fearing her parents might arrive to cause a commotion. During lunch, Huazi noticed that the dishes today were even less palatable than usual. Stealing a glance at the impassive Lin Ran, he braced himself to consume a bowl of rice. Su Mo, distracted, managed to eat half a bowl before retreating outside with her phone. She proactively dialed her parents. Hello. Please do not come to the storefront looking for me. I will consider what you have said. Laughter emanated from the other end of the line, which only heightened Su Mo's distress. She hastily ended the call, casting aside concerns about the finances for the moment, determined to placate her parents. At that moment, the three Lin brothers approached on their electric scooters. Su Mo recognized them instantly, sensing their aggressive demeanor, and an ominous premonition washed over her. She hurried back inside. Ran, the elder Lin brothers have arrived, and they do not appear friendly. They are likely here to cause trouble. Surely not. Lin Ran approached the door just in time to see three individuals entering. Uncle, second uncle, and third uncle. What brings you all here together today? Is my little niece getting married again? Uncle Lin did not respond. Instead, he wandered around the room with his hands behind his back, pointing at one of the urns. Ran, I'll be using this urn. You wouldn't expect me to pay for it, would you? Upon hearing this, Lin Ran thought it absurd that he would utter such nonsensical remarks. Surely, there was no expectation of payment for an urn. At most, I would require only the cost. However, uncle, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I am not clever enough to decipher your intentions. Lin Ran straightforwardly addressed the matter. Uncle Lin scoffed disdainfully. I wouldn't dare have any expectations. We are not related, and my fourth brother has given all his possessions to you. What do we mean to you, Lin Ran? Having accompanied his master for many years, Lin Ran had honed his ability to read the room. He smiled gently, responding with measured dignity. I share a household registration with my master, and it is I who holds the urn. There should be no issue regarding the estate being entrusted to me. Uncle too, reeking of alcohol, shoved Lin Ran aside. Don't think you can keep all of my fourth brother's land compensation for yourself? Yes, that 20,000 must be shared with us. Uncle 3 glared menacingly at Lin Ran. Su Mo was taken aback. The three men were not even from the same village, so why should they claim land compensation? Young Huazi, still naive, trembled slightly, fearing that the elderly men might act rashly. Since you've brought it up, let us discuss it in detail, Lin Ran stated, producing cigarettes and offering one to each of them. When they refused, he tucked one behind his ear. You expelled my master from your home when he was just a teenager, and you seized the house his parents left him, not even allowing him to return for his clothes. The three men were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Lin Ran would know such old grievances. My master was forced to live in another village due to your actions, and for 10 years, you didn't keep in touch. When my master passed away, you feigned disdain and jealousy, ultimately demolishing the house he had worked hard to build, didn't you? When my master married my mistress, your wives came to stir trouble, did they not? After my mistress passed, my master took me back home, and you continued to interfere. There were many unseemly deeds until 7 years ago when you finally reconciled with my master. As Lin Ran recounted these events, his ire began to rise. As for the land compensation, you need not worry. I will not give you a single cent. For those 12 acres. The three of us listed on the household registration each hold 4 acres. You, the Lin family, have no claim here. Indeed, you are not from the same village. It is not your entitlement. Huazi chimed in. The three Lin brothers were furious, fully aware of their past misdeeds. Yet they felt humiliated to have their actions confronted by a younger generation. Uncle Tu, known for his temper, seized Lin Ran by the collar and thrust him toward the computer desk. The money from my fourth brother's land belongs solely to us. You are not of the Lin bloodline. What right do you have to claim it? If you do not pay us the money, we will smash your shop. Dream on. Lin Ran was acutely aware of their insatiable greed. If they surrendered the 200,000, it would not be long before they returned for the shop, and even the old house left by their master in the countryside. The three brothers were infuriated, their faces flushed from anger and alcohol, and spurred on by Jiang Tsong. They impulsively seized the newly arranged urn and hurled it to the ground with force. Soon, a cacophony of chaos erupted within the room. Huazi rushed to restrain the old man from the Lin family, but was unexpectedly yanked back by Lin Ran. Brother Lin, don't pull me. What will we do if everything gets smashed? Items can be replaced, but if we confront those three old men, we will suffer substantial losses. The room contained few valuables aside from the urns. The rest were merely paper products, posing little concern. Suamo took out her phone to call the police, but Lin Ran stopped her. Regardless of the situation, they were the late Master's brothers. They could be merciless, and Lin Ran could not allow his deceased master to rest in unrest. After a bout of venting, the three old men seemed to have calmed down slightly, their rationality gradually re-emerging. Aunt Hong heard the commotion and, upon peering inside, pointed at the three old men, berating them. How despicable. Not long after Master Lin has passed, you come to bully his disciples who cared for him in his twilight years. Truly, you are exemplary brothers. Get out of here. The affairs of the Lin family are none of your concern. Lin Laosan spat back. Aunt Hong's face flushed with anger, and she clutched her heart, gasping for breath. An old man is bullying honest folks and an elderly lady. This is outrageous. My heart before she could finish her sentence. Her eyes rolled back as she slid down the doorframe. Aunt Hong. Lin Ran dashed over, promptly assisting her into a chair. Aunt Hong, wait here. I will take you to the hospital. Don't let them anger you. They are old and foolish. You must not let them cause you harm. Little brat, the three old men, witnessing Aunt Hong on the verge of fainting, were terrified and fled in haste, fearing that the 200,000 would be lost along with an additional medical bill. Moreover, Aunt Hong was known as the most formidable character in town. She had a paralyzed husband, and if anything happened to her, they would be responsible for caring for the couple in their old age. Chapter 33. A reminder. Seeing the three old men disappear on their electric scooters, Aunt Hong stood up, unperturbed, and scolded. At their age, how can they be so ignorant? Anyone with a sense of decency would not behave like this. Aunt Hong, are you unwell? Huazi asked, astonished, only to receive a disdainful glare in return. Aunt Hong pointed at Huazi. You still have much to learn. Just look at Brother Lin. With just one roll of my eyes, he knows what I intend. Thank you, Aunt Hong. Regardless of the circumstances, her intervention had temporarily defused the situation for Lin Ran. Aunt Hong gazed at the shattered urn fragments on the floor and sighed with regret. Your master once said, if anything were to happen to his three brothers, you should keep an eye on them. But you cannot be too accommodating. One should not be so easily bullied. Indeed, if I were to lay a finger on them, they would dare to linger in my house indefinitely. That is true. Aunt Hong recognized the nature of these aged men all too well. Lin Ran kicked the shattered urn on the ground, sighing at the thought of losing several tens of thousands of yuan from his monthly earnings. Suemo, along with Huazi, was tidying up the room, and Aunt Hong lent a helping hand. After a while, Aunt Hong chuckled. Lin, what if the highway changes its route and you end up with nothing? Do you think the three brothers of the Lin family would be furious? Lin Ran brushed off the loss of the money, considering it a perfect excuse to distance himself from the trio, confident that his master would not be displeased from the heavens. Aunt Hong raised an eyebrow. Good thing they don't know your master was still thinking of them until his last breath. Otherwise, they might depend on you for their old age. Exactly. Lin Ran chuckled. Huazi, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the display. Lin, you still need to call and place an order. I know. Lin Ran sent a WeChat message to the supplier, who quickly replied, what is going on? I just delivered 20 to you today. Did your town lose so many people? Lin Ran retorted, less chatter, send 40 over, and make it quick. The supplier responded, got it, I'll personally deliver it first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Ran agreed. After half an hour of cleaning up the debris, Lin Ran borrowed a vacuum cleaner from a car wash to pick up the remnants, avoiding any potential mishaps that could mar his appearance. Aunt Hong leaned against the doorframe, munching on sunflower seeds, making an effort to dispose of the shells in the trash can. She shot a sidelong glance at Suemo, noticing her smiling while conversing with Lin Ran, which made her expression sour. Lin, come here, I need to talk to you, Aunt Hong said sternly as she stepped outside. Lin Ran paused, surprised. Having known Aunt Hong for over 20 years, he had never seen her so serious. What's wrong? Suemo asked, confused. I'll go check. Lin Ran replied as he stepped outside, only to be pulled back into the supermarket by Aunt Hong. What is going on between you and Suemo? Aunt Hong lowered her voice, wary of being overheard. It's nothing, just old classmates, Lin Ran replied. Aunt Hong pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. Sumo's parents came by last night and confronted her, pulling her into their car. I didn't catch the details, but it's certainly not good news. That's their family matter. It has nothing to do with me. You'd better maintain that attitude. Your master specifically asked me to keep an eye on you before he passed. He wanted you to marry a good wife. Although Suemo grew up with you, her family could be a burden. You must not be foolish. Lin Ran recalled what Changzi had said and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I understand. Good. I feel better now. Upon returning to the store, Lin Ran found Suemo standing at the entrance. Keeping a composed demeanor, he walked inside. Aunt Hong didn't have anything significant to discuss, just some matters regarding the Lin family. Aunt Hong is actually quite nice, Suemo remarked, unaware of their conversation. Indeed, Lin Ran acknowledged, knowing that while Aunt Hong had good intentions, her personality and mannerisms were quite difficult to praise. The incident of the Lin family's elders vandalizing Lin Ran's shop had spread, and it was certain that Aunt Hong's loose lips were the source. Boss Dong was thoroughly amused, feeling a slight relief from the pent-up frustration he had harbored. In the small town, groups of individuals congregated to discuss the matter at hand, predominantly expressing their disdain for the three brothers of the Lin family. If it were a matter of shared land within the village, then reasonable compensation could be expected. However, for those not even from the same village to demand payment was utterly shameless. At that moment, an old sedan pulled up in front of Lin Ran's shop. Huazi, noticing a man approaching, promptly opened the door and inquired, "What's the matter?" The man, in frustration, stomped his foot and exclaimed, "Don't even mention it. My wife was killed in a car accident on the highway this morning." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran quickly asked, "What was she doing on the highway?" "How would I know?" The man replied, his expression betraying a sense of guilt as he scanned his surroundings. Lin Ran, sensing the underlying tension, took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a delicate plume of smoke. According to our local customs, those who die away from home must be taken directly to the crematorium. They cannot remain in the house, he stated. Right, the police had me identify the body and reviewed the surveillance footage. It was not the driver's fault. So I can only consider myself unfortunate and proceed with cremating my wife. The man continued, producing a cigarette and searching for a lighter. Huazi, recognizing the moment, handed him a lighter to ignite his smoke. Lin Ran gestured for the man to sit down while Suemo poured him a glass of water. The man continued, "The death of my wife is a significant matter, and I must hold a proper ceremony. I purchased an urn from the funeral home. I know it does not align with Lin Boss's customs, but before he could finish, Lin Ran raised his hand to interrupt. My customs do not pertain to accidental deaths. I understand your intent. We will hold the ceremony tonight and tomorrow, and she will be laid to rest the day after. Exactly. The man nodded vigorously. You're right. Lin boss, you understand without me needing to elaborate. Huazi, observing the man's lack of sorrow, bluntly asked, is she really your wife? Of course, he replied, his voice rising in pitch. Huazi discreetly smirked. Could a true spouse display such indifference? It was likely there was little affection. Perhaps even a sense of relief at her passing. Lin Ran had witnessed such scenes before. Very well, I will accompany you home to set up the music. We will conduct the ceremony tomorrow and bury her the following morning, he said, pausing with a hint of sarcasm. Logically, it should suffice to hold it tomorrow. But you must collect the funeral fees, so we ought to take an extra day. Right, that makes sense. There hasn't been much happening at home for years. The man replied, seemingly oblivious to the subtle implications of Lin Ran's latter statement. Suemo shot the man a disdainful glance before turning to the kitchen. Lin Ran could not forego the opportunity to earn some money. He needed to recuperate at least part of today's losses. It's getting late. Let us go. You still need to prepare the banquet. Shall we use Li Qing? Whatever you say? The man replied. All right, let us go. Lin Ran donned a jacket, leaving Suemo to tend the shop, as he and Huazi followed the man in his Land Rover. Suemo, contemplating the deceased woman, couldn't shake the feeling that she might have taken her own life. Chapter 34. The conflict begins. Upon returning to the man's home, Lin Ran was greeted by the sight of the urn placed within the room. He instructed Huazi to play music and notified the warehouse staff to set up the spirit tent, since the body had already been cremated. It was sufficient to simply place the tent. As the mournful melodies filled the air, Lin Ran inquired, what kind of paper offerings do you require? Anything will do. The man replied, his face displaying indifference. Medium quality will suffice. Very well. Lin Ran turned her head to gaze into the room and beheld the man's two children. The elder daughter appeared to be around 17 or 18, while the son seemed merely a decade old. It was indeed tragic for them to have lost their mother at such a tender age. Everything that needed to be arranged was set, and Lin Ran made a call to ensure that the paperwork would arrive by 8 o'clock the following morning. Li Qing arrived half an hour later, and they discussed the level of sophistication for the banquet, settling on a decent mid-range option. Before long, neighbors came over to lend a hand. Some of the women whispered behind the man's back, cursing him for being shameless and for causing his wife's demise. Huazi, a well-meaning individual, approached to inquire further and learned that the man frequently sought the company of other women, which had driven his wife to illness. Just 2 days prior, he had failed to return home for the night, leaving her despondent enough to throw herself onto the highway, leading to her untimely death. After listening to Huazi's ramblings, Lin Ran remained silent. Events of this nature, whether involving men or women, were not uncommon throughout the year. Her only sorrow lay with the driver. Fortunately, he had not been speeding, or else he too might not have survived. After this ordeal, the driver would undoubtedly experience a period of trepidation, severely affected. He might never feel confident behind the wheel again. The deceased's family arrived, storming in with fierce intent. Upon spotting the man, they wasted no time and began to assault him, causing him to wail in agony. No one intervened. As long as they did not kill him, the beating continued. The son and daughter watched their father being beaten with indifference, drawing the curtains to shield their eyes from the scene. The family vented their anger, which alleviated their fury somewhat. After all, there were children involved, and they could not truly wish for the man's death. The mourning tent was erected, and Lin Ran instructed the staff to set it up properly. She then asked her son to place the ashes in the mourning hall. If anyone comes to pay their respects after they finish, you should bow once in return, she advised her children. Understood, the son and daughter replied, donning mourning attire and kneeling on either side, committing Lin Ran's words to memory. Lin Ran glanced at the eternal flame, which burned brightly, and lit candles while arranging offerings. Noticing that no one from their family had come to light incense, she beckoned her son over. Light 3 sticks of incense for your mother and keep an eye on the burner. Make sure the incense does not extinguish. Once it burns down, use the candle to reignite it. Understood, her son replied obediently, lighting 3 sticks of incense and bowing 3 times. Lin Ran felt a sense of comfort. Despite his father's shortcomings, her child was still very obedient. The daughter, kneeling nearby, fiddled with her phone. How many tables will there be tonight? She asked softly, noting that Li Qing and the others were preparing the ingredients. Is this considered an accidental death? Suicide does not count, Li Qing lamented with a sigh. There are far too many unfortunate souls throughout the year, We cannot extend our sympathy to all. Lin Ran had long grown numb to such tragedies. Indeed, she agreed. The workers were busy chopping vegetables, occasionally glancing at the photograph displayed on the offering table. She had been so beautiful, why not just get a divorce? In these times, even if life became unbearable, there was always the option of divorce. Death, however, meant the end of everything. It was truly a pity for those two children. Gradually, more people arrived. The men bowed 3 times, while the women performed 3 deep bows. The son and daughter returned the gestures, and seeing the incense dwindling, the daughter lit 3 more sticks to replenish it. At that moment, a crimson sedan halted at the entrance, and a woman clad in provocative attire gracefully descended, sauntering towards the mourning pavilion. With an air of frivolity, she performed 3 exaggerated bows. Upon recognizing her, the daughter threw her phone to the ground and rushed forward, seizing the woman's hair. "You vixen! You seduced my father and caused my mother's demise. How dare you show your face here? I will end you." The son, too, charged at her, sinking his teeth into her arm and pulling fiercely. The woman screamed in agony, prompting the man inside to rush out, scolding the boy. "You little brat, let go, or I swear I'll punish you." Lin Yan tossed aside the sunflower seeds in her hand, hurried over to pull the children aside, and called for Li Qing to restrain the daughter. The girl complied, waiting for the uproar to subside. As Li Qing coaxed her, the daughter had managed to pull out a large handful of the woman's hair, exposing patches of her scalp. The onlookers found great satisfaction in the spectacle. The son glared at the man, pointing accusingly. "You will age one day too. My mother took her own life due to your cruelty. You have robbed me of my mother. I am merely 10 years old now, but just wait until I grow up. I will make you pay." The man's face turned pale, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, clearly shaken by the boy's words. "When you grow old, I will make your life a living hell." The daughter cried out in anguish. The man lowered his head, whether out of shame or fear. He ignored the woman on the ground and retreated into the house. The children's hatred unnerved him. He stood restlessly within, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The maternal relatives arrived to take the 2 children away, instructing them to remain by the mourning pavilion, while no one paid heed to the woman on the ground. A chunk of flesh from her arm was nearly bitten off, blood dripping to the floor. Struggling to rise, she found herself utterly powerless. She scanned her surroundings and locked eyes with Lin Yan. "Help me up. I can't get up," she pleaded. Lin Yan scoffed, walking past her. Provocative women were not uncommon, but this one daring to cause a ruckus at a mourning site was a first for Lin Yan. With a face full of grievance, the woman managed to stand. Glancing back at the house, seeing the man unwilling to emerge, she covered her wound and drove away. The deceased's daughter wailed, "I will wait for the day you grow old and see who suffers more. My mother is gone, but I remain. From now on, whenever you find another woman, I will drive her away. If you dare to have another child, I will end that child's life, and then I will ensure your line ceases to exist." The son continued to shout. The man inside felt an icy chill in his heart, sensing the grim future that awaited him in his old age. Good riddance. Someone from the maternal side spat. None of the in-laws stood up for him. They disdained his behavior. Lin Yan approached her son, offering comfort. "Life's journey is long. You and your sister should focus on your studies and secure a bright future. This way, your mother can rest in peace." "I understand," the daughter said, vigorously wiping her tears and picking up her phone to type furiously, her intentions unclear. Meanwhile, Huazi sat nearby, scrolling through short videos. When he suddenly stumbled upon one featuring their town, he dashed over to Lin Yan, excitedly showing her the video and casting a glance at the daughter in the mourning pavilion. Lin Ran glanced at the short video, which vividly depicted the moment the mistress was being assaulted. The title of the video prominently displayed the mistress's name, address, and her parents' names. Lin Ran expressed her admiration for the girl's cleverness, but she pondered who had captured such footage. In Chapter 35, The Urn Contains the Soul, Lin Ran searched the area and noticed a girl of about 17 or 18 standing at the back of the mourning hall. Upon meeting Lin Ran's gaze, the girl quickly lowered her head. Lin Ran approached her and softly inquired, "Did you film this? Will you tell?" The girl asked anxiously. "Of course not. What is your relationship with the deceased daughter?" "We are close friends. She was bullied, and I couldn't just stand by and watch," the girl replied. Her eyes reddened with emotion. "Well, go in and keep her company. You are quite loyal." The girl entered the mourning hall to sit beside the deceased's daughter. Watching the shares and comments on the video, Lin Ran realized the situation had escalated significantly. If it continued to develop in this manner, it would undoubtedly become a trending topic, and given the ensuing uproar, the mistress's family would likely find it difficult to maintain their standing in the village. What a clever and ruthless strategy. Today's young girls are indeed remarkably astute. Indeed, the news about the mistress spread quickly, living in such close proximity. Everyone was aware of one another's affairs. Before the mistress could return home, she received a call from her father, who berated her severely and forbade her from coming home. The mistress cried pitifully, and when she went to the town hospital for treatment, the nurses recognized her, their disapproving glances nearly overwhelming her with shame. Suemo watched the video and noticed Lin Ran's clothing appeared in the frame. A cold smirk escaped her lips as she thought of the deceased woman, and she scornfully muttered, "What a pathetic coward." The three elderly gentlemen of the Lin family returned to the village, having spent several anxious hours. Once they learned that Aunt Hong was unharmed, they called their elder sister to discuss the matter at hand. Soon, their sister, in her 70s and supported by a cane, arrived. The four gathered to discuss Lin Ran's situation. The elderly woman fiddled with the prayer beads on her left wrist and declared, "That shameless woman knows how to put on a show. Tomorrow, we shall stir things up again. If she dares to come and act pretentiously, I will simply lie down on the ground and see who is afraid. We will follow the eldest sister's lead. As long as the money comes in, we will split it evenly among us." The eldest brother of the Lin family proclaimed candidly, "I don't want any money. I am your eldest sister, and it is my duty to help you. Long live the eldest sister." The four elderly individuals grew increasingly delighted as they conversed, completely oblivious to what their children were up to. Jiang Tsong, upon hearing about the vandalism at Lin Ran's store, sat at home, amused as he scrolled through videos. He recognized the deceased's family and was about to call Lin Ran for more information when she unexpectedly called him, asking him to preside over the event the next day. Despite any personal grievances he might have with Lin Ran, Jiang Tsong could not overlook the opportunity to earn money, and he readily agreed. He then showed the video to his wife. After watching, she clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "What a coward. If she must die, she should at least take those wretched scoundrels with her." The wife pinched Jiang Tsong's lower back, causing him to grimace in pain. "Jiang Tsong, let me be perfectly clear with you. If you dare to seek out a mistress, I will annihilate your entire family and desecrate your ancestral grave, tossing your forebears' ashes into a latrine." Cold sweat dripped from Jiang Tsong's forehead as he hurriedly embraced his wife, reassuring her, "I am not that kind of person. Rest assured, I will never seek a mistress." "Humph, as if you would dare." Jiang Tsong forced a smile, thinking to himself, "All my money is in your hands. I have not a cent in my pockets, and merely 20 yuan in my WeChat for cigarettes. What on earth can I do?" Women, it seems, cannot help but react this way after watching such videos. They vent their frustrations on men. Lin Ran remained at the deceased's home until nightfall and did not allow Huazi to return home. Instead, he drove him back to the small town, where they ordered 2 dishes and each had a bottle of beer. The surrounding patrons were abuzz with discussions about the man's wife's suicide and the mistress's brazen behavior at the wake, bullying the legitimate children. The women were vociferously condemning the situation, while the men sat listening. Huazi quietly remarked, "Lin Go, to be honest, that mistress is not even as attractive as the original wife's black and white photograph." "Ah, you are still young. You do not understand." Lin Ran thought it inappropriate to explain to Huazi, who had just recently come of age, that most men cannot resist the allure of women who throw themselves at them. Huazi scoffed, "I'm 18 and grown up now, aside from lacking experience. I am well aware of everything." At this, Lin Ran nearly choked on his drink and coughed lightly, admonishing Huazi, "In the future, do not discuss the deceased's family with outsiders. We are responsible for this funeral and must not speak ill of the bereaved." "Oh, I will remember," Huazi replied, jotting the reminder into his phone's notes. Lin Ran was quite pleased with Huazi's seriousness. Initially, Huazi was meant to call him master, but at 28, Lin Ran felt it made him seem older, hence Huazi addressed him as Lin Go. At that moment, a male guest recognized Lin Ran, saying, "Boss Lin, you are the one handling the funeral for that woman who committed suicide on the highway, right?" "Indeed," Lin Ran admitted readily. "Did you see the footage of the mistress being beaten?" Lin Ran's brow furrowed as he retorted, "What footage? You haven't seen it? I was preoccupied with other matters at the time and did not pay attention. Moreover, it would not be appropriate for me to involve myself in the family affairs of the deceased, would it?" To avoid unnecessary complications, Lin Ran typically feigned ignorance. The guests sighed in disappointment and resumed their conversations. The male patron nodded. Indeed, even a just official finds it difficult to adjudicate domestic disputes. Exactly. Meanwhile, Huazi devoured a substantial bowl of rice, committing Lin Ran's manner of speaking to memory to avoid future complications in business dealings. After their meal, Lin Ran and Huazi walked home. Huazi, troubled by thoughts of the three elderly men from earlier, anxiously asked, Lin Go, do you think they will come back tomorrow? They must have heard about Aunt Hong's health. If they come, we shall simply call the police. But why didn't we report it the first time? Huazi inquired further. The first time was for my master, to maintain their dignity. I smashed 4 to 5,000 worth of urns without demanding compensation, having done my utmost. Should they strike again tomorrow, I shall engage in discourse with their offspring. Huazi nodded in agreement, expressing hope that their daughters might possess some sense of reason. Lin Ran remained silent, for he was unaware of the nature of the Lin family's 3 children. Yet, the law stood firm. Could they truly defy it? Lin Ran had his methods to deal with these 3 elderly men. As Lin Ran opened the roll-up door and gazed at the desolate exhibition stand, he lamented, not a single urn in sight, leaving my heart feeling hollow, as if my soul had departed, devoid of any confidence. You wouldn't understand. An urn represents the soul. Lin Ran concluded, retreating with his hands clasped behind him, ascending to the 2nd floor. Huazi was bewildered. How could an urn symbolize the soul? Of course, though referred to as an urn, it was a home. Chapter 36. Beneath a serene exterior, a deceptive heart. The following morning, Lin Ran did not rise particularly early. He instructed Huazi to accompany the workers transporting paper goods to the deceased's home, planning to drive over shortly to compose a condolence message and oversee the arrangements. That evening, Min Jia had 2 events scheduled. With everything organized, Lin Ran's presence was optional. Today's tasks posed no significant challenges. Around 7, Huazi departed with the workers, while Lin Ran stood at the storefront awaiting the arrival of the urns. At 8:30, a delivery truck pulled up. The driver exited the vehicle, collaborating with an assistant to carry items inside. The owner, casually smoking, offered Lin Ran a cigarette, saying, I heard your shop was vandalized. What transpired? Relatives demanded money, which I refused to provide, leading them to create a disturbance. Lin Ran replied, somewhat curtly as he accepted the cigarette. The owner chuckled, is that all? If it were me, I would have insisted they reimburse me. Nowadays, relatives are only interested in your wealth. Without it, they wouldn't even open the door for you. Such sentiments were not without merit. I recalled my own struggles, having once borrowed money from my uncle for my father's medical expenses, only to find him home, yet unwilling to answer my knocks. Since that moment, I have seen through human nature. The owner, with a pained expression, was evidently still troubled by this experience. In contrast, Lin Ran advised him, lending money is a matter of affection, refusing is a matter of principle. In truth, this is quite advantageous. When they need something, you can use this incident as leverage, all while avoiding lending them money, which is far less burdensome. This reasoning was sound. Eventually, they indeed asked me for money, yet I lent not a single cent. Well done. Lin Ran now awaited the Lin family's arrival to cause a scene. Perfectly poised to sever ties with the 3 elderly gentlemen, Su Mo meticulously counted the urns, refraining from placing them on the display until Lin Ran determined the pricing. He settled the bill with the owner in one go, then surveyed the room filled with boxes. Upon confirming their pristine condition, he organized them by price, those selling for 1,000 placed on the 1st floor, those over 2,000 on the 2nd, and the most expensive on the 3rd. The cheapest, around 500, were left directly on the ground, easily pointed out to any inquiries from clients. Duran, when will these sell out? Su Mo inquired. Lin Ran turned, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, that depends on how quickly the deceased depart. Su Mo. Huazi had completed all the preparations and called Lin Ran, saying, Brother Lin, everything is ready. The family responsible for writing the memorial scrolls has declined to do so. What do you suggest we do about this? Lin Ran replied, no worries, I'll head over right away. He hung up the phone, took his car keys, and left. Meanwhile, the 4 siblings from the Lin family were also ready, having hired a small tricycle to rush over to Lin Ran's shop. Half an hour later, Lin Ran arrived at the deceased's home and noted the bruises on the man, indicating he had endured another beating the previous night. The son and daughter appeared to be in better spirits than the day before. There were 10 wreaths in total, and Lin Ran quickly finished writing the inscriptions. Just as he intended to speak with Li Qing, He received a call from Su Mo, announcing that the 4 individuals had arrived. Lin Ran sighed softly, realizing that these elderly men were being sent to their graves, and he could not allow them to go without some form of retribution. He reminded Huazi to keep an eye on them before driving off again. Huazi was quite cheerful, anticipating that Jiang Tsong would arrive soon, allowing him to learn a thing or two. Upon returning to the storefront, Lin Ran found the 4 elderly men seated on the sofa. They politely inquired, "Why is there an additional guest today?" Lin Yi replied with a cold expression, "This is our eldest sister." "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time." Lin Laotai stood up, leaning on her cane, and forcefully tapped the ground a few times. "One must understand gratitude. It is not easy for the Lin family to raise you. Our youngest, a man, raised you with the hope of receiving something in return. If you do not know how to appreciate this kindness, you are a wicked person destined for the depths of hell. Life is about cause and effect. By being taken in by the Lin family, it signifies a bond with us. If you truly understand gratitude, you must return what rightfully belongs to the Lin family." Listening to the old woman's lecture on cause and effect, Lin Ran grimaced, thinking that while the 3 brothers used physical intimidation, the old lady resorted to a more magical form of manipulation. Her tactics were extraordinarily cunning. Su Mo stifled a laugh, recognizing that this rhetoric would convince anyone under 60. Noticing Lin Ran's silence, Lin Laotai assumed he was absorbing her words. "Give the land payment to my 3 younger brothers, and the deities will forgive you." "Well, I am the one delivering heads to the king of hell, and if anyone is to manage this, it is he. Surely, the deities would not overstep their bounds. Furthermore, the land payment has yet to be settled. Even if I were to give it, that land would be reclaimed and redistributed within the village, not to outsiders from your village." Lin Laotai's face stiffened. "You can take the money first and then give it to your uncles and grandfathers. That would be deceitful, wouldn't it? You are a follower of Buddha. How can you say such a thing?" Lin Ran countered. "You must be a kind-hearted person and understand reason. Do not invoke the deities in this matter, as it may bring misfortune upon your children. You wouldn't want to die, leaving your offspring to suffer." Lin Laotai's expression darkened, her cane trembling in her grip. "You have quite the audacity. I am the eldest sister. You Lin family members claimed I was adopted, thus my connection to you is tenuous," Lin Ran retorted, infuriating her further. "You," Lin Laotai sputtered in rage. "If you fall ill, I shall call for an ambulance," Lin Ran added nonchalantly. Seeing their sister falter, the 3 brothers pointed at the newly placed urn. "Lin Ran, do you believe I won smash your shop?" Lin Ran shrugged. "Do as you please." "Impudent fool." Madame Lin discerned Lin Ran's true nature and recognized that such individuals were the most difficult to contend with. Lin Ran regarded them with a mocking expression, remaining silent and motionless, as if observing a troop of monkeys. Su Mo felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that if another disaster were to occur, Lin Ran's efforts from the previous month would be in vain. Uncle Lin Sin opened the display case and, lifting a cremation urn, hurled it violently to the ground, then arrogantly glared at Lin Ran. Unfazed, Lin Ran produced her phone and promptly called the police. "Who are you calling?" Madame Lin inquired. "I've reported the incident to the authorities. Yesterday, I refrained from doing so out of respect for my master's past kindness to you, but today, that consideration is no longer necessary," she replied. Before long, officers from the local police station arrived, surveyed the 4 elderly men from the Lin family, and turned to Lin Ran, asking, "Did they come here to vandalize again today?" "They just smashed a cremation urn worth 3,000 yuan. The monetary loss is inconsequential. Their behavior is utterly reprehensible. I have recorded the entire vandalism process on my surveillance cameras from yesterday. You may come and collect evidence at any time," Lin Ran asserted. The police gestured to the 4 elderly men, saying, "Stop standing around. You gentlemen should accompany us to the station. Between yesterday's vandalism and today's, you're guilty of inciting trouble, which will warrant at least a 2-week detention." Madame Lin trembled, reciting a prayer under her breath, resolutely refusing to accompany the police. Chapter 37. A complete cessation. The 3 elderly men were rendered speechless, slumping to the ground in defeat, neither willing to leave with the police nor utter a word. At that moment, several vehicles pulled up outside, and more than 10 individuals stepped out. They pushed through the door, instantly crowding the already cramped space. "Dad, Ran called me today, saying you all came to vandalize the shop yesterday. What are you trying to achieve? Can't we discuss this rationally? My 4th uncle was driven away by you since childhood, yet he never took a single cent from you." A man exclaimed, visibly enraged. Old man Lin bowed his head, remaining silent. Enough. Let us return home quickly and avoid embarrassing ourselves here. We are not from the same village, so why are you causing a scene? Exactly. And you, Aunt, why are you joining in the nonsense? What are you thinking? Madame Lin shot a glance at her three brothers, seeing them cowering in silence, and scolded them in frustration. A bunch of useless fools, letting your children take control. You are the elders. A woman who had just entered retorted, Aunt, why are you stirring up trouble? Are you unhappy because we are doing well? With that, she stepped in front of Uncle Lin San, saying, Dad, how many times have I told you to stop associating with my aunt? She's acting like a lunatic. She'll surely end up with dementia. Uncle Lin San remained silent. Madame Lin pointed at the woman. How dare you speak to me like that? And what's wrong with that? What are you going to do about it? The woman challenged. Hands on her hips. When my mother married my father, you didn't hold back with your gossip. Do you not realize why my uncle is constantly upset with you? You have a knack for spreading rumors instead of attending to serious matters. What do you mean? Are you trying to make me furious? Let me tell you. If you drive me to anger, my uncle can easily find another partner in this new era of second marriages. Madame Lin's heart raced with fury. Though she dared to confront Lin Ran, she felt intimidated by the group of youngsters before her. Enough, let's go. The woman pulled up Uncle Lin San, urging him to leave, and upon reaching Lin Ran, she expressed her guilt, saying, Ran, we, the Lin family, have no desire for my fourth uncle's estate. The old man isn't in his right mind. Please do not take it to heart. Lin Ran graciously responded, Sister, no worries. I sensed that things were going awry today, which is why I called you. Take Uncle San and the others away. Let this matter be. We won't be needing that money from yesterday, sister. Regardless, he is my master's own brother. Let this be forgotten, and may no one mention it again. Lin Ran glanced at the others in the room and added, This matter is settled. Hurry and take them away. My apologies, Duran. The others approached Lin Ran to offer their apologies, each taking their father away. The eldest son of old lady Lin arrived late, saying, Mother, let us return home. This cannot be overlooked. Old lady Lin stubbornly held her ground, clearly desiring to save face. Her eldest son, nearing 50, witnessing his mother's unreasonable behavior, disregarded any pretense and forcefully pulled her away, declaring, If you continue to act out, I shall send you to a nursing home. My wife is weary of your antics, and the second son's wife is on the verge of leaving as well. Do you truly have no awareness of your actions? Let her leave if she wishes. Who would want her with such a disposition, except for the second son? Enough of your nonsense. The eldest son sheepishly smiled at Lin Ran and managed to drag his mother away. The police inside the house, seeing that there was no further issue, completed some paperwork and departed. Lin Ran and Su Mo exchanged glances, chuckling. Did you see? We only smashed one thing today. 3,000 yuan. Not too painful? The cost was less than 3,000. Su Mo laughed, a one-time solution. Lin Ran diligently cleaned up the fragments of the urn on the floor and made a phone call to Huazi, feeling somewhat uneasy and deciding to check in person. Many people attended the funeral, including the parents of the mistress. Lin Ran arrived just in time to witness their confessions. The onlookers grimaced, whether they believed them or not. Their presence was a statement. With a daughter like that, no family can expect peace. Lin Ran did not believe in their genuine remorse. Any rational person would choose silence, staying home until the storm passed, only to emerge later. Their tears were merely a performance for public consumption. Once the act concluded, the elderly couple drove away. The man never dared to show himself. Lin Ran could not help but scoff. If he were to reunite with that mistress, it would truly be a grave mistake. Jiang Tsong arrived shortly after 11, inquiring about the situation. The death was quite tragic. Indeed, Lin Ran replied. I heard that the Lin family caused a scene at your shop. Jiang Tsong feigned ignorance. It has been resolved. Their children have come, and they will not cause further disturbances. Although we incurred considerable losses, the outcome is still favorable. Jiang Tsong internally cursed the old fools but maintained a smile, saying, A loss of wealth averts disaster. Precisely. With no need for a funeral or spiritual rites, the body had turned to ash. Only a simple farewell ceremony was necessary. Jiang Tsong chatted with acquaintances while Lin Ran received a phone call. After a brief discussion, she drove back to the town with a serious expression. He did not return to the storefront, but instead went to the bank to withdraw 50,000 yuan, then drove straight to the hospital in the city. After circling the entrance of the hospital, Lin Ran spotted a parking space. Just as he pulled up, the attendant stopped him. Lowering his window, he politely inquired. Is parking not allowed in that space? The attendant, indifferent, replied, You can park. It's 20 yuan for an hour. But I haven't even been here an hour. Still counts as 20. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and parked his car. 20 it is. Who can resist the convenience here? The attendant chuckled. Visiting a patient at the hospital? Just some matters to attend to. Lin Ran placed the 50,000 yuan he had withdrawn into his bag and walked through the emergency entrance. The attendant nodded in understanding, realizing he was bringing money for a patient's treatment. Upon entering the emergency room, Lin Ran found his close friend, De Zhuang, near the door. De Zhuang, I brought cash for you. My WeChat limit is reached, and you don't have Alipay, so here's a total of 50,000. Do you think that will suffice? 30,000 will be enough. Take it, just in case you need it urgently, to avoid borrowing from others. Lin Ran placed the money in his hand. How is my uncle doing? Not too well. De Zhuang led Lin Ran to his father, who was wearing an oxygen mask. Lin Ran felt a pang in his heart, but maintained a cheerful facade, asking, Uncle Zhuang, do you still recognize me? Uncle Zhuang shot him a glare. I just have a stomach ache, not a concussion. His spirit seemed fairly intact. Am I on the brink of death, De Ran? Uncle Zhuang queried. Lin Ran chuckled. Come on, look at your bright forehead. Once you recover, buy a lottery ticket. Who knows, you might win a grand prize. Hearing this, Uncle Zhuang grinned. All right, you're spot on. I'll trust your words. If I hit the jackpot, I'll cover your future bride's dowry. Deal, we've made a pact. Absolutely. De Zhuang wore a bittersweet smile as he led Lin Ran out of the emergency room. Chapter 38. Parting ways. Lin Ran followed De Zhuang outside, where he saw Sister Zhuang. He nodded slightly. Sister. Sister Zhuang's eyes were red from crying. Upon seeing Lin Ran, she gestured to a nearby chair, indicating for him to sit. De Ran, what brings you here? I came to bring De Zhuang some money. Lin Ran replied honestly. It's no longer needed. What happened? Lin Ran quickly asked. De Zhuang sat down with a heavy sigh. Don't mention it. At that moment, a doctor approached with a medical report and addressed the siblings. I consulted with the director again. He said your father has a perforated intestine along with heart disease. Once on the operating table, he might not even survive the anesthesia. Doctor, how do we tell my father? Could you help us break the news? Sister Zhuang asked tearfully, unable to voice it herself. The doctor hesitated. It's such a cruel truth. How can we deliver such news? To be honest, even if you have sufficient funds, the chances of a successful surgery are less than 10%. Then there is indeed no necessity for surgery. Sister Zhuang understood the doctor's implication. Realizing if surgery were viable, no hospital would shy away from the profit. De Zhuang also could not bear to tell his father the truth, standing there in silence. Lost in thought, the doctor, noticing their reluctance to depart, continued to advise. In cases of gastrointestinal perforation, it is best to abstain from food and drink. But I estimate it will only last about a week. Ultimately, one cannot survive without sustenance. While the old man is still conscious, it would be wise to return home and spend time with loved ones, indulging in whatever he desires. The doctor expressed his gratitude. Da Zhuang understood the doctor's implication. One could either starve to death or enjoy a good meal and succumb sooner. Such situations are all too familiar to us physicians. If there were a remedy, we would certainly offer treatment. After delivering his message, the doctor departed, leaving the siblings to contemplate their next steps. Zhuang's sister phoned their mother, who was on her way to the hospital, and hurried to greet her at the entrance. Zhuang's mother entered with reddened eyes, and upon hearing her children's report of only a 10% chance of recovery, she gritted her teeth, declaring, I shall speak on behalf of your father. He might think you are withholding treatment from him. Da Zhuang dismissed the notion that their father would think such a thing. Lin Ran interjected, when a person is nearing the end, they hope to cling to life. My aunt has said this is far better than your situation. Lin Ran's words resonated with truth. Zhuang's mother entered the emergency room and took her husband's hand. Dear, I have consulted the doctor. Shall we consider going home? Upon hearing this, Zhuang's father immediately grasped the situation. Very well, I understand. We shall return home. Even in death, I wish to be at home. Zhuang's mother instructed Da Zhuang to call for an ambulance to take them home. The doctor arrived, advising them to ensure the patient receives adequate oxygen. Zhuang's mother nodded in acknowledgement. Before the doctor left, Zhuang's father beckoned Lin Ran closer. Let me see the urn. I would like to choose one myself. Uncle, do not be disheartened. Every person has their time. When I depart, I shall meet your master, and we can have a chat, he said, displaying a decent spirit despite his condition, which had come upon him rather abruptly. To be precise, it wasn't entirely sudden. He had experienced episodes before, and after taking some medication, he felt better. So no one took it to heart. Yes, Lin Ran, let your uncle have a look, Zhuang's mother urged, her voice tinged with sorrow. Lin Ran retrieved her phone, opened the images, and pointed out a few options. These are my latest arrivals, just in. What do you think? What is the price range? Would I overcharge you? Lin Ran's eyes glistened with emotion. The cost is 1,000. I sell it for 3,000. The quality is exceptional, capable of lasting thousands of years. I will ensure it is arranged beautifully and impressively. Zhuang's sister chuckled. Indeed, let us give my father the grandest send-off. Uncle, if you prefer something beautiful, I will. Before Lin Ran could finish, Zhuang's mother pinched her ear. You bold child, are you planning to tussle with those beautiful women when I'm gone? Enough, I concede. I concede, Lin Ran quickly offered a smile. Zhuang's father, lying in bed, couldn't contain his laughter, and even the surrounding patients joined in the merriment. Every person has their time. There is nothing to fear in acceptance. Lin Ran, I want this one, Zhuang's father decided. Da Zhuang returned at that moment and saw the urn on Lin Ran's phone. Whichever one my father desires is fine. Agreed. Lin Ran sent the image to Su Mo and set aside the chosen urn. The ambulance arrived, and they lifted Father Zhuang onto the vehicle. Mother Zhuang and De Zhuang followed closely, while Sister Zhuang accompanied Lin Ran back home. On the way, Sister Zhuang, her voice trembling with emotion, lamented, my father drinks excessively. I've told him countless times, yet he refuses to listen. He has had stomach pains on several occasions, and when I urged him to go to the hospital, he stubbornly declined, claiming his heart is weak, and the doctors dare not perform a gastroscopy. Do not cry, my dear sister. Uncle has had a weak heart for many years. You have done your utmost, Lin Ran offered, handing her a tissue. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of heaven. Let it go. I have accepted it, yet my heart aches, Sister Zhuang replied, wiping her tears. Duran, having watched you grow up, I must remind you of one crucial matter. You must steer clear of Su Mo. Her family is too chaotic. She is a burden. I understand, dear sister. Rest assured, Lin Ran replied, feeling her interest in Su Mo waning. As the saying goes, one should heed the advice of others. If he were to leap into the abyss again, it would be nothing short of self-inflicted suffering. De Zhuang mentioned that Xiangzi had informed him of Su Mo's presence at Lin Ran's shop, and that he had long wished to persuade Lin Ran. But familial matters had consumed his time recently. I comprehend, Lin Ran nodded. Sister Zhuang sighed. One must not settle in life. Even if one remains single, do not marry casually. I understand, sister. Lin Ran harbored deep affection for the Zhuang family. When Master brought him home, it was a neighbor, Mother Zhuang, who had cradled little Lin Ran. Even though De Zhuang was already weaning, she had nurtured Lin Ran for 6 months. This bond remained etched in Lin Ran's heart. Upon returning to Jinshan village, Father Zhuang lay on the Kong, reflecting, it truly feels good to be home. After a day in the hospital, I feel utterly unwell. Stop complaining and put on the oxygen mask, Mother Zhuang retorted sharply. Father Zhuang chuckled, seizing the moment of clarity to tell Mother Zhuang. Da Ran has affection for our family. He won't consider us a burden. Be sure to give him a little extra. The Lin family has suffered considerable losses from the shop. Rest assured, I would never let the child suffer, she replied. And after I am gone, you are still young. Should you seek a companion, even a younger man, that is acceptable, though our finances are limited. Mother Zhuang playfully slapped Father Zhuang. What are you talking about? I'm still busy taking care of our son. I have no time for such matters. Your grandson will be here shortly. Indeed, I miss the child. He'll be back soon. Mother Zhuang pulled out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her daughter-in-law, inquiring when she would return with the child. Before long, a reply came. We will arrive in 10 minutes. Chapter 39. Gazing at the road, Lin Ran sat outside, accompanying De Zhuang for a smoke when De Zhuang's wife and their 3-year-old son returned. Lin Ran extended his hands toward the child, exclaiming, Jin Bao is back. Uncle Duran. Jin Bao exclaimed, leaping into Lin Ran's embrace, his eyes filled with tears. Uncle, I want a lollipop, but mommy won't buy me one. If your mother won't buy it, then I certainly won't dare to. I'm afraid of her. Lin Ran feigned fright. Jin Bao giggled, my mom is very fierce. Everyone is afraid of her. Lin Ran, both amused and exasperated, glanced at De Zhuang's wife, whose eyes were red. Sister-in-law, why not take the child inside to see Grandpa? It's been nearly a week. All right, De Zhuang's wife replied, Picking up her son, Jinbao, let us go inside and see Grandpa. Mother, why are you crying? Jinbao gently wiped her tears. It's nothing. As Dazhuang's wife entered the room with Jinbao, she was struck with grief upon seeing her husband connected to an oxygen machine. Father, she cried out in despair. Do not weep. Death is an inevitable part of life. Dazhuang's father responded, having come to terms with his fate. Jinbao approached his grandfather and tenderly touched his face. Grandfather, will you play with me? Grandfather cannot, but your grandmother can. Would that be all right? No. Jinbao seemed to sense something profound, lying down in his grandfather's embrace and weeping softly. Dazhuang's mother sighed deeply and turned to Dazhuang's father. While you are still in good spirits, do you have any last wishes? There is nothing much. My children are considerate. Let them not bear the burden of my funeral expenses. Your father and I have sufficient funds. Very well. If you wish to sell the land, do so. Dazhuang's family is busy in the city and no one can return to farm. It would be too exhausting for you to till the land alone. The money from the sale will sustain you for the year, and there's also the orchard, which can yield profit. Yes, I will remember. You need not worry. Dazhuang's mother nodded repeatedly. That is good. Dazhuang's wife lifted Jinbao, saying, let us not disturb grandfather. He is unwell. All right. Dazhuang's father discreetly instructed Dazhuang's mother, remember to give the proceeds from the land to our daughter. Also, do not live with Dazhuang's family for too long. Over time, even the closest kin may clash. You must have your own means, understood? Understood, understood. I will be cautious. Good. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Ran entered the room and asked Dazhuang's father, Uncle, is there anything you wish to eat? I would like some wine and stir-fried intestines. Lin Ran. Dazhuang stood at the window with a frown. Why drink at a time like this? Precisely because of this, I wish to drink. Dazhuang. At that moment, Dazhuang's father's old friends arrived, carrying bottles of wine and several prepared dishes. They placed the food on the heated bed and poured a glass of wine for Dazhuang's father. Good brother, before you depart, let us share one last drink together. Death is but a part of life. Let us fulfill our desires and leave no regrets. Indeed, Dazhuang's mother refrained from objecting this time. It would be Dazhuang's father's final meal. We all must die eventually, so let us part joyfully. Dazhuang remained silent, contemplating that if this continued, it would be a struggle for the next few days. At that moment, Huazi called Lin Ran, Brother Lin. They are inquiring when the funeral will be tomorrow. At 7:30. We will head to the cemetery. Understood. Dazhuang, upon hearing this, eagerly asked, do you have work to attend to? Nothing significant. Tomorrow we need not go to the crematorium. It will be a simple burial, Lin Ran explained. Dazhuang returned the 50,000 yuan to Lin Ran. You should keep this money. I have no use for it. You should hold on to it. It may come in handy. Dazhuang insisted on returning it. I have enough funds. I was merely concerned about the expenses for accommodation. Very well. If you need anything, just let me know. Dazhuang's wife sat nearby, soothing the child. She had intended to take her child to her maternal home for a few days of play, but never anticipated such a significant event. Dazhuang's sister was outside making phone calls, informing relatives about their father's situation. Lin Ran stayed until 10 in the evening. Noticing Dazhuang's father's gaze becoming somewhat vacant, indicating that the time was nearing, he drove back to the store, where Huazi had already been picked up by his father. At this moment, Su Mo was at her parental home, where the entire family had gathered. They incessantly inundated her with the notion that an elder sister should assume the role of a mother. Su Mo could no longer endure it. She stifled a yawn and said to them, I must go to bed now. If I am not at the store by 7 tomorrow morning, Duran will surely worry. I have noted everything you said and understand what I must do. Please do not come to the store looking for me before then. All right. As long as you help your brother get married, anything is acceptable, Su Dad remarked. I'm going to sleep now. Please arrange a taxi for me back to town first thing in the morning. Certainly. Su Mo returned to the West Room, without even changing her clothes, and lay down on the bed to sleep. As for what to do next, her mind was a complete muddle. The following morning, Su Mo arrived at the store promptly at 7. Lin Ran briefly outlined the tasks for the day, and they drove straight to the deceased's home. Upon arrival, there was little to be said. They simply needed to break a basin, perform a ritual, and ensure the paper offerings were loaded onto the vehicle to be taken to the burial site. The grave had already been dug, and Lin Ran successfully interred the deceased. Whether the soul would find peace depended on how well the man treated his children. If not, tranquility would be elusive. Once everything concluded, Lin Ran earned 1,500. Upon returning to the store, she tallied the paper offerings reserved for Zhuang father and loaded the pre-ordered urn into the car. With all arrangements in place, Lin Ran answered a few more calls to schedule additional tasks before spending part of the afternoon at her computer. At 3 o'clock, Lin Ran brought the mourning cloth and burial garments to the Zhuang family. The Zhuang placed the items into the side room and handed Lin Ran a cigarette. My father has definitely reached his end. He just pulled out his oxygen tube. If we reinsert it, he won't accept it. He says he wants to die. Let him be. Lin Ran understood that such an illness was excruciating, and it was perhaps better to depart sooner than to linger in suffering. My mother said the same, he continued. All our relatives are here. They haven't said much, just accompanying my father on his last journey. Duran. Sister Zhuang called from inside. My father wants to come out. Help my uncle out. Lin Ran and De Zhuang entered the room, knowing what Zhuang father wished to do. Typically, those who can still move before passing will seek to glimpse the way back home. Those who cannot will sit up to gaze outside. The male relatives in the room assisted Zhuang father as he emerged. With vacant eyes, he looked towards the west, extending a trembling hand to point in that direction. Then turning to his younger brother. Brother, shall we support our father's feet? Zhuang father nodded. All right, we will follow your lead, brother. When the time comes, we shall all be buried together. Zhuang father nodded again, and then turned his gaze back towards the room. Back inside, the relatives supported Zhuang father as he returned to lie down. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. Water, brother, you can't drink anymore. If you do, it will truly. His younger brother, witnessing his insistence for water, cried as he offered Zhuang father a sip. Brother, if you're in pain, it's okay to go. Sister-in-law, rest assured, with brothers around, no one will dare to bully you. Zhuang father nodded, closed his eyes, and his breathing still held some strength. He should last for a few more hours. Chapter 40. It's time to depart. Seeing her husband in such distress, Mother Zhuang wept, saying, Do not hold on any longer. It is time to go. Father Zhuang's eyelids fluttered, seemingly awaiting something. Lin Yan's eyes widened in sudden realization. He understood Father Zhuang's intention. He wished to spare his family expenses by waiting until 9 or 10 o'clock that evening to depart, thus saving a day's worth of costs for his children. Just as these words resonated in the room, everyone present burst into tears. Father Zhuang slightly raised his hand and gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Mother Zhuang grasped his hand, saying, Old man, I understand. I shall stay with you. Father Zhuang nodded gently and became still. Time ticked away, and before long, it was 9:30. Mother Zhuang instructed others to leave, remaining alone in the room. After a moment, she called Lin Yan inside. Lin Yan placed his hand on Father Zhuang's neck and announced to those standing at the door, Uncle has passed. Father, cried De Zhuang and Sister Zhuang, weeping uncontrollably, lamenting that even in his final moments, their father was still considering them. Lin Yan sighed mournfully and hurried outside to play funeral music, directing the elder to dress Uncle Zhuang. While ensuring that the children and relatives were properly dressed in mourning attire, there were countless matters to attend to. Sister Zhuang was in a daze. As several elderly women arrived to assist, preparing mourning garments and headbands for Sister Zhuang and her daughter-in-law. The length of the mourning bands was significant. Those for peers and children measured 9 feet, while those for grandchildren were 7 feet. Each detail held its own importance. Lin Yan reminded Sister Zhuang and De Zhuang not to wash their hair, brush their teeth, or comb their hair before the burial. Understood, they replied. 3-year-old Jean Bao, taken by his grandmother, was sleeping at a neighbor's house on the east side. Upon hearing the funeral music, his grandmother sighed, lamenting that the village's kind-hearted elder had departed. Father Zhuang was well-liked, and many villagers came to assist De Zhuang in his efforts. Li Qing arrived, taking a puff of smoke, and seeing Lin Yan bustling about, felt a pang of sorrow. This young man had lost yet another genuine elder who cared for him. The village chief and the village doctor arrived, as a death certificate was needed for the following day. Mother Zhuang, having ceased her tears, discussed the arrangements for tomorrow's banquet with Li Qing. Although these matters were not her responsibility, her daughter-in-law was too young to manage them, so she had to step in and delegate tasks to others. The daughter-in-law, properly attired, wept as she bowed 3 times to the body of Father Zhuang, now covered with a ceremonial shroud. The eternal lamp was lit, incense was burned, and offerings were arranged for Father Zhuang's final journey. At this moment, an elderly woman from the second son's household arrived, wailing, my son, mother, why have you come? Mother Zhuang exclaimed, rushing outside to assist the now blind woman. "Mother, if you cannot see, do not come here. Everyone has their time to depart. Please do not cry. I wish to see my eldest son," the elderly woman insisted. "Mother," she was helped into the room, where she stroked the face of her eldest son, covered by the shroud, weeping inconsolably. The second son, fearing that the elderly woman might not withstand the emotional strain and might follow suit, hurriedly intervened to escort her away. "Mother, you say your eyesight is failing, yet you managed to find your way here. Do not worry us so. I want to see my elder brother one last time. He will not let me get lost. Mother, let us return home." After returning home, the elderly matriarch, knowing that her blind wife could offer no assistance, willingly accompanied her relatives. As for the deceased eldest son, all the mother could do was mourn in silence. Lin Ran prepared the necessary items for the funeral, opting for the finest options available without inquiring about the cost, and arranged for 20 wreaths after conferring with De Zhuang over the phone. Everything was meticulously organized, and at 11:30, Lin Ran ceased the music and departed from the Zhuang residence. On his drive back, Lin Ran was beset by a tumult of emotions. In his childhood, he had been nurtured by Mama Zhuang, and when his master was away on business, he lived with the Zhuang family, playing daily with De Zhuang and Zhuang Jia, who would share their treats with him. It was not until they moved when he turned 10 that his visits to the Zhuang home became infrequent, though their families maintained close ties. Lin Ran sighed, recalling the image of Papa Zhuang in his final moments. His belly distended with pain from the food that had been consumed. Perhaps it was better that he had passed. It spared him further suffering. Yet the abruptness of it all left everyone unprepared. Lin Ran, who believed he had come to terms with life and death, found himself emotionally shattered by Papa Zhuang's sudden departure. Upon returning to the shop, Lin Ran fell into a perplexed slumber until dawn. Meanwhile, Li Qing had already arrived to prepare the food and drinks, while he busied himself with the funeral arrangements, instructing the workers to ensure they reached the entrance of Jian village by 8 o'clock. Early in the morning, Su Mo arrived by taxi and noticed Lin Ran's slightly swollen eyes. She reached out to touch his face, but Lin Ran stepped back, maintaining a gentlemanly distance. "Uncle Zhuang has passed away, and I'm feeling quite troubled. Please keep an eye on the shop. I shall take Huazi to Uncle Zhuang's house shortly." Su Mo hesitated, awkwardly withdrawing her hand. "It's such a shame about Uncle Zhuang. Wasn't he not yet 60? "Indeed, it is a pity," Lin Ran replied, disappointed by his demeanor. Su Mo clenched her teeth, a brilliant idea forming in her mind. When Huazi arrived, Lin Ran said little to Su Mo and directly took Huazi to the Zhuang residence. Early in the day, Hao Liang, Chang Zi, and Lu Ming awaited him at the entrance. Lin Ran reached them first and forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace than a genuine expression of joy. "You gentlemen have arrived quite early. In just over 10 minutes, the vehicle for the funeral supplies will arrive. I shall go in and organize a few people to assist with the reception. We will depart together tomorrow," Hao Liang remarked. "Chang Zi will drive my car. I must take the hearse and tally the number of vehicles required, ensuring we have enough space for 2 or 3 passengers aside from the driver." Lin Ran responded, "Agreed. I will inquire about it." Lu Ming accepted the task. "I will go organize the people." Lin Ran entered the yard and called out to those present. "The vehicle for the funeral supplies has arrived. Everyone, please head to the street corner to assist." "Understood." Many people emerged from the yard, and Lin Ran summoned De Zhuang to accompany him in retrieving the rooster. Once everyone had gathered at the street corner, the vehicle arrived right on cue. They each took an item in turn, forming a line as they made their way to the Zhuang home. As Lin Ran ventured forth, bearing the ceremonial banners, she meticulously affixed them to the pipes flanking the grand entrance. With the paper offerings in place, she arranged them with care before retreating indoors to compose the elegiac couplets. The village head himself had penned the account of tributes, and nearly all the villagers had gathered. The mourning hall was prepared, awaiting the solemn moment to bid farewell to the deceased. Meanwhile, Jiang Tsong received news of the passing and, perceiving Lin Ran's delay in contacting him, deduced that she intended to personally oversee the arrangements, thus sparing the family some expenses. Having completed the ceremonial paper arrangements, Lin Ran promptly informed Mrs. Zhuang of the secured first cremation, assuring her that she need not worry about the remaining duties, which he would handle personally. Mrs. Zhuang felt utmost confidence in Lin Ran's capabilities. Both De Zhuang and Sister Zhuang entrusted everything to Lin Ran, kneeling before the spirit to express their gratitude. The daughter-in-law of De Zhuang, along with several assisting wives, was engaged in cutting off buttons and zippers from the garments worn by the deceased, preparing them for a ceremonial burning the following morning, alongside bedding and other belongings. Sister-in-law, uncle has a few new quilts. You and sister each take one set as a legacy, Lin Ran reminded her as he entered the room. The daughter-in-law nodded, replying, sister and I have divided them, each taking one quilt for mother. Very well, if you need anything, just call me. Lin Ran, you have worked hard. We all rely on you. She expressed her sincere gratitude. You're too kind, Lin Ran replied. After he departed, she chatted with others. Lin Ran grew up in our household. He shared a close bond with my father. He is a good child. Have you heard about Suemo? We will counsel her. I believe Lin Ran is wise enough not to act foolishly, the daughter-in-law assured. Lin Ran glanced at the time on his phone and summoned Hua Zi to assist in affixing the elegiac couplets. Once the paperwork was completed, he offered a monetary tribute of 3,000 yuan, distributing 1,000 to each of Hao Liang and the others. The subsequent rituals of the farewell and cremation proceeded smoothly. That evening, Hao Liang and the others remained to keep vigil with De Zhuang. Upon returning to the shop, Lin Ran turned on the lights and discovered a note from Su Mo affixed to the glass. I left some food for you in the fridge. He opened the refrigerator to find a slice of milfite cake. However, lacking the appetite to indulge, he ascended to his room for rest, aware that an early rise awaited him the next day. At dawn, just past 4, Lin Ran drove the hearse to the Zhuang residence, as it was imperative to arrive early at the crematorium to avoid delays. Many from the Zhuang family were present, and Lin Ran had arranged everything meticulously, ready to follow the established protocol. After leaving the crematorium, they proceeded to the burial site to lay Mr. Zhuang to rest, in the flurry of posthumous arrangements. Once the burial was concluded, tranquility enveloped the scene. Lin Ran and the Zhuang family reconciled accounts. 1,000 for the urn, 1,000 for the paper offerings. And the rest is a token of gratitude to my uncle, who raised me until I was a young adult. That cannot be. Your uncle insisted that you should not incur any expenses. Mrs. Zhuang exclaimed anxiously. I assure you, my contribution is modest. It is merely a token of my affection. Aunt, there is no need for further discussion. Let us settle it, as I have proposed. Lin Ran stood firm in his principles, resolute not to overcharge for the Zhuang family's affairs. Zhuang's mother intended to speak further, but was interrupted by De Zhuang. All right, let's heed De Ran's advice. This was the right course of action. Zhuang's mother sighed softly, aware of Lin Ran's temperament, unyielding and resolute. She transferred 2,000 yuan to Lin Ran and took his hand, advising him, before your uncle's unfortunate incident, he specifically urged me to counsel you against pursuing Suemo. We all know you have feelings for her, but marriage is a significant commitment and should not be taken lightly. I have already advised him, Zhuang Jia interjected. Aunt, I understand. You need not worry, came Lin Ran's response. If one person says it, Lin Ran might overlook it, but if many voices echo the same sentiment, should he continue to disregard it? He would indeed be a fool. Zhuang's mother, knowing Lin Ran's steadfast nature, felt reassured. At the dining table, Lin Ran was enjoying a meal with Hao Liang and others when he noticed De Zhuang and his wife approaching to pay their respects. The elders promptly waived the formality, as they were all family, and such gestures were unnecessary. During the meal, Hua Zi was engrossed in scrolling through short videos when he stumbled upon alarming news. A homicide had occurred in Yang Village, Longting Town, where a family of 4 had perished within their home. The bodies had begun to decompose, indicating they had been deceased for nearly 2 months, and a child's body was found in the cellar, reportedly having starved to death according to local forensic experts. Hao Liang took the phone to inspect the details. That child must have been hiding in the cellar, with the family gone and living in the countryside. No one would have known he was there. How tragic, Hua Zi expressed, eyes filled with sympathy. Lin Ran, upon hearing the place mentioned, felt a flicker of recognition. I think I've heard of that location before. It's quite far from us. He pondered further, struggling to recall where he had heard it. Stop dwelling on it. The perpetrator likely cannot escape that village. It is probably someone close to them. Otherwise, a family of 4 could not meet such a fate. Hao Liang, a policeman experienced in numerous homicide cases, remarked. Lin Ran did not dwell on the matter, finishing his meal before returning to the store with Hua Zi. Suemo was busy picking chives, preparing to make chive boxes for dinner. Hua Zi, with a hint of mischief, recounted the news to Suemo. A family of 4 was brutally murdered. That child starved to death in the cellar. What kind of monster could be so cruel? Sumo's complexion drained of color, her hands trembling slightly. Sister, are you all right? Huazi inquired, concerned. I find it frightening, she stammered. Then I won't speak of it anymore, Huazi said, closing his mouth and exiting the kitchen. Lin Ran was occupied at the computer, grappling with numerous accounts that required thorough reconciliation, a task that would consume a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, Sumo continued to focus on her chives. At dinner, Lin Ran, preoccupied with matters concerning Zhuang's father, consumed only a single chive box before retreating upstairs for some much-needed rest. Observing Lin Ran's somewhat deliberate detachment, Sumo felt a pang of sadness and hastily finished a few bites before returning early to her rented room. In the deep of night, Lin Ran dreamt vividly, finding himself face-to-face with both Zhuang's father and his mentor. Zhuang's father, with a grave expression, admonished him, "Duran, you must avoid alcohol at all costs. Remember your uncle's words, and keep your distance from Sumo." Upon realizing that these two figures were reaching out to him through a dream, Lin Ran promptly assured them, "Rest easy. I shall abstain from alcohol and will not pursue any developments with Sumo. As an old classmate, providing her with a job is the least I can do." "That puts my mind at ease," they replied before fading away. Lin Ran opened his eyes to the dawn breaking outside. De Zhuang called him, inviting him to dinner at the Zhuang family home that evening. Lin Ran agreed. It was customary to treat those who had assisted him to a meal the following day, as a gesture of gratitude. Sumo arrived in the morning, flashing a sweet smile at Lin Ran. "Duran, what would you like for lunch and dinner?" "Anything is fine. I'll be dining at De Zhuang's tonight. So you and Huazi can manage the rest," he replied. Lin Ran's demeanor towards Sumo remained unchanged as he picked up his car keys and informed her, "I need to step out. I want to be back for lunch." "What is going on?" Sumo asked. "A friend needs some help," Lin Ran responded as he walked out. The smile on Sumo's face instantly faded, and with a slight huff, she furrowed her brow and headed to the kitchen. Huazi arrived half an hour later, finding Lin Ran gone, and settled down to read the I Ching in the shop. Chapter 42. What a trick! Lin Ran drove to the industrial district in the northern part of the city, entering a large paper factory. The security guard greeted him politely upon his arrival. He proceeded directly to the office on the 6th floor and called in the manager. "Business has been decent lately, but I have a feeling the demand will increase this year. Prepare more materials and diversify the offerings. Print some large denomination banknotes and more paper for folding into ingots as well." "Understood, boss," the manager noted diligently. Lin Ran waved him off and approached the window, gazing at the rows of large factory buildings. Suddenly, he chuckled. In these times, the easiest money to make comes from children's allowances and funeral expenses. Once I have a bit more capital, I shall open a nursing home. Now that would be a true one-stop service. Lin Ran turned on his computer and accessed a business trip account, calling in the female accounting supervisor. "What can I do for you, boss?" she inquired. "Come take a look at this account," he instructed, pointing to a specific date range with discrepancies. "You are employed by me, and I pay you your full salary, but if you think you can play tricks on me, don't say I didn't warn you." The accounting supervisor's face turned pale, her eyes darting nervously away from Lin Ran. "Do you think just because I didn't finish high school, I'm oblivious to accounting?" Lin Ran calmly remarked, twisting the prayer beads on his left hand. "Remember, any business owner knows how to keep the books." "Boss, let me explain. My family is going through some issues," she stammered. "Even if your family is facing a catastrophe, that does not justify your theft from me," Lin Ran interjected, tapping his fingertips on the table. "In the past couple of months, I've had a mountain of tasks and no time to return to the factory. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I'm giving you one chance to repay the money, or I'll have no choice but to send you to prison." Lin Ran's tone was devoid of any hint of intimidation. He was resolute. The accounting supervisor burst into tears. "Boss, I can't possibly return that much money. 100,000 is indeed a significant sum. Given your family's circumstances, repaying it in installments may be difficult." Lin Ran glanced at his phone and dialed 110. "Thus, I have chosen to report this. If you use my money to buy a house, you can repay it while serving time." The supervisor suddenly knelt before him, pleading, "Boss, grant me one chance. I will sell my house to repay you. Please don't report me. A sum of over $1 million. How many years would I spend in prison? What does that have to do with me? You coveted my money, and now you feign pity?" Lin Ran had never been one to indulge anyone's faults. "Spare me your theatrics. If it isn't yours and you took it, you must face the consequences." The female supervisor sobbed, having believed her boss uneducated and unaware of her petty thefts. To her astonishment, he was fully cognizant of her actions. Half an hour later, the police arrived and promptly took the female supervisor away. Lin Ran convened a meeting with all the supervisors, sitting in the conference room and addressing everyone. The financial matters will remain under the purview of the current personnel. I trust such incidents will not recur. Boss, since you were already aware of this, why not have dealt with her sooner? Inquired the human resources supervisor. I was giving her a chance, but alas, her greed only grew. The boss is too kind, someone murmured. Lin Ran chuckled bitterly. There's no kindness involved, merely the acknowledgement that people can be insatiably greedy. Indeed, Lin Ran utilized the incident with the female financial supervisor to instill fear in those with ulterior motives. The female supervisor would not only face financial restitution, but also imprisonment. Truly a deserved fate. Lin Ran engaged a lawyer to oversee the situation, having meticulously gathered all necessary evidence to ensure no complications would arise. The family of the female supervisor, bewildered, approached the factory in hopes of negotiating with Lin Ran, pleading for her release from imprisonment, even if it meant paying a greater sum. Lin Ran refused to meet them. Those who aided wrongdoers were not worth his time. Having resolved the factory's affairs, the evening had set in. Lin Ran, noting the time, headed to the main residence for dinner. The evening meal was prepared by Sister Zhuang, and Lin Ran abstained from alcohol, opting instead to engage in light conversation. Dinner lasted until 8 o'clock, after which Lin Ran drove back to the store. At this moment, Su Mo had also left. Lin Ran approached the water dispenser, noticing it was nearly empty. He poured himself a cup, took a sip, and found the taste slightly off, though he thought little of it and drank it all. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Upon opening the roll-up door, he saw Su Mo had returned. "What's the matter?" he inquired. "I left my phone in the store. I only realized it after getting home and finishing the laundry." "Where did you leave it?" "Look for it," Lin Ran said, stepping aside to let her enter. Su Mo rummaged around the room and eventually found her phone on the display table. "I wiped the table down earlier. It must have slipped my mind. Ever since I had the baby, my memory has been failing." Just as Lin Ran was about to comment that everyone forgets things sometimes, he suddenly felt dizzy. "I'm feeling a bit lightheaded. Perhaps I'm just tired. I'll head upstairs for a brief rest." "Are you unwell?" Su Mo supported him. "Let me help you upstairs." "Thank you." Lin Ran ascended to the second-floor room and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep almost immediately. Meanwhile, Su Mo undressed him and then went downstairs, pouring the remaining water from the dispenser down the drain. After cleaning the dispenser, she returned to the second floor. Upon glancing at the peacefully slumbering Lin Ran, Su Mo shed her garments and nestled beside him. Gently, she placed Lin Ran's hand upon her own form and, leaning against him, closed her eyes. After a night's rest, Lin Ran awoke with a splitting headache. Suddenly jolting upright, he was taken aback by the sight of the unclad Su Mo beside him. Su Mo, also awake, looked at him with a hint of grievance, saying, "Last night you were different, yet now you act like this. We are young. Even if nothing happened, can't we just forget about it? Wait a moment, did I really?" It seemed implausible. She recalled only drinking a glass of water before succumbing to sleep. With this thought, Lin Ran hastily donned his clothes and rushed downstairs, only to find the water dispenser devoid of a single drop. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he grew increasingly uneasy. There had been half a barrel of water before he left in the morning, and it was inconceivable that both Hua Zi and Su Mo could have consumed that much in a single day. Moreover, when he returned, he distinctly remembered there being several cups worth of water left. Had Su Mo drunk it? She had come back for her phone, and he had felt dizzy, the last memory being collapsing onto the bed. Lin Ran was acutely aware of his own character. Even in a state of inebriation or slumber, he could never engage in such indiscretions. Chapter 43. The mind of a woman. Su Mo gradually descended from upstairs and, noticing Lin Ran's gaze fixated on the water dispenser, inferred his thoughts. "Lin Ran, my head hurts a bit. I think I'll rest today. You should reflect as well. Don't make it seem as if I did something to you." "Su Mo, I know exactly who I am." At this moment, any remnants of Lin Ran's youthful affection for Su Mo had evaporated. Though he could not fathom her motives, he was certainly not foolish enough to accept blame for everything. Su Mo smiled oddly, but refrained from responding. Lin Ran inhaled deeply. He wished to think the best of Su Mo, yet the circumstances compelled him to consider otherwise. Bang! 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 A loud knocking reverberated from the rolling shutter door. Glancing at the clock on the wall, He noted it was barely past 6, certainly not Huazi. Grabbing the remote, he opened the shutter door to find Sumo's parents and her 2 younger brothers standing at the entrance. Lin Ran turned to Sumo. "Did you invite them?" "I did not," Sumo retorted calmly. "Do you expect me to believe that? The timing is too precise. It must be a scheme of yours." Lin Ran surmised her intentions. "Your brother is struggling to marry. You want to exploit me for some money, don't you?" Sumo's expression faltered. "I have always been sincere towards you. We grew up together, and that bond is genuine to me." But this ploy, Lin Ran found himself at a loss for words, even beginning to question whether the Sumo before him was truly the one he had known. A flicker of guilt flashed in Sumo's eyes as she opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by her father. "Lin Ran, if you slept with my daughter, it certainly wasn't for naught. Our Su family's daughters are worth something. Pay us 500,000, and we'll consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Then go ahead and report me." Lin Ran was resolute. He had done nothing wrong and would never concede to such accusations. Su Dad was taken aback by Lin Ran's assertive tone and immediately reached for his phone to call the police. Sumo quickly dashed over and knocked the phone from Su Dad's hands, exclaiming, "No calling the police. Are you out of your mind? You slept with her for nothing?" While saying this, Su Dad discreetly winked at her. Understanding her father's implication, Sumo turned to Lin Ran and said, "Duran, what transpired last night was indeed real, and there's nothing you can do if you choose not to believe it. Let us get to the point." Lin Ran was uninterested in further banter. Taking a deep breath, Sumo spoke with a tremor in her voice. 50,000, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, I will make it public and see how others perceive you." Lin Ran was indifferent to the gossip of others. "Shameless. You think you can take advantage of my daughter? Not a chance." Suma, seeing Lin Ran's reluctance to pay, grew anxious and rolled up her sleeves, confronting Lin Ran with determination. "If you don't give me the money, I'll stay in your store until I die." The fiancée of Su family's eldest son, visibly pregnant, stood at the door, lamenting, "Son, your aunt is in a terrible situation. She has been toyed with by a man. Should I just hit you to spare you the suffering from their family?" Sumo turned sharply to glare at her brother's fiancée, her eyes flashing with intense fury. The fiancée, intimidated by Sumo's gaze, instinctively took a step back, a chill ascending her spine. Noticing his sister's terrifying expression, the eldest son stepped in front of his fiancée, saying, "Sis, it's your own incompetence. My wife has a point, so why are you so angry?" Sumo slapped her brother across the face, causing him to stagger, and then approached his fiancée, gripping her throat tightly. "My parents can say such things. But who do you think you are? So what if you're pregnant? My brother can have a child with anyone. It doesn't matter if it's you or not." With that, Sumo kicked her future sister-in-law's belly with force. "I'm not fond of this child. I'd rather give my brother some money to marry someone else. After all, he is just fooling around with a woman." The fiancée's face turned pale, and she clutched her belly, crying out, "My stomach hurts." Seeing this, Su family's eldest son hurried to support her, and with the recent slap and Sumo's words, he suddenly realized that with enough money, marrying this woman was no longer essential. "We'll take you to the hospital. The child will be terminated," Sumo stated coldly. "Got it, big sister. You dare to terminate my child?" The fiancé, looked at Su family's eldest son in terror. He remained silent, half supporting her as they hailed a cab headed straight to the city hospital. Su Dad, who had long yearned for a grandson, was furious, glaring at Sumo. "You are truly my wonderful daughter. Dad, are you out of your mind?" Sumo scoffed with disdain. "That woman has been with another man for a while. Do you really think that child is your son's?" Su Dad, this family lacks any wisdom." Sumo snorted coldly and approached Lin Ran. "Duran, I remain unchanged. Today's situation is beyond my control." Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback by Sumo's demeanor. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "My parents have worked hard to support me. Duran, you should understand." In plain terms, Sumo still intended to extract some money from Lin Ran for her parents. Lin Ran, amused, retrieved her phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Sumo, declaring it as this month's salary. Sumo raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to throw me a few coins like a beggar?" At that moment, Suma was utterly astonished, a tinge of fear creeping in regarding her eldest daughter. It hadn't even been a month. Sumo snickered. "Well, that's true." "True about what?" "Your brother and sister-in-law have lost their child. And if you can't come up with the money, just watch how I deal with you." Suba feigned a strike at Sumo. but was halted by Lin Ran standing nearby. If you wish to hit her, do it at home. Don't bring that nonsense into my house. Suemo mockingly stared at them. If they refused to provide money, I followed your advice and acted accordingly. What more do you want from me? Just then, Aunt Hong entered, waving her phone. I recorded your entire conversation just now. Although Lin Ran here irritates me. Anyone who dares to play tricks on him will have me to contend with first. Lin Ran couldn't help but facepalm. Aunt Hong was surprisingly knowledgeable about such schemes. Seeing the situation unfold contrary to their expectations, Su Ba and Su Ma turned to their younger son, hoping he would speak in their favor, but to their dismay, he was engrossed in a game of honor of kings, fully absorbed in the heat of battle. You are truly my wonderful children. Su Ba clutched his heart. You don't have a heart condition, Suemo coldly exposed him. Su Ma collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Look at the daughter I raised. She's turned against her own parents and is even plotting against her brother's wife. She's inhuman. Indeed, I am not human, Suemo scoffed mercilessly. When you gave birth to me, did you regard me as a human? You treated me like a commodity, always intending to exchange me for money. What pretense is this? I'll kill you. As Suma rose, ready to strike Suemo, 3 police cars halted outside, and Hao Liang led the way in. Chapter 44, Ruthless. Upon seeing the police arrive, Suemo gaped in disbelief at her parents. You actually called the police? No, we didn't call the police. Su Ba was equally alarmed. Despite his limited education, he understood that demanding money from Lin Ran constituted extortion, which was illegal. Su Ma wiped away her tears, timidly stepping behind Su Ba. The second son of the Su family remained absorbed in his game. Lin Ran entered, presenting his identification to Suemo. Suemo, you are suspected of murdering the 3 members of the Shun family and Ms. Chun, indirectly causing the death of your own son. Please accompany us to the police station. Suemo obediently extended her hands. I knew I couldn't escape the law's punishment. You need not interrogate me. I killed the 3 members of the Shin family. They took my son away and abandoned me, and I loathed them. That day, I secretly poisoned the water they drank, and then I attacked them with a knife, stabbing them over 30 times. 666, 6666. The second son of the Su family's fingers tapped furiously, astonished by the revelation. Su Ba and Su Ma's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. They could hardly fathom that their daughter, who wouldn't even harm a chicken, dared to commit murder. Over 30 stabs didn't quench my hatred. Just then, the mistress came over, and I retaliated with a knife, slashing her face. If I cannot bear children, why should she take mine? Upon reaching this point, Suemo chuckled softly, expressing her satisfaction. After eliminating them, I felt an exhilarating sense of relief. I searched the Shun family thoroughly for my son, but found nothing. Fortunately, that child was never particularly close to me, so I did not pursue the matter further. Yet, I cannot entirely shake off a slight twinge of guilt concerning my son. Unbeknownst to her, her son had been concealed in a cellar by the Shin family, and due to his tender age, he was unable to escape, ultimately perishing from hunger. Hao Liang looked at her with deep sorrow. Suemo scoffed. The son I bore was taken from me. If he died, it could be considered merely his misfortune. Perhaps in his next life, he will be reborn into a virtuous family and achieve great success. Remaining with that family, he may not have turned out to be a commendable individual. Hao Liang, unwilling to endure any more of Su Mo's ramblings, summoned a female officer. Take her away. Understood, Captain. The officer led Suemo out, but upon reaching the doorway, Suemo paused and glanced back at Lin Ran. Duran, I had no choice. Please don't harbor any hatred towards me. Everyone wishes to survive. Lin Ran recalled the case discussed by Hua Zi that day and began to understand Su Mo's intense reaction. Something about her words felt amiss. Wasn't she asking me for money? Why is she now concerned about survival? Hao Liang turned to the bewildered elderly couple from the Su family. You two should also accompany us. The elderly couple, regaining their senses, followed with downcast expressions. The second son picked up his phone and stood up, abruptly quitting the unfinished game, and without lifting his head, he said to Lin Ran, My sister is always quite clever. You may not fathom her thoughts, but she certainly had ulterior motives regarding last night's events. Are you no longer playing King of Glory? Lin Ran inquired. It's merely a game. The second son replied calmly as he exited. Lin Ran approached the doorway and observed Suemo being escorted into the police vehicle. He tugged at his hair in frustration. The events were unfolding too swiftly for him to grasp. Duran, Suemo did not genuinely seek money from you. It was merely a ruse to deceive her parents. Han Yi gently patted his shoulder. Last night, she asked me to bring the recording this morning. Why? I have no idea. Did you truly sleep with her yesterday? Han Yi's curiosity was piqued once more. Certainly not. Then that settles it. If Suemo does not commit a crime, she is not your intended partner. In the police vehicle, Suemo queried Hao Liang. Given the number of people I've killed, I suppose a death sentence is inevitable, correct? You will know at the time of sentencing. I have researched this. Murder is murder, regardless of the circumstances. Including my unfortunate biological son, there are 4 victims. So I am undoubtedly facing the death penalty. When shall I meet my end? You are remarkably composed, Hao Liang admitted, somewhat impressed by Suemo. This was to be expected. I had prepared myself long ago. Did you also prepare to Ran in advance? Hao Liang, having not greeted Lin Ran earlier, now had the opportunity to inquire. Suemo raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Hao Liang furrowed his brow, a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. Suemo was exceedingly infuriating. Huazi arrived at 7:30 and, upon seeing Lin Ran staring blankly at the computer, asked in surprise, Brother Lin, where is Sister Su? She was taken away by the police. Why? Huazi quickly inquired. Lin Ran recounted the entire sequence of events, observing Huazi's astonishment as his mouth fell agape, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. There's no need for such exaggeration. Life is replete with surprises, and one must learn to remain composed. Can you truly be composed? He retorted, not quite. Ever since my master departed, it seems that everyone I encounter is exceptionally extraordinary. Is the heavens toying with me? Lin Ran refrained from inquiring with Hao Liang, for even the most uninformed individuals understand the magnitude of the crime involved in killing 4 people and indirectly causing the death of another. Su's parents wept in the police car, and upon their arrival at the city bureau, their eldest son sent news that his future daughter-in-law's child had been lost due to a kick from Suemo, which resulted in her permanent inability to bear children. The parents of the young woman arrived and broke their eldest son's arm in retaliation. At that moment, Su's father was utterly devastated. The second son scoffed. Eldest sister has always harbored resentment towards you. How could she possibly assist in orchestrating something favorable for Lin Ran? You are truly foolish. All of you have been outmaneuvered by my sister. My sister-in-law is equally dim-witted, daring to provoke her with words, and she deserved the beating she received. Enough. I am going to work in another city and may seldom return. I wish you all the best, the second son declared. He typically held disdain for everyone except Suemo, often lamenting the family's collective lack of intellect. Su's parents remained silent, their consciences gradually awakening as they began to worry for Sumo's life. Hao Liang personally interrogated Suemo, and the process aligned perfectly with the forensic evidence and her testimony. The parents of the eldest son's fiancée were relentless, personally visiting the police station to file a complaint, which resulted in Suemo facing yet another charge. The eldest son, filled with resentment towards his sister, was overwhelmed with mixed emotions and wept upon learning that she had killed 4 people. His fiancée lay in the hospital, and due to the impoverished state of both families, they could not afford the hospital bills, so she was taken home by her parents to recuperate. With her future fertility compromised, she resolutely vowed not to let the Su family escape unscathed, declaring that she would stand by them in life or death. Suemo was granted a solitary visitation opportunity, during which she chose to meet her second brother. Sitting face to face, he observed her relatively stable condition and teased, Sister, you truly executed quite the maneuver. If I could possess even a fraction of your prowess, I would undoubtedly thrive in society. Flattery aside, one must strive to survive. She replied, Absolutely. Here is my bank card. It contains 100,000 yuan. Take the money and move to another city. Never return, for those 3 are mentally unwell, and do not expect any support from them. In order to spare you further suffering, I have terminated that child. The second son nodded. I shall remember this, sister. You may depart now. Having said all she needed to, Suemo concluded the conversation. The second son felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down his face as he said, Sister, may you journey forth peacefully. With that, he knelt and bowed 3 times before her. Suemo said nothing. Death is an inevitable fate, merely a matter of time. The important thing was that she had released her pent-up grievances, and everything else seemed inconsequential. Chapter 45. This child has nothing to do with me. The news of Sumo's predicament spread throughout the entire town, and was even featured on the local television station. Due to the trial being held in a different province, 3 days later, Hao Liang sent someone to escort Lin Ran to the city where the crime had occurred. Lin Ran refrained from visiting Su Mo, primarily because he was at a loss for words. He remained certain that he had not encountered Su Mo that night. A month passed swiftly, and the joyous day of Qiangzi and Zhu Yu's wedding arrived. Clad in a groomsman's attire, Lin Ran accompanied Qiangzi to Zhu Yu's residence, where the bridesmaids barred the entrance, incessantly demanding red envelopes. One by one, Lin Ran slipped them through the crack of the door. But when the bridesmaids still refused to open it, just as he was about to continue, Zhu Yu's voice rang out, "Don't waste my money. No need for red envelopes." Laughter erupted from both inside and outside, and the bride's cheerful demeanor garnered unanimous praise. The bridesmaids opened the door, and Lin Ran promptly pushed Qiangzi inside. There were 4 bridesmaids in total, all truly stunning, and they had heard of Lin Ran, stealing glances at him from time to time. As Qiangzi began searching for his shoes, under the bridesmaids' enthusiastic encouragement, he successfully located them. Once the wedding rituals were completed, everyone proceeded to the new house to celebrate before heading to the hotel for the wedding banquet. Hao Liang, seated beside Lin Ran in the car, quietly inquired, "Did nothing happen between you and Su Mo?" Lin Ran replied with irritation, "That night, I fainted after drinking water. Do you think a normal man would engage in such activities while unconscious? It's like a drunken man, fully inebriated, having no leisure to indulge in nonsense." "Su Mo is pregnant, already 1.5 months along," Hao Liang stated. "Come on, it's only been a month since that night." Lin Ran felt wronged. This predicament should not fall upon him. Hao Liang chuckled, "But colleagues from the municipal bureau told me that Su Mo claims the child is yours. And because she is pregnant, the death penalty, which she was supposed to receive, will be postponed until after she gives birth." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran comprehended the meaning behind Su Mo's words before her departure. She had initially approached him with the intention of having a child, thereby extending her life for another year. She firmly asserted that the child was his, and they would have to wait until the child was born for a paternity test. If it were not his, the child would be sent directly to Su Mo's parents to raise. What if they refused to care for the child? Lin Ran pondered, realizing that their family struggled to survive. Adding another child to their burdens would surely be met with resistance. Legally, it would fall upon them to provide for the child. Lin Ran took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "You're right. Let us hope they possess some sense of morality." Upon arriving at Qiangzi's new house, the group created quite a commotion before making their way to the hotel. The number of guests from Qiangzi's side was considerable, and as the groomsman, Lin Ran cautiously followed closely behind Qiangzi. Most guests were familiar with him, and the older attendees whispered amongst themselves, suggesting that having someone who had attended a funeral as a groomsman was rather inauspicious. Zhu Yu, overhearing this, retorted, "If you think Duran is unlucky, then don't call on him when you die." The gossipy old women fell silent, realizing that if they were to pass away, they would indeed rely on Lin Ran. Without his certification, they would not even qualify for cremation. One of the bridesmaids tugged at Zhu Yu, saying, "There's no need to stoop to their level." Humph. The wedding ceremony commenced, and Zhu Yu linked arms with her father, gracefully approaching Qiangzi. With a playful chuckle, she remarked to the officiant, "Qiangzi, remember when we suggested Dai Ran to preside over the ceremony, and he outright refused?" Qiangzi also laughed heartily at this. The parents from both sides shared a carefree laugh, as they were acquainted with Lin Ran and did not perceive his profession as shameful. Rather, they admired his success, believing he surpassed their own children. Lin Ran cast a mild glare at Qiangzi and quietly remarked to Hao Liang, "The fact that these two found each other is indeed fate. They are both quite audacious, treating you as one of their own." Hao Liang held Zhu Yu in high regard, appreciating her generous and humorous nature, believing Qiangzi would never experience boredom with her. Lin Ran merely smiled noncommittally. As the banquet began, Lin Ran, along with Hao Liang, De Zhuang, and Lu Ming, deliberated on contributing 2,000 each for red envelopes. They engaged in light-hearted entertainment, merely to warm up the atmosphere. Once the wedding concluded, Lin Ran returned to the storefront, bringing some wedding candies for Huazi. "Brother Lin, today, Su Mo's parents showed up, claiming that Su Mo is pregnant with your child. They said that if the child is born, they would bring it to you. And they made some harsh remarks, stating that regardless of the truth, they would not support the child. They also mentioned something else." Lin Ran inquired with a stern expression. Huazi hesitated, carefully organizing his thoughts before responding. They said that you will never marry, and since you were also adopted, raising another child would be like a gift from heaven. Finishing quickly, Huazi lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Ran's gaze. Lin Ran sat silently at his computer. Aware that Huazi had sanitized the words significantly, the elderly couple must have expressed themselves far more crudely. Brother Lin, this child cannot possibly be yours. You cannot take responsibility for it. Huazi was adamant that Lin Ran should not be thrust into fatherhood, especially considering Su Mo's previous indiscretions. It hasn't he even been born yet, Lin Ran thought, considering the improbability of conception in a place like prison. Furthermore, since the child was not his, why should he bear the burden? The law is clear on this matter. Indeed, Lin Ran would never assume responsibility for a child that might be biologically related to him, and he was confident that Su Mo knew exactly whose child it was. He speculated that perhaps she was attempting to extort him for financial gain. Su Mo firmly asserted that the child was Lin Ran's, infuriating Hao Liang, who could do nothing as he resided in another province and awaited the child's birth for clarification. Following Xiangzi's wedding, the elderly from the nearby villages ceased their visits, having reported to the afterlife. Boss Dong sat glumly in the storefront. Since relocating, apart from selling some paper offerings for tomb sweeping, he had not secured a single job. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Tsong. What is going on? Ever since that incident with the Bai family, you haven't brought me any work. If this continues, I'll be in dire straits. What can I do if no one is dying? Jiang Tsong replied. What are you doing? Boss Dong inquired. I'm at the hospital, accompanying my wife as she gives birth. Upon hearing the news, Boss Dong immediately donned a cheerful expression, exclaiming, Congratulations on the impending arrival of your little one. Once the child is born, I shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope, and we shall share a drink together. Boss Dong reassured him, Rest assured, I have taken your words to heart. Engaging in the business of funerals is not as simple as you might think. It entirely hinges on the occurrence of death. With the chill of winter approaching, the demand will surely rise, so do not worry. With a smile, Boss Dong added, All right then, I entrust everything to you. You carry on with your tasks. Jiang Tsong hung up the phone and joined both sets of parents in the waiting area outside the delivery room. Boss Dong inhaled deeply from his cigarette, muttering to himself. I initially thought that with only one funeral home in this area, competition would be minimal, allowing for growth. Little did I expect to be outdone by Lin Ran. At that moment, a man on an electric bike pulled up outside, calling out, Boss, bring me a few bundles of traditional burning paper. Seeing the opportunity for business, Boss Dong eagerly handed over 2 packages. Regardless of the size of the transaction, as long as there were buyers, he would sell. Chapter 46. The Cold Clothing Festival. Jiang Tsong paced anxiously outside the delivery room, frequently glancing at his watch. After nearly 20 minutes had passed, he quickly approached a nurse, asking, How long does a cesarean section typically take? The nurse, visibly annoyed, replied, What's the rush? It's only been under 20 minutes. It can take up to an hour at most, or half an hour if it goes smoothly. Jiang Tsong quickly offered an apologetic smile. I'm just a bit nervous. It's my first time. Thank you. The nurse said nothing further and walked away with the foredrip. Jiang Tsong shot a resentful glance at her retreating figure. Realizing that no matter one's profession, everyone must bow to the hospital staff when in their domain. My dear grandson will undoubtedly be healthy and plump. Zhang's mother exclaimed with her hands clasped in excitement. We consulted someone in town, and they assured us it's a boy. Zhang's father, hailing from a province where a preference for sons is deeply ingrained, added, Even in poverty, every family must have a son. Jiang Tsong chuckled. I too believe it will be a son. She craved sour foods during her pregnancy. Precisely. The parents of the bride listened on, indifferent to the gender of their daughter's child, as long as their beloved daughter remained safe and sound. After another 10 minutes had passed, the delivery room echoed with the loud cries of a newborn. Look at my grandson, what a strong voice. Zhang's mother eagerly positioned herself at the entrance, ready to be the first to hold her grandchild. The mother-in-law stood nearby, anxious to inquire about her daughter's well-being once the nurse emerged with the baby. Before long, the delivery room opened, and a nurse emerged, cradling a swaddled infant. 6 pounds and 8 ounces, it's a girl. A girl? Zhang's mother instinctively withdrew her hands. Are you certain it's a girl? We consulted other doctors who all said it was a boy. Please don't tell me there's been a mistake. The nurse, now irked, retorted, There was only one delivery taking place in this room. Did you think I swapped your baby with one from elsewhere? Nowadays, we aren't allowed to reveal the gender. Who told you otherwise? Zhang's mother fell silent, knowing full well the repercussions of challenging the hospital staff. The mother-in-law reached out to take the child from the nurse's arms. Nurse, how is my daughter? Everything is fine. She is currently being stitched up. Please wait a little longer, the nurse replied, her demeanor significantly warmer towards the mother-in-law. As women, they both disdained the patriarchal tendencies of their families. The mother-in-law exhaled with relief, disregarding the Jiang family's reactions, and called for her partner. Look at our granddaughter, so fair and clean, her face not too wrinkled. She will surely grow up to resemble her mother. What use is a little girl? Jiang's father remarked coldly from his chair. Jiang Tsong felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He had told everyone he was having a son, and now he found himself with a daughter, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jiang Tsong, come and take a look at your eldest daughter, the mother-in-law said, cradling the child and gazing at him. If he did not approach, the matter would surely not end well today. Regardless, she was still his daughter. Jiang Tsong stepped forward and saw the child's wide-open eyes darting around, and he instantly felt a wave of affection. Oh, let Dad hold his little princess. My wife has given me a little cotton-padded jacket. That's how you hold her? The mother-in-law was quite pleased with his attitude. Jiang Tsong carefully cradled the child and turned to his parents. Mom and Dad, come quickly to see. She is absolutely beautiful. However, Jiang's father and mother did not move. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tsong became immediately displeased. Dad, Mom, I know you wanted a grandson, but whether boy or girl, you will still be called Grandpa and Grandma. With this attitude, how do you expect your daughter-in-law to feel? If we had known it was a girl, we wouldn't have come, Jiang's mother replied impatiently. The nurse at the door overheard this and scoffed. What era are we in that still values sons over daughters? Nowadays, families that have daughters are practically celebrating, and having sons doesn't guarantee they will find a wife. Jiang's mother retorted, my husband is a high school teacher. Our views on education are vastly different from the Jiang family. Our daughter's postpartum care will be handled by her own mother. So there's no need for your family's involvement. Jiang's mother laughed. Perfect. We wouldn't want to either. With that, she took Jiang's father and left. The mother-in-law took a deep breath. If it weren't for the teacher's status, she would have loved to tear Jiang's mother's mouth apart. The commotion outside reached Jiang Tsong's wife's ears, and she shed tears of indignation. The doctor from the operating room quickly comforted her. You don't have to live with your mother-in-law. Let them be as they wish. Just don't cry. Tears are not good for you. How could they act like this? Jiang Tsong's wife could not comprehend. The doctor, having encountered many such families throughout the year, had long since grown accustomed to it. Jiang Tsong's wife was wheeled out, and the mother-in-law approached, cradling the child. My dear daughter, you have given me such a beautiful granddaughter. I am so happy. Once you are discharged and resting, I will make you chicken soup every day. Mom, will you stay with me? I will definitely stay with you. All right. Jiang Tsong looked at her with guilt. Dear, please don't be upset. We want to be living with my parents anyway. They can do as they please. Just focus on being happy. We need not visit their home in the future. Is this what you promise? Yes, yes. Jiang Tsong was very concerned about his wife's health postpartum and would agree to anything. The news of Jiang Tsong having a daughter reached Lin Ran, who immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to him. Jiang Tsong was utterly delighted to see Lin Ran sending such a generous red envelope and promptly replied, Thanks, my brother. I now have a little cotton-padded jacket. Lin Ran responded, Congratulations. After spending 5 days in the hospital with his wife, Jiang Tsong returned home to observe the month-long confinement, personally cared for by his mother-in-law, which also helped to avert unnecessary conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. A month later, Jiang Tsong hosted a celebration for his daughter's full moon. Lin Ran, occupied with business, could not attend, and neither did Boss Dong, who simply transferred a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan to him. In contrast, Lin Ran's 5,000 yuan felt rather insignificant. Days later, the Cold Clothes Festival on the first day of the 10th lunar month approached. During this time, the living would purchase pure cotton garments for their deceased relatives and burn them at the gravesite. Lin Ran visited the cemetery a day in advance, encountering several villagers. Without exchanging greetings, they shared an unspoken understanding until they departed from the cemetery, nodding slightly to each other. Throughout the year, visits to the graves were typically limited to 4 occasions. Qingming, the 15th day of the 7th month, the 1st day of the 10th month, and just before the new year. If there were any celebrations in the family, it was customary to honor the elders at their graves as a mark of respect. This time, Lin Ran burned around 500 yuan, fearing that his master and mistress in the afterlife might be living in modesty. Thus he endeavored to offer as much as possible each time. Upon returning to the shop, Huazi was seated there, engrossed in a book. Lin Ran settled in front of the computer to manage the accounts. The embezzled funds had begun to be recovered, but justice still needed to be served. Otherwise, Lin Ran would find it difficult to find peace. As time swiftly passed to noon, a black domestic vehicle halted at the entrance. Huazi's eyes lit up upon seeing it, exclaiming, "Domestic cars can be quite appealing. Look at how stylish this one is." Lin Ran rose to glance outside, noting, "It seems there are no cars of this brand in our area." Someone was clearly arriving for business. Huazi, filled with excitement, remarked, "In the past 2 months, we've only conducted 4 transactions. Lin Ran countered, "Well, I think having 4 or 5 transactions in a month is sufficient. If people were dying every day, that would indeed be a grave issue." Huazi chuckled and opened the door for the approaching visitor. Chapter 47. The old classmate. The door of the black vehicle swung open, and a man clad in designer attire and sunglasses stepped out. Lin Ran scrutinized him closely but could not recognize who he was. The man entered, disregarding Huazi, who had opened the door for him, and directly approached Lin Ran, taking a seat opposite him, crossing his legs and removing his sunglasses. "Hey, buddy, do you still remember our old classmate?" he asked. Lin Ran examined him intently and suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh my, I didn't realize it was you, Zhao Tian, my elementary school classmate." It had been 5 or 6 years since they last met, and he was astonished that Zhao Tian had not recognized him. "You've really changed," Zhao Tian quipped. "You haven't aged a bit," Lin Ran replied with a laugh. Lin Ran hurriedly poured him a glass of water, but Zhao Tian remarked, "You invite an old classmate over and only offer plain water? Where's the tea?" "I don't particularly like tea, so I didn't prepare any," Lin Ran replied. "What a disappointment." Zhao Tian took a sip of the water, clearly unimpressed. It is often said that one does not visit without reason, and Zhao Tian's sudden appearance after 5 or 6 years certainly indicated that he had some business to discuss. Lin Ran was quite annoyed by Zhao Tian's air of arrogance. She straightforwardly asked, "Did you come here for something?" "Can't I come if there's nothing?" he retorted. "That's not what I meant. If you have something to say, just say it." Lin Ran had no desire to beat around the bush, and the person before her seemed overly self-satisfied, flaunting an image of having made millions while being utterly inept at anything. "It's nothing much. Just wanted to ask if you know anyone reliable who can read fortunes." "What do you need that for?" Lin Ran inquired curiously. "I lost about 300,000 and thought to consult a fortune teller to see if there were any issues with the feng shui," Zhao Tian lamented. "I had a project I was discussing with someone, and it seemed promising. The storefront was all rented out, but who knew the approval didn't go through? The business fell through, and my partner and I invested a lot of money into it," Zhao Tian expressed regretfully. Lin Ran pondered this, sensing something amiss. "You weren't scammed, were you?" "Am I the kind of person who gets scammed?" Zhao Tian replied, shaking his leg and boasting, "Let me tell you, this business would definitely have made a lot of money. I have connections. I haven't wasted these years in the city. I know people." "Oh." Lin Ran was disinclined to continue the conversation. "Do you have any connections?" "I only know a fortune teller who names children in our town, no one else," Lin Ran replied, unwilling to engage in such ungrateful endeavors. Besides, most fortune tellers were frauds. Zhao Tian shot her an annoyed glance. "You're in the business of funerals. How could you not know? You're not upset because an old classmate lost money in business and doesn't he want to talk to me, are you?" "What are you thinking?" "I do have connections, but I can't vouch for their accuracy. You're a person of significance. I wouldn't dare make random introductions." Lin Ran dismissed him with a flimsy excuse. Zhao Tian found her reasoning acceptable. "All right, then I'll ask someone else." With that, he donned his sunglasses and left. Huazi, astonished, pointed to himself. "Ling Gu, I was talking to him, and he completely ignored me. We were classmates in elementary school. He works as a security guard in the city. He doesn't look like a regular security guard," Lin Ran replied, patting Huazi on the shoulder. "He is a security guard at a luxury villa, not just any guard, but he's still a guard." Huazi couldn't comprehend what was so impressive about being a guard. At that moment, Aunt Hong entered, sitting at the door and addressing Lin Ran and Huazi. This kid partnered with someone to start a business and took out a loan of over 300,000. During that time, he made a 0 down payment on a 20,000 vehicle and now can't repay the money. The Zhao family is borrowing money everywhere. He seem like someone who can't pay? Lin Ran mused, as she hadn't seen Zhao Tian in a while and was unaware of his current situation. Aunt Hong chuckled. He is still flaunting, having drained his 10,000 savings and dating someone from the city while pretending to be wealthy. They say he goes to the city once a week. His poor mother works as a nanny in the city, and all her earnings go to him. I'm astonished. Lin Ran hadn't expected Zhao Tian to be such a person. If he asks to borrow money, don't lend him any. Understood. Lin Ran resolutely refused to lend money to anyone except for Qiangzi and his friends. In this day and age, those who borrowed money were in control, and no one wanted to be a servant to someone else's debts. Huazi couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting his youth and how poorly he judged people. After Aunt Hong finished gossiping, she noticed someone approaching to make a purchase and hurried back to the supermarket to sell goods. Huazi continued reciting the words for hosting a funeral when suddenly his WeChat notification chimed. Upon opening it, he leapt up in excitement. Brother Lin, the compensation for the highway land has been approved. My father just informed me. Lin Ran glanced at his phone and saw a text from the village head, instructing him to return to the village to complete the necessary paperwork and await the government funds. I need to make a trip back to the village to finalize the paperwork. The funds should arrive shortly. All right, Brother Lin, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on the shop. Lin Ran took the keys and drove back to the village. Although 200,000 yuan was not a vast sum for him, it was still significant. Upon Lin Ran's arrival, the village head summoned the villagers whose land had been affected, including De Zhuang's mother. Both parties signed the necessary documents, completing the bank card and other formalities. De Zhuang's mother mentioned, I'll allocate about 50 to 60,000 yuan for De Zhuang and your elder sister since their land is included. I'll keep the remaining 60,000 for myself, just in case of any unforeseen medical expenses. Absolutely, Lin Ran agreed. You should save this money for a fixed term. In anticipation of future marriage, De Zhuang's mother advised. Lin Ran chuckled. Understood, you can rest easy. Marriage? Where would I find a bride? After escorting De Zhuang's mother home, Lin Ran returned to the shop, only to find Huazi selecting a car. Pointing at a vehicle priced at 100,000. This one seems decent. It has good performance and a reasonable price. Not expensive at all for 100,000? Huazi was hoping for a car in the 70 to 80,000 range. You can make a down payment and then pay the interest, which will save you some money. If you pay in full for the car, it will actually cost you more than financing it, Lin Ran explained, well versed in the workings of the car dealership. Why is that? Huazi inquired. The commissions on loans are higher for them, so they raise the price for cash payments to compensate. Huazi understood. I'll wait until the money comes in. My driver's license has been issued, but I still need more practice. Exactly. 3 days passed swiftly, and the compensation was deposited. Remembering De Zhuang's mother's words, Lin Ran deposited 250,000 into a bank account with a 5-year fixed term. Once everything was settled, he returned to the shop, only to find Zhao Tian arriving again. This time, Huazi did not greet him, but merely opened the door. Zhao Tian sat down across from Lin Ran, looking somewhat mystical. A few days ago, I consulted a fortune teller, and it turned out they are a relative of my grandmother. I ended up spending 5,000 yuan on a burial site. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Chapter 48, Shameless. Zhao Tian continued his self-justification. My relative told me that my financial losses are due to not burning paper for my ancestors. I went to the graveyard to burn paper and invested in the burial site, costing me quite a bit. What were the results? Lin Ran asked. Well, that's something to see later. It's not something that can be observed immediately. I've also heard that it's best to burn some money for oneself. The more paper money there is in the afterlife, the more prosperous one will become. Lin Ran clenched his teeth inwardly, hoping fervently that Zhao Tian would take his leave soon. Huazi winced at the absurdity, thinking how someone could be so financially burdened yet still waste money on such nonsense. By the way, old classmate, I came here today for another matter. Go on. Lin Ran had already surmised Zhao Tian's intentions. Upon hearing the news of your financial windfall, might I implore you to lend me 200,000? Zhao Tian brazenly made this exceedingly shameless request without a hint of embarrassment. Huazi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have the audacity to ask? Lin Ran extended a cigarette to Zhao Tian, only for him to produce his own. Yours is far too cheap. I now indulge in this brand, 100 yuan a box. Do sample its flavor. Lin Ran declined, responding with a playful tone. I prefer to stick to my own brand. Thankfully, the tobacco limit caps the price at 100. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly choose something even more extravagant. Of course, Zhao Tian retorted. I've stashed away that 200,000, and it's locked away, so I must beg your pardon. For someone of his character, Lin Ran would have to be utterly foolish to lend him a single cent. Zhao Tian's expression darkened instantly as he returned the cigarette to its box. You refuse to lend me a mere 200,000? How do you manage to borrow 30 from others? Huazi could no longer contain himself and interjected. If you're truly short on funds, why not sell your car? That vehicle must be worth at least 20,000. Zhao Tian shot Huazi a blank stare, momentarily speechless. Not long ago, those elders from the Lin family vandalized my shop, costing me a considerable sum. Additionally, I've only made 4 transactions in the past 2 months, and I have numerous mouths to feed. Where would I find the means to lend you? Zhao Tian scoffed. It's not that I lack money. I simply refuse to lend it. Do you all perceive me as impoverished? Mark my words, do not underestimate a young man in his plight. One day, I shall rise again. I wish you success. When that day comes, I assure you, I will not claim to be your classmate, lest it diminish your stature. Lin Ran resolved to sever ties with such an individual, having never shared a close bond during their school days. Zhao Tian nodded. Very well. Let us consider this conversation concluded. Indeed, Lin Ran replied. As Zhao Tian approached the exit, he realized he had forgotten his bag and turned back, plopping down before Lin Ran. Old classmate, considering our history, you ought to part with a little something for me this time. You are the one seeking a loan. Lin Ran thought to himself, taken aback by Zhao Tian's audacity. Is there a problem? I do not regard you as a stranger. Zhao Tian maintained his boastful tone, revealing that he held Lin Ran in little esteem. Lin Ran retrieved 1,000 yuan from his bag. This is all I have left. Consider it a token to celebrate your future business endeavors. I would hardly have left empty-handed. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have shunned accepting this sum. Yet, Zhao Tian was different. He gleefully accepted the money. All right then, thank you, brother. When my business flourishes, I shall take you to Sanya for a few days. Where are you headed next? Lin Ran inquired out of curiosity. I'm off to the city to visit my girlfriend. I've prepared 4 dishes for her, Zhao Tian replied. Tucking the money into his bag, Lin Ran regretted giving him the money, as it would likely vanish within a day. By the way, your mother also works in the city. Won't you pay her a visit? If you're making 4 dishes for your girlfriend, couldn't you spare a bit for your mother? With the 1,000 yuan irretrievable, Lin Ran decided to speak candidly. Zhao Tian chuckled lightly, remarking, I brought her something. Yet she refused to eat it. She only has a penchant for pickled vegetables. With that, he grabbed his bag and left, tossing a parting remark to Lin Ran, suggesting he would visit again when time permitted. Huazi, witnessing Zhao Tian's departure, widened his eyes and pointed towards the door, exclaiming, Lin Gu, does this person have any shame? Who would relish pickled vegetables? At 26 or 27, he lacks the sensibility I possess at just 18. Whenever I receive my salary, I always purchase food for my mother. He continued, he uses my money to indulge in frivolous pursuits. He is not only boastful, but also lecherous. Lin Ran sighed softly. As for that woman, how could she possibly be attracted to someone like him? Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. I have heard from my brother that some women are drawn to those who are eloquent. Lin Ran added, Lin Gu, you have an excess of 1,000 yuan to spare. Lin Ran scoffed lightly. If I were to withhold it, he would not leave. Consider it an offering to a ghost. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Tian returned, remaining from morning until noon. Upon noticing Lin Ran had not prepared any food or drinks, he stormed out in anger. Lin Ran rubbed his temples, exasperated at encountering someone so brazen for the first time. Following that incident, Zhao Tian never returned. However, fate had other plans for Lin Ran, as Zhao Hui, who had been absent for a while, appeared wearing the mink coat he had gifted her the previous year. Is there something you need? Lin Ran inquired. Ran. Zhao Hui began. We have been apart for so long, yet I cannot let go of our feelings. Let us reconcile. Lin Ran replied. You know I have always loved you. During our time apart, you were constantly on my mind. Ran, I truly love you. Tears streamed down Zhao Hui's face as she spoke. Huazi stared in bewilderment at this scene, confused as to why Zhao Hui seemed to disregard my presence. Lin Ran took a deep breath, asking, Are you pregnant? Huh. Zhao Hui appeared taken aback by the question. For how long? Zhao Hui's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. For a month and a half. Whose child is it? I recently started dating someone named Zhao Tian, but he turned out to be utterly impoverished and deceived me. Now he has vanished, and I am at my wit's end. Ran. Please marry me. It would be wonderful to raise a child without any effort. Lin Ran's nose nearly crinkled in disbelief. At least that 1,000 yuan had not slipped through someone else's fingers. Zhao Tian borrowed 1,000 yuan from me. You must repay him first, and then I will consider my options. Zhao Hui hesitated as she opened her bag, revealing no cash and a WeChat balance of less than 100. Ran, we are discussing feelings here. Mentioning money is rather inappropriate, don't you think? I am unaware of your connection with Zhao Tian. Lin Ran shrugged. If you wish for me to take on your burdens, you must demonstrate sincerity. If you cannot even repay 1,000 yuan, how do you expect to reimburse me for the money I lent your family previously? Ran, please leave. Lin Ran felt a wave of nausea at the sight of Zhao Hui. Both she and Zhao Tian exhibited an utter lack of decency, showing no shame whatsoever. This was the first time Zhao Hui had witnessed Lin Ran losing his temper, and she trembled in fear, departing in defeat. Chapter 49. The Hardship of Business. At that moment, Huazi's worldview shattered as he looked at Lin Ran, who remained composed, and he couldn't help but admire him. Giving a thumbs up, Lin Go. Despite encountering such a situation, you did not erupt in fury. I truly commend you. With a sigh, Lin Ran mused about the peculiar individuals surrounding her, recalling Su Mo and Zhao Hui, and wondered if she was destined to be the father figure in this chaotic scenario. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people. It seems one must simply accept the absurdity of it all, she thought to herself. Huazi, having gained a newfound perspective, resolved to keep his distance from such individuals in the future. Emerging from Lin Ran's presence, Zhao Hui found herself in an alley where Zhao Tian's car awaited. She entered the passenger seat and, with a tone of feigned grievance, expressed her frustration. Look at the plan you devised. She simply told me to leave. If you lack the capability, just say so. Why cling to her wealth? If I had money, would I be burdening you? She felt that extracting any funds from Lin Ran was now an impossible task. Zhao Tian frowned, pondering how Lin Ran, who once seemed naive in her youth, had grown into someone so shrewd. I had thought her to be soft-hearted. Who would have imagined her to possess such resolve? Enough of this. Let us proceed. You owe me 50 for fuel, he stated. In disbelief, Zhao Hui stared at him, her anger boiling over as she retorted, I will not give you any money. If I have a child, I will terminate the pregnancy, and we shall no longer be in contact. I truly regret having wasted my time with you, a useless man. In a fit of rage, Zhao Hui exited the vehicle. Rolling his eyes, Zhao Tian grumbled, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. You may find yourself begging for my assistance in the future. Upon returning home, Zhao Hui disclosed her pregnancy to her father, who immediately struck her several times, cursing. Damn it, I sent you to university, and what have you learned? Others are thriving while you wallow in this predicament. And you choose to date someone like him. Are your eyes blind? Father, what should I do? Lin Ran refuses to marry me, Zhao Hui cried, covering her face. Her mother muttered about the family's misfortunes before making a call to arrange for an abortion, concerned that Zhao Hui would struggle to find a husband in the future. When Zhao Hui heard this, she protested, private clinics may be inexpensive, but what if something goes wrong? We do not have much money left. Today's earnings from selling grain have already gone towards paying off debts for the house. Your mother and I cannot work in the freezing cold, and the meager wages you earn are already spent. Finding a place like this is a stroke of luck. Zhao Hui's father lamented. I will not go to that place, she exclaimed. Then you can carry the child, or let Zhao Tian marry you. He shot back. I refuse to marry him. He is drowning in debt, and I would starve if I wed him. Zhao Hui cried. You must choose between these two paths, her father stated, feeling utterly helpless. Given the high costs of a large hospital and his tarnished reputation making it impossible to borrow money, Zhao Hui reluctantly agreed to go to the clinic. In the middle of the night, she contemplated her future, fearing that an incident at the clinic could ruin her life. Overwhelmed by desperation, she sent Lin Ran a WeChat message, requesting 5,000 yuan, only to find herself blocked. Zhao Hui regretted her decisions, wishing she had never broken up with Lin Ran. Had she remained in that two-story shop, playing mahjong and living without financial worries, she realized that her current predicament was a result of her own choices. At this moment, Lin Ran was engaged in conversation with Song Ku, who recounted the news about Su Mo, who was 3.5 months pregnant with a little girl. Lin Ran repeatedly insisted that the child was not his, which elicited peals of laughter from Song Ku. The two conversed for over 20 minutes before Lin Ran finally set his phone down to prepare for sleep. Over the past 2 months, Jiang Tsong had only managed to secure 2 jobs, earning a mere 1,000 yuan. This situation weighed heavily on him. Without income, he was confined at home, where he had to endure the nagging of his wife and the pressure from both his parents and spouse. Recently, he had been losing hair incessantly, and if this trend continued, he would soon face baldness. Boss Dong also continually applied pressure on him. With Lin Ran lacking work, Jiang Tsung found himself in an even more precarious position. The following morning, as Jiang Tsung was stoking the fire, he suddenly noticed Brother Wan from the same village approaching. He set down the fire poker and went out to greet him. "Brother Wan, what brings you here so early?" he inquired. "Jiang Tsung, you need to come to my house. My father is gravely ill, and it seems he may not have much time left. Please help me assess how many days he has left," Brother Wan replied anxiously. Upon entering the house, Jiang Tsung turned to his wife and said, "I've finished stoking the fire. I need to step out for a bit. Come back quickly." His wife responded unhappily. "Understood," Jiang Tsung said, following Brother Wan. As he stepped out the door, he suddenly felt an urge to never return home. But then he remembered his responsibilities as a father and thought, "I suppose I must make do. Where else can I go?" Upon arriving at the Wan residence, Jiang Tsung observed the elderly Mr. Wan and, drawing from his years of experience, advised Brother Wan, "It's been half a day. The furrows on his forehead have deepened, and his breath is faint. You should prepare accordingly." "Very well. I will go to Boss Lin to collect the necessary items," Brother Wan replied. "Wait a moment. Since we're at this juncture, I am not concerned about Lin Ran knowing. I will introduce you to someone. I am no longer working closely with Lin Ran. There's a new Boss Dong in town. Mention my name, and he will offer you a discount, saving you some money compared to Lin Ran. As for the banquet arrangements, I will consult Li Qing. Boss Dong has connections with a particular venue. You can ask him to arrange it, and the price per table will be considerably lower. However, you must not disclose that I referred you. I do not wish for Lin Ran to be upset with me. Now that I have a child, I must ensure I have a backup plan." Brother Wan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are right. Those with families and careers must always seek additional avenues. Trust me, my brother, just consult Boss Dong," Brother Wan said, extinguishing his cigarette on the ground. "Very well, I will head to town to find Boss Dong. I will call him first, and then you can go." Jiang Tsung called Boss Dong to explain who would be collecting the burial garments, among other things. Boss Dong promptly agreed, and, after hanging up, awaited Brother Wan's arrival at his shop. An hour later, Brother Wan arrived in his car. Boss Dong opened the door and politely inquired, "How is the elder doing now?" Jiang Tsung replied, "It has only been half a day. Everyone faces this day. What price range are you considering?" Brother Wan pondered for a moment and said, "For the paper items, we have no daughter, so I will cover the costs. It should be of average quality. The urn should cost over 3,000 yuan, and the burial garments should also be of moderate quality. The rest, you can arrange as you see fit." "All right, allow me to present the items for your inspection." Boss Dong unveiled the funeral garments, which comprised merely 3 styles: the Zhongshan suit, the Western suit, and the Tang suit. "Let us proceed with the Western suit," he decided. Subsequently, Boss Dong retrieved the mourning cloth and placed everything into Brother Wan's vehicle, intending to settle the total account later. Brother Wan drove home, acquiring the items in advance to avoid any complications should an unexpected demise occur. Chapter 50. A most tragic demise. Upon returning home, Brother Wan found the elderly man seated nearby, his pupils dilated and tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Tsung returned home in high spirits, only to find his wife on the Kong, nursing their child. He softly inquired, "Have you eaten? It's freezing outside. Do you wish for me to perish from the cold? Life in the countryside is truly harsh. You might as well send me back to my mother's house, where the floor is heated, so neither the child nor I suffer." Jiang Tsung nearly lost his smile at her words. Well, returning there is an option. Rural life is indeed challenging. If you catch a chill, it would not bode well for our daughter. He added, "I'll fetch the food. I just finished a call with my mother." All right. I'll be quick about it," he replied. Jiang Tsung carried the meal into the room, stating, "I just introduced a job opportunity to Boss Dong, which should take a day or two. That should bring in another 1,000 yuan. You manage as you see fit. December is fast approaching, and the peak season will soon be upon us. Ensure the child's environment remains untainted. Should you bring back anything harmful, I shall take her to my mother's for a while. If you miss us, you can always drive over." "All right, my father will be here shortly." Jiang Tsung hastily gathered the items, neglecting even a warm meal, arranging the necessities for both the infant and his wife. Zhao Hui was taken to a small clinic, nestled in a secluded village, where the surgical room was shrouded in darkness. with ominous stains that resembled blood, causing unease. "Mother, I am frightened," Zhao Hui cried. Her fears palpable. "Many women come here to terminate their pregnancies, and they all manage to live just fine," Zhao's mother retorted with irritation. Zhao Hui fell silent. The doctor, a woman in her 50s, emerged and asked, "How many months pregnant are you?" 1.5 months. "Now is indeed the right time for this procedure." The doctor motioned for Zhao Hui to lie down, proceeding with an ultrasound. "Everything appears normal. Judging by the shape, it is likely to be a boy. Are you truly certain you do not wish to keep it?" "Doctor, how far along are those who come here for an abortion?" Zhao Hui inquired. "That is none of your concern," the doctor replied curtly. "I do not want it," Zhao Hui insisted, unwilling to bear a child, let alone a son, as it would complicate her future prospects of remarriage. "Very well, let us begin," the doctor said, donning gloves and preparing the instruments. "It may hurt a bit, but at this price of 800, you will find it quite reasonable. If you go to a larger establishment, the cost will be considerably higher. Endure the discomfort for the sake of savings." "Thank you for your assistance, Doctor," Zhao's mother said politely. "Taking money to alleviate others' woes is merely part of the service." "No need for thanks." The doctor instructed Zhao Hui to lie back as she commenced the procedure. An hour later, cries of anguish from Zhao's mother echoed through the clinic. As blood dripped onto the floor from the bed where Zhao Hui lay, her features contorted in pain, her fingers tightly gripping the sheets, and then she breathed her last. "Why did you not inform me that your daughter had asthma beforehand?" The doctor stood flustered at the door, blocking Zhao's mother from leaving while questioning her. Zhao's mother regained her senses. She had forgotten about the asthma incident, but she understood that her daughter was gone, and she had no choice but to cling desperately to the doctor. "I don't care. All I know is that my daughter died here." After speaking, she hurriedly called Zhao's father. The doctor's children arrived, realizing the gravity of the situation. If it went to the police, their mother would surely never be released. "Auntie, how about we settle this for 300,000? The doctor's son proposed. Upon hearing the sum, Zhao's father, who had just entered the room, did not hesitate. "Fine, 300,000 it is. Just take the child away, and we can arrange the paperwork. I will transfer the money immediately." The doctor, seeing the couple's willingness to pay, felt assured of his safety. The eldest son drafted a promissory note, prompting the elderly couple to affix their fingerprints. He glanced at Zhao Hui's lifeless body. Devoid of any sympathy, "Take the corpse away. Tell everyone she died at home." All right. The doctor's family promptly facilitated the arrangement, and soon the 300,000 was transferred. The Zhao family wrapped their daughter's body in white cloth and placed it on a tricycle, hastily returning home as the sun began to set. They laid their daughter's body on the bed, contemplating whom to summon. Calling Lin Ran was out of the question, as news of the Bai family's troubles had spread far and wide. If he sensed something amiss, he would undoubtedly alert the authorities. Eventually, the Zhao family decided to call Jiang Kong. Jiang Tsong was at home, secretly pleased. When his phone rang, he quickly answered, "Hello? Jiang Tsong, this is Zhao Hui's father. My daughter died from a medication-induced miscarriage. Please bring Boss Dong over to take a look and ideally provide a death certificate," Zhao's father urged. Jiang Tsong found the situation suspicious. It was highly unlikely for a woman to miscarry at home. Did he recall the small town in the north, where anyone seeking an abortion would consult that old doctor? Was it possible that Zhao Hui had fallen victim to him? Jiang Tsong considered the likelihood and realized that accepting this job could lead to trouble. With that thought in mind, he told Zhao's father to hold on, hung up, and called Boss Dong to relay the situation, nervously saying, "Donggu, I believe we should not take on the Zhao family's case. If this gets out, it could bring us significant trouble." Boss Dong was still resentful towards the Bai family. Jiang Tsong called Zhao's father back. "Boss Dong is currently occupied with other work and cannot assist you. What should we do then? Try to Ran." Jiang Tsong dropped that remark and hung up, subsequently blocking Zhao's father's number. Zhao's father, anxious and pacing in the room, looked at his daughter's lifeless face and resolved, "I will seek out Lin Ran. I can always offer him more money. Besides, he harbors a grudge against us. With our daughter gone, it might just ease his resentment." Zhao's mother remained silent, pondering that 300,000 for a life seemed rather unworthy. Zhao's father donned his hat and rode his electric tricycle into the town. Upon noticing that Lin Ran's shop was still open, he entered directly. "Boss Lin, my daughter Zhao Hui died from excessive bleeding after taking abortion pills. Is it possible to die from taking abortion pills?" Lin Ran expressed his disbelief. "It's true," Zhao's father insisted. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, still skeptical of Zhao's father's claims. He pulled out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Song Ku. Can taking abortion pills lead to death? Song Ku replied, no. Lin Ran continued, my ex-girlfriend Zhao Hui's father has come, claiming she died at home after taking the pills. Song Ku responded, haha, that's impossible. It must have been a botched procedure at an illegal clinic. Lin Ran asked, what should I do? Song Ku advised, there's a strict crackdown on illegal clinics right now. You need to be cautious. If you get entangled in this, the repercussions could be severe. Lin Ran affirmed, I'll go check on her at home. Song Ku said, call me if you need anything. All right, Lin Ran replied. He intended to assess Zhao Hui's condition at the time of her death, then consult the village doctor. If her death appeared normal, he would certainly issue a certificate. However, if there were even the slightest hint of foul play, it would require a different course of action. Lin Ran felt it necessary to set clear expectations from the outset. Upon hearing this, Zhao's father became anxious. Boss Lin, I'll give you 20,000. Can you make some accommodations? Find someone else, Lin Ran stated firmly. Becoming more convinced that Zhao Hui had indeed died under suspicious circumstances, Zhao's father thought of Jiang Tsong. There were only two groups involved in such dealings, and outsiders were unlikely to come. After a moment's contemplation, he slapped his thigh and said, all right, Boss Lin, come with me to take a look. Lin Ran grabbed the car keys and urged Zhao's father to get in, preferring to save time rather than delay with the electric bike. In the car, Lin Ran sent a WeChat message to the village doctor regarding Zhao's family situation, instructing him to wait until Lin Ran arrived before proceeding. The village doctor replied promptly, I will not issue a death certificate for an unnatural death. Lin Ran acknowledged, understood. Who are you messaging? Zhao's father asked curiously. The village doctor, Lin Ran answered. Oh, half an hour later, they arrived at Zhao's home. Lin Ran glanced at the large house and sent a message to the village doctor. 3 minutes later, the village doctor arrived. They exchanged glances before entering Zhao Hui's room. After removing the white cloth covering Zhao Hui, the village doctor quickly shook his head. I cannot issue a death certificate for this. You will have to figure it out on your own. Please, in every village, the local doctor must issue the death certificate. What will we do if you refuse? Zhao's mother wept, grasping the village doctor's arm. My daughter has died. Surely that is sufficient? At worst, I can pay you more. The village doctor abruptly withdrew his hand. This is not about money. I cannot risk such a grave offense. Offense? Zhao's mother was taken aback. Is it a crime for us if my daughter has died like this? You know how your daughter died, the village doctor retorted, refusing to indulge the Zhao family's excuses. He pointed at Zhao Hui's lifeless body. You say she died from the pills. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Ran covered Zhao Hui with the white cloth once more and addressed the Zhao family. I will not issue a certificate either. You must think this through yourselves. If you refuse to issue a certificate, my daughter cannot be cremated. Zhao's mother protested. Indeed, if you bury her without authorization, it will constitute illegal disposal of a body. If the police come for an autopsy later, the consequences will be far worse. Lin Ran was not merely intimidating the Zhao family. Such matters necessitate police involvement. Accompanied by Zhao Hui, I took her to an illicit clinic for an abortion, and Zhao's mother, in tears, revealed the truth. The village doctor pointed at Zhao's mother. Lamenting deeply, you are foolish. Zhao Hui's predicament is entirely your fault. You should report this. Lin Ran insisted. Zhao's father, dejected, squatted on the ground, cradling his head. They offered me 300,000, and I even signed a contract. The village doctor could no longer contain his outrage and kicked Zhao's father, exclaiming, You are unworthy of being a father. I warned you against letting your daughter attend that dubious university, yet you disregarded my advice. This child was of poor character during her studies. No decent person would want her. What should we do? Zhao's mother implored, grasping Zhao's father's arm. We must report this, or we will face consequences too. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhao's father ultimately chose the course most advantageous to him. He had no intention of returning the 300,000. Report it. Zhao's mother conceded. Zhao's father hesitated to make the call, while Lin Ran feigned ignorance. Believing it was not his concern, gritting his teeth, Zhao's father dialed the number. Half an hour later, officers from the town's police station arrived. After inquiring about the situation, they dispatched personnel to apprehend the doctors at the illicit clinic, reporting to the city bureau and requesting a coroner to examine the deceased. Lin Ran stood aside, observing, truthfully. He felt no affection for Zhao Hui anymore, yet her demise was still difficult to process. The village doctor quietly remarked, Duran, Do not empathize with the Zhao family. They are all greedy and indolent. Your separation from Zhao Hui was a blessing. Otherwise, you would have been exhausted. At your age, how can you not value yourself? Lin Ran found this perplexing. People are truly lost. He handed the village doctor a cigarette, but chose not to speak further. The city bureau personnel arrived, and the coroner dispatched was none other than Song Ku. Lin Ran greeted him and then leaned against the window, awaiting the results. Song Ku examined Zhao Hui's injuries and asked Zhao's mother. The deceased had asthma, correct? Yes, she replied. The cause of death was excessive blood loss leading to an asthma attack and subsequent asphyxiation. Song Ku announced his preliminary findings. The Zhao family hung their heads, unable to meet the officer's gaze. Song Ku instructed to have the body removed. Until the perpetrator faced justice, the body could not be cremated. Zhao's father and mother were also taken away. If they hoped for a private settlement, that would no longer be feasible, as the doctor had caused a death and could not evade legal repercussions. Following the address provided by Zhao's mother, the town's police successfully located the illicit clinic. Upon seeing lights inside, they forcefully kicked the door open, catching the family indulging in hot pot. The doctor, witnessing the scene, fainted on the spot. Her eldest son, cursing, accused the Zhao family of dishonesty while clashing with the police. When the officers saw him assaulting an officer, they promptly apprehended him as well. Seeing that they had no further involvement, Lin Ran and the village doctor left together. As Song Ku was about to leave in his vehicle, he noticed Lin Ran approaching and said, "I will update you on the subsequent developments." "All right," Lin Ran replied. As the village doctor noticed the police had departed, he jestingly inquired of Lin Ran, "Are you dating someone new?" Lin Ran, however, was far from interested in romance at that moment. His sole ambition was to expand the paper factory and subsequently establish a high-tech nursing home, achieving a comprehensive service model. After returning to the storefront, Lin Ran decided to take a shower to cleanse away the day's misfortunes. Just as he succumbed to slumber, he was beset by a nightmarish vision of the menacing Zhao Hui, brandishing her claws in a confrontational manner. "Lin Ran, if you reconcile with me, can I truly perish?" she taunted. Lin Ran scoffed lightly. "You are already dead. How can you entertain such fanciful thoughts?" "Lin Ran, if you possess any courage, go seek out Zhao Tian. He is the child's biological father. I shall strangle you." Zhao Hui lunged at him with her skeletal hands. Instinctively, Lin Ran attempted to flee, but found himself immobilized within the confines of his dream. Just as Zhao Hui approached, a woman rushed forth, seizing Zhao Hui by the hair and yanking her back forcefully. "You dare lay a finger on Duran? Master's wife," Lin Ran exclaimed in surprise. "Rest assured, Duran, with me around, no vile temptress would dare trouble you." As soon as the master's wife spoke, a sudden crash echoed, and a thick fog enveloped Lin Ran's vision. He waved his hand, and when the mist dissipated, both Zhao Hui and the master's wife had vanished. Bolting upright, Lin Ran noticed it was still dark outside. He glanced at his phone, revealing it was already 6 o'clock. Sleep eluded him, prompting him to splash some water on his face to invigorate himself. He pondered why each time a victim of unnatural death appeared in his dreams. It seemed he would need to consult Uncle Chen once more. At 9 in the morning, Lin Ran arrived at Uncle Chen's storefront. Uncle Chen was seated, savoring tea. Upon Lin Ran's entrance, he poured him a cup. "It's been quite some time since your last visit. Coming so early surely indicates you have something on your mind?" Lin Ran recounted his dreams concerning the deceased. "Isn't that rather fortuitous? Some souls, unable to find peace in death, reach out to you. Moreover, your master and mistress seem to be doing well in the afterlife. When Zhao Hui threatened you, your mistress promptly appeared to defend you. How splendid." Uncle Chen regarded him with a calm demeanor. "Young man, do not overthink matters. Perhaps this is your opportunity. Could it be that I am deficient in vitamins, thus leading to these vivid dreams?" Lin Ran mused. "If you intend to discuss science, then you ought not to come here," Uncle Chen retorted, playfully tugging at Lin Ran's ear. "Many matters cannot be resolved merely by consuming health supplements." Yes, I shall refrain. I will go with the flow." Lin Ran chuckled, rubbing his ear. "Just a jest. Surely you aren't truly angry? Drink your tea. Stop dawdling." "Very well." Lin Ran settled down to sip his tea, inhaling the sandalwood scent that permeated the room, which calmed his spirit considerably. Chapter 52. The Consequences of Error. Uncle Chen refilled Lin Ran's cup. "So what do you think? Isn't my tea delightful?" "Indeed, it is," Lin Ran replied, though he seldom indulged in tea. He had sampled enough to discern that none compared to the exquisite flavor of Uncle Chen's brew. Uncle Chen retrieved a box from the cabinet. This tea isn't overly expensive, yet it is simply delightful. We are not affluent folk capable of affording tea worth thousands. We shall make do with this. Lin Ran accepted it graciously, a smile on his face. Thank you, Uncle Chen. When you are feeling troubled, a cup of tea can bring tranquility. It is beneficial for you. Lin Ran noted these words down and took the tea leaves with her. Upon returning to the shop, she began browsing her phone, ordering a specialized tea set, along with a tea table and other accessories, which turned out to be quite expensive. Lin Ran was willing to spend money on herself, opting for a higher quality set. Hua Zi entered, carrying spicy skewers, his expression somewhat grim. Brother Lin, Boss Dong has taken on a new business deal. Whose? From Brother Zhang's village. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping the situation. Let us pretend we didn't notice. Brother Zhang's actions were indeed underhanded. Perhaps the commission he was offered was more enticing, unlike my arrangement, where I only pay 500 for hosting. In the future, I would still need to seek him out for work, but once Hua Zi is capable of handling matters on his own, I would no longer require his services. Lin Ran was not particularly affected by Jiang Tsung's betrayal, as he had anticipated such behavior. After all, who doesn't desire to earn a little extra? It was a common human inclination, and there was no need to sever ties over such trivial matters. I will strive to improve. Hua Zi expressed his confidence in becoming a competent host. In truth, as long as the process was correct and the identity of the deceased was not misidentified, that would account for 2/3 of the success. With some time on his hands, Lin Ran decided to offer Hua Zi a few tips. Have there been any mistakes? Hua Zi had never heard of any. Previously, when Brother Zhang had a few drinks while hosting, he failed to coordinate with my master. The deceased was male. Yet during the ceremony, he called out Mom. The host was nearly driven mad with rage and came over to beat Brother Jiang. Wasn't the deceased's mother still alive? If she had passed, it wouldn't have been a significant issue. One could easily find a way to smooth things over. Lin Ran recalled the scene with a shudder. After that incident, Brother Jiang was sidelined by my master for 2 months. What kind of beating did he receive? Hua Zi inquired, intrigued. Let us just say, Brother Jiang was bedridden for a month, and my master didn't take a penny from the host. Only then did the matter settle. Lin Ran picked up a paper cup and brewed himself a cup of tea. Regarding this situation, one must acknowledge their mistakes. It's crucial not to engage in futile arguments. The host's mood might improve a bit, but if they start to quibble, they must endure the consequences. Brother Lin, have you ever made a mistake? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. I have never consumed alcohol while hosting, and I always review the script meticulously. After experiencing that incident, Brother Zhang has since refrained from drinking while hosting. One learns from their missteps. That sounds quite satisfying. It's unnecessary. Lin Ran's intention in sharing this with Hua Zi was not to disparage Jiang Tsung, but rather to impress upon him the severe repercussions of hosting errors. Upon reflecting on Jiang Tsung lying in bed for a month, Hua Zi promptly picked up a book to continue studying, regardless of when he officially became a host. He needed to establish a solid foundation, for mistakes could lead to actual punishment. The news of a black clinic causing fatalities had spread, and upon reading about it, Hua Zi inquired with Lin Ran. Upon learning it involved Zhao Hui, he couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. TSK. Do you think she brought this upon herself? How could a girl so carelessly sleep with men? This is the first time I've heard of someone daring enough to take a child to a black clinic for treatment. Lin Ran truly admired the Zhao family. To have such exceptional individuals in one household was a testament to divine intervention, sparing innocent lives from their calamity. The news also reported that the old doctor had caused many deaths, all of them girls. Lin Ran leisurely sipped her tea, remarking, the more remote the location, the more ignorant the minds. That old doctor isn't from our town. He hails from quite a distance, with a mountain conveniently blocking the view, making it easy for him to go unnoticed. This time, they have truly met their downfall. Indeed, just as the two were engaged in casual conversation, Zhao Tian entered, his face obscured by a tightly wrapped mask. Do you still have the leisure to come here? Lin Ran's demeanor was far from cordial. Zhao Hui was pregnant with your child, and now she has passed away. As a party involved, shouldn't you at least show your face to the Zhao family for an explanation? Zhao Tian hastily pulled down his mask, urgency etched on his face. Lin Ran, I need you to lend me a few thousand yuan. What kind of relationship do we have? You come here asking for money? Lin Ran's anger flared. You still haven't repaid the 1,000 yuan I lent you. How dare you come to me for more? Zhao Tian, his dark circles prominent, rubbed his hands anxiously. Lin Ran, you really have to lend me a few thousand. I need to consult a fortune teller. Zhao Hui haunts me every night, and it's driving me to the brink of insomnia. That's your just desserts. Just lend me a bit of money, will you? Zhao Tian implored, his gaze fixated on her. No one else will help me. I can only turn to you. Once I bounce back, I promise to return every penny with interest. I will not lend you anything. What's wrong with you? Can't you even lend a hand? Lin Ran shrugged, incredulous. I'm genuinely surprised. After all this time mingling outside, how can you still not comprehend a simple refusal? I said no. Now swiftly return to your car. Lin Ran's voice trailed off as she glanced outside. Huh, where's your car? My car was in an accident and is being repaired at the shop. Lin Ran pulled out a cigarette and lit it. I have no money to lend you. Now leave. Give me a cigarette. Zhao Tian snatched the cigarette box from her. If you want to lend me money, then fine. When I rise again, if any of you come to me for help, I'll relish watching you all perish. With that, he pocketed the entire box of cigarettes. Lin, you just swiped a box of your cigarettes. I damn well know. Lin Ran was not distressed about the cigarettes. Her curiosity lay in how the once clever Zhao Tian had devolved into his current state, working as a security guard in a villa district while still believing himself to be a dragon. Today, Brother Wan's father passed away, precisely 3 days into the new year. Boss Dong was orchestrating matters, and for the first time, there were no missteps. As for paperwork, Boss Dong could not handle it himself. He sought out the local factory for supplies. The craftsmen were busy crafting cows and horses when they spotted Boss Dong approaching. For orders, please see the front desk, one of them politely informed him. Who is your boss? Boss Dong inquired curiously. Unknown. Come on, how could you not know your own boss? Boss Dong offered a cigarette to the foreman, only to have it declined. This is a paper factory. Smoking is prohibited here. If you wish to smoke, you must go outside. Boss Dong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, returned the cigarette to the box. I want to discuss business with your boss. I can't afford to miss out on the work in this town. Lin Ran places orders through you. I don't want to fall short either. Can you give me a discount? For negotiations, please see the front desk. The foreman coldly replied. Boss Dong, having been met with disdain, approached the front desk and asked the female staff member, who is your boss? The identity of the boss must remain confidential. The female receptionist, as expressionless as the foreman, assured Mr. Dong, rest assured, the quality is undoubtedly impeccable, and all procedures are in order. I merely wish to discuss a matter with your esteemed boss. There is nothing to discuss. We maintain a uniform pricing policy that is fair to all, replied Mr. Dong. The order you placed has been prepared. Please accompany the assistant to the storeroom to collect your goods. The receptionist then presented a QR code, stating, please scan to make the payment. Mr. Dong retrieved his phone, scanned the code, and followed the assistant to the storeroom. Casting a glance back at the receptionist, he inquired of the assistant, is everyone here so cold and unyielding? Should we greet you with smiles instead, Mr. Dong? The assistant retorted. Upon entering the storeroom, the assistant retrieved mid-range paper products and, after verifying the quantity, asked Mr. Dong, would you like them delivered to your storefront first thing tomorrow morning, or shall we send them now? Now, please. Very well. The assistant summoned a delivery truck, loaded the paper onto it, and sent it off to Mr. Dong. Mr. Dong, eager to inquire further, hesitated at the assistant's frosty demeanor, swallowing his words. After exiting the factory, he glanced back, pondering. Those in this line of work seem rather introverted. Once Mr. Dong departed, the assistant approached the receptionist, saying, Sister, that Mr. Dong seems rather ill. Why does he keep asking questions about the order? Competing with our boss for work. Who would entertain him? The receptionist picked up a mirror to apply eyeliner, questioning, is my eyeliner uneven? It looks like something out of a fairy tale. The assistant muttered under his breath. The receptionist set down the mirror and playfully kicked the assistant. You cheeky boy, you dare comment on my appearance. Upon witnessing this exchange, the foreman chuckled, and the factory employees began teasing the assistant, labeling him a straight man devoid of aesthetic sense. The assistant felt unjustly accused, after all. The dark circles under his eyes were hardly an appealing sight. Lin Ran learned of Mr. Dong's order and, without any intent to inflate prices, reiterated to the receptionist, we practice honesty and fairness. At noon, Sumo's parents arrived unannounced. The moment Lin Ran spotted them, he inquired, do you have business with us? Our daughter Su Mo is pregnant. Before the Su family could finish, Lin Ran interrupted, if the child is mine, let us confirm it. If not, I have no obligation to raise another's offspring. Instead of dilly-dallying with me, perhaps you should investigate if Su Mo has been seeing another man during her time away. Mr. Su gasped at this response. They had only heard rumors of Su Mo's pregnancy and had assumed it was Lin Ran's child. Lin Ran's calm demeanor instilled doubt in them. Yet with so many people in the town, whom could they question? Take care, Mr. Su muttered, embarrassed, as he pulled his wife away, visibly displeased. The atmosphere grew surprisingly tranquil. Huazi found this unexpected. That's because we ignored them. At that moment, Zhao Tian returned, exclaiming, Lin Ran. My mother has attempted suicide by ingesting poison at home. By the time we found her, it was too late. You must hurry to my house. What are we to do? Why did your mother take poison? Lin Ran inquired. Zhao Tian lowered his head, visibly burdened by a connection he could not deny. Lin Ran scoffed. If she passed at home, we will need a burial shroud. You should determine the price range. And also select an urn for her ashes to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Zhao Tian, with a thump of his thigh, exclaimed, It is no easy feat for my mother to have supported me. Thus, we must procure only the finest. The most expensive urn costs 50,000. I interjected, old classmate. If we lack funds, let us adhere to simplicity. There is no need for ostentation. Who is unaware of your family's situation? Lin Ran, initially unwilling to engage in further discourse, found it intolerable. Should this fellow acquire something extravagant and later refuse to pay, the loss would ultimately fall upon her. Zhao Tian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ran, then took up his phone and exited. Shortly thereafter, he returned, phone in hand, stating, My father has decreed that a standard one will suffice. Very well, let us choose the garments. Huazi went to retrieve the mourning cloth, gathering all necessary items and placing them in Lin Ran's vehicle. Zhao Tian had also selected his attire and the burial shroud. While Lin Ran loaded the offerings into the car, Zhao Tian took his seat in the front passenger side, remarking with a hint of envy, I never imagined you could drive a Range Rover. What of it? If you were to rise again, you might even afford a Rolls-Royce, Zhao Tian replied. The vehicle journeyed to Zhao Village, where the village doctor had already issued the death certificate, awaiting Lin Ran's arrival for verification. Upon entering the dwelling, Lin Ran glanced at the deceased's farewell letter and handed it to Zhao Tian, saying, You may ascertain the cause of your mother's demise for yourself. Following this, she approached Zhao's father and politely inquired, Have you located someone to dress the deceased? I am in the process, Zhao's father replied, wiping his tears. Witnessing his son with reddened eyes, he struck him several times in anger. You are a disgrace. You borrowed money against your mother's identity for usurious loans, accumulating debts exceeding 500,000, which drove her to her grave. Business entails both gains and losses. Why can you not comprehend my plight? Zhao Tian retorted, gazing at his father with a sense of injustice. Throughout my life, whenever I aspired to pursue a venture, you opposed me. What is it that I lack? You lack money. If we lack funds, borrow. What is the harm in acquiring some for business? Besides, it was my mother who could not cope. How is that my fault? Zhao Tian stormed off in anger. You selfish beast. How could the Zhao family produce such a creature? That is your own mother. Zhao's father lamented, striking his chest in despair. It is my fault. We have only one son, and we indulged him, resulting in this disgraceful behavior. Uncle, please do not be angry. Let us first lay Auntie to rest. Do as you see fit. Lin Ran called Li Qing to arrange refreshments for the gathering. Upon the arrival of the two elderly women, Lin Ran summoned Zhao Tian, stating, Once they have dressed your mother, each of them will receive 100 yuan. 100 for dressing her? Zhao Tian found this incredulous. Such are the customs. Otherwise, you may attire your mother yourself. Lin Ran thought to deliver a few punches to Zhao Tian, who had squandered 28 years without achieving anything. Zhao Tian, however, dared not refuse. He produced 200 yuan, coldly handing it to the two elderly women. The others in the room showed little interest in him. Zhao Tian donned the mourning belt and cap, then turned to Lin Ran, saying, How fortunate it would be to have an elder sister. When I am in need, she could assist me financially. Humph. If your sister had you as a brother, her husband would never take her hand, Lin Ran retorted sharply. Zhao Tian remained silent. The deceased donned a funeral robe, while Lin Ran instructed Zhao Tian to kneel to the side. As long as someone came to pay their respects, they would return a bow in kind. The incense in the burner must not extinguish, and the ever-burning lamp required vigilant oversight. Growing somewhat impatient, Zhao Tian remarked, All right, I understand. Please stop your incessant chatter. Lin Ran shot him an exasperated glance before proceeding to the West Room to play the mournful music. Chapter 54. Self-perception remains favorable. Zhao Tian's maternal relatives arrived. For siblings in total, who wept with great sorrow. Upon noticing Zhao Tian kneeling to the side engrossed in his phone, they could not restrain their reproach. Your mother died because of you. She is gone. What of it? Did I murder her? It was her own despair. I told her that if she sold the house in town, she could repay the debts, and I would rise again, ensuring she had a better life. With that pig-headed brain of yours, what could you possibly accomplish? His uncle glared at him, exuding disappointment. Your mother borrowed a substantial amount of money from us, which you squandered. You must repay it. Rest assured, I will, Zhao Tian insisted, maintaining a facade of pride. Zhao's father intervened, ushering them into the West Room. Li Qing arrived, inquiring about the dishes. Zhao's father insisted on the most basic options, and Li Qing promptly understood, settling on the simplest arrangements. Today, they mourned the passing of a senior, and Li Qing handed a list to Zhao's father, instructing him to find someone to accompany him to the city to procure ingredients, as well as wood for cooking. Even if the banquet were modest, pig trotters and hawks must be included. Zhao's father called upon his brother for assistance. Lin Ran inquired about the paper offerings, which also remained at the most basic level. She arranged for 10 wreaths at the lowest price. After coordinating the paper offerings and other details, she thought of the officiant and called Jiang Tsong. Brother Jiang, there is a family in Zhao village. Please come to preside over the ceremony tomorrow. Sure, I'll arrive early. Early? Are you not accompanying your wife? She has returned to her family. Oh, understood. See you tomorrow. Lin Ran ended the call. Jiang Tsong, pleased with himself, puffed on a cigarette and sent a WeChat message to his wife. Duran still needs me to officiate. She can't manage without me. His wife replied, my husband is truly capable. Just wait for the right moment to go solo. Exactly. Having organized everything, Lin Ran entrusted the music equipment to a relative of the Zhao family before heading home. It was now December, with the new year approaching, bringing a biting chill. Clad in thick snow boots and a down jacket, Lin Ran still felt the cold. Zhao Tian, shivering so much that his nose dripped, found the room where the body lay too cold, requiring open windows. As the son, he had to endure kneeling for 3 days, no matter the discomfort. Zhao Tian had a younger cousin who, upon seeing him tied in mourning cloth, quickly stood up. You kneel for a bit. I can't bear the cold and need to lie down. Why should I kneel? The cousin shot him a disdainful glance. This isn't even my own mother. Why should I take your place? If you're too cold, you don't have to kneel here. Everyone knows what you're like. You look down on me, don't you? Indeed. The cousin was unyielding in his stance. You know exactly what kind of person you are, don't you? You have driven your mother to despair. I am aware that before her passing, she received your call for money, and you were weeping on the other end. How shameless. Zhao Tian. The villagers who came to pay their respects scoffed at Zhao Tian's words. Someone so brazenly self-serving was hardly deserving of sympathy. Observing the lack of understanding from those around him, Zhao Tian silently vowed, I have burned the paper offerings. The deity assured me that if I endure this year, fortune will smile upon me. Just wait. You will see. I shall return with wealth that will astonish you all. Lin Ran returned to the shop and reflected on Zhao Tian's character. He was ambitious beyond his means, yet devoid of talent, selfish, and arrogant. Such a person would find it exceedingly difficult to succeed, even if bestowed with a fortune of 100 or 80,000. After a night's rest, Lin Ran took the paper offerings to the Zhao household, coincidentally encountering Boss Dong, who was en route to the Wan family. He waved to Lin Ran, who responded with a brief honk of the horn. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence, he instructed someone to collect the paper offerings. Noticing Zhao Tian had yet to emerge, he handed a rooster to his cousin, instructing him to place it beneath the coffin board to be used during the funeral. His cousin whispered to Lin Ran, my brother went to bed after dinner last night and has yet to rise. Lin Ran advised, you should return the courtesy. Anyone from the Zhao family will do. I have done so. Regardless, the deceased is my aunt, who always brought me delightful treats upon her return from work. My mother is heartbroken and even slapped my brother a few times yesterday. Your brother certainly deserves it. What is he thinking? His cousin pondered, genuinely perplexed. Lin Ran said nothing more, arranging the paper offerings and entering the house to write the mourning couplets. Zhao's father clutched the money tightly, fearing his son's covetous gaze. Zhao Tian slept until 10 o'clock before finally making his way to the East Room, where he found his cousin kneeling and mockingly remarked, Didn't you say you wouldn't kneel? I find you a disgrace to the Zhao family. Zhang Song arrived, noticing that preparations were nearing completion, and began to oversee the funeral rites. Lin Ran entered the house to settle accounts with Zhao's father. The burial expenses were not overly burdensome, and they naturally opted against extravagant arrangements to save money. Once the funeral rites concluded, everyone prepared to gather in the tent for the meal. Lin Ran and Hua Zi joined in the repast, indifferent to the quality of the spread. Their sole consolation was a steaming bowl of pickled vegetable soup. Brother Lin, this pickled vegetable soup is delightful. Hua Zi slurped down a bowl and then ladled some red bean rice. Just eat, Lin Ran replied, having braved the winter's chill to do business. It was not yet the peak of the cold season. In the countryside, winter meant burning coal, and with the houses sealed tight. Those in poor health often suffered from the lack of fresh air and uneven temperatures, leading to an increase in ailments. Thus, many who handled funeral affairs deemed winter a peak season. Lin Ran observed that this winter was particularly frigid and predicted that it would not pass quietly. Zhao Tian approached the meal with his phone in hand, plopping down at Lin Ran's table, unconcerned with others' opinions. His own comfort was all that mattered. In the morning hall, his cousin continued to kneel in reverence, while Zhao's father, feeling guilty, said, "My dear nephew, I apologize for the discomfort today. Your brother's behavior is regrettable. I shall say no more until your aunt is laid to rest. It's all right. Uncle, you may return to your room. It is exceedingly cold out here." Zhao's father sighed deeply. Zhao Tian picked up a jug of wine and poured a glass for Lin Ran, asking, "Shall we, old classmates, indulge ourselves a bit? I refrain from drinking while conducting business." How dreary. Lin Ran swiftly finished her rice and then called Sister Min, informing her that there were only 2 sessions that evening, namely crying through 7 passes and 18 packages. "In your line of work, you must be earning quite a bit, right?" Zhao Tian inquired. "It's manageable, just enough to get by," she replied. "Your profession doesn't carry the best reputation. When I achieve success, I shall bring you along." Lin Ran disregarded him, having discerned through their interactions that his eagerness to befriend her was merely a ploy to secure some money during tomorrow's settlement. Noticing her silence, Zhao Tian swaggered off to the mourning pavilion, summoning his cousin, who sat by with a phone in hand, keeping watch. Chapter 55. Many rules. Boss Dong's paperwork was also in order. He had successfully coordinated with the crematorium, sparing Lin Ran the need to stamp documents. Naturally, Brother Wan's father was not the first to be cremated. Boss Dong had arranged the schedule and would personally oversee the farewell rites. For the evening's morning activities, he had his own personnel, a man in his 40s, who charged 200 for the session, the same rate Lin Ran paid Sister Min. Boss Dong. "My father and mother are not on good terms. Please don't forget that," Brother Wan cautioned. "Rest assured, I have presided over many funerals. There will be no mishaps," Boss Dong assured him. Brother Wan felt reassured. After the evening's mourning concluded, Lin Ran departed with Sister Min and Hua Zi. Zhao Tian fixated on the ledger, pressing his father, "Dad, let me see how many people contributed." "No need to check. Even if they come to offer gifts, it's not for you. In the end, I shall bear the burden." Zhao's father realized his son's disposition and deemed it unwise to let him see the money. Zhao Tian frowned, his neck stiffening. "What's the matter? Are you hiding wealth from your son?" Scram. Zhao's father harbored deep resentment for his son, mourning the loss of his beloved wife. Zhao Tian, with a glint in his eye, left in a huff, seeking amusement elsewhere. Outside the mourning pavilion, a brazier was set up, where his cousin and several relatives kept vigil. As for whether Zhao Tian would participate in the wake, they were indifferent. The priority was to lay the elderly matriarch to rest. The following morning, Lin Ran arrived in the hearse while Hua Zi stayed behind to guard the grave site. Zhao Tian occupied the front passenger seat, occasionally chatting with Lin Ran. Noticing her aloofness, he brought up Zhao Hui. "Ever since my mother passed, Zhao Hui hasn't come to see me." Your mother sacrificed herself for you," Lin Ran replied coldly. "What?" Zhao Tian was taken aback. "Believe it or not," she said. Last night, Lin Ran had dreamt of Zhao Tian's mother, who wept, lamenting her son's lack of ambition and so forth. Zhao Hui stood beside her, grinning maliciously, which startled Lin Ran awake. Zhao Tian fell silent, lost in thought as tears streamed down his face. What a performance! No one in the hearse believed his tears were genuine. At the crematorium, there was no farewell ceremony. The body was directly sent in for cremation. Boss Dong had arranged for 12 furnaces, situated quite a distance apart. At the 12 Zodiac site, the Zhao family burned some paper money, merely as a gesture. Zhao Tian emerged holding the urn, remaining silent throughout the journey to the burial site. Everything proceeded smoothly, and everyone returned to the Zhao family for dinner, followed by settling accounts. Boss Dong also arrived at the burial site, placing the urn of Old Master Wan into the stone coffin. Just as preparations were being made to cover it with soil, Brother Wan inquired, "Where are the red chopsticks?" "What red chopsticks?" Boss Dong was puzzled. Whenever one conducts a burial, they use chopsticks bound with red fabric to bridge the connection. And only after knocking can we place my father's photograph and ashes inside. Don't tell me you forgot to prepare them? Brother Wan's tone rose, clearly agitated. Boss Dong's mind buzzed with panic. What should I do? I completely forgot. Back when I worked at the funeral home in the city, there weren't this many protocols. Why are there so many in the countryside? Brother Wan seized Boss Dong by the collar. Jiang Tsong recommended you to me, saying you knew everything. And now this. If it weren't for us thinking of the tofu yesterday, you wouldn't have reminded us at all. Brother, listen to me. This matter is about precision. It doesn't require all this fuss. Other relatives from the Wan family were displeased, pointing at Boss Dong. Fine, I'll call Jiang Tsong. A short while later, Jiang Tsong arrived in his car. Upon learning that Boss Dong had forgotten the red chopsticks, he was taken aback. After a moment, he regained his composure. Since Boss Dong forgot, let us make it right. Let us get 2 pairs of chopsticks. I'll personally tie the red fabric. No matter what, we must ensure Old Master Wan is laid to rest properly. All right, let us prepare. Brother Wan was reluctant to cause a scene at the burial site and decided to address everything later. Jiang Tsong assisted Boss Dong in handling the subsequent arrangements, then drove him back to the Wan family. Brother Wan chose not to eat and instead sat on the Kong, asking Boss Dong, "Shall we settle the accounts? The total is 8,007. You can give me 8,000, and we'll forget the 700. Aware of his own shortcomings, Boss Dong was willing to part with some money to avoid further trouble. Brother Wan snorted coldly, pulling out 6,000. You forgot such a significant matter and expect to deduct 700? What do you propose? In an effort to keep the peace, Boss Dong acquiesced to whatever demands Brother Wan made. Only 6,000? That is acceptable. Boss Dong accepted the money, casting a glance at Jiang Tsong before heading out. Jiang Tsong quickly followed, accompanying Boss Dong to his home. Seated on the warm Kong, Boss Dong sighed dejectedly. I truly didn't anticipate that there would be so many intricate details in the countryside. Brother Dong, if you ever find yourself confused again, don't hesitate to ask me. I thought you understood everything. Fortunately, the Wan family is relatively accommodating. If they had been more temperamental, they wouldn't have given you a chance to explain. Jiang Tsong advised. You're right, I will ask you in the future. Boss Dong had assumed that anyone could handle such matters until he embarked on a real transaction, only to discover how intricate and demanding this business truly is. Since ancient times, traditions surrounding weddings and funerals have been the most numerous and complex, particularly for funerals. Customs vary significantly from one locale to another, and it's understandable that someone not from the area would be unaware of them. In the future, I will bring you more opportunities, starting with a list to prevent any further mistakes. Very well, I will rely on you, brother. Absolutely. Lin Ran concluded the account for the Zhao family. The total is 5,002. Just give me 5,000. Mr. Zhao took out the money for the gift and counted out 5,000, preparing to hand it to Lin Ran, only to be halted by Zhao Tian. Lin Ran. We were classmates. Logically, you should write something for the gift, right? You borrowed 1,000 from me, and I shall consider it a gift. Zhao Tian. Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Zhao's father's face flushed with embarrassment as he counted out another 1,000. Boss Lin, here is a total of 6,000, including what my son owes you. He is quite irresponsible, so please disregard him in the future. Since you have said so, I shall accept it. Lin Ran took the 6,000 without counting, placing it directly into her bag. It's getting late. We won't be dining together. I must return to wash my car. Very well, we shall not see you off. No need. Lin Ran handed Zhao's father a list. For the matters required on the 17th, come to my shop for the latter on the 6th, and pick up the flowers on the 5th. These are all included with the paper goods. Understood. When constructing the upper beam, make sure to use sorghum stalks. If you have any questions, call me. On the 6th, the dumplings must be smaller, and according to the deceased's age. Make a few extra, one to throw to the heavens, and one to the ground. Uft, who can throw that high? Zhao Tian retorted defiantly. Lin Ran ignored him. Uncle, I have explained the customs. It is time for me to leave. Is this what 27 looks like? A mere child still in need of weaning. Zhao Tian disdainfully glanced at his father, realizing that money could be saved, yet they insist on lavishing it upon others. What a foolishness. Chapter 56. Bathing Lin Ran hummed a tune as she drove, initially believing that the 1,000 would simply drift away, but unexpectedly, Zhao Tian's father repaid her. What a remarkable man, Zhao Tian's father. Hey, is Zhao Tian dead? Huazi asked from the passenger seat. No. Then why are you so cheerful? Lin Ran recounted the repayment to Huazi. It is rare for someone like Zhao Tian to have such a considerate father. Unfortunately, his mother is rather impractical, insisting that he repay the money himself. They want to assist him, and he wouldn't dare confront them. Perhaps not. Zhao Tian must be causing trouble at home. Surely not. Lin Ran mused that Zhao Tian was merely a paper tiger, at most a source of intimidation. However, concerning Zhao Hui's incident, Zhao Tian bore no responsibility, merely benefiting from sheer luck. Huazi found that quite plausible. Lin Ran shrugged. Zhao Tian's affairs were of no concern to her, and as for the deceased Zhao Hui, she would likely continue to stir unrest. When it comes to spirits and deities, it is better to believe in their existence than dismiss them entirely. One must always approach matters with a sense of reverence. Upon arriving home, Lin Ran shed her heavy down jacket, ascended to the second floor for a shower, and then drove out to collect her package. The tea set she had ordered days prior had finally arrived. Bringing it back, the entire set cost around 3,000. Lin Ran moved the tea set to the southern balcony on the second floor, arranging it beautifully, and it exuded an indescribable elegance. Boss Dong had been discreetly inquiring about the owner of the paper goods factory, yet no one in the entire town seemed to know. He had even asked Jiang Tsong, thinking that after years of dealing with funerals, he must possess some insider knowledge. To his surprise, Jiang Tsong looked equally perplexed. He had also been curious about the paper goods factory and had spent months searching for any clues, but to no avail. Boss Dong wandered back and forth in the storefront, developing a keen interest in this enigmatic owner lurking behind the scenes. Lin Ran was well informed, and upon realizing that Boss Dong was so persistently seeking him out, he could only silently express his apologies in his heart. Throughout his life, Lin Ran's master had taught him the meaning of attracting attention and had advised him to remain low-key. He emphasized that, in any business endeavor, the fewer people who knew, the better, for most individuals harbor jealousy and cannot stand to see others thrive. Lin Ran had not fully grasped this concept until after his master's passing, when he recognized that all the teachings imparted to him were indeed profound truths. Just look at the elderly members of the Lin family. Along with Zhao Tian and Zhao Hui, among others, the number of eccentricities is virtually limitless. That evening, Song Ke sent a message via WeChat, informing him that Zhao Hui had previously signed an agreement to donate her body. After the necessary examinations, her remains were to be sent directly to the medical university for research purposes. Lin Ran felt a measure of admiration for Zhao Hui. After all those years, if she had accomplished even a single act of foresight, it could be deemed a life well lived. As for Zhao's parents, Lin Ran had no concern whatsoever. Suddenly, Hao Liang's call came through. Lin Ran swiftly answered. Hello, how does such a busy person have the time to call me? It's just that I have some free time today, and it's only a little past 7. Drive over to my sister's spa. I will treat you to a bath and massage. Given all that you've been through lately, let's alleviate some of your worries. Afterward, you needn't return home. You can come straight to my place. Going to your sister's? What? Is she going to eat me alive? Lin Ran chuckled awkwardly. Of course not. She's not here. Just come over. Hao Liang quickly hung up to prevent Lin Ran from changing his mind. Having not bathed in quite some time, Lin Ran donned his clothes and drove straight to the city. Reflecting on the spa run by Hao Yu, he instructed the navigation system, Pure Green Spa. The navigation presented 3 routes, and Lin Ran selected the one that was slightly shorter. After more than an hour, he arrived at Pure Green and noticed a considerable number of cars outside, indicating a bustling crowd that evening. After parking, he called Hao Liang and waited at the front desk. Before long, Hao Liang emerged and escorted him to the VIP area. Upon noticing Lin Ran had changed, Hao Liang remarked, Song Ke mentioned that Zhao Hui has passed away and that she was causing you trouble prior to her death. I tell you, in the future, should you encounter such matters, do not hesitate to call the police. Locking these deranged individuals up for a day will surely bring them to their senses. At that moment, Lin Ran recalled an extraordinary encounter he had with a former elementary school classmate, Zhao Tian. That fool, what happened? His mother committed suicide after taking pills. And he had the audacity to borrow money from me. Lin Ran recounted the outrageous antics of Zhao Tian, emphasizing, the crux of the matter is, Zhao Hui was pregnant with his child, and he bears no responsibility whatsoever. How fortunate for the girl. Such extremes should be paired together, Lin Ran chuckled, knowing that if those two were to end up together, the true victim would be the unborn child of Zhao Hui. At that moment, Hao Yu approached, elegantly striding in her sky-high heels, exuding grace. Sister Yu greeted the passing attendants, who acknowledged her with cheerful nods. With a radiant smile, she nodded back, embodying an aura of authority. Big sister, Hao Liang happily waved at Hao Yu. Upon seeing her younger brother approaching, Hao Yu's face lit up with joy. Her gaze quickly shifted to the side, and her eyes sparkled. Duran, when did you arrive? You haven't soaked yet, have you? Just wait a moment. I will arrange for the best masseur to ensure your utmost comfort. Hello, sister, it's been a long time, Lin Ran politely greeted. Hao Liang shot a sideways glance at Hao Yu with his hands on his hips, muttering under his breath about her favoritism. Indeed, it had been quite a while. Hao Yu's eyes, like a radar, scanned Lin Ran. Duran, you and Er Lu should go for a soak and massage first, and then head to the self-service dining on the 3rd floor. Today, I shall treat you splendidly. Thank you, sister. Hao Yu then exchanged a meaningful glance with Hao Liang, and after he nodded, she gracefully entered the elevator to the 4th floor. Hao Liang cheerfully led Lin Ran to the bathing area, and after the massage, it was already 10:30. The two made their way to the self-service dining area on the 3rd floor, which offered a plethora of seafood. After their meal, Hao Yu arrived right on cue. How did you two find the food? Nothing to complain about. Lin Ran expressed her satisfaction with the seafood. At that moment, Hao Liang received a phone call, and, with an apologetic tone, said to Lin Ran, Duran, I have a case that requires my attention. You should stay here until tonight and leave tomorrow morning. It's fine, don't worry about me. You go ahead, Lin Ran replied without suspicion. Hao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as she pretended to watch videos on her phone, secretly messaging Hao Liang. Er Lu is quite the gentleman, truly my dear brother. Hao Liang responded, You are indeed my sister. I genuinely received a case. A family of 3 has been murdered, the parents are deceased, and the child is in the hospital, currently undergoing emergency treatment. I need to head to the scene. Please don't frighten Duran. I understand. Chapter 57. A night of passion. Lin Ran felt somewhat nervous facing Hao Yu alone. Though she was stunningly beautiful and alluring, her spirited demeanor intimidated him. Duran, let us head to the 5th floor. I'll introduce you to some billiards, and there's also a swimming pool. After that, you can return to the lounge on the 2nd floor, Hao Yu said, extending her hand to signal Lin Ran to follow. Reluctantly, Lin Ran accompanied Hao Yu to the 5th floor. Indeed, there was a private swimming pool over 10 meters long, as well as billiards and a media room, equipped with advanced facilities. Duran, you play for a bit, Hao Yu said. All right, sister, you tend to your matters first, Lin Ran replied, picking up a cue and taking a shot. Hao Yu did not take long to return, appearing in a red strapless evening gown. Duran, how do you find my outfit? Hao Yu leaned against the table, gently tugging at her dress. Just look at my legs. Even a young girl can't compare to me. Sister, maybe I should head back to the lounge, Lin Ran said, his eyes darting around, unable to meet Hao Yu's gaze. If she were not the sister of his good friend, he would have undoubtedly pursued the situation further, but it felt inappropriate. He couldn't let his friend down. Still playing the gentleman? Hao Yu's delicate hand slowly inched toward Lin Ran's. Don't pretend with me. I know you don't harbor feelings for me. But that's all right. I have taken a liking to you. Sister, I share a brotherly bond with Hao Liang. What are you afraid of? Hao Yu placed her hand gently on Lin Ran's shoulder and whispered softly into his ear. At 27 or 28, a young man should broaden his horizons. I have been healthy and single for many years, and it is rare for me to develop feelings for a man. Lin Ran's face flushed. You need not worry. We can consider it a fleeting romance, with no responsibilities attached. If you ever find yourself thinking of me, we can arrange to meet. Hao Yu playfully pinched Lin Ran's chin. I simply adore your handsome face. Lin Ran was not a paragon of virtue. He was a normal man. Faced with the deliberate seduction of a beautiful woman, if he remained unaffected, one could only assume something was amiss. The next day, Lin Ran awoke and glanced at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock. Hao Yu sat by the window in her pajamas, smoking a cigarette, her languid demeanor revealing the hardships she had endured in life. You're awake. Did last night wear you out? Hao Yu inquired gently. Lin Ran requested a cigarette from her, lit it, and took a puff. Sister, you mustn't tell Liang about this. Rest assured, I possess good taste. If you ever miss me, or I miss you, we can arrange to meet. Life can be lonely. There's no need to deny ourselves pleasure. Wouldn't you agree? Well, that's not unreasonable. Lin Ran had engaged in a few rendezvous over the years, but the last time his master discovered it, he received a thrashing. He subsequently settled down until Zhao Hui pursued him, leading to his first relationship. Once he finished his cigarette, Lin Ran got dressed to head home. How you waved him off, not accompanying him downstairs. As Lin Ran changed clothes downstairs and stepped out of the bathing center, he felt an inexplicable sense of having survived a calamity. He pondered the many novels where characters transmigrate into the likes of Tang Sung. Had it been him, he doubted he would have survived even a single encounter with a female demon. Driving home, how you stood on the 5th floor, watching Lin Ran leave. Reflecting on their fleeting night together, nodding to herself. Lin Ran is quite eligible, meeting all the criteria. If he finds a partner in the future, we shall call it quits. How Liang called. Sister, how did it go with my brother? Nothing much. Do you take me for someone who harms others? I am not that kind of person, How you replied, maintaining her composure as she teased her younger brother. However, as a police officer, Hao Liang was not easily deceived. Cut the act. This morning, I passed by your store and saw Lin Ran's car still parked there. Stop worrying about me and think about yourself for a change. At your age, you still can't secure a partner. How many chances have you missed? How you cleverly redirected the conversation. Hao Liang paused, feeling aggrieved. I'm busy with work, and they are all too demanding. How am I supposed to date? Enough. Sister here is busy too. We can chat later. How you concluded, hanging up the phone and flopping onto her bed to catch up on some beauty sleep. Lin Ran returned to the storefront and found Hua Zi seated inside, enjoying spicy hot pot. He asked, has anyone come by to pick up anything this morning? The funeral garments and mourning attire were taken away in 5 sets. Brother Lin, I suspect you won't find peace again. It's unlikely they will be used in the coming days. Most people simply take them home to store, with some left untouched for 1 to 2 years. Lin Ran sat down at the computer desk, powering on the device to prepare for today's tasks. Brother Lin, don't you lock the roller door? He asked. Who would dare to steal from this shop? Even if he were here, sometimes he wouldn't lock the door. Huazi found this reasoning sensible. My dad said he would buy me a car come spring. He fears the winter roads may be slippery and that I might not handle it well, leading to an accident. Your father is wise. Once I have a car, I can take leisurely drives. Huazi's heart brightened at the thought of cruising. Lin Ran remained silent, glancing at the calendar. The New Year's celebration would fall on February 4th this year. As the solar year drew to a close, the spring festival was merely 2 months away. I wished to visit Sanya, but unfortunately, I have never found the time. A round trip to Sanya should take about 7 days, right? Approximately. Lin Ran had always desired to travel, yet every time this thought crossed his mind, there would be a series of deaths, as if fate conspired against his plans. Huazi sighed regretfully. Without Bostong's presence, a few days away wouldn't hurt. Jiang Ge would assist you. However, since he is busy coordinating matters for Bostong, if someone were to pass away while you were gone, it would undoubtedly fall into Bostong's hands. I understand. At that moment, a van parked outside, and a stout, dark-skinned man entered. Boss Lin, I need to pick up the funeral garments and mourning attire. My grandmother is nearing her end and wishes to see them before she passes. How old is she? Lin Ran inquired. 87. A long life indeed. Lin Ran retrieved several sets from the cabinet. Take a look and see which one suits her. Oh dear, I can't seem to choose, the man replied, somewhat troubled. Huazi interjected. Why not take them all home for the old lady to select? Lin Ran shot a disapproving glance at Huazi, admonishing, what nonsense are you saying? A family may only take 1 set. Anything more would be absurd. Huazi immediately realized his mistake and repeatedly apologized to the man. I'm sorry, I was unaware of that. The man raised a hand to stop him. You're young. There's much you don't know. It's not a big deal. Boss Lin may be overreacting. I just worry that in the future, he may not encounter a proprietor as generous as you, and it could lead to trouble, Huazi remarked. A wise teacher breeds a capable student. The man nodded approvingly. Huazi sighed with relief, glad the man was not offended, otherwise he would have found himself in a predicament. Chapter 58, Reconnected. Observing that the man was still hesitating, Lin Ran lifted one of the sets. Why not make a video call to let the old lady have a look? Yes, indeed. That is a clever idea from Boss Lin. The man dialed his father, and soon, the call was answered. Dad, You asked me to show Grandma the funeral garments. But I can only bring one set back. Taking more would be inappropriate. All right, all right. The man turned the screen to show Lin Ran's selection. There are several styles. Let Grandma take a good look. The old lady's face appeared on the screen, her eyes straining as she pointed at one of the sets. Grandma said she wants this one. Very well, I'll take it. The man ended the video call. Boss Lin, we'll take this set. As for the mourning attire, let us choose something of good quality. Our family is doing well, and isn't short on funds. Understood, I will arrange that. Lin Ran instructed Hua Zi to place the items into the man's vehicle, then handed him a business card. Brother, everything is packed. Here is my card. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me, no matter the hour. Can you read, Boss Lin? The man inquired cautiously. I understand a bit, she replied. Then why not come home and meet my grandmother? Very well. Lin Ran asked Hua Zi to watch over the house, while she accompanied the man to see the elderly lady, estimating how much longer she might have. After an hour's drive, they arrived at a village nestled against the mountains. The stout man, surnamed Du, was a local official. Upon reaching the Du residence, Lin Ran beheld the elderly woman lying on the heated bed. Her forehead was furrowed, her gaze unfocused, and her breath faint, likely to depart within 3 days. Lin Ran conveyed her assessment to Brother Du. Prepare yourselves, everyone must face this day. Your grandmother has lived a long life, as long as she suffers not. She has enjoyed her days. Tears welled in Brother Du's eyes as he hastily wiped them away with his sleeve. I lost my mother at a young age. It was my grandmother who raised me. Now that she is leaving, I truly feel. As long as you have done your best, you can rest easy. Lin Ran reassured him. Brother Du was a dutiful son, never having treated his elders poorly. Call me if you need anything. Of course. As Lin Ran returned to the vehicle and drove halfway, she received a call. An elderly gentleman in Shangha village had passed away at 73. They say at 73 or 84, the king of hell does not summon you. Having dealt with many funerals over the years, she knew quite a few elders departed at this age, leaving her pondering the accuracy of the old sayings. Lin Ran called Hua Zi to prepare the necessary items in advance. Then they set off for Shangha village. Upon returning to the shop, Hua Zi loaded the items into the vehicle and took his place in the passenger seat. On the road to Shangha village, Lin Ran asked Hua Zi, "Are you angry?" "Not at all. I know you have my best interests at heart," Hua Zi expressed gratefully. "Remember, the clothes of the deceased can only be viewed by their direct descendants, and living individuals may only take one set for the deceased. If more are taken, it implies another must wear them. In the past, many elderly individuals would prepare their own garments and coffins in advance, but such practices have ceased. No one wishes to keep items meant for the dead in their homes." "I understand." Hua Zi was anxious about getting reprimanded, feeling it unjust to be punished for a single remark. Upon arriving in Shangha village, Lin Ran handed the garments to the elderly man and then inquired about the funeral arrangements with the deceased son. Once they reached an agreement, Lin Ran organized all the details. Soon after, she received another call. An elderly woman in Xianyang village was nearing her end and wished for her to assess how much longer she might last. Lin Ran promised to visit within an hour. Hua Zi recorded the proceedings, and Lin Ran summoned Li Qing. After ensuring everything was in order, she entrusted Hua Zi to oversee matters while she drove to the next location. In the midst of this busy schedule, they finally found respite by 3 in the afternoon. Returning to Shangha village, Lin Ran noted Hua Zi's commendable performance and remarked, "These next 2 months will be quite busy. I shall ensure you receive a bonus." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Hua Zi relished such words. Jiang Tsong was once again summoned by the villagers to their home, requesting his assistance. He estimated that it would take a day or 2 and suggested they seek out Boss Dong. However, the villagers had heard rumors about Boss Dong's strict regulations and feared it might jeopardize their own affairs. Understanding their concerns, Jiang Tsong firmly assured them that Boss Dong offered reasonable prices and that a single mistake could be forgiven. He promised to accompany them, assuring them that he would be there to clarify any uncertainties. With Jiang Tsong's words in mind, the villagers decided to proceed with Boss Dong. "Cheng Cheng, I will call him. You all go fetch the clothes." Jiang Tsong, eager to earn more, disregarded Lin Ran's situation, as Lin Ran's remuneration was insufficient. As night fell, Lin Ran called Jiang Tsong, asking him to come and oversee the proceedings. With no other engagements, Jiang Tsong readily agreed. Lin Ran then visited another household, where another individual had passed away. Hua Zi drove the hearse, sparing Lin Ran the trouble of doing so. Business was booming within 4 days. Lin Ran had taken on 3 jobs, fortunately spaced apart to avoid complications. Jiang Song was also busy, particularly when 2 families coincidentally scheduled their services for the same time. And Boss Dong had taken both jobs. Boss Dong summoned Jiang Song. "My brother, I need you to oversee a ceremony. After deducting 1,000 for commission, I will pay you an additional 500. How does that sound? You can still work with Boss Lin. I trust he won't obstruct your assistance to me. Of course, that is not an issue. Boss Lin is not one to be overly calculating. Then it's settled. You will preside over the other family tomorrow." Agreed, Jiang Song assured him. Upon returning home, Jiang Song received a call from Lin Ran, asking him to oversee the ceremony the following day. Jiang Song was taken aback. Having already committed to Boss Dong, he found himself in a dilemma. "Brother Jiang?" Lin Ran noticed Jiang Song's silence and assumed he hadn't heard. "Lin Ran, let me be honest. Boss Dong has asked me to help him oversee tomorrow's ceremony. You know me. I'm not one to refuse requests easily. So I agreed to him first." Jiang Song sighed, feigning difficulty. Lin Ran, surprisingly unfazed, replied, "In that case, Brother Jiang, you may assist Boss Dong. Once these few days are over, if I have more work and you are available, I will reach out to you. After all, we are brothers in this trade. This minor issue is inconsequential." Jiang Song acknowledged Lin Ran's magnanimity, realizing that Boss Dong was concerned about Lin Ran's potential anger. What is there to be angry about? You have a family and a business. It's beneficial to take on more work. Indeed, Jiang Song concurred. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Ran ended the call. Since Jiang Song would not be coming, Lin Ran had no choice but to oversee the ceremony for 500. Originally, Lin Ran's fee was also 500, but since everyone specifically requested him, Jiang Song had refused to give him a favorable look, prompting Lin Ran to raise his price to 1,500. The guests were reluctant to spend an additional 1,000, leading them to choose Jiang Song instead. Now, Lin Ran encouraged Huazi to learn more, aiming for him to graduate next year. As for Jiang Song, Lin Ran sensed that their relationship was gradually unraveling. Chapter 59, Truly Exhausting. Over these past few days, Lin Ran also returned to the storefront, where someone had come to collect the ladder for the funeral. He then visited the paper factory in the city, urging the workers to increase their shifts, fearing that supplies might run short as the year-end approached. 7 days later, after concluding all his transactions, Lin Ran slumped at his computer desk and began to tally his earnings. Over the week, he had amassed a total of 20,000 yuan. Huazi, having worked diligently despite his apprentice status, promptly ascended to the 2nd floor to catch up on sleep. Lin Ran stifled a yawn. In this line of work, day and night blurred together, and the demands were relentless. He ordered several takeout meals and ascended to the 2nd floor to rouse Huazi. They ate a few bites before shutting the rolling shutter to resume their slumber. They slept soundly until midnight, when a phone call jolted Lin Ran awake. Rubbing his eyes, he saw it was a call from the village head of Jian Village and quickly answered. "What's the matter, village head?" "Darren, my mother has passed away, though I'm not sure when. I came to check on her at 11:30 and found she had stopped breathing," the village head said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Wasn't the old lady in good spirits?" Lin Ran asked. "My mother was 96. She left without suffering," the village head replied, surprisingly comforted. Lin Ran pondered for a moment. "Stop the clock at 11:15. Prepare for a 3-day mourning period, and I'll bring the burial garments to your home." "All right." Lin Ran glanced at the still sleeping Huazi, hesitating to wake him. He quickly donned his clothing, gathered his belongings, and set off for Jian Village. Upon arrival, the village head had already located the elderly woman, assisting Lin Ran in carrying items into the house. "I came in such a hurry. Let us see if I've forgotten anything. I can retrieve it later if needed," Lin Ran said, his dark circles evident as he directed those assembling the coffin to fetch new red bricks. He also brought oil and incense, waiting to light them once the deceased was properly attired. "Are their offerings prepared?" Lin Ran inquired anxiously. It was so sudden, nothing was ready. "Go to the village supermarket and buy 5 items. I think we'll manage with oranges, bananas, grapes, apples, and dragon fruit." "That will suffice," Lin Ran instructed, calling the village head's son to drive and purchase the fruits. The daughters of the deceased were in other villages, and upon receiving the news, they rushed back immediately. Lin Ran observed the old lady's serene face, eyes closed in bliss, and said to the village head, "She will bless you." She left with a smile. "Should we hold a grand ceremony?" "Absolutely." The village head values reputation, and considering she lived to 96, not to hold a proper ceremony would be a laughingstock. I'll take care of the arrangements. Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Ran pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits from his clothing, chewing while washing it down with a few sips of warm water. Seeing this, the village head, filled with concern, asked, "Are you still unwell?" "I'm managing. If it becomes unbearable, I'll let Jiang Tsung handle it. There's no need to overexert yourself," the village head advised. "I understand," Lin Ran replied without mentioning Jiang Tsung's assistance with Boss Dong. He didn't wish to create conflict. The fruits returned, and the body was dressed appropriately. The village doctor examined the deceased and issued a death certificate. With everything in place, Lin Ran instructed the village head to light incense and set up the eternal lamp. He then added, "The old lady must be reunited with the old gentleman. We need to prepare the red chopsticks for the bridging ceremony. We just need to bind a pair with red cloth." "Understood, I'll arrange that. Don't worry, continue with your tasks. I'll draft a list and manage accordingly." Lin Ran, concerned about making mistakes due to fatigue, meticulously outlined all details and instructed someone to prepare the mourning attire. The daughters have returned, and upon entering, they burst into tears. Their mother passed away peacefully, and there were no grievances among them. It is customary here for daughters to weep upon entering. The arrangements were made, and Lin Ran took the village chief to choose an urn, selecting one priced at 3,000, which was actually sold for 7,000, reflecting their shared village ties. Once the agreement was settled, Lin Ran, at dawn, called Jiang Tsung. "Brother Jiang, can you officiate today?" "I can't. Boss Dong has work for me," Jiang Tsung replied, sounding troubled. "That's all right. I can officiate just as well." "I'm truly sorry, Duran." "It's no problem at all." After hanging up, Huazi, puzzled, asked Lin Gu, "You could officiate, so why call him?" "Because if I don't call, he'll accuse me of being petty. If I call and he doesn't come, I've done my part." Lin Ran understood Jiang Tsung's character well. As they say locally, he is rather distant. "Have you arranged the paperwork?" Huazi glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's 7 now. Lin Gu, you haven't slept all night?" "Just a couple of hours," Lin Ran replied, sipping his millet porridge. "Make sure to grab some food. We should head to the village chief soon." "All right." Huazi drank his porridge and devoured a few warm buns. At that moment, Uncle Chen stormed in, startling Lin Ran. "Uncle Chen, who upset you this early?" "Do you know Zhao Tian?" Uncle Chen inquired. "Yes, why?" "That kid came to my place last night and wouldn't leave until the dead of night. He claims to be your elementary school classmate and said you've always followed him around, hanging on his every word." "That is utterly false." Lin Ran felt a profound humiliation to his character. That kid is nothing short of a lunatic, rambling on about connections and famous people he knows. Had he not been so physically imposing, I would have insisted he leave much sooner. "Did he pay you?" Lin Ran provocatively asked. "Not a dime. If he had, I wouldn't be this irate." Lin Ran chuckled. "Uncle Chun, just ignore him next time. The village chief's mother has passed. I'll go pay my respects shortly." "What time are you heading there?" "I'm going with the paperwork truck, leaving at 7:30. You can ride along." "Sounds good." Uncle Chin agreed. When the paperwork truck arrived, Lin Ran counted the supplies and instructed Huazi and Uncle Chun to board, setting off for the village chief's home. Boss Dong indeed had work, but his earnings were less than Lin Ran's, especially since he needed to pay Jiang Tsung 1,000 as a commission, which would have otherwise increased his profit. However, he understood that without Jiang Tsung, these clients would not seek him out. Watching Lin Ran's truck filled with paperwork, Boss Dong felt a pang of jealousy. It was yet another lucrative job. Jiang Tsung called Boss Dong. "Brother Dong, can I officiate this job today?" "No need, I can handle it myself." "Are you joking? If I use your services, I'd end up losing 500. Jiang Tsung was taken aback. Had he known Boss Dong would handle it himself, he wouldn't have promised Lin Ran this morning. Now he was left without work from both sides, and the 500 he could have earned simply vanished into thin air. Jiang Tsung slid his phone over to Lin Ran's interface, pondering for a moment before mustering the audacity to call her. "Duran, you just called me. I forgot to ask, who has passed away?" "The mother of our village chief has passed away. They called me back. It must be because Boss Dong is unable to host. That old lady lived a long life. By the way, Brother Jiang, could you have a word with Boss Dong? I've been feeling a bit lost while hosting these past few days and fear I might make a mistake. If it weren't for the fact that I'm managing it with ease, I wouldn't have given you this opportunity." Jiang Tsung paused briefly before responding. "If we make a mistake, that would be unacceptable. I've pushed it over to Boss Dong. You're closer to him, so I will certainly assist you." "All right, I'll await your arrival, Brother Jiang. Excellent. Jiang Tsong hung up with a sense of satisfaction, delighted to have 500 yuan coming back to him. Chapter 60. A crossroad. Uncle Chun, seated in the passenger seat, scoffed that Jiang Tsong has always been a bit offbeat. His mind races, but it seldom leads him down the right path. You must keep your wits about you. Understood. If it weren't for her wariness of him, Lin Ran would have long enlisted his help in managing the paper factory, thus alleviating her own burdens. Uncle Chun found Jiang Tsong particularly irksome, an inexplicable annoyance that soured his mood whenever he was around. This sentiment also troubled Lin Ran's master. Upon arriving at Jian village, the villagers were already gathered at the entrance, ready to assist with the paper offerings. The old village chief had matters to attend to, so the entire village came to lend a hand. There were a total of 50 wreaths. Excluding the 3 placed on the grave, the rest would need to be burned. Lin Ran stood in the courtyard, directing everyone to arrange the paper offerings neatly. Observing the nearly overflowing wreaths, she instructed her helpers to stack them, ensuring that the half with the names and ribbons was staggered to save space. Hua Zi, witnessing the scene for the first time, recalled the event at Wang Lao's residence, which paled in comparison. With everything prepared, Jiang Tsong approached with an air of confidence. The unspoken understanding between the villagers was palpable as Lin Ran coordinated with Jiang Tsong. The old village chief's mother passed at the age of 96, a remarkable longevity. Brother Jiang, please be mindful while hosting. Rest assured, Jiang Tsong replied, exuding confidence in his professional abilities. There is nothing else to discuss. Initially, the old village chief had intended for Lin Ran to host, but upon noticing her exhaustion, he considered Jiang Tsong instead. He had been hosting for over a decade. Although he had made mistakes, no one is perfect, and it is unreasonable to dwell on past errors forever. The village chief had 3 sisters, and their mother's sudden departure was a profound blow to them, yet they found solace in the peaceful passing, a blessing not easily attained. Jiang Tsong recalled Boss Dong's persistent inquiries about the owner of the paper factory and couldn't resist asking Lin Ran, "Do you know who the owner of our town's paper factory is?" Uncle Chun, seated nearby, darkened his gaze, instinctively glancing at Lin Ran. With an unperturbed smile, Lin Ran replied, "If Brother Jiang is unaware of this matter, I am even less informed. I procure goods from him. As you know, regardless of who it is, the pricing remains consistent, so the owner can choose as he pleases." Uncle Chen chuckled. Li Qing, having fried some meatballs, offered one to Hua Zi. "You've been working hard lately, haven't you? I am weary, but you, Uncle Li, must surely perceive it as clearly as a mirror." Hua Zi seized a meatball and promptly tossed it into his mouth, only to find it scalding hot. He quickly spat it out, remarking, "No wonder my mother says freshly fried meatballs cannot be consumed immediately. Your master is even more fatigued when it cools a bit. Please bring him a few, for I heard he resorted to eating compressed biscuits in the dead of night yesterday." Li Qing understands Lin Ran well. Whenever the phone rings, regardless of the blizzard, he must respond. Such erratic feeding is increasingly commonplace. "I'll take some to Brother Lin." Hua Zi snatched a few that were not too hot and approached Lin Ran. "Brother Lin, Uncle Li asked me to bring these for you. You hardly ate this morning. Have a bite, lest you grow hungry later." Lin Ran, exhausted, indeed had little to eat that morning. He accepted the meatballs and consumed them eagerly. Jiang Tsong felt a twinge of envy, pondering how much one must toil to earn a decent wage. Damn it, once my plans are in place, I shall venture out on my own. I could earn 300,000 to 400,000 in a year, and then let us see who dares to look down on me. The mourners returned, each with a sweet red sugar pie in hand, sipping on warm liquor to ward off the chill. Winter grave digging is the most arduous, with a snow-covered, frozen surface, compounded by the village chief's father's grave, which has been continuously tended for over 20 years, rendering it quite substantial. They departed at dawn and toiled for 3 full hours before breaking ground. The village chief poured them liquor, expressing, "I truly appreciate everyone's efforts. Once this is all settled, I shall treat you all to a pure green bath in the city." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran was instantly reminded of how you and that night of passion, indeed. Mature women possess a wisdom that surpasses that of young maidens. The group of grave diggers chuckled, for they had never bathed in the city before. This opportunity would surely broaden their horizons. Lin Ran pulled out a list, marking off completed tasks. As the funeral rites commenced, Jiang Tsong, despite his clever tricks, dared not play games in front of the officials. By the end of the proceedings, the old village chief felt quite satisfied. Once the feast began, Jiang Tsung finished his meal and hurried away, for he received a call from Boss Dong regarding an issue needing clarification, instructing him to return promptly before the farewell ceremony. The old village chief's home was bustling with guests, divided into 3 rounds of meals, each consisting of 20 tables. Initially, the village chief had no intention of hosting a grand affair, but how could he send away friends and family who came to pay their respects? Lin Ran and Huazi were seated at the last round, around 2:30. Li Qing served Lin Ran a bowl of sea cucumber. Have some of this. It's nourishing. How nourishing can it be? Lin Ran retorted, for he was not fond of such fare. The national football team eats it daily. Lin Ran remarked. The final round featured only 10 tables, and Lin Ran, indeed hungry, devoured everything Li Qing had prepared exclusively for him. While Huazi also worked, he still found time to rest, unlike Lin Ran, who had to oversee everything personally. Tomorrow, the elderly lady's funeral coincides with New Year's Day. Another year has passed, and Lin Ran reflects with deep emotion. This year, his master has departed, Uncle Zhuang has left this world, and even Zhao Hui, with whom he spent 2 years, is gone. It is anticipated that Su Mo will depart next year as well. Perhaps the coming year will bring better tidings. The band began to perform, continuing with the traditional 2-person turn. In the depths of winter, the actress donned a light garment and energetically performed, for such earnings are hard-won. As the hour and a half of the opera drew to a close, Lin Ran hastily offered her a cotton-padded jacket. This winter is likely to be quite busy. If it becomes unbearable, consider applying some warming pads to your body. Persisting in such a manner could lead to illness. The actress accepted the jacket with a smile directed at Lin Ran. To earn this money, one must be worthy of the employer. You have experienced numerous performances like this. You should understand that these gentlemen are not here merely to watch us sing. Lin Ran glanced back and noticed some gentlemen still watching the actress, muttering quietly. What is there to see? They truly have too much free time. The actress playfully pinched Lin Ran's arm. What do you mean by that? Since childhood, you found our dance vulgar, and even now, you remain unchanged, lacking an appreciation for what constitutes art. Yes, I was mistaken, sister, Lin Ran quickly apologized. The actress, not genuinely upset, noted the time and departed with her husband in a cart. Upon returning to the courtyard, Min Jie appeared in mourning attire. Someone gently nudged Lin Ran and whispered, Boss Lin, may I take the mourning ribbon home? Is there any particular significance? No, it's perfectly fine to bring it home. I've heard others mention it. Lin Ran had accumulated numerous mourning ribbons over the years from various employers, filling several cabinets. When her master was alive, he would seek out the village seamstress to turn the ribbons into quilt linings. In essence, for matters of bereavement, mourning cloth is merely ordinary fabric, devoid of any particular significance. Chapter 61. This is a responsibility. Lin Ran yawned and returned to her room to inform the village chief that they must depart early the next day for the scheduled furnace. The villagers noted this down, and Lin Ran waited for Min Jie to finish before escorting her home. Around 10, as Lin Ran was driving back after dropping Min Jie off, she received another call. The robust elder brother's grandmother had passed away. Thus, sleep was out of the question. She retrieved another set of equipment and headed to the elder brother's home. The process was the same. Lin Ran, even with her eyes closed, was aware of what needed to be done, yet she never took shortcuts with her employers, striving for excellence in every task. Huazi, feeling drowsy, nodded off. Swaying as he walked, Lin Ran offered him a cigarette. Stay alert. Brother Lin, aren't you tired? Huazi took the cigarette and took a puff. The deceased take precedence. No matter how weary, we must see it through. Huazi stepped outside for a breath of cold air, shaking off his fatigue. Lin Ran assisted at the elder brother's home until midnight, then drove Huazi back to the market. The journey home took an hour, and Lin Ran forced herself to remain alert while driving, tossing her phone to Huazi. Set the alarm for 4:30 and crank up the volume on the ringer. Understood. Upon returning to the market around 1, Lin Ran didn't bother to change. She collapsed onto her bed fully clothed, succumbing to sleep. Huazi lay down on the sofa, not bothering to check his phone for warmth, and fell asleep with his head tilted. Buzz, 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 the alarm on Lin Ran's phone blared. Startled, she bolted upright. It was precisely 4:30. She poked the soundly sleeping Huazi. Wake up. Let us wash our faces and head to the village chief's house. Huazi, though still bearing the weight of sleep, rose without complaint to freshen up. Lin Ran handed the keys to the Land Rover to Huazi, instructing him, While I drive to the crematorium, you should head to the elder brother's house. I've already arranged the paper offerings. Just greet them at the village entrance, and you need not return to the village chief's home. Who will handle the paper offerings? Huazi inquired. The Pan family will take care of it. Li Qing's side won't make it. They have a wedding to attend. Understood. Lin Ran arrived at the village chief's residence with impeccable timing, playing the mournful music and setting off a few firecrackers to signal the commencement of the wake. The daughter's wails filled the air as the coffin was placed into the hearse. Lin Ran instructed his eldest daughter to toss coins over the bridge, and he took the lead in driving. Huazi prepared the necessary items for the grave site, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of bringing the red chopsticks. The old village chief's family understood these customs well, gathering all the items together. Huazi glanced at his watch and summoned a truck to dismantle the mourning pavilion and transport it to the elder brother's house. Realizing his presence was no longer required, he drove Lin Ran's Land Rover to the home of the hefty elder brother. Upon arrival, the sound of mournful music had already begun, prompting Huazi to increase the volume slightly. It was getting late. The rural folk rose early, and he did not wish to disturb anyone. The elder brother approached, inquiring, "What time will the vehicle for the paper offerings arrive?" "Before 8 o'clock, just in time for the mourning pavilion to be set up." "Lin Boss has been quite busy lately, hasn't he?" the elder brother asked. Huazi took a drag from his cigarette and replied with resignation. How could he not be busy? I haven't slept well for the past 8 or 9 days. However, regarding funerals, my master insists on utmost caution. There cannot be the slightest oversight. No wonder everyone speaks highly of Lin Boss. It's exhausting work. Huazi had only been in the business for a little over 5 months. During the busy summer months, the work was staggered, but in winter, everything seemed to pile up at once, teaching him the hard truth that earning money is not an easy task. Meanwhile, Lin Ran's tasks proceeded remarkably smoothly. After finishing at the crematorium, he drove to the grave site, and by the time he was done, it was already 8:30. He returned and handed the village chief a list of precautions he had prepared in advance. Without even pausing for a meal, he rushed back to the hefty elder brother's house in the hearse, for there was a pressing need. The person responsible for writing the elegies had not arrived. Huazi was eager to write them himself, but he found his handwriting too unsightly. Even if no one voiced their disapproval, he felt embarrassed by it. Lin Ran arrived at 9:30, quickly composing the elegies. Once confirmed, he had the relatives of the deceased affix them to the floral wreaths. The host for the occasion was still Jiang Tsong, while Lin Ran intended to catch a quick nap in the west room of the deceased's family home. However, he had barely closed his eyes when he was jolted awake by a commotion outside. Rubbing his furrowed brow, he donned his clothes and stepped outside to investigate. My nephew broke the incense burner, the elder brother said, visibly upset. Not to worry, we can get another one. Lin Ran quickly retrieved a new burner from the trunk, filled it with rice, lit the incense anew, and reassured the elder brother. Such incidents happen often. It's nothing to fret over. You should relax. I'm simply too troubled. The elder brother had deep feelings for his grandmother. I understand, Lin Ran replied. Having witnessed such events countless times, he had grown numb to them. Everyone faces this day eventually, and with time, one learns to let go. Jiang Tsong approached, and, noticing the heavy dark circles under Lin Ran's eyes, muttered to himself. He doesn't fear earning money at the cost of his health. Jianggu, you're here. Today, we are commemorating an elderly lady who has lived for over 80 years, a long life indeed. Understood. Jiang Tsong had endured a beating, which rendered him cautious. Upon noticing Lin Ran's slightly unsteady gait, he feigned concern and remarked, if you're too fatigued, perhaps you should consider reducing the number of clients. There is a newly opened establishment in our town. If it proves too much, we can direct some business their way. Since the owner has entrusted me, how could I possibly pass on the responsibility? Moreover, such matters are our duty when it comes to funerals. As the supervisor in town, I must be present, regardless of the circumstances. Lin Ran managed 2 factories, and even without engaging in funeral services, he would still earn several times more throughout the year. However, that was not the essence of the matter. Jiang Tsong discreetly rolled his eyes. To him, conducting funerals was merely a business, a means to earn money, devoid of any real obligation. What a misguided notion. Huazi, taking advantage of the lull in activity, was sprawled on the Kong in the west room, asleep. Lin Ran lit a cigarette to invigorate himself. The time to prepare for the funeral was approaching, and he needed to keep vigilant. Just then, Lin Ran's phone rang, causing his heart to skip a beat, fearing news of yet another demise. Taking a deep breath, he answered, fatigue evident in his voice. Hello? Duran. Have you missed your sister? Came Hao Yu's voice. Lin Ran exhaled in relief and retreated to a quieter corner with the phone. Don't mention it, elder sister. I haven't had a full night's sleep in days. There have been too many incidents lately. How dreadful. I was thinking of inviting you to have some fun. Lin Ran's cheeks flushed slightly, fully aware of what Hao Yu meant by fun. Let me get through this busy period first. It's exhausting, and even once I'm done, I'll just want to rest for a while. All right then, make sure to take care of yourself. Hao Yu concluded the call. Lin Ran slipped the phone into his pocket just as preparations for the funeral commenced. Jiang Tsong was overseeing the proceedings while Lin Ran took a moment to rest. At 1 o'clock, Lin Ran called out to Hua Zi to join him for a meal, but when he found him unresponsive, he left some food for him and went to eat with Jiang Kong. Chapter 62. Illness. Hua Zi awoke only after Min Jie had finished weeping over 18 packages. He stumbled out, repeatedly apologizing to Lin Ran. Brother Lin, I'm truly sorry. I was too exhausted. Why didn't you wake me? There was no urgent task. What was the point in calling you? Lin Ran replied, handing him a lunchbox. I had the owner warm it for you. Eat quickly, and then we'll head back to the store. We need to rise at 5:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, Brother Lin. Hua Zi was indeed famished, eagerly opening the lunchbox and devouring the food. Min Jie wiped her tears and teased, eat slowly, don't choke. It's fine, I have a big mouth. Min Jie chuckled helplessly. This line of work truly blurs the lines of day and night, making it difficult for someone so young, just 18 or 19. As the time drew near, Lin Ran conveyed the schedule for the cremation. Originally, the burly brother had intended to book the first slot, but unfortunately, he was too late, and it had been claimed by someone else. Lin Ran drove the hearse while Hua Zi took the Land Rover to escort Min Jie. Upon returning to the shop, Lin Ran lay on the bed, shivering. When Hua Zi returned and noticed Lin Ran's pallor, he reached out to touch his forehead. Good heavens, Brother Lin. You have a fever. There's some paracetamol under the TV cabinet. Please fetch me 2 tablets. Once I take them, I should feel better. It must be from freezing at the cemetery these past few days. Hua Zi quickly retrieved the medicine and brought Lin Ran a cup of warm water. Lin Ran swallowed 2 pills and gestured for Hua Zi to sleep quickly. It was already past 10 o'clock, and sleeping until 5 would suffice. Hua Zi, however, felt no fatigue at all. He had slept soundly from 11 in the morning until 8 in the evening. Ignoring him, Lin Ran took his medication, removed his clothes, and covered himself with a blanket to sleep. Half an hour later, Lin Ran began to perspire. Seizing the moment of wakefulness, Hua Zi tossed Lin Ran's dirty clothes into the washing machine. When Lin Ran awoke the next day at 5, he felt somewhat refreshed, though his body remained weak and his legs felt like jelly after the fever. Sneezing several times, he grabbed a few tissues to wipe his nose. It seems I have caught a cold, he remarked. Take some medicine, Hua Zi suggested, rummaging through a drawer to retrieve a box of cold medicine. Should I take this? Lin Ran replied, his stomach empty. He feared that taking the cold medicine might cause nausea. No, let's drive to my elder brother's house first, and then head straight to the crematorium. It's quite far and will take some time. I'll accompany you. We can take turns driving, Hua Zi insisted, concerned for him. All right then, let's go. Lin Ran's throat ached, but drinking several cups of warm water alleviated it slightly as he quickly drove towards his brother's house. The journey to the crematorium was smooth. Lin Ran drove, fearing Hua Zi might not remember the way. After an hour and a half, they successfully arrived. Hua Zi then drove back, heading directly to the cemetery. Lin Ran instructed his aunt to place the prepared red chopsticks on the coffin, calling out 3 times for his father to open the door and allow his mother inside, before finally placing the grandmother's urn into the ground, completing the burial rites. They would return in 3 years to erect a tombstone. Afterward, the group returned to his brother's house, where Lin Ran and Hua Zi hastily ate a meal before heading back to town. Lin Ran's throat hurt so much that speaking was a struggle, prompting him to ask Hua Zi to return to the store while he drove his Land Rover to the local clinic. The doctor, shining a flashlight into his throat, remarked, Boss Lin, how have you managed these past few days? Your throat is nearly swollen shut. What medication should I take? Lin Ran rasped. Are you allergic to cephalosporins? I think so a bit. Please prescribe something else for me. Typically, I recover with just 2 bottles. In the past, whenever he caught a cold, he would invariably require 4, as even injections were ineffective. All right, then I'll prescribe clindamycin and anti-inflammatory medication, and I'll increase the dosage. That works. Lin Ran lay down on the examination bed, covered himself with a blanket, and closed his eyes to rest. When the time came, the doctor returned to change his medication, sparing Lin Ran any concern. 2 hours later, the 2 bottles of medicine were finished. The doctor awakened Lin Ran, who paid and returned home to continue sleeping. He slept until 10 that evening, and by then, his throat had improved significantly. Huazi had also returned home and enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Lin Ran took a hot shower, drank several cups of hot water, and cooked a bag of instant noodles. After satisfying his hunger, he resumed his slumber. The next morning, Lin Ran woke up naturally. Checking his phone, he found no messages or missed calls, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. He could finally take a break. In the past, when his master was still around, he could effortlessly manage 2 jobs simultaneously. His master would handle one, and he would take the other. But now, with his master gone, he alone bore the weight of responsibility. Regarding Jiang Tsong, before his passing, the master specifically cautioned Lin Ran that while he could oversee matters, he must never engage in transactions alone. Although Lin Ran was unaware of the reasoning behind this, he trusted that his master's words were grounded in wisdom. Huazi brought Lin Ran a bag of dumplings made by his mother, a gesture to compensate for the regret of not having dumplings on New Year's Day. "What filling is it?" Lin Ran inquired. "Donkey meat," came the reply. "Are donkeys being slaughtered now?" Lin Ran took a bite, discovering a filling of donkey meat and green onions. "They've been prepared in advance," Huazi explained. He abstained from pork dumplings, as his mother always purchased ample beef and lamb before the new year. Lin Ran finished the dumplings brought by Huazi and then drove to receive an infusion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated completing his treatment with just 1 more bottle today. The receptionist at the paper factory called Lin Ran. "Boss, Mr. Dong has ordered 2 more sets of paper goods, 1 for cattle and 1 for horses." "It matters not. Those capable will bear the burden," he replied. "If his business flourishes, mine will too." Lin Ran maintained a positive outlook. "I heard Jiang Tsong made the introduction," she continued. "I am already aware. Brother Jiang even assisted Mr. Dong with the arrangements," he responded. The receptionist scoffed. Now everyone from Jiang Tsong's village is seeking Mr. Dong's business, ostensibly for lower prices, yet secretly criticizing Jiang Tsong for aiding outsiders at your expense. Brother Jiang is indifferent to such matters. Perhaps they offer greater compensation, Lin Ran remarked. "All right, I'll let you be. Reach out if anything arises. With the recent influx of work, please order some good dishes for the workers," Lin Ran instructed. "Understood." Upon arriving at the clinic, Lin Ran reclined on the bed, donned his headphones, and began scrolling through short videos while receiving acupuncture. The elderly patrons joined, engaging in conversation about the latest gossip. Lin Ran faintly caught mention of Jiang Tsong and adjusted the volume of his headphones. "I heard Jiang Tsong is working with Mr. Dong now. Rumor has it that for every job he introduces, he receives 1,000 yuan and 500 for hosting," an elderly woman stated in a moderate tone. "What a betrayal," another chimed in. "Is it really? In this day and age, isn't it about who pays more for your services? As long as he doesn't compete for jobs with his previous employer, isn't everything else acceptable? Who can say?" Lin Ran silently turned the volume back up, initially hoping to uncover some explosive news, only to find it was all information he already knew, rendering it rather mundane. The doctor approached, clearing his throat discreetly, and subtly gestured toward Lin Ran. Only then did the elderly patrons realize Lin Ran was present, prompting them to swiftly change the topic to discussions about which family was expecting a second child. Chapter 63. Poisoning. After completing his infusion, the doctor checked on him again, advising Lin Ran to return home and take some medication, no need for further visits. Lin Ran collected 2 boxes of medicine from him, and, just as he exited the room, received a call from his family. His father had passed away. With a cigarette in his mouth, he took Huazi along to conduct business. Days swiftly passed, and Lin Ran found himself perpetually occupied, with almost every village devoid of people for days at a time. It seemed as though everyone had collectively conspired to report to the King of Hell. Mr. Dong had issued a total of 20 jobs, all duly noted by the receptionist. Lin Ran remained unperturbed. As long as he did not extend credit, everything else was inconsequential. With half a month remaining until the Spring Festival, Lin Ran proactively sent Huazi his salary, along with an additional bonus of 3,000 yuan. Huazi, having received his salary, borrowed Lin Ran's car to venture into the city. He generously spent 3,000 yuan on his mother, purchasing 6 auspicious beads which he intricately crafted into a bracelet as a gift for her. Upon receiving this heartfelt present, Huazi's mother was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly shed tears of joy. Delighted, she adorned herself with the beads and, while playing mahjong, achieved several remarkable victories. On that very day, Hao Liang was assigned a case involving the tragic murder of a family of 3, one of whom was a child who sadly did not survive. The perpetrator remains at large, and the investigation has yielded no footprints or leads. Despite thorough inquiries into relatives and acquaintances, no suspects have emerged. Seizing a moment of respite, Lin Ran decided to visit the paper factory in the city. Noticing a surplus of stock, he conversed with the accounting personnel, suggesting that instead of gifting presents for the new year, they should distribute bonuses instead. Coincidentally, Hao Liang reached out to Lin Ran via WeChat, inviting him to dinner. After making the necessary arrangements, Lin Ran drove to meet him. As they sat across from each other, Lin Ran noticed the deep shadows under Hao Liang's eyes and inquired with surprise, "What is troubling you? Has the crime rate surged recently? Don't mention it. The pressure is unbearable." "The case of that family remains unresolved," Hao Liang replied. "What was the deceased's profession?" Lin Ran asked. "They owned a supermarket. Initially, there was surveillance footage, but it happened to malfunction during those days," Hao Liang lamented, taking a sip of tea. "The child, who was only 7, succumbed to 15 stab wounds. How could anyone commit such an atrocity? Were there any valuables stolen?" Lin Ran probed. "There were signs of rummaging, but I've questioned all their relatives about the cash they had, and none could provide a satisfactory answer. We also checked their bank records and found no withdrawals," Hao Liang explained. "Since they operated a supermarket, surely they sold Joss paper?" Lin Ran suggested. "Indeed," Hao Liang's eyes suddenly brightened. "Thanks to your reminder. I recall noticing some yellow paper scraps on the second floor of the deceased's home. During evidence collection, we found fresh Joss paper on the first floor. I will reach out to the suppliers. There are dedicated salespeople for Joss paper in every area," Lin Ran assured him. "Please do so discreetly," Hao Liang urged. "Understood." Lin Ran promptly contacted the Human Resources Department at the factory and uncovered the details of 2 salespeople, one of whom had abruptly resigned over a month ago. As Hao Liang scrutinized the information, his gaze fell upon the individual who had left the company. "Duran, I must forego dinner for now. I'll treat you next time. I need to return to the precinct," he declared, his determination reignited. Before departing, he firmly patted Lin Ran on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly exceptional." As the waiter approached with the dishes, noticing one less diner, he inquired, "Sir, where is the other gentleman?" "He had to leave for an urgent matter. Please serve all the dishes we ordered. I'll take any leftovers home," Lin Ran replied. "Very well, sir." Unaware of the quantity Hao Liang had ordered, Lin Ran was taken aback when the waiter brought out the complete spread. Sir, this seems a bit excessive for one person," the waiter awkwardly remarked. "2 people dining, and he ordered 6 dishes? You are a valued guest," the waiter skillfully complimented. Lin Ran, amused yet perplexed, waved the waiter away. Regardless, it was Hao Liang's thoughtful gesture. He sampled each dish before taking the remainder home, ensuring he wouldn't need to shop for groceries or cook for several days. After tasting a bite, Lin Ran found the flavors to be oddly indescribable. He set down his chopsticks and glanced at the menu of the peculiar restaurant named Strange Flavors. The unusual name suggested that the dishes might possess an extraordinary taste. Or perhaps this was merely the essence of normalcy. After dining for over 20 minutes, Lin Ran suddenly felt an intense burning sensation in his stomach, accompanied by a sharp headache. He clutched his head, grimacing in pain, when suddenly his stomach churned violently, and he vomited, collapsing onto the table. The waiter, startled, hurried over, and upon witnessing Lin Ran's distressing state, turned pale with fright. "Oh no, someone is vomiting blood." The restaurant manager, taken aback, quickly called for an ambulance. Nearby patrons began recording the scene on their phones, while some discreetly contacted the police. The police and ambulance arrived in swift succession, with the coroner, Song Ku, among them. Upon recognizing Lin Ran, he was taken aback and quickly checked his eyelids. The pupils were responsive, and there was still a pulse. "Hurry, take him to the hospital." A doctor arrived and lifted Lin Ran onto a stretcher. Song Ku, filled with concern, watched as Lin Ran was loaded into the ambulance, then turned his attention to the dishes on the table. "Officer, those dishes were untouched by the waitstaff. We were watching," shouted a patron recording the incident. Song Ku raised a hand, signaling him to turn off the phone. The manager timidly approached, stuttering. Our establishment has been open for 2 years without incident. This is unprecedented. I am a coroner, and I will gather evidence before drawing conclusions. Song Cook carefully sampled each dish, placing portions into sterile bags, then addressed the manager. I need to inspect your kitchen, and no staff member is permitted to leave. Understood, the manager replied, visibly anxious. Song Koo was genuinely alarmed. She took the samples back for toxicology testing to ascertain if any poison was present. If toxins were found, it would indicate that the culprit was likely among the kitchen staff. The police cordoned off the area, ensuring that all kitchen personnel remained on site. Hao Liang, following the lead provided by Lin Ran, located the apartment complex of a recently resigned employee. Instead of rushing inside, he inquired among locals about any unusual behaviors displayed by the man recently. The owner of a nearby supermarket recalled, about a month ago, he suddenly became extravagant, spending lavishly and wearing a large gold ring set with a red gemstone. It must have been quite expensive. The image of the deceased man flashed in Hao Liang's mind, recalling that he too wore a gold ring adorned with a red gemstone on his ring finger. He swiftly searched through his phone and pointed to a photo. Take a look, is this him? The shopkeeper scrutinized the image, then nodded vigorously. That's the one. I even asked him about it, but he just smiled proudly without answering. Smiled? Hao Liang inquired. Yes, but it was an odd smile. It made me feel uneasy, the shopkeeper admitted, recalling the moment with a shiver. Hao Liang's expression darkened. After committing murder, to brazenly flaunt the deceased's gold ring and smile about it indicated a person either deranged or possessing an exceptionally high level of psychological resilience. There he is, Hao Liang remarked, spotting the man wearing the red gemstone ring as directed by the shopkeeper. He retrieved his handcuffs and exited the supermarket. As he approached the man, he lunged forward, pinning him to the ground. The proprietress was taken aback, suddenly recalling something that sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 64. The arrogant man continued to struggle desperately, cursing and shouting. What right do you have to apprehend me? What law have I broken? I haven't even revealed my identity, yet you know I am a police officer? If you have nothing to hide, why would you ask me that? Hao Liang was increasingly convinced that the man before him was indeed the murderer who had annihilated an entire family. Do you have any evidence? The man ceased his resistance, turning to look at Hao Liang, a provocative smile on his face. You need evidence to arrest me. You'll find out if you come with me. Hao Liang handcuffed him and pushed him into the car. Along the way, he honked the horn as they returned to the precinct, bringing the suspect, Su Zhigao, inside. At that moment, Song Koo was analyzing the dishes Lin Ran had consumed. When she learned that Hao Liang had apprehended the suspect in the family annihilation case, her previously anxious heart eased somewhat. However, she soon became troubled again. Arrests require evidence, and the crime scene was meticulously cleaned, leaving no traces, not even a footprint. Lin Ran was taken into the operating room for a gastric lavage. Fortunately, as he had not eaten much, his injuries were not severe. Among the police officers, some knew Lin Ran and were aware of his close friendship with Hao Liang. Song Ke received the results and promptly sent the report to the police. Upon learning that Lin Ran was out of danger, she hurried to see what the murderer looked like. Su Zhigao sat in the interrogation room, casually crossing his legs, and calmly stated, I have no idea what you're talking about regarding the family of 3. I did deliver burning paper to their home. But that alone isn't grounds for arresting me, is it? Hao Liang pressed. How do you explain the ring you are wearing, which is identical to that of the deceased? I bought it. Does that mean he has a monopoly on ownership? Hao Liang approached Su Zhigao, seized his hand, and removed the ring. I have never believed in crimes without evidence. Don't get too confident. Just wait and see. Su Zhigao smiled with self-assurance. All right then. Hao Liang exited, handing the ring to Song Koo. Investigate this ring. He has killed many people, and perhaps it bears traces of the victim's blood. Understood. Song Koo returned to the forensic department. And under machine inspection, the surface showed no bloodstains. Given the time that has passed, it has surely been cleaned. What shall we do now? Hao Liang was resolute that this man was guilty. Song Koo, using tweezers, detached the gem from the ring and discovered a serial number beneath it. Captain Hao, this ring has a serial number. If you trace it, you can find out to whom it belongs. Excellent. Hao Liang, clutching the number, hurried to the local jewelry store. Song Ke suddenly remembered Lin Ran's situation in the hospital, but decided to wait until the number was verified before informing him. Meanwhile, Lin Ran lay half awake on the hospital bed, in a daze, when he suddenly beheld a blood-soaked family of 3, an alarming sight. "Who are you?" Lin Ran weakly inquired. The nurse beside him was startled, waving her hand in front of Lin Ran's eyes. Seeing he did not respond, she realized he was merely dreaming and speaking nonsensically. The man lamented, "We have met an unjust fate. It was Su Zhigao who robbed us of our lives and our wealth." The woman continued, "He is a deviant, having stolen my undergarments which I caught him in the act of taking. In a fit of rage and shame, he murdered our entire family. You must assist us in finding evidence." A 7-year-old child wept, casting a sorrowful glance at Lin Ran. Suddenly, the matriarch appeared, gently caressing Lin Ran's face. "Dear child, those capable must bear more burdens. It is unfortunate that you have been entangled in this. Awaken swiftly. Help your good friend uncover the murderer and grant peace to their family." Lin Ran inhaled deeply, catching a whiff of antiseptic, and abruptly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the nurse, he realized he was safe, though his stomach still ached slightly. Fortunately, the headache had subsided. "It is wonderful that you have awakened. You experienced mild poisoning, and we have performed gastric lavage. You are no longer in serious danger," the nurse informed him. "Where's my phone? I have urgent matters to attend to." "Wait." The nurse handed Lin Ran his phone. He quickly dialed Hao Liang. "Liang, listen closely. The murderer of that family is Su Zhigao. Go to his residence immediately. He likely possesses the deceased woman's undergarments. This scoundrel is a pervert. After killing her, he took her clothing." "How do you know this?" Hao Liang asked, astonished. "Do not question it now. I will explain later." "All right, I will head there right away." Lin Ran ended the call, noticing the force still in his arm. He called Huazi next. "Huazi, if anyone comes looking to purchase funeral garments, tell them the boss is hospitalized and unable to conduct business for a few days." "Brother Lin, what has happened?" Huazi inquired anxiously. "Just ensure the shop is managed well. I am experiencing mild food poisoning, nothing serious." "Understood, Brother Lin, do not worry." Lin Ran hung up and turned to the nurse. "When can I be discharged?" "You need to be observed for a few days." "Very well. I hope that no one passes away during this time, or it will indeed hinder significant matters." Hao Liang dispatched personnel to investigate the case, leading them to the residential area of Su Zhigao. It was an old and dilapidated building, inhabited primarily by the elderly, as the younger generation either moved to other cities for better prospects or relocated to newer developments. Hao Liang inquired about Su Zhigao from an elderly man, who directed him to the 6th floor. Lacking a key, Hao Liang forcefully entered the premises. The interior was relatively tidy, devoid of clutter, indicating that Su Zhigao was a person who valued cleanliness. The other officers donned gloves and began to search the apartment. Hao Liang made his way to the kitchen, where he discovered a bottle of 30% hydrogen peroxide. Typically, this substance is used to dilute blood stains and can also bleach clothing. Recalling Lin Ran's words, he instructed his colleagues, "Search for any women's undergarments." The elderly man had mentioned that Su Zhigao had remained single. "We must thoroughly investigate due to his solitary status." Hao Liang also busied himself, climbing the stairs to the attic, which was bare and appeared to have been deliberately cleaned. A large section of the wall's plaster had been eroded by rain, and the skylight had rusted shut, proving impossible to open. The top floor sloped down, lacking a terrace, and Hao Liang abandoned the idea of going outside to investigate further. The attic stood at a height of 1.5 meters. Upon finding nothing of interest, Hao Liang intended to descend. Suddenly, his keen eyes noticed that the attic had risen by 30 centimeters, with the junction at the stairway appearing freshly made, likely within the past 6 months. He reached down to touch the attic floor and discovered some bright yellow paper scraps, remnants of burnt offerings. "Fetch me a tool. I need to pry open the attic," he instructed. "Captain, there's a pair of pliers," came the response. Hao Liang took the pliers and began striking the floor with force, only to find a hollow sound emanating from one spot. With a powerful blow, he shattered the floorboards. "Captain, there is nothing down here," a police officer called from below. Hao Liang scoffed, producing a bloodied pair of underwear. "I found something." "What the hell?" He laughed. "Now Su Zhigao can't escape." Chapter 65. Confession. Hao Liang retrieved all the lingerie from the hidden compartment. Remarkably, there was a variety of styles. Su Zhigao certainly had no particular preferences. He packed them into a bag, and the team affixed a seal to Su Zhigao's residence before hastening back to the city bureau. Meanwhile, the officer investigating the codes returned, confirming that the ring belonged to the male victim. Song Ku took custody of the lingerie for analysis, and after a night's wait, the results were in. The extensive blood was that of the female victim, with sporadic traces of the male victim's child's blood present. Su Zhigao had spent the night in the interrogation room, his resolve unwavering. It was only when Hao Liang returned, bearing the lingerie and the results, that he began to unravel. I needn't ask you anything further. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if you deny it, you must confess. Hao Liang understood that someone like Su Zhigao could not be interrogated through conventional means. Rather, one must approach from an unconventional angle. Su Zhigao's legs trembled involuntarily, his hands gripping the armrests of the chair tightly. After a moment, he erupted in a desperate scream. Is it such a crime to steal her underwear? Why do you have to insult me so harshly? Killing them was justified. I did nothing wrong. Oh, why this reaction? Weren't you so righteous when you were apprehended? Su Zhigao was incensed by Hao Liang's deliberately dismissive demeanor, struggling to stand and strike Hao Liang. What gives you the right to ignore me? I had everything planned to perfection. Just like in Conan, I cleaned the scene meticulously. Even the emergency call was made using a voice changer. Huh, did you not foresee that? Oh, I'll kill you. Nearby, an officer firmly restrained Su Zhigao's shoulder, preventing him from rising. You're still acting so brazenly here. Why are you being so dismissive of me? Humph. Hao Liang shot him a mocking smile. Hao Liang ordered for Su Zhigao to be taken away. Typically, individuals who consider themselves clever are most intolerant of others' disregard and mockery. The case was effectively closed, and Hao Liang emerged from the interrogation room, feeling unburdened, only to find his colleague escorting Zhao Tian. Well, if it isn't Zhao Tian. What is going on with you? I poisoned Lin Ran. What? Hao Liang asked, astonished. When did this happen? Yesterday at the Strange Flavor restaurant. This kid was the chef there and secretly administered a mild poison upon seeing Lin Ran. Fortunately, she didn't eat much, went to the hospital for a stomach wash. And after a few days' stay, she'll be fine. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? Yesterday, you were too preoccupied to mention it. Even Song Ku is aware of this matter. A colleague has shifted the blame onto Song Ku. Hao Liang, feeling disinclined to inquire further, hastily drove to the hospital to visit Lin Ran. At that moment, Lin Ran had only sipped some warm water and was unable to eat, as an empty stomach would facilitate a quicker recovery. In the adjacent bed lay a man suffering from pancreatitis, who had not eaten for several days and watched Lin Ran drink water with envious lips. The nurse adjusted the speed of his foredrip and reassured him, with pancreatitis, it is best to refrain from eating to ensure a swift recovery. Just hold on a little longer. We can't let you starve while you're receiving 4 fluids. Don't worry. Yet, the nurse was aware that not feeling hungry was merely an illusion. Despite her understanding, she still did not offer the man a sip of water. He covered his head with the blanket, deciding that if he could neither eat nor drink, he might as well sleep, and thus the day passed in a blur. Hao Liang rushed into the ward, relieved to see Lin Ran in good spirits. You scared me. Just when you were having a meal, you encountered that lunatic Zhao Tian. He exclaimed. Song Ke has informed me of the results. Fortunately, it is not some unusual toxin. Had it been otherwise, I might have been finished, surviving this ordeal. Lin Ran felt extraordinarily fortunate. Once I leave the hospital, I shall buy a few scratch-off lottery tickets. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me. Hao Liang, hands on his hips, regarded him with a serious expression. What do you wish to eat? The doctor has stated that you cannot eat for a day or two. Only drink some water. Therefore, I shall refrain from buying you anything. Having completed his first round of 4 fluids, Lin Ran rose to walk a few steps, feeling relatively well. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hao Liang, and they discreetly retreated to a secluded area for a private conversation. How did you know that Su Zhigao stole the deceased's underwear? Hao Liang inquired curiously. I dreamt it, Lin Ran replied. What? Hao Liang was taken aback. You might not believe me, but since my master passed away, I frequently dream of the departed. I have dreamt of Zhao Hui, who accused me, and I was scolded by my master's wife. I even dreamt of Zhao Tian's mother, who came to apologize on Zhao Tian's behalf. Just yesterday, I dreamt of that family of 3, and the child's mother told me directly. Hao Liang seemed unsure. You don't believe me, do you? Lin Ran pressed. No, it's not that. I just find it difficult to comprehend, Hao Liang confessed. Are you frightened? The first time I dreamt of the old man who starved to death. It terrified me. What followed was even more unsettling. Lin Ran had grown accustomed to it. Reflecting on what his master's wife had said, those who are capable bear more burdens. Perhaps I possess a unique skill by fate? Could this be considered an unfortunate stroke of luck? Regardless, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I would not have contemplated this angle. It's nothing. Lin Ran chuckled. Hao Liang thought of Zhao Tian. This fellow should receive a sentence of 3 to 5 years in accordance with the law. He deserves it. Lin Ran felt no sympathy for him. He was nothing but a fool. The nurse approached them. Mr. Lin, it is time for your 4 fluids. All right, thank you. Hao Liang accompanied Lin Ran back to the ward. Just as the nurse began the 4, Hao Liang received a phone call and hurriedly departed. Lin Ran, one hand occupied with his phone, was suddenly greeted by a bouquet of flowers. Looking up, he discovered it was Song Ku. What brings you here? I came to check on you, Song Ku replied, settling into the chair beside him. How are you feeling? Aside from the inability to eat, everything else is manageable. Song Ku smiled faintly and tucked the blanket around him, saying, being a little hungry is nothing to fear. A person can survive a few days without food. This was indeed true. Lin Ran's gaze shifted to the flowers, and she teased, fresh ones are certainly more beautiful than paper. Song Ku chuckled, playfully scolding her for her lack of decorum. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. Nurse, may I ask which ward Lin Ran is in? Lin Ran. Song Ku turned towards the doorway to see Hao Yu entering with a bouquet of flowers, greeting her politely. Sister Yu. Oh, Song Ku, you are here too. Hao Yu exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Lin Ran lying there properly. She tentatively asked, so, Lin Ran, have you taken a liking to our forensic expert? Song Ku stood up awkwardly. Sister Yu, please sit. It's nothing like that. We are just friends. Friends? How you seem skeptical. Lin Ran swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable surge of anxiety, as if caught in a compromising situation. The man in the adjacent bed perked up, wondering if this was the notorious scene of 2 women vying for 1 man. Chapter 66. Dynamics. A nurse approached to change Lin Ran's dressing and immediately understood the situation upon seeing the 2 beauties flanking the bed. After finishing the dressing, she hesitated to leave, using the pretext of checking on the ward while secretly observing Hao Yu and Song Ku. Lin Ran sat up uncomfortably, feeling as if she could carve a mansion with her sheer awkwardness. Hao Yu shot a sideways glance at Lin Ran and broke the tension. You must be more cautious after this poisoning incident. I understand, elder sister, Lin Ran acknowledged. Song Ku gradually sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off, but then recalled that Hao Yu was the sister of Hao Liang, so the 2 were unlikely to be involved. Sister Yu, how is business at your spa lately? Winter is the peak season. Those wanting a scrub often find themselves unable to secure a spot, Hao Yu replied. How about your forensic department? To be honest, there haven't been any significant cases, Song Ku responded. Haven't had significant cases means no one has lost their life, which is a good thing, Hao Yu agreed. Lin Ran glanced at the 2 bouquets on the table, silently listening to their chatter while eagerly wishing they would leave soon. She truly needed to visit the restroom. Just then, Song Ku's phone rang. It was Hao Liang, reporting a body discovered by the river. After hanging up, Song Ku stood and addressed Lin Ran. I have a case to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll come to see you again when I have the time. Work is important, Lin Ran said as she rose to see her off, only to be stopped by Hao Yu. You're still on in 4. If you get up, your hand will swell. Song Ku will visit you once she has finished with her case. Lin Ran. Song Ku smiled gently, waved goodbye to Hao Yu, and departed swiftly. The man in the adjacent bed pretended to be asleep, fearing that Lin Ran might say something sensitive in front of others. Once one of the guests had left, the nurse understood that there was no longer any spectacle to behold and took the empty bottle with her. Hao Yu gently poked Lin Ran on the forehead. What is this? You really have feelings, don't you? I am quite self-aware, Lin Ran retorted, not one to rashly pursue a girl. Huh? Hao Yu rolled her eyes in response. Lin Ran glanced at the medicine bottle hanging nearby, noticing it was still half full. He decided to hold off on going to the restroom for a while. Sister, how did you know I was poisoned? It was Lu who informed me. Oh, truly worthy of being my good brother. He speaks the truth when it matters. Hao Yu cast a sidelong glance at the flowers that Song Ku had brought over. Which of our flowers is more beautiful? Lin Ran remained silent. Hao Yu, noticing his lack of response, playfully pinched his arm. What a deadpan face. You men always behave like this. When confronted with an unwelcome question, you choose silence. Lin Ran said nothing. Hao Yu picked up her bag and through Lin Ran a flirtatious glance. What we discussed before still stands. If you miss me, just give me a call. With that, she strutted away, her hips swaying with confidence. The older gentleman in the adjacent bed expressed envy, saying, being good-looking certainly has its perks. Look how capable our little brother is. 2 beauties came to see him at once, especially the later arrival. What a fine figure. He chuckled and teasingly asked, "So, which one did you choose?" "It's not what you think." Lin Ran felt that his relationship with Song Ku was purely platonic, while with Hao Yu, it was merely a fleeting encounter. The older man raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly skeptical. That afternoon, Hua Zi called, "Brother Lin, several elderly folks in the town have passed away one after another. I told them you were hospitalized, and they didn't say much. They probably went to look for Boss Dong, but they had all bought their burial garments from us in advance. Do you think Boss Dong will take care of it?" "He should be able to," Lin Ran replied. "After all, the deceased deserve respect. If it were me, and something happened at Boss Dong's home that prevented him from returning, he would certainly help. It serves to alleviate the family's burden and honors his friendship with the deceased." "Then that's good," Hua Zi sighed with relief. After hanging up, Lin Ran pondered that Boss Dong would likely not refuse, at least because the urn would need to be procured from him. The three individuals rushed to Boss Dong's store, which delighted him until he heard they had bought burial garments from Lin Ran in advance. His expression immediately soured. "If you have matters to discuss, go to Lin Ran. Coming to me is not appropriate. Boss Lin is hospitalized." Boss Dong's expression brightened considerably. Lin Ran's hospitalization was undoubtedly excellent news for him. "Since Lin Ran is in the hospital and we are friends, I certainly won't refuse to assist." The three men were instantly overjoyed, expressing their gratitude profusely. However, Boss Dong was acutely aware that dealings with funerals were typically one-time transactions. Once Lin Ran recovered, these individuals would still seek his services. "In terms of pricing, I must match Lin Ran's rates." "Understood." The three men were not short on money but were in urgent need of services. A deceased person could not simply remain in their home. Boss Dong proposed several conditions, which caused the faces of the three to darken. They realized he was seizing the opportunity to negotiate. At that moment, Jiang Tsong entered. Observing Boss Dong's firm stance, he quickly interjected, "It's only right to help out the neighbors. Brother Dong, please lend a hand. Everyone will remember your kindness." Upon hearing this, Boss Dong replied awkwardly, "I wish to help, but at most I can assist two families. What should I do about three?" "Jiang Kong." The three exchanged glances, remaining silent. They understood the underlying implication in Boss Dong's words. He was merely seeking to inflate the price. One of the gentlemen surnamed Su scoffed lightly and said, "Enough. Do not make things difficult for each other. I shall withdraw. You two families should consult with Boss Dong." The other two families sighed in relief, genuinely fearing a confrontation among the three, which would only serve to provide Boss Dong with an opportunity. Boss Dong felt a tinge of disappointment, yet with business at hand, he had to proceed. Jiang Tsong hastily instructed Boss Dong to prepare the necessary equipment, as he would assist the other family. Su exited Boss Dong's establishment and drove back to Lin Ran's place. He requested Lin Ran's phone number from Guan Huazi and called directly, "Boss Lin. That Boss Dong is rather underhanded. I cannot abide by his demeanor. Don't you have a disciple? Could you please intervene and assist me in resolving this matter?" "In what manner did Boss Dong slight you?" Lin Ran inquired promptly. Su, filled with indignation, recounted the events. "This is the first time I have encountered such a person. Don't they say the deceased should be treated with reverence? What authority does he hold? Can we not afford his fees? All right, Brother Su, do not be anxious. I shall have Huazi play the lament. Tomorrow, we will prepare for the funeral and the farewell ceremony. I will drive back and then return to the hospital. Rest assured, I will handle this matter impeccably, without fail." "Very well, I trust you completely," Su replied. "Let Huazi take the call." Lin Ran communicated clearly with Huazi, instructing him to drive the hearse to play the lament and then contact Li Qing, who would guide him through any uncertainties. Having arranged everything, Lin Ran mused, Boss Dong's perspective is too narrow. He may refuse business, but he should not attempt to manipulate. If he lacks such basic understanding of etiquette, he may not last long in this field. Chapter 67. Persistence. This marked Huazi's first solo venture into business. He diligently recalled the steps Lin Ran had previously taught him. First, assist the elderly lady in dressing the deceased, then prepare offerings such as incense and eternal lamps. Following that, he arranged the mourning attire and other essentials. Before long, Li Qing arrived. Huazi felt a bit more assured as he proceeded to the side room to play the lament and inquired about the quality of floral wreaths and paper offerings. Seeing Huazi managing reasonably well, Li Qing sent a message to Lin Ran to inform him, while also inquiring about Lin Ran's hospitalization, stating he had heard it was due to food poisoning, which Li Qing found hard to believe. Lin Ran did not conceal anything and explained the situation regarding Zhao Tian's poisoning. Li Qing, knowing Zhao Tian's character, grimaced in disdain. Such a person, aside from highlighting others' capabilities, was utterly worthless. The employer was somewhat satisfied with Huazi. Considering he was merely 19 years old, it was understandable that he might overlook certain details due to his youth. Lin Ran received Huazi's inventory list and forwarded it to the front desk of the paper offerings factory, requesting them to be ready by 7:30 the following morning. A nurse approached Lin Ran to remove his for today as procedures are complete. May I drive home briefly and then return? Lin Ran inquired. Is there something urgent? I am involved in funeral services. An elderly individual has passed away, and my young disciple is attending the lament. I am somewhat concerned. The nurse hesitated, glancing at him. In such matters, you must consult the doctor. I cannot provide a definitive answer. Where is the doctor? Please direct me to their office so I can inquire before they finish for the day. Lin Ran rose swiftly and made his way outside, but first, he visited the restroom. After relieving himself, he washed his hands and glanced at his reflection in the mirror. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, though the rest seemed normal. He arrived at the doctor's office to inquire about the possibility of returning home. The doctor reviewed Lin Ran's medical records and replied that it was indeed feasible, but he would need to return for an infusion the following day. Is tomorrow evening acceptable? The doctor appeared somewhat troubled. Just tell me, has my stomach been sufficiently cleansed? The doctor nodded. There are no significant issues, but we are primarily concerned that returning home and eating might hinder your recovery. If you can endure one more day, discharge will pose no problem. I will leave early tomorrow and return in the evening. That is acceptable. The doctor was not unreasonable. Everyone has their urgent matters, and Lin Ran's condition was not particularly grave. Lin Ran expressed his gratitude and returned to his ward to call Huazi, asking him to keep an eye on things as he would go back early the next day. Huazi reassured Lin Ran to not worry. After a night passed, Lin Ran informed the doctor and nurse, then took a taxi to Guiwei Zhai to retrieve his vehicle. There were not many cars leaving the city in the morning, allowing Lin Ran to return smoothly to the town, coincidentally arriving just as the truck for delivering paper goods was heading to Brother Su's house. Brother Su and Huazi awaited the delivery. Upon seeing Lin Ran's vehicle approach, they exchanged relieved glances, their anxieties dissipating. Lin Ran alighted from the car and called everyone over to handle the paper goods. Brother Su inquired, I heard from Li Qing that Zhao Tian poisoned you? It wasn't a particularly potent poison. I reckon even without a gastric lavage, I wouldn't have perished. Lin Ran replied with annoyance. This could have been avoided. I noticed the dish tasted off, but foolishly assumed it was just the flavor, so I sampled each dish. Damn it, Zhao Tian is truly deranged. This is also my fault. If I hadn't gone to the city, I couldn't have helped Hao Liang solve the case. Such is fate. Brother Su handed Lin Ran a cigarette, but upon seeing him reach for it, withdrew it. You've just had your stomach washed. It's best not to smoke. Once the paper goods were inside, Lin Ran began writing funeral couplets. Upon learning that Brother Su intended to order the first furnace, he quickly contacted the crematorium. And lo and behold, there was indeed an available slot. With all arrangements in place, the time for the body preparation approached. Lin Ran held the microphone to begin officiating. While in a nearby house, Jiang Tsung's voice resonated loudly. Huazi frowned and quietly murmured to Li Qing. Jiang Tsung is truly inconsiderate. His volume is excessive. Does he not realize whom he is addressing? Who could he be addressing? Li Qing scoffed. Who else but Duran? I really don't understand his thinking. He would rather operate independently than overtly assist outsiders, right? Huazi genuinely held disdain for Jiang Tsung. Anyone with a modicum of ability would strike out on their own, exhibiting both courage and preventing others from gossiping. Li Qing took a drag from his cigarette. Let me tell you, Huazi, you may not understand at your young age, but Master Lin has never allowed Jiang Tsung to engage in business alone. I cannot elaborate on the specifics. But remember this, the older generation has their reasons for prohibiting certain actions. Huazi nodded vigorously, then turned his gaze to Lin Ran. I understand. Once I have completed my training, I will never betray my master. Upon completing his training, it is possible that his master will entrust this responsibility to him. Mused Li Qing, who was well aware of Lin Ran's background. Huazi, however, was oblivious to Li Qing's remarks, his attention solely focused on Lin Ran. As Lin Ran concluded his presiding duties, the voice from Jiang Tsung also came to a halt. Those privy to the situation pondered silently whether the two brothers were at odds. As the time to commence the gathering arrived, Lin Ran requested a bowl of hot water from the host and settled down to drink. "Brother Su," he whispered, "if you're truly hungry, why not have something to eat?" "I'm not hungry. Come on, your stomach is growling," Lin Ran replied. Huazi approached with a bowl of rice. "Master, did the doctor really say you shouldn't eat? I can eat tomorrow. I must endure the hunger. Once the memorial service concludes, I will return to the hospital. After finishing my 4-drip, I'll come back and head to the crematorium early in the morning." Lin Ran had meticulously planned his schedule, aiming to catch the first cremation without delay. Understood. Huazi was well aware of Lin Ran's character. Once he committed to a task, he would see it through, no matter the challenges. After drinking a bowl of water, Lin Ran received a WeChat message from Song Ku, inquiring about his health. Lin Ran replied that all was well, to which Song Ku responded with a cheerful emoji, bringing the conversation to a close. In the afternoon, as the memorial service commenced, numerous attendees arrived to offer their condolences. Lin Ran efficiently concluded the proceedings. Sister Min had arrived, driven by her husband. "Brother-in-law," Lin Ran greeted, "you need not bother with transportation anymore. I've finished my work at the construction site and will have time to pick up your sister," her husband cheerfully replied. "That certainly lightens my load." "I heard you were poisoned. What happened?" her husband asked with concern. Lin Ran recounted the entire incident. "That fellow won TB out for at least 3 to 5 years. Will the Zhao family plead on your behalf?" "Even if they do, it won't matter." Lin Ran reflected on the suffering he endured. Regardless of what the Zhao family might say, he would not settle for anything less than accountability. Sister Min approached, draped in white cloth, and warned Lin Ran, "You must not show any leniency. Given my understanding of Zhao Tian, if he emerges unscathed, he would dare to set fire to your storefront." "I understand, sister, rest assured." Lin Ran recognized Zhao Tian's true nature and had no intention of being merciful. Moreover, the fault lay squarely with Zhao Tian, and he bore no responsibility. Sister Min gestured to Huazi, signaling him to play some music. As the music began, the performance of 10 Kneels to Parents commenced. Chapter 68. Considerations. Lin Ran glanced at his watch and informed Brother Su of the departure time for the following morning before driving back to the hospital for his treatment. With Huazi and Sister Min by his side, there was little chance of any complications arising. Furthermore, as Li Qing was occupied with several tables of guests that evening, he could lend some support. Upon returning to the hospital, it was already 8 in the evening. The nurse acknowledged his arrival without comment and prepared the medication for his 4. Lin Ran set his phone alarm for 3 o'clock, planning to return to the storefront first thing in the morning, which would take at least an hour. Initially, he intended to have Huazi transport the coffin to the crematorium while he waited outside, but upon reflecting on the numerous details involved in the memorial service, he realized that, despite Huazi having attended several, there might still be oversights, leaving him feeling uneasy. In truth, Huazi was indeed apprehensive about any mishaps occurring during the spiritual awakening. The nurse monitored the 4-drip while Lin Ran enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The incessant buzzing of his mobile phone alarm jolted him awake. He hastily opened his eyes, realizing the needle had already been removed, and he hurriedly donned his clothes before driving back to the shop. The early morning traffic was remarkably sparse, allowing Lin Ran to reach home in a mere 45 minutes. Upon opening the rolling shutter door and ascending to the second floor to switch on the lights, he was surprised to find Huazi sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. Huazi rubbed his eyes and asked, "Brother Lin, why are you back so early?" Concerned about potential delays, he suggested, "You should sleep a little longer." Lin Ran proceeded to wash up in the bathroom. Huazi had returned to the shop after dining around 10 o'clock, having managed a 4-hour nap. Upon awakening for a smoke, he noticed Lin Ran's complexion had returned to normal, which eased his mind. "Brother Lin, are we still going to do the infusion tonight? Just one more day, and we'll be done." Lin Ran felt no lingering issues, yet he understood the doctor's advice was paramount, and he agreed. With preparations complete, the two set off in the hearse to Brother Su's residence. As the morning music played, Lin Ran inspected the items destined for the crematorium. Everything was in order, and he instructed Huazi to stay vigilant at the home, ensuring nothing went awry at the cemetery. As they drove to the crematorium, they encountered Boss Dong heading in their direction. Neither party exchanged greetings. Each was preoccupied with their own affairs. Boss Dong called Jiang Tsong. "I've seen Lin Ran. Wasn't he supposed to be poisoned? How is he back on his feet so quickly? The commonest of poisons could hardly inflict significant harm. What a pity," he lamented as he ended the call. Jiang Tsong, at another location, shared a similar sentiment regarding Lin Ran's recovery. He thought it unfortunate that if the poison had been a bit stronger, Lin Ran would have been eliminated, which would have rendered all the shop's assets his alone. Lin Ran glanced at his phone. Jiang Tsong had attempted to contact him, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. After all these years, this was the extent of their brotherhood. Brother Su, seated in the passenger seat, smiled knowingly. Some individuals simply aren't worth forging deep connections with. As long as appearances are maintained, that suffices. Indeed. Lin Ran replied with a wry smile, acknowledging that they were not blood brothers, and thus, an inherent closeness was never feasible. Moreover, Jiang Tsong harbored resentment, and it was already commendable that they hadn't openly clashed. The crematorium's first furnace was efficient, commencing at 6 o'clock and concluding shortly thereafter. Brother Su held the urn, devoid of any sorrow. In his heart, he believed his father's passing was a relief from the afflictions of illness. After laying the deceased to rest, Lin Ran refrained from eating, handing over the calculated accounts to Brother Su. Noticing the lack of any meaningful exchange, he slipped Brother Su an additional 1,000 yuan. This gesture was merely an acknowledgement of his absence due to illness the previous day, a reasonable compensation for the oversight. Brother Su remarked on the propriety of the matter and sent the money to Lin Ran via WeChat. With the transaction concluded smoothly, Lin Ran and Hua Zi returned to the shop, changed into fresh attire, and made their way back to the hospital. The doctor conducted a final examination on Lin Ran. Everything looks good. You can start eating now, but take care not to indulge in rich foods immediately. Begin with porridge and gradually progress. Understood? Understood, Lin Ran replied. Another day of intravenous therapy will suffice. Thank you, doctor. Lin Ran returned to the hospital room, where the elder brother in the adjacent bed had already been discharged. A nurse approached to administer the injection, and today only 2 bottles were required. Lin Ran was utterly famished, so he ordered a takeout of millet porridge via his phone. The delivery arrived swiftly, and as Lin Ran savored the warm porridge, he was pleasantly surprised by its delightful taste. Though one bowl did not satiate his hunger completely, it was sufficient to alleviate his discomfort. As the nurse came to change the dressing, Lin Ran's phone rang again. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he answered without hesitation. Hello, this is Lin Ran. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Zhao Tian's father. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Ran feigned ignorance, knowing full well the intent behind the call. How is your health recovering? My son Zhao Tian is young and naive. I apologize for the trouble he has caused you, the father spoke humbly. Lin Ran felt a wave of sympathy for Zhao's father, yet he knew this matter could not simply be dismissed. I am being discharged today. Uncle, I understand your call's purpose, but Zhao Tian's actions are inexcusable, and I cannot overlook them. Please, he is still a child. He does not understand, Zhao's father implored. Lin Ran interrupted. He is of the same age as I am. Youth is not an excuse. Let me be clear. I will pursue legal action. And the restaurant will not let your son off lightly. I have only this one son. Zhao's father lamented. It's as if I have not raised him at all. Perhaps if he spends a few years in custody, he might learn gratitude and eventually find a job, sparing you from further distress. After a moment of silence, Zhao's father seemed to come to terms with the situation. Mr. Lin, having such a son has left me at a loss. Perhaps you are right. A few years in confinement could lead to improvement. Uncle, I am undergoing treatment now. I must hang up. Oh. Lin Ran ended the call and lay back on the bed, intending to rest for a while. Thoughts of Zhao Tian crossed his mind, and he realized he had very few memories of him from childhood. Suddenly, his phone buzzed again. He answered, Hello, this is Lin Ran. Mr. Lin, I would like to inquire about the rituals for the 3rd anniversary of a burial. Are there specific customs? A woman's voice inquired. According to the date of the deceased's passing, one child may extend the observance by 1 day, while the others can perform the usual offerings. Be sure to burn the 3-year paper left at home at the grave. Otherwise, there are no other requirements, Lin Ran patiently explained. My brother and I will extend it by 2 days then. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. You're welcome. The fatigue that had enveloped Lin Ran dissipated with the phone call. Glancing at the 4 bottle, he noted there was only an hour left. Sleep would be of little benefit. Finally, as the treatment concluded, Lin Ran prepared to head downstairs to complete his discharge formalities, only to be surprised by Hao Yu's arrival. Oh, you're being discharged? Sister, what brings you here? I am about to leave, Lin Ran asked, astonished. I was concerned you might be overwhelmed with the discharge process. Hao Yu replied, taking Lin Ran's identification. Please wait here. I will take care of the paperwork for you. and be sure to drink the soup I prepared for you." With that, she handed him a thermos filled with soup. Lin Ran hesitated momentarily, wondering if the soup contained anything questionable. "Before my return, I hope you can finish it quickly." Lin Ran. Chapter 69, Parting Ways. The nurse, standing to the side, teased, "Hurry up and drink it. Don't let the beautiful lady's efforts go to waste." Lin Ran smiled wryly, opened the lid, and was instantly enveloped by the fragrant aroma of chicken soup, causing him to swallow hard after a long abstinence from meat. He lifted the soup container and took a sip. Unable to restrain himself, he nodded in approval. For the soup was indeed exceptionally well made. How you completed Lin Ran's discharge procedures and returned upstairs to find him nearly finished with the soup. Satisfied, she remarked. "You're not too bad. You haven't wasted my efforts." "Not at all. The chicken soup is quite delicious," Lin Ran sincerely praised. "I had our housekeeper simmer it for 4 hours. If it weren't good, then it would be a tragedy." How you handed him his ID card, saying, "All done. Will you head home first or come to my place?" Lin Ran had anticipated that the soup was not prepared by Hao Yu herself. He accepted the ID card and returned the soup container to her. "I need to head home first. There's quite a bit of business lately, and Huazi can't manage the place alone." Hao Yu expressed some regret. "I was hoping you could rest at my place for a while. It seems that's not in the cards. I'll call you when I finish my work." "Really?" Hao Yu's eyes brightened. Lin Ran gestured with his hand. "Of course. Then I'll await your call." Hao Yu felt quite pleased. In her eyes, Lin Ran was handsome and slightly aloof. A combination that often held a unique allure, and this was precisely what she fancied. Lin Ran and Hao Yu exited the hospital together, waving goodbye as they each drove away. After finishing a case, Gao Yang called Lin Ran to inform him that Zhao Tian wished to meet. "His father is here today too, waiting nearby. Do you want to meet?" "Forget it. I have nothing to say to someone like him." Lin Ran did not wish to squander words with such a person. "All right, I'll respond to them like that." "Fine." Lin Ran ended the call, pressing down on the accelerator. As he had mentioned to Zhao's father on the phone, it was time for Zhao Tian to experience the harsh realities of society. Upon returning to the storefront, Lin Ran opened his computer to settle accounts. The accounts from various factories were in order. He brewed 2 cups of tea. Huazi. "Tea time. Brother Lin, today Boss Dong has taken on another job." Lin Ran took a sip of tea and remarked nonchalantly, "The money that is meant for you will never escape. What ISNT meant for you, no matter how hard you plead, will never reach your hands. You are truly composed. What else can I do?" Lin Ran wished for a break. Huazi sighed. Sometimes he couldn't understand why others hoped for work every day to earn more money, while his master was quite the opposite. "Come if you want. If not, it's no concern of mine." At that moment, Jiang Tsung's car pulled up outside. Huazi stood up as if facing a formidable opponent, watching Jiang Tsung approach with vigilance. Lin Ran shook his head in resignation, patted Huazi's shoulder, and went to the door to greet Jiang Tsung. "Brother Jiang, what brings you here today?" Jiang Tsung entered with fruits, placing them on the table. "I heard you were poisoned, so I came to check on you. How are you?" "It is rather fortunate that I underwent a gastric cleansing. There is nothing of great concern." Lin Ran invited Jiang Tsung to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. "That rascal Zhao Tian is truly insufferable. He is nothing himself, yet has the audacity to be angry with me for not lending him money. You should have never paid him any mind. Fortunately, he didn't resort to anything malicious. Otherwise, we would have had quite the predicament on our hands." Jiang Tsung gazed at him with palpable trepidation, as if the man before him were his own brother. "In the future, one must be cautious about what they consume." "Indeed, I am aware," Lin Ran replied. "You too have no remaining family. I am your senior brother, and I shall certainly keep you in my thoughts." At this juncture, Jiang Tsung produced his mobile phone, revealing a photograph. "Behold, this is the young lady chosen by your sister-in-law. What do you think of her appearance?" Lin Ran cast a swift glance. "She appears decent, albeit enhanced by beauty filters. I wonder what she looks like without them. The woman Jiang Tsung has introduced me to seems somewhat familiar." "Jiang Gu. Who is this young lady?" Lin Ran inquired. "Ah, it's Zhang Yulin from our town," Jiang Tsung replied. "Zhang Yulin." Lin Ran nearly scoffed in disbelief. "What does my sister-in-law mean by this? Is she deliberately trying to belittle me? Setting aside the fact that Zhang Yulin is 4 years my senior, she has run off with other men since she was 15 and has been divorced 4 times. Surely, you cannot introduce such a person to me." Huazi, lounging with an air of mockery, chimed in. "Indeed, you are the one and only senior brother, truly loyal." Jiang Tsung, feeling the weight of embarrassment, hastily turned off his phone and offered a sheepish smile. If you do not fancy her, then so be it. There is no need to be upset. Am I the one who is angry? Lin Ran chuckled in amusement. Jianggu, it warms my heart that you think of me as a brother. Yet this is truly something I find hard to accept. Look at you. When I speak of my wife, I will surely introduce you to someone splendid. Jiang Tsong had other matters to attend to and swiftly redirected the conversation. All right then, it has been ages since we shared a drink. Today, we must indulge. Lin Ran extracted a cigarette and lit it. Jianggu, if you have something to discuss, do not hesitate to speak. You are aware that I have just been discharged from the hospital. The doctor advised me against consuming rich or spicy foods. So joining you for drinks is out of the question. It's nothing pressing. I merely wanted to inquire about the paper supplies, who you have contracted with, as Boss Dong has been asking me for quite some time. As he spoke, Jiang Tsong felt a twinge of shame and dared not meet Lin Ran's gaze. Lin Ran regarded his own hands. I have already informed you that I do not know. Do not jest. Master had previously sent you to place orders at the paper factory. How could you possibly be unaware of who the proprietor is? Moreover, Master has collaborated with them for many years. You should be quite familiar with the pricing. I am aware, indeed, they have clear pricing. And there is even a price list. Allow me to show you. Lin Ran sifted through the papers on the table and extracted one. Take this back to Boss Dong. They are not in need of work. Lin Ran, this is rather inconsiderate of you, Jiang Tsong protested. As my senior brother, should you not respond to my inquiries with sincerity? And to introduce me to such a woman to belittle me? What were you thinking? At this point, Lin Ran resolved not to endure any longer. Life is fraught with challenges, and there is no need to subject oneself to discomfort. Jiang Tsong, sensing Lin Ran's indignation, quickly offered a conciliatory smile. If you do not know, then let it be. Prioritize your health and rest well. If you need anything, just call me. That won't be necessary. Lin Ran decided he would no longer reach out to Jiang Kong. Jiang Tsong gazed at Lin Ran in astonishment. Sensing that he was not jesting, a chill coursed through him as he remarked, Duran, your sister-in-law's actions are truly unprincipled. There is no need for you to harbor such animosity towards me over a woman. You must understand that I have other matters to attend to. Lin Ran replied coldly. From now on, let us maintain a facade of civility. I am indifferent to your past with Boss Dong, but do not return to seek my assistance. I shall certainly not aid you. Having known Lin Ran for many years, Jiang Tsong was aware of his steadfast nature. Feeling embarrassed, he refrained from uttering another word and turned to leave. Chapter 70. A lesson unlearned. Hua Zi rummaged through the fruits on the table, tossing one into the trash bin, exclaiming, there's another one that's rotten. Just throw them all away. Lin Ran was taken aback by Jiang Tsong's method of humiliation. It was one thing to secretly take work from Boss Dong, but to stoop so low was utterly disgraceful. Hua Zi obediently disposed of the fruit in the outside garbage bin. Jiang Tsong arrived at his mother-in-law's home and immediately began to complain to his wife. Look at the person you introduced to Duran. Now he is angry with me. It seems our relationship is irreparably damaged. You think it's acceptable to introduce someone like that? If it were me, I wouldn't accept it either. His wife, with her mother bringing out fruit, was reprimanded. You have truly gone too far. How could you introduce someone like Zhang Yulin to Jiang Tsong's apprentice? Had you mentioned it to me, I would have certainly intervened. The wife remained silent, her mother's words weighing heavily upon her, and retreated to her room with their daughter. Jiang Tsong sighed in frustration. He did not wish to sever ties with Lin Ran, but now, with his wife's interference, it seemed unavoidable. He could not truly be angry with her. Zhang Yulin attempted to initiate a video call with Jiang Tsong's wife, only to be abruptly rejected. She harbored some disdain for Lin Ran, but had not anticipated such a strong reaction. Jiang Tsong did not linger long, exchanging a brief farewell with his mother-in-law before departing. On the other end, Zhang Yulin grew concerned as Jiang Tsong's wife ignored her messages, pondering whether the couple was playing games with her. When thoughts of Lin Ran crossed her mind, she was struck by inspiration. Despite lacking prominence in her work, her beauty was undeniably captivating. Hence, she hastily prepared herself, using the upcoming new year as an excuse to visit Lin Ran's shop. Hua Zi recognized Zhang Yulin, for someone of her stature was often spoken of in the nearby villages. His mother had repeatedly advised him to choose a partner wisely, cautioning against women like Zhang Yulin, who had been married multiple times and bore several children. As Hua Zi stood smoking at the entrance, recounting his mother's words, he was taken aback when the main subject approached. Lin Gu, why is Zhang Yulin here? Zhang Yulin arrived at the door. opening it without waiting for Huazi to assist her. "Oh, you're all here. Is there a funeral in your family?" Huazi quipped, his words laced with sarcasm. As the new year approaches, Zhang Yulin decided to purchase some paper offerings to burn at her grandfather's grave, taking the opportunity to visit Boss Lin. Her gaze drifted towards Lin Ran, who offered her no acknowledgement, causing her heart to race. "What are you staring at?" Huazi interjected, "How much are you buying?" "I can take it for you." Zhang Yulin shot him a glance before striding towards Lin Ran. "Boss Lin, has Jiang Tsung mentioned anything about matchmaking?" "What matchmaking?" Lin Ran feigned ignorance. "Jiang Tsung hasn't come to see me." "What?" Zhang Yulin was taken aback, recalling that Jiang Tsung's wife had mentioned on WeChat just half an hour ago that he had arrived. Could it be that this couple was toying with her? "Jiang Tsung and his wife want to introduce me to you. I believe we would make a fine match. What do you think?" Zhang Yulin seized the opportunity, eager to win over Lin Ran. "I don't think we are suited for each other. Firstly, I have no intention of becoming a stepfather. Secondly, you are 4 years my senior, and I have no desire to date someone older than me. Lastly, I dislike being set up by others." Lin Ran decisively rejected her, pondering that only an extraordinary being could handle such a woman, and he doubted he possessed that courage. Zhang Yulin's face turned green with rage, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Lin Ran, feeling profoundly insulted. Huazi handed her the paper, totaling 20 yuan. Lin Ran displayed his QR code for payment. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Zhang Yulin paid through her phone. Huazi handed her the paper, advising, "It's best to burn it after the 20th of the 12th lunar month. Mind your own business." Zhang Yulin retorted, snatching the paper and storming off. Lin Ran, narrowing his eyes, remarked sarcastically, "Jiang Tsung and Zhang Yulin seem to be quite compatible." After a moment's thought, Huazi pondered their personalities. "You know, that might actually work." As Zhang Yulin exited, she discovered her cigarettes were gone and turned back towards Aunt Hong's supermarket. "What do you want?" Aunt Hong asked, distracted as she untied her shoes. "Give me a box of yushi," Zhang Yulin replied. Aunt Hong looked up, teasingly inquired, "I heard you got divorced again? What's the big deal?" "I've gotten used to it. Let me tell you, if I marry again, I'm demanding a dowry of at least 200,000. With more men than women, as long as I can bear children. There will be suitors. Sounds like you've got someone in mind." Aunt Hong asked curiously. Zhang Yulin scoffed. "Jiang Tsung and his wife tried to introduce me to Boss Lin. But Lin Ran said Jiang Tsung never visited. Don't you think this couple is playing tricks on me? I've lost face in front of Boss Lin." Aunt Hong narrowed her eyes, cursing Jiang Tsung for his cunning, using Zhang Yulin to insult Lin Ran. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she lowered her voice to Zhang Yulin. "I need to tell you something. Lin Ran has a partner, but it's not public knowledge yet. Jiang Tsung, that sly one, knows this too. What do you think their intentions are?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Yulin asked, confused. Jiang Tsung partnered with Boss Dong, trying to take business from Lin Ran, but failed. "Introducing you to Lin Ran was probably an attempt to ease the tension between them." "Using me, huh?" Zhang Yulin remarked, with Aunt Hong offering a non-committal smile. Zhang Yulin, fuming with rage, trembled as she paid for a box of Yushi cigarettes and stormed directly to the home of Jiang Tsung's mother-in-law, clutching the burning paper. Aunt Hong, observing her chosen path, rolled her eyes in disdain, muttering to herself that Zhang Yulin's fiery temperament was the reason she could never maintain a relationship. Jiang Tsung and his wife deserved to learn a lesson for their despicable behavior. Upon arriving at Jiang Tsung's mother-in-law's house, Zhang Yulin knocked fiercely on the door. When it opened, she flung the burning paper into the room, the binding string snapping open, scattering the bright yellow paper across the floor. Startled, the mother-in-law exclaimed, "Zhang Yulin, what on earth are you doing?" Jiang Tsung's wife emerged after soothing the child, puzzled by Zhang Yulin's presence, and without hesitation, slapped her across the face, accusing, "Are you out of your mind? Who are you cursing in our family? You dare hit me?" Zhang Yulin retorted fiercely, seizing Jiang Tsung's wife's hair and forcefully slamming her to the ground. "You two are truly malicious, using me for favors and making me lose face in front of Lin Ran. You are inhumane. Let go of me." Jiang Tsung's wife, unable to match Zhang Yulin's strength, found herself pinned to the ground, receiving several more slaps. "You two are treacherous. Jiang Tsung betrayed his own brother and sought personal gain while playing with me." The mother-in-law, distressed for her daughter, pulled Zhang Yulin up with force, demanding, "Get out now, or I'll call the police." Zhang Yulin, undeterred, retaliated, "Go ahead and report me. Let us see who ends up humiliated." Spitting on Jiang Tsung's wife, she declared, "From this day forth, every time I see you, I'll strike you." With that, Zhang Yulin brazenly pushed the door open and left. Chapter 71. Deserved. The mother-in-law hurriedly helped her daughter up, scolding her for stirring up trouble. Why did you provoke her? Zhang Yulin is not someone you can mess with, and look where that got you. Mom, I couldn't explain to Jiang Tsung's wife. If I revealed her ulterior motives, I would be utterly ashamed to remain in this town. Understanding her daughter well, the mother quickly called Jiang Kong. When Jiang Tsung arrived and saw his wife battered by Zhang Yulin, he angrily attempted to contact Lin Ran to inquire about what Zhang Yulin had said to him. However, after only 2 rings, the call disconnected, clearly indicating that Lin Ran had blocked him. Embarrassed, Jiang Tsung refrained from confronting Lin Ran, choosing instead to comfort his wife. While he feared approaching Zhang Yulin, a man scolded by a woman would find it impossible to maintain his standing in this town. Frustrated by the incident, Jiang Tsung's wife found herself unable to nurse, leaving the child without nourishment. The mother-in-law, furious, stomped her feet and rushed to the supermarket to buy formula, ensuring the child would be fed. She even arranged for someone to purchase expensive imported goat's milk formula, insisting that her sole granddaughter must not suffer in any way. Jiang Tsung, utterly dispirited, faced the reality of Lin Ran cutting ties with him and his wife unable to nurse due to stress. The cost of formula alone would exceed 2,000 yuan a month, not to mention diapers. He would require at least 4,000 yuan monthly just to scrape by. Since that fateful day, Zhang Yulin had no further intentions of targeting Lin Ran, yet she resolutely spat at Jiang Tsung whenever their paths crossed. Jiang Tsung explained the situation to Zhang Yulin, yet Zhang remained unconvinced. Unable to express his frustration, Jiang swallowed his grievances in silence. Meanwhile, Boss Dong had secured another deal. He had people working under him and did not seek Jiang Tsung's assistance. On Lin Ran's side, she too began to busy herself. Although Jiang Tsung's absence meant she had to endure more fatigue, it brought her a sense of relief. Huazi was also occupied, to prevent being overwhelmed. He summoned a former apprentice of his master to assist him. As they toiled together, they found themselves engrossed in work until the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. Before the new year, it was customary to pay respects to ancestors at their graves, requiring 5 offerings, generally 2 types of pastries and 3 varieties of fruit, with wine and cigarettes prepared according to one's mood. 3 incense sticks must be lit. If no offerings were made, one could forego incense and burn paper directly at the grave. Jiang Tsung had not engaged in any business for over 10 days, living off his savings. He contemplated contacting Boss Dong for work. However, the elderly in his village were in good health, and he couldn't bring himself to harm anyone for a mere 1,000 yuan. In short, Jiang Tsung found himself in a difficult predicament. Boss Dong was aware of the rift between Jiang Tsung and Lin Ran, and thus refrained from reaching out, waiting for Jiang Tsung to succumb to pressure and seek him out. Sitting at home, smoking, he felt the weight of financial demands from his wife on one side and his parents on the other, both pressing him simultaneously, suffocating him with their expectations. He deeply regretted listening to his wife's suggestion to introduce Zhang Yulin to Lin Ran. Had he anticipated Lin Ran's strong reaction, he would never have involved himself in such a matter. Unfortunately, regret was a luxury he could not afford. Believing he could leverage his connection with Boss Dong to confront Lin Ran, he failed to consider the extent of his own resources. After much contemplation, Jiang Tsung decided to approach Boss Dong, intending to discuss working with him, proposing a fee of 500 yuan per job. Boss Dong, understanding Jiang Tsung's intentions, bluntly stated, Lin Ran has secured 8 deals recently, while I have only managed 2. You often offer to bring me work, yet lately, you have been quite silent. You know my expenses are substantial without any work. With those words, Boss Dong effectively silenced Jiang Tsung before he could voice his thoughts. Despite Jiang's thick skin, he found it impossible to speak up again, resorting instead to forced laughter. Rest assured, if anyone seeks my services, I will certainly direct them to you. In the past, he had received a commission of 1,000 yuan, but now, given his inability to compete with Lin Ran, he proposed a reduced fee of 500. What? 500 yuan. If that is insufficient, then let us forget it. Boss Dong began to show his true colors. Jiang Tsung, rising abruptly, placed his hands on his hips and glared at Boss Dong. You're quite something, aren't you? Now that you don't need me, you're changing your tune. Boss Dong held no regard for Jiang Kong, enraged. Jiang Tsung's face flushed crimson. Fine. Without me, let us see how you manage. Lin Ran can thrive without your support, and so can I, as an outsider. Boss Dong had already discerned all the local customs through Jiang Tsong regarding the hosting aspect. He believed Jiang Tsong lacked the capability to command 500 yuan. In a fit of anger, Jiang Tsong departed, sitting in his car while smoking a cigarette. He initially intended to visit his wife and child, but was soon interrupted by a message from his spouse. Buy some hot pot ingredients. We have guests at home. You should come over for dinner later. Jiang Tsong let out a heavy sigh, quickly replying with an acknowledgement, and then proceeded to the supermarket to purchase the necessary items for the hot pot. By the end of it, he had spent over 300 yuan. Jiang Tsong felt a headache coming on, pondering how he would manage in the future. Lin Ran was acutely aware of Jiang Tsong's predicament. He typically turned a blind eye to the minor mischiefs they engaged in, but regarding the matter with Zhang Yulin, he would not afford Jiang Tsong any further chances. As the year drew to a close, Lin Ran visited the graves of his master and mistress, offering sacrifices and praying for their blessings for his safety. Lin Ran's paper factory business was thriving, with workers frequently putting in overtime. Although the previous year had been arduous, they would be rewarded with an extended break of half a month afterward. The workers expressed no grievances, primarily due to Lin Ran's generous overtime pay and the bonuses at year-end, ensuring everyone's satisfaction. On the 25th of the lunar calendar, Hua Zi asked Lin Ran, "Brother Lin, will you celebrate the new year at my home?" "I cannot. I have offerings to prepare, lighting incense and other tedious tasks," Lin Ran replied, not wanting to inconvenience anyone. "All right then," Hua Zi said, slightly disappointed. Meanwhile, Boss Dong had received 2 projects simultaneously, and managing them alone proved to be overwhelming. After much contemplation, he called Jiang Tsong, expecting a refusal, but to his surprise, Jiang Tsong readily agreed without holding grudges. Boss Dong hung up the phone with a look of disdain, thinking to himself how people like Jiang Tsong would eagerly rush over with just a little incentive. A hierarchy emerged between Lin Ran and Boss Dong. Those with lesser means sought out Boss Dong, even aware that he offered subpar quality, merely to save some money. In contrast, those who approached Lin Ran typically had decent resources. They were not financially constrained and preferred to trust Lin Ran. Boss Dong could handle 4 projects, but could not match even one of Lin Ran's, making the disparity evident. Lin Ran remained busy until the 29th, with the 30th approaching. Based on past experiences, most elderly individuals tended to refrain from passing away during the New Year festivities. Even the sick would delay for a few days, allowing everyone to enjoy the holiday. Chapter 72. Ex-husband. Hao Yu, who had not contacted Lin Ran for a long time, sat cross-legged in her office, facing her ex-husband. Chang Quan. Chang Quan offered her a cigarette, and upon seeing her accept it, teasingly inquired, "I heard you found yourself a young man who deals with funerals? Your information travels fast." "He is not merely a young man. We are more like companions." Hao Yu knew that Lin Ran would never love her, yet she was envious of his physique, and their arrangement of occasional encounters suited her just fine. "You are quite candid. How is our son faring? You haven't seen him in 6 months, have you?" Chang Quan said with a hint of guilt, "I do wish I could return, but I am tied up with business. I told you from the beginning that we could have our own lives, but not divorce, yet you insisted on separating. Why should I be the one to endure this?" Hao Yu's anger flared at his words. "All my money belongs to you and our son. I may have a wandering eye, but isn't it true that successful men often have several women around them? Don't the legitimate wives typically turn a blind eye?" At this point, Chang Quan took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and inquired, "I want to go home for the new year. Don't hold a grudge against me. We should remarry. I can't let other women covet my money. What can I possibly say to you?" Hao Yu found it difficult to understand Chang Quan. If one were to say he was family-oriented, he would frequently be seen with other women. If one were to argue that he was neglectful, he would still keep all the money for himself, giving not a penny to his mistresses. The other women didn't even qualify as concubines. A mere handbag would suffice to send them on their way. "You are my wife. I must think of you and our son first. Remarrying is out of the question." "Are you really pining for that, Lin fellow?" Chang Quan asked in astonishment. Hao Yu shook her head. "That's a different matter altogether. I refuse to be shackled by a marriage certificate any longer. We are both financially independent. Why should we live such a burdensome life?" As for Lin Ran, he has quite a catch. Seeing that Hao Yu was resolute in her decision not to remarry, Chang Quan, in a fit of anger, stubbed out his cigarette forcefully in the ashtray. "Hao Yu, you truly are something." Hao Yu gestured towards the door, inviting him to leave. Chang Quan picked up his bag and, in his heart, held a grudge against Lin Ran. After years of knowing Hao Yu, he understood that she must have developed feelings for the man, otherwise she would never have casually slept with another man. Hao Yu raised her middle finger at Chang Quan's retreating figure, scoffing at the notion that a beautiful wife at home could somehow ensure that men could have their cake and eat it too. How is it fair that all the good fortune falls into your hands? Ugh. Chang Quan drove to Hao Yu's home, where he found their son, Chang Cheng, playing with an Ultraman figure. Cheng Cheng, do you miss your dad? Chang Cheng put down his toy, scrutinizing the man who had entered. With a burst of laughter, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, I thought it was someone else. It's my dad, who hasn't shown his face in half a year. What has brought you back? Dad's been working hard to earn money for you." Chang Quan, feeling guilty for his absence, quickly offered a smile and pulled out 10,000 yuan. "Here, take this money and buy lots of Ultraman." Chang Cheng, mimicking the adults, crossed his legs and replied, "Mom will buy me Ultraman. If not, I have a second dad who is always available. I'm sure he is quite wealthy and doesn't mind spending a little on Ultraman for me." "Second dad? Who is that? The one named Lin?" "Yes, he is handsome and would make a fine impression if you took him out. He is better looking than you." Although Chang Cheng had only met Lin Ran once, he had a very favorable impression of him. Who wouldn't he prefer someone attractive? "Dad, when are you leaving?" "I just got back." Chang Quan pondered what Lin Ran must look like and how he had captivated both his ex-wife and son. "Oh, then take your time." Chang Cheng resumed, playing with his Ultraman. Meanwhile, the nanny, having seen Chang Quan, hurriedly called Hao Yu to alert her, fearful that someone might take her child away. Hao Yu reassured the nanny and then called Lin Ran. "Duran, how do you want to spend the new year?" Lin Ran, busy purchasing offerings amidst the bustling market. "Couldn't he hear clearly?" "What? Sister, wait a moment. I'll call you back when I get home. I'm buying offerings." "All right." Lin Ran hung up the phone and pointed at the small buns arranged on a plate. "I would like 5 portions, please." "Certainly." Lin Ran took out her WeChat to scan the code, placed the buns in the car, and strolled around the market, spotting a vendor selling large red roosters. She spent 150 yuan to purchase one, requesting that it be prepared for her ancestors. As the new year approached, the price of a large red rooster doubled. Typically, a chicken for home consumption cost around 60 to 70 yuan. Lin Ran also bought 5 varieties of fruit, placing them on the balcony upon her return before tidying up the offering plates. For the New Year's Eve dinner, Lin Ran initially considered a lackluster meal but quickly decided against it. At the very least, there must be a fish, along with pig's trotters and shrimp, and a stir-fried dish of garlic shoots to complete the meal. 4 dishes would suffice and not be too labor-intensive. Hao Yu drove home and noticed that Chang Quan had not yet left. Addressing the housekeeper preparing to return for the new year, he said, "I've called a car for you. The driver will take you home." "Thank you, boss. No trouble at all." After the housekeeper departed, Hao Yu instructed his son to play on the computer for a while and then turned to Chang Quan, saying, "If you genuinely wish to spend the new year with the child, I won't stop you. There is a room available in the guest quarters. You can find a place for yourself." Sure, Chang Quan replied cheerfully. Hao Yu glanced at his phone, noticing that Lin Ran had yet to return his call, which irritated him. Dao Ran has truly become aloof, not even bothering to return my call. Clearly, I am not on her mind. Chang Quan grinned smugly, raising his teacup to his lips. Hao Yu shot him a sharp glance, nearly losing her temper when Lin Ran's call finally came through. "Elder sister, I just finished purchasing the offerings. Did you call me for something?" Hao Yu raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Chang Quan and switched to speaker mode. "What could I possibly need? You're spending the new year alone. Why not come to my house to celebrate? Coincidentally, my ex-husband is also home for the new year. We could play cards together." Chang Quan could not contain himself, spitting out his tea in surprise, and then gave Hao Yu a thumbs up. "Hao Yu, you are truly something else. I'm impressed." "Lin Ran, I'm asking you a question." At that moment, Lin Ran felt a slight chill on her scalp and replied somewhat timidly, "Elder sister, it seems inappropriate to visit. Given that my brother-in-law is finally back to spend the new year with the child, why would it be inappropriate? You can call him brother, he can call you sister, and my son can call you second dad. We've shared intimacy. There is nothing wrong with it. One must have a broader perspective, you understand?" "I do not wish to understand." Chang Cheng, sitting on the stairs, grimaced. Despite his tender age, he suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Lin Ran. To be targeted by such a formidable mother was a dire fate, even if it didn't lead to death. Chang Quan knew that Hao Yu was deliberately provoking him, but he could not endure it any longer. He grabbed his luggage and retreated to the guest room, choosing not to see or hear anything further. Chapter 73. The New Year. Lin Ran felt a bead of cold sweat on her forehead. She glanced at Guan Eryi, feeling guilty as she asked, "How you?" "Elder sister, was that just my former brother-in-law?" "Indeed, why do you ask?" "I must make offerings, so I want tea be coming over." "Well, I can bring my son to your place. After all, he has never seen what an urn looks like. It would be a good opportunity for him to broaden his horizons." Hao Yu was resolute in her determination to celebrate the new year with Lin Ran. Lin Ran gulped hard. "Elder sister, please don't put me in a difficult position. I am always straightforward." On the eve of the new year, Lin Ran finished his incense offering and headed to your home. Lin Ran conceded. If only this had been done sooner. Hao Yu boldly hung up the phone. Lin Ran approached Lord Guan, respectfully stating, "Lord Guan, I implore you to bless me with a safe passage through the new year. Ideally, I hope for some business to come my way that day. Otherwise, I truly fear for my fate." Lord Guan did not respond, but the unburned incense in the holder unexpectedly extinguished. Lin Ran's heart raced as he picked up a lighter to relight the incense. "I was mistaken. I shall no longer burden you with my concerns. Please, grant me prosperity instead." This time, the incense remained lit. Lin Ran then ventured to the market to procure 30 items of food, directly purchasing a pig trotter from the cooked food stall and a pound of green shrimp, which he planned to simply boil in water the following day. After securing a pound of garlic sprouts, he arrived at the fish vendor. "How many fish would you like?" "Just one will suffice. I will prepare it myself." Lin Ran indicated a fish of modest size. The vendor retrieved the fish and placed it on the scale. 2.5 pounds, 21 yuan. "Please prepare it for me. You can clean it yourself when you get home. I currently lack the time to assist you. Besides, who doesn't let their fish rest until tomorrow?" The vendor replied, handing the fish to Lin Ran. Lin Ran said nothing further, paid, and departed with the fish. Upon returning home, he placed the fish in a large basin, only to suddenly realize he had forgotten to buy crucian carp for the offerings. Lin Ran hurriedly returned to the vendor, purchasing 2 crucian carp before heading back home to make his offerings. In previous years, these tasks were all handled by Master Lin, with him merely assisting. Now, the entirety of the responsibility had fallen upon his shoulders, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed. On the 30th day, Lin Ran sat on the floor cleaning the fish. Once completed, he fried the crucian carp in oil, garnishing it with shredded carrots, and presented it on the ancestral altar. A vibrant red rooster was placed at the center, alongside a bowl of pork belly, for varieties of vegetables, 5 types of fruit, and steamed buns, all accounted for. For the other deities, Lin Ran arranged a selection of fruits and vegetarian dishes. With everything prepared, he began to cook his own meal. The fish required a longer cooking time, while the remaining dishes could be completed within 20 minutes. Once the dishes were finished, he noted it was already 12:30. Lin Ran first offered incense to the deities, then bowed to each in turn, before sitting alone at the table, staring blankly at the 4 dishes. In previous years, Master Lin would prepare 8 dishes. Although they could never finish them, they would happily enjoy a bit of wine together. Now, with only Lin Ran remaining, the feeling was truly indescribable. He picked at the simple dishes on the table for a few bites before lying back on the sofa, lost in thought. Celebrating the new year alone felt utterly disheartening. Suddenly, a WeChat message from De Zhuang buzzed in. "Duran, come over. My mom has made dinner." Lin Ran replied, "I've already eaten." De Zhuang responded, "Stop with the nonsense. Must you have my mom call you?" Lin Ran insisted, "I truly have finished my meal." There was silence from De Zhuang's end until a moment later, a call from Mama Zhuang came through. "What is going on, Duran? Why don't you come over since I'm not personally inviting you? Hurry up. You can't even make dumplings, so what will you eat tonight? I've prepared 12 dishes, and your sister-in-law and nephew are still talking about you. Come over for dinner and take some dumplings back." Lin Ran felt a warmth in his heart, his nose tingling. "All right, I'll head over right now. Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you." "Okay." Lin Ran hung up the phone, illuminating the area around his home with lights, as lanterns had not been hung for 3 years. Turning on the lights was merely a gesture. After securing the door of his shop, he was about to get into his car when Aunt Hong called out, "Duran, I've prepared a meal. Come over and eat with us." Grateful, he replied, "Thank you, Aunt Hong, but I am heading to the Da Zhuang family." Aunt Hong chuckled. "That's fine. You young folks can enjoy some card games." Lin Ran smiled in appreciation. He first visited the supermarket, purchasing a box of sugar oranges. After some contemplation, He decided to buy another box, along with a bag of Wong Wong gift pack for the children, as well as some beverages and toys, before driving straight to the Da Zhuang household. With the patriarch away, the house could not be adorned with couplets. Jin Bao was outside, merrily swinging a stick, and upon seeing Lin Ran, he joyfully ran up to him, exclaiming, "Uncle, I missed you. Look what I got for you." Jin Bao eagerly bounced towards the car. The Da Zhuang couple emerged, and upon noticing Lin Ran unloading items, they did not stand on ceremony, directly carrying them inside. Jin Bao received a large Ultraman toy, gleefully boasting to the neighboring child, "My uncle bought this for me." The neighbor's child also presented a transformer, and together they commenced their play. "Do you need my assistance?" Lin Ran inquired as he entered the kitchen, addressing Mama Zhuang. Without turning, Mama Zhuang replied while stirring the dishes, "No need for you. Chat with De Zhuang, and we will eat in a bit." "All right." Lin Ran settled in the west room with De Zhuang, engaging in casual conversation about recent events. At that moment, Hao Yang sent Lin Ran a WeChat message. "Duran, Zhao Tian still insists on meeting you. His family is at my place, asking us to help facilitate a meeting. How about after the new year, you go meet Zhao Tian, just to placate him?" Noticing Lin Ran's frown, De Zhuang quickly asked, "What's the matter?" Hao Yang informed me that Zhao Tian's family visited his home and suggested I meet Zhao Tian. He advised me to handle it after the new year. Lin Ran was reluctant, but recognized that Zhao Tian's family had already troubled Hao Yang, so he would certainly have to make an appearance, just to get through it. Everyone around here is somehow related, he thought. "All right." Lin Ran replied affirmatively, setting a date for the 5th day of the new year with Hao Yang. Once Hao Yang received confirmation, he promptly replied to Zhao Tian's family and continued reviewing case materials at the office. Originally intended to be a day off, an urgent case had disrupted his holiday plans. Mama Zhuang and De Zhuang's wife brought the dishes to the table, and everyone gathered for a reunion dinner. Lin Ran did not hold back, holding the clingy Jin Bao as they shared the meal, each taking turns enjoying the food. "Jin Bao, come here, stop bothering your uncle." De Zhuang's wife beckoned. Jin Bao turned, burying himself in Lin Ran's embrace and making a face at his mother. Lin Ran gently patted Jin Bao's back, unable to suppress his affection. "It's all right, sister-in-law. I finished eating at home too. Let Jin Bao stay with me for a while. It's been so long. And I've missed him. He only gets close to you." De Zhuang's wife laughed. Mama Zhuang scrutinized Lin Ran with a mix of surprise and teasing, saying, "Duran, your fortune seems to be shining this year. You might strike it rich, or even welcome a new addition to the family." Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing those words. "Thank you for your kind wishes, Auntie. If I ever strike it rich, I shall undoubtedly buy you a pair of splendid gold bracelets." "Chung chung." De Zhuang laughed heartily, serving Lin Ran a piece of fish. With one less person at the table for both families, a sense of regret lingered in the air, though no one dared to voice it. Chapter 74. New Year greetings. Once the meal concluded, Mama Zhuang began to tidy up the table in preparation for making dumplings. She was aware that Lin Ran couldn't stay too late, so she aimed to prepare some dumplings for him to take home. Lin Ran played with Jin Bao until past 5 o'clock, at which point Mama Zhuang packed the cooked dumplings into a lunchbox. "Duran, everything is ready for you." "Thank you. I need to return home to light some incense." Lin Ran accepted the lunchbox and waved goodbye to Jin Bao. "Jin Bao, Uncle is leaving now. I will come to visit you again when I have the time and bring you an Ultraman." "Goodbye, Uncle." Jin Bao waved his hand reluctantly. Lin Ran got into the car with the lunchbox and said to De Zhuang, "I'm heading back now. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year, and I must make a trip to the market. If I return in time, we can gather. If not, you all go ahead and eat." "But you have no relatives on New Year's Day. What business do you have at the market?" De Zhuang inquired curiously. "Just some other matters." Lin Ran refrained from mentioning Hao Yu, as their situation was not known to anyone. "Very well, do write to me when you return." "Understood." Lin Ran started the car and slowly drove home. The sound of firecrackers echoed all around. Lin Ran pondered about Hao Yu. What would he say upon meeting? With his ex-husband present, it would be rather awkward to engage in games like mahjong or landlord. What if someone decided to hit him? Lin Ran felt conflicted. However, if he chose not to attend, Hao Yu would surely bring the child over. With Aunt Hong's embellishments, he feared he would not be able to explain himself clearly. Half an hour later, Lin Ran arrived at the storefront. Aunt Hong was sitting at the entrance of the supermarket, gazing outside. Upon seeing Lin Ran exit the car, she raised a pre-packed portion of dumplings. "It's New Year's, and since you didn't eat here, I prepared some dumplings for you to take home." "Thank you, Aunt Hong. Lin Ran replied gratefully. Have De Zhuang and the others returned? Yes, they are upstairs chatting with their father. That is good to hear. Lin Ran opened the rolling shutter door and walked into the house, holding 2 containers of dumplings. Aunt Hong returned upstairs, where she found her eldest son and daughter keeping company with her husband, bringing warmth to her heart. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as her husband still drew breath, it could be deemed a family. Without him, the household would likely fall apart. De Zhuang glanced at his mother, aware of all she had endured over the years. He did not intervene. A woman caring for her paralyzed husband for over a decade was indeed remarkable. Then thoughts of Master Lin crossed his mind, filling him with gratitude. Without his support, their supermarket would not have thrived, and he and his sister might not have had the means to attend university. Lin Ran lit incense for the deities before turning on the television to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Regardless of its entertainment value, he wanted to partake in the festive spirit. The dumplings from both families were similar in size, and he sampled each one, savoring the uniform filling of sauerkraut and pork. He then took out his phone and sent 10 red envelopes of 200 yuan each to the group chat of the paper factory. Before long, responses flooded in. Thank you, boss. The paper mill has its own group, both large and small. Lin Ran distributed red envelopes, a customary gesture to celebrate the new year. Salaries and bonuses have been dispersed, ensuring that no one has been deprived, allowing everyone to enjoy a prosperous year. Oh, and there's also Huazi. Lin Ran directly sent a red envelope of 18,888 yuan. Huazi, quick on the uptake, acknowledged it almost immediately. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Ran responded with a smiling face wearing sunglasses. As the Spring Festival Gala commenced, Lin Ran relaxed, munching on pig trotter while watching television. The town square was ablaze with fireworks, and through the window, he had a perfect view. Standing by the window, he suddenly thought of Su Mo. By now, her child must be over 5 months along. Time had slipped away, and he could hardly recall how Yu and her family awkwardly finished their meal. She thought of Lin Ran, and, fearing he might not come the following day, reminded him once more, come early tomorrow. Got it, Lin Ran replied. Chang Cheng observed his father, who was making an effort to be attentive, yet he offered little warmth in return. At 8 years old, he had encountered many peculiar professions throughout his life, and was quite perceptive. Dad, shall we set off firecrackers? They're not allowed in the city. Then let us play Ultraman. Do you know what this one is called? Chang Cheng picked up the Ultraman toy. Chang Quan stared at it for a while before awkwardly smiling. I only know it as Zero. That is Taro. You can play by yourself. Chang Quan's patience had worn thin. Chang Cheng shrugged. You should go play mahjong. You've only played with me once in your life. And that was just for 3 minutes. Chang Quan, how you approached and took Chang Cheng's hand on the second day of the new year. We'll go to your grandmother's house where you can set off as many firecrackers as you like. Yay, Chang Cheng exclaimed, bouncing off the sofa. Off to grandmother's house on the second day. Why not go to your grandmother's house? Chang Quan asked, displeased. Chang Cheng made a face at him. My grandparents prefer that woman by your side, even telling my mother to have several more sons for you. Who told my mom to only have one child? Did my mom really say that? Chang Quan asked How you shrugged. What is the point of discussing this now? Don't you have a clear understanding of your parents' views? They never liked me, finding me too flamboyant, and consequently, they didn't take care for my son either. But it's fine. We're doing quite well, just the two of us. Chang Quan gritted his teeth and retreated to his room. At this point, he felt too ashamed to bring up the topic of reconciliation with Hao Yu. Lin Ran captured a photograph of the fireworks with his phone and posted it on his social media without any accompanying text. After a while, he checked back and found over 30 likes, one of which was from Song Ko. Intrigued, he clicked on Song Ko's profile, which was filled with information about forensic dissection. He couldn't help but chuckle. Song Ko truly had a unique personality, sharing such topics despite knowing they might frighten friends and family. As the clock struck midnight, Lin Ran offered incense to the gods, marking the occasion. He tucked himself under the covers, preparing for sleep, setting his alarm for 7 o'clock. He slept soundly through the night, awakening before the alarm rang. After turning off his phone, he washed his face and brushed his teeth, then warmed the food in the pot before lighting the incense. From the 1st to the 5th day of the new year, there were offerings of incense both morning and evening. Yesterday's fish, when reheated, astonishingly proved to be far more delectable than it had been upon its initial preparation. Lin Ran voraciously consumed half of it, finishing off the leftover dumplings from the previous night. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 8 o'clock, time to meet Hao Yu in the city. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside. Lin Ran hurried downstairs to open the door, revealing Huazi. What brings you here so early? Lin Ran inquired, puzzled. Huazi bowed respectfully, wishing, Happy New Year, master. After this, he placed a total of 4 modest gifts on the table, a heartfelt gesture from a disciple. You needn't be so courteous, Lin Ran replied, producing a red envelope and handing it to Huazi. I had planned to give this to you on the 8th if there were no tasks. But who would have known you would come on the first day of the new year? It's only right. Huazi cheerfully accepted the gift. The children of Aunt Hong next door also arrived to pay their New Year's respects. Happy New Year, Brother Lin, they exclaimed. Lin Ran, in high spirits, welcomed them into the house, offering the prepared sunflower seeds as a treat. According to tradition, if an elder in the family has passed away, one is not permitted to pay New Year calls for 3 years. Otherwise, as was customary, Lin Ran would have to visit each neighbor and return to the village for greetings. This year, De Zhuang was 24 and working in the city. Despite their family owning a supermarket, in this small town, there was one large supermarket and over 10 smaller ones, barely enough for a modest living. Brother Lin, my uncle has passed. From now on, let us consider ourselves relatives. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If you ever need anything, just let us siblings know, and we will surely help, De Zhuang said, regarding him with brotherly affection. Lin Ran smiled politely, responding, What are you saying? It's not about being relatives. If you need assistance, just speak up. I'll certainly lend a hand. Even if I have no money, my presence is what counts. Right? De Zhuang caught the underlying tone in Lin Ran's words and nodded somewhat awkwardly. Yes, Brother Lin is right. De Zhuang's sister Awan resembled Aunt Hong, her face bearing a melancholic expression. She occasionally stole glances at Lin Ran, her cheeks flushing with shyness as she lowered her gaze. Huazi shot Awan a disapproving look. At over 20 years old, she should know better than to be so unabashed. Nearly losing herself in admiration for a handsome man, Lin Ran wished to avoid prolonged conversation with the siblings, as their interactions were quite limited. He feigned a glance at his wristwatch, waiting for them to take their leave. Fortunately, De Zhuang exhibited some awareness, saying, Brother Lin, we have several more places to visit, so we want to linger. All right, you both take care, and let us chat when you have time, Lin Ran replied. Sure thing. After seeing De Zhuang and Awan off, Lin Ran turned to Huazi. I need to head into the city. Will you return home or wander around the city? I can bring you back later this evening. I've made plans with my friends, Huazi responded. That is fine. At that moment, Huazi's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he waved goodbye to Lin Ran and quickly walked towards a nearby internet CAF. Lin Ran secured the roll-up door, then drove off to meet Hao Yu. Lin Ran drove into the city, opting not to head directly to Hao Yu's residence, but instead visiting a large supermarket. There, he selected several pieces of fruit and meandered to the toy section, where he chose a beloved Ultraman toy for boys. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a transformer, and his playful spirit compelled him to purchase it as well. With his selections complete, Lin Ran followed the location sent by Hao Yu, making his way to the villa area. Upon arriving at the main entrance of the villa district, the security guard requested him to fill out a form and verified his identity with Hao Yu before granting him access. Lin Ran couldn't help but marvel at the impeccable security measures in place for the affluent. He proceeded smoothly to the villa where Hao Yu resided. Hesitating briefly at the door, he took a deep breath, grasped his items, and rang the doorbell. Hao Yu had been listening intently, and as soon as the doorbell chimed, she dashed to the entrance and opened the door with a radiant smile. Lin Ran, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you forever. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests who had come to pay New Year's visits, Lin Ran entered the house with his gifts. Look at you. Why bring all these things? Hao Yu chided playfully, yet she was clearly delighted as she carried the gifts into the living room. Chang Quan stood and peered towards the door, and upon seeing Lin Ran's appearance, he muttered under his breath about a man living off others. Chang Chung approached with a cheerful gait, exclaiming, Hello, Uncle Lin. I bought you a toy. See if you like it. Lin Ran handed the Ultraman and Transformer to Chang Chung, saying, This is the latest model, and it's not an authentic one. So if it gets tossed after a few days, it won't be a loss. Chang Chung looked at the Transformer, his eyes filled with eagerness. It looks quite challenging to play with. Will you play with me, Uncle? Of course, Lin Ran replied. Chang Quan cleared his throat, signaling Hao Yu to make introductions. Hao Yu shot him a sharp glance, pulling Lin Ran's sleeve. Lin Ran, This is my ex-husband, Chong Quan. Lin Ran nodded politely to Chong Quan and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Lin Ran, involved in funeral services. Chong Quan glanced at the outstretched hand, reluctantly shook it, and then assumed an authoritative demeanor, pointing to the sofa. I know you. Please, have a seat. Lin Ran offered an awkward smile and sat down on the side. Meanwhile, Chong Chong had already unwrapped the toys and was sitting next to Lin Ran, requesting his assistance in assembling the transformer. As Lin Ran helped, Chong Quan observed his son's delight, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Ching Chong, your dad can play too, he declared. What is the name of this Ultraman? Chong Ching asked. Taro. No, this one is called Mebius. Chong Quan was taken aback, then inquired. Have there really been so many variations of Ultraman? I recall there were only 2 character names before. How did 4 character names come about? Times have changed, and society has progressed. It's normal for you not to know, Lin Ran kindly explained. How you relished the sight of Chong Quan's discomfort, and, noticing Lin Ran's patience with her son, suddenly felt a whimsical notion that marrying Lin Ran for a lifetime might not be such a bad idea. Mom, Uncle Lin is here. Are you preparing the meal? Chong Ching asked his mother, who seemed lost in thought. How you regained her composure, dispelling the impulsive thought that had just crossed her mind. Look at my memory. It's the first time Ran is visiting. How could I not entertain her? You all sit down and chat for a bit while I head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. No need, Lin Ran began to protest, but was met with Hao Yu's unyielding gaze. All right, I appreciate your help, elder sister. The aura emanating from Hao Yu was undeniably formidable. With a cheerful demeanor, Hao Yu headed to the kitchen, leaving Lin Ran and Chong Quan exchanging perplexed glances. Chong Chong found the situation rather unremarkable. In this day and age, divorce and remarriage were commonplace. In their class alone, a significant portion of their peers had parents who were divorced, and everyone had long since grown accustomed to it. Chong Quan, unsure of what to discuss with Lin Ran, sat silently, smoking and occasionally stealing glances at her. After a while, Chong Chong could no longer tolerate the silence and retreated upstairs with a toy. The meal that Hao Yu prepared was quite simple, a chicken soup hot pot, which saved both time and effort. Seeing that it was still early, she returned to the living room. What are you two chatting about? Nothing much, Lin Ran replied, eager to leave, as Chong Quan's gaze felt as though it could slice her apart. Hao Yu shot a glance at Chong Quan. Oh, are you dissatisfied with Duran? Your new pet? How could I be unsatisfied? Chong Quan's words dripped with sarcasm. Hao Yu scoffed lightly. Duran can earn her own money. She makes quite a bit in a year. Don't make it sound as if I'm investing in a man. One must have a broader perspective and not be so narrow-minded. She then turned her attention back to Lin Ran. Duran, why don't you stay the night? Lin Ran felt flustered. Under such circumstances, staying here would be utterly foolish. Sister, I truly apologize, but we have ancestral duties at home. From the 1st to the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, we must perform rituals in the morning and evening. If we miss them, it could lead to troubles on my end. Lin Ran offered an excuse that was hard to refute. Hao Yu, naturally, believed her. Moreover, she had no real intention of making Lin Ran stay. She merely aimed to drive Chong Quan away through this pretext. Then the ancestral matters take precedence. I won't keep you. You can return after dinner, she concluded. Lin Ran, relieved from the depths of her heart, felt a wave of ease wash over her. Chong Quan, aware of Hao Yu's intention to have him leave, was resolute. He was not one to yield easily. The 3 of them sat on the couch in silence, each taking out their phones to pass the time. Lin Ran, trying to kill time, glanced at her watch. It was barely past 10, leaving plenty of time before she needed to head home. At that moment, Chong Quan's phone rang. He answered it in front of Lin Ran and Hao Yu. Hello. De Quan, your grandmother has passed away. You need to find someone to handle the funeral arrangements. This matter must be dealt with by our family. You can decide how grand the arrangements will be. We must not let her down. It was his mother on the line. Understood, Chong Quan replied calmly. Hanging up and looking at Lin Ran. You handle funerals, and since my grandmother has died, you can take care of it. Don't worry about the money. You will be compensated well. In the city? Lin Ran inquired. No, in Ping'an Town. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran regretfully shook her head. I'm sorry, brother, but we have an unwritten rule regarding funerals. We cannot take business from neighboring towns. What do you mean? Chong Quanting stood up, looking down at the group, and inquired. Are you people truly monopolizing the residents of our town? This seems rather excessive, does it not? Have you no regard for the deceased among us? The regulations surrounding cremation are stringent. Every town coordinating funerals must liaise with the crematorium. If I were to go to your town, I would lack the qualifications for cremation and would have to seek assistance from local residents, which would be quite troublesome. Chang Quanting had not anticipated the complexities involved in funeral arrangements, thus softening his tone considerably. My dear brother, I have not returned to the town in quite some time. Do you know anyone who could assist? I do. Let me make a call. Lin Ran was certain to lend a hand. He rummaged through his phone and indeed found a colleague from Ping'an Town, promptly dialing the number. Hello, Boss Chin. This is Lin Ran from Wanjizan. A friend of mine has recently lost his grandmother, and she happens to be from your town. He is unsure of whom to contact. So I thought I would reach out to you to see if you have some time to help. Boss Chin responded readily, of course. If Lin Boss himself is making the request, I would go even if it meant wielding a knife. Very well, I will share your phone number with him. Great. After concluding the call, Lin Ran handed Chang Quanting the number. Brother, this is Boss Chin's contact. You can inquire about any arrangements you need. He is well informed. Thank you. Little brother. The tension between Chang Quanting and Lin Ran dissipated, and he expressed his appreciation for the assistance. No need for thanks, it is only right. Chang Quanting had pressing matters to attend to, so he could not linger with Hao Yu. He called Boss Chin and, after confirming the details, departed in his car. Hao Yu teasingly looked at Lin Ran. I never imagined you possessed such a warm heart. Respect for the deceased is paramount. Assistance is only proper. All right. Those who should not remain have left. Let us indulge in hot pot. After saying this, Hao Yu ascended to the second floor, calling for Chang Cheng to come down. Hurry, your father has departed. It is time for us to eat. Chang Cheng descended the stairs, and the three of them sat down to enjoy hot pot. Lin Ran, lacking appetite, glanced at Chang Cheng and asked Hao Yu, Sister, I think my brother should visit his grandmother's wake. After all, she is his great-grandmother. Enough of that. Hao Yu waved her hands dismissively. When I married his father, his great-grandmother opposed it vehemently, insisting that her grandson should marry the daughter of a dignitary. She never even considered what her grandson was doing. Lin Ran. Upon mentioning her former in-laws, Hao Yu spoke rapidly, as if pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. My former in-laws were quite the exceptional lot, believing my ex-husband was engaged in a lucrative profession, when in reality. Chang Cheng interjected. When people ask me what my father does for a living, I simply tell them that by ancient standards, he runs a brothel. Lin Ran felt a bit taken aback. Why did Hao Yu speak without regard for the children present? A flawed family ethos. I cannot allow my son to endure such disgrace. Lin Ran understood Hao Yu's sentiments. Which mother would wish for her child to grow up in such an environment? By the way, sister, is my brother still in that line of work? Not at all. You call him brother so affectionately. Hao Yu shot him a glare. Lin Ran laughed. He is hardly a stranger. Hao Yu. Ch-ing let out a sigh reminiscent of a grown-up, pondering that the complexities of adult reasoning were beyond his youthful comprehension. The meal stretched for an hour when Ch-ing called Ln DRN. The boss QNU introduced is indeed impressive. He mentioned that he would offer me a discount out of respect for you. The urn, originally priced at 50,000, was sold to me for 40,000, saving me a grand. Boss QN is truly remarkable. He made a profit of 35,000 right from the start. Well, DRN, you're quite the person. We can work together. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm not one to shy away from helping. And setting aside HOY, we can collaborate directly. Ch-ing spoke grandly. LNRN repeatedly acknowledged. Yes. You two are a man of honor. All right then, I have matters to attend to. I'll hang up. Sure, you're busy. LNRN placed the phone on the table, and HOY, astonished, inquired, What's this? Have you two become good buddies? There was no real conflict to begin with. LNRN believed that Ch-ing had dabbled in romantic affairs outside, and thus, his minor issues with HOY were quite reasonable. After all, men are not as petty as women and should embrace broader perspectives. HOY could not comprehend the nature of men. Forget it. Do as you please. After finishing his meal, LNRN glanced at his watch. It was already 1:30. He stood up to bid farewell. DG, I plan to check on Liangzi, so I want to linger. Let us reconnect when you have time. Our L might still be at the bureau, investigating a case with no physical evidence. The deceased was definitely murdered. HOY remarked, shivering involuntarily. I'll go see him. LNRN truly could not stay any longer. After waving goodbye to Ch-ing, he headed to the municipal bureau. In the car, Lin Ran called Liang to inform him of his impending arrival at the bureau. After hanging up, Liang recalled a family annihilation case, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Half an hour later, Lin Ran arrived. Upon entering, before he could utter a word, Liang pulled him into the office. DRN, here are the photos of the deceased. They were blind and unable to speak, murdered after being forcibly assaulted, and they were strangled. There were no fingerprints left anywhere in the room. The murderer undoubtedly wore gloves throughout the act, possibly even protective gear. The girl was indeed quite beautiful, Lin Ran lamented. Do you sense anything? What? Lin Ran was perplexed. Liang glanced outside and whispered, Aren't you able to see the deceased? Lin Ran instantly understood. You actually want me to use my ability? I have no choice. The current murderers are remarkably cunning. Knowing exactly how to eliminate fingerprints and evade detection, Liang lamented. Lin Ran lit a cigarette. Such matters rely on fate. If I do dream of the deceased, I shall inform you. All right. Liang did not entirely depend on Lin Ran. He merely wished to explore all avenues, for even the slightest hint could lead them to delve deeper into the investigation. Chapter 77. The movie went unseen, seizing the opportunity. Lin Ran expressed to Liang his desire to meet Ot in advance. To avoid another trip on the 5th day of the new year, Liang made a call to the detention center. Since the case had not yet been adjudicated, Ot was not yet eligible to serve time in prison. Lin Ran accompanied Liang to the detention center, where he successfully met Ot. The moment Zhao Tian laid eyes on Lin Ran, he was immediately overcome with emotion, weeping profusely. Lin Ran, I truly regret my actions. Please spare me this time. I promise to repay you in every possible way. I acted rashly and never intended to harm you. Lin Ran remained silently seated, observing his lamentations. Just imagine, he continued, if I truly wished to end your life, would I have resorted to such a commonplace poison? I would have used paraquat long ago. I am not a villain. I merely sought to provoke you. Please, be magnanimous and forgive me. I have a frail father and my mother has just passed away. I cannot let her leave this world with unclosed eyes. I am still young, and if I acquire a criminal record, it will hinder my future endeavors. Moreover, if I have children, my prospects in the military or as a civil servant will be dashed. Lin Ran, I beseech you. Seeing that he had sufficiently performed, Lin Ran retorted, so, according to your logic, since you didn't administer a lethal poison, I should be grateful? You acted impulsively and nearly caused my demise. And now you must face legal repercussions. This is your duty as a citizen and the responsibility of a man. Lin Ran, Zhao Tian, unable to maintain his facade any longer, exclaimed, What are you being so arrogant about? You merely possess a bit of wealth. Let me be clear, I am unafraid of prison. When I am released, let us see who will be intimidated. Lin Ran found amusement in his words, replying, You will remain this way until the end. Lin Ran, unwilling to listen to further barking, informed the prison guard and departed. Upon seeing the guard enter, Zhao Tian immediately wilted, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Hao Liang, upon Zhao Tian's emergence, did not inquire further and promptly instructed Lin Ran to get into the car to return to the city bureau. After spending another half-hour at the bureau, Lin Ran observed Hao Liang's overwhelming busyness and decided to leave alone. With time still on his side, Lin Ran checked the schedule for a film at the cinema, discovering that a comedy featuring one of his favorite actors was showing. Seizing the opportunity to enjoy a rare outing in the city, he turned his car around and headed to the mall, intending to watch the film before heading back. Meanwhile, Zhao's father, learning of Lin Ran's visit to the detention center, awkwardly called her to apologize after hearing Zhao Tian's harsh words, before promptly hanging up. Lin Ran smirked, knowing that Zhao's father would no longer trouble Hao Liang's family in the future. Duran, as Lin Ran was about to purchase her ticket, she heard someone calling her name and quickly turned around, her face brightening upon recognizing the visitor. Song Ku, what brings you here? I came to see the comedy that I've been eagerly anticipating. How about you? Song Ku replied with a smile. Me too. Shall we go together? Lin Ran eagerly agreed. Song Ku brandished a membership card before her, saying, I have a membership here, so tickets are cheaper than buying through the cinema app. Today, it's on me. How can I let a girl pay? Lin Ran countered. Isn't it cheaper this way? After contemplating, Lin Ran conceded, All right then, after the movie, I'll treat you to seafood on the 6th floor. Their place is quite popular on social media, and should be good. Sounds great. Song Koo purchased 2 tickets while Lin Ran bought drinks and popcorn, and they settled down to wait for the screening. 5 minutes later, they entered the theater, which was nearly filled to capacity with eager moviegoers. The 2 individuals settled into the second-to-last row by the aisle, brimming with anticipation as they awaited the commencement of the film. Prior to the screening, Song Koo quietly confided in Lin Ran, expressing her discontent after finally securing a holiday. My family has arranged blind dates for me, stretching from the 2nd day of the new year to the 8th, a total of 8 encounters. Isn't it customary to wait until after the Lantern Festival to meet potential partners? Lin Ran inquired. In the city, such traditions aren't strictly observed. Everyone seizes the opportunity to return home during the new year to make arrangements, came the reply. Indeed. The film soon began, and Song Koo discreetly glanced at Lin Ran, only to feel a pang of disappointment upon noticing her unwavering focus on the screen. 20 minutes passed, with Lin Ran remaining steadfast in her attention, while Song Koo took several furtive glances at her, seizing the occasion to reach for popcorn. Suddenly, Lin Ran's phone rang. She swiftly answered, "Hello, Boss Lin. My mother is not doing well. I need to retrieve the burial garments from your home. When will you be back? I'll call you when I get home." She murmured. "All right," she replied, hastily ending the call. Leaning closer to Song Koo, she expressed her regret. "Someone has gone to my house. I must leave. I owe you a meal. Let us reschedule once I'm done here. Family matters take precedence. You should attend to it," Song Koo said, rising to see her off. Lin Ran gently pressed her shoulder. "No need to see me off. You stay and enjoy the movie." "Very well." Song Koo resumed her seat, a trace of disappointment lingering in her eyes. Lin Ran stealthily exited the cinema and drove to the storefront an hour later. After returning a call and lighting incense at home, she awaited the arrival of a visitor. Soon, Mr. Liu from the town arrived. "Boss Lin, I sincerely apologize. I found someone to look after my mother, but it was only for half a day, so I thought it best to prepare early." "Indeed. It's wise to be prepared to avoid any last-minute chaos," Lin Ran replied, presenting the burial garments for Mr. Liu to choose. He casually selected a set, stating, "This one will do. There's not much to it." "Precisely, as long as the children fulfill their filial duties," Lin Ran affirmed. After displaying all necessary items and confirming the pricing, she loaded them into Mr. Liu's vehicle. "If anything arises, please call me. I won't be going anywhere for the new year." "All right, thank you." Mr. Liu felt reassured by her words. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if his mother passed away while Lin Ran was unavailable. After bidding farewell to Mr. Liu, Lin Ran returned home and began to nibble on leftover pig trotters from the previous day. Just as she was savoring a few pieces, Mr. Liu called to inform her that his mother had passed away. Lin Ran calculated the time. It was now 6:30 in the evening, which could be considered a small mourning period. She set aside the pig trotters and tidied up before driving to Mr. Liu's home. She refrained from contacting Huazi, believing it best for him to enjoy the new year with his close friends. Mr. Liu lived in the town as well, in a modest 4-room house. The elderly woman had departed this world peacefully. Upon Lin Ran's arrival, Mr. Liu inquired, "Boss Lin, should we consider this a large or small mourning period? It's nearly 7. If I don't buy groceries now, the shops will be closed. According to the calculations, I will soon call Li Qing and ask him to come over so that you can discuss the menu and other details, avoiding the rush and chaos tomorrow morning, which could lead to forgetting things." "All right." Lin Ran sent a WeChat message to Li Qing and then said to Teacher Liu, "Find someone to order tofu. It's the new year and many are on holiday, making it difficult to procure tofu. We must arrange this in advance." "Indeed. I'll have my wife take care of it. Your mother must coordinate with your father. Tomorrow you need to find someone to attend to the grave early," Lin Ran reminded. "Understood. Teacher Zhang will arrange that." Lin Ran began to play a mournful tune, keeping the volume deliberately low. As everyone wishes to celebrate the new year joyfully, Lin Ran instructed the deceased's relatives to take red cloth and bind the gates of the 2 courtyards with it, so as to spare the neighbors from the sorrow of the funeral. Chapter 78. Beautiful dreams. Huazi rushed in from outside, clad in a cotton coat, and upon seeing Lin Ran measuring the mourning bands, he complained slightly. "Brother Lin, why didn't you inform me when something came up? I thought it was the new year and wanted you to relax a bit." Lin Ran had not anticipated Huazi's arrival. "What is there to relax about? The deceased is paramount." Huazi stepped in front of Lin Ran, took the scissors, and began to cut the mourning bands with remarkable skill. "Brother Lin, I'll handle this. You go attend to other matters." "All right." Lin Ran said, walking contentedly to the west room. Cover everything reflective with cloth. Any cloth will do. We have covered the mirrors, came the response. The television reflects as well. Cover the mirror surfaces. Lin Ran pointed to the television. Understood, they replied. The Liu family members began to search for sheets to cover all reflective surfaces. Young Liu, teacher Liu's son, curiously asked, Boss Lin, why must we cover reflective items? Is there a reason behind it? According to superstitious beliefs, if the deceased sees their reflection in a mirror, their soul may linger there, and the living might potentially see the deceased. However, there is no evidence that anyone has truly seen them, but since this is a tradition passed down by our ancestors, even if we do not entirely believe, we adhere to the customs. Young Liu nodded, somewhat understanding. You are right, I get it now. The mourning bands should be tied with one long and one short if both parents are alive. For those who have lost both, they should be aligned equally. Huazi's voice carried from the west room. Lin Ran smiled slightly. If Huazi worked this hard, he would likely become a journeyman by autumn. And after 2 more years of apprenticeship, he could venture into the city after his master's 3rd anniversary. Li Qing arrived, having finalized the menu with teacher Liu, and they agreed to head to the city market around 6:30 tomorrow morning to buy groceries. Seeing that everything was nearly settled, Lin Ran took Huazi back to the shop. Huazi did not return home, but fell asleep directly on the sofa on the 2nd floor. Lin Ran lay in bed, drifting into sleep, dreaming of the beautiful girl he had seen in the photo that Hao Liang had shown him during the day. The girl stood amidst a field of lilies, gazing at Lin Ran with her hollow, vacant eyes. She pointed at the lilies and then smiled sweetly, vanishing into the sea of white lilies. Lin Ran stood among the lilies, experiencing a dream of exquisite beauty for the very first time, so enchanting that he wished never to awaken. The rhythmic sound of dripping water from the 2nd floor bathroom stirred him from his reverie. Typically averse to noise, Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes to find Huazi drying his hair. He propped himself up, tousled his disheveled hair, and reminisced about the maiden from his dream. Truly beautiful, what a pity. Master, I used your shampoo, Huazi called out, tilting his head. Lin Ran retorted with mild annoyance. As if you've never used it before. Huazi chuckled. Regardless of what one does, one must wash their hair daily. Got to keep that youthful spirit. Lin Ran. After a brief interlude, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up and wash his hair, reminding himself that at just under 30, he still qualified as a spirited young man. Upon returning to the living room and glancing at the time, he noted it was merely 6:30 in the morning. He descended to the kitchen, pan-frying the leftover dumplings from his 30th birthday and preparing a pot of millet porridge. Seated on the 1st floor, Lin Ran picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Hao Liang. I dreamt of that beautiful girl again. She stood amidst a sea of lilies, pointed at the flowers, smiled gently, and then vanished. Hao Liang replied, Didn't she speak to you? Lin Ran responded, Brother, you said she was mute. How could she speak? All right, Hao Liang acknowledged. I only dreamt of that much. The rest is for you to investigate. All right then, thanks, brother. Lin Ran chuckled and sent a gif of someone rolling their eyes. Meanwhile, Hao Liang browsed through the deceased's household items and spotted a bouquet of wilting lilies on the windowsill. Could the murderer be connected to the lilies? Feeling restless, Hao Liang drove to the vicinity of the deceased's residence. On this festive occasion, all the storefronts were shuttered, with signs indicating they would reopen on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Among the street, only one flower shop had its rolling shutter closed, stating it would resume business on the 4th day. Hao Liang returned to the deceased's home, yet found no new leads. The perpetrator had taken precautions, indicating a premeditated scheme rather than a spur-of-the-moment act. Hao Liang's thoughts hit a stalemate, and the nearby neighbors had no ties to the deceased. Today marked the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, and Guiyu had returned to her family home with her son. Amidst his busy schedule, Hao Liang managed to return home for a meal and spent the afternoon playing with his nephew. The case remained elusive, causing him great distress. After lingering at home for a while, he returned to the city bureau. De Zhuang and the others had planned to dine with Hao Liang, but learned he was back in the city, leaving them to regretfully await another opportunity to gather. Meanwhile, Lin Ran's affairs progressed smoothly. On the 3rd day of the new year, he visited the crematorium and returned to settle accounts. Although he did not enjoy the exorbitant profit from selling a 40,000 yuan urn like Boss Qin, he still earned well, marking a prosperous start to the year. After Huazi returned home, Lin Ran took a shower, only to be surprised by the arrival of Guiyu and Changcheng. What brings you and the child here? Lin Ran questioned, bemused by Guo Yu's decision. What is wrong with that? Guo Yu retorted, feeling no issue with her choice. Chang Cheng, completely unfazed by the items in Lin Ran's shop, pointed at one of the urns. Uncle Lin, that box is truly beautiful. What is so beautiful about a box meant for holding ashes? Lin Ran replied, both amused and exasperated. It just is. Chang Cheng insisted. Even if it is, it shouldn't be touched or discussed. It's inauspicious during the new year. Lin Ran cautioned Chang Cheng that if the child were to blurt out about receiving a beautiful urn, it would not bode well. Chang Cheng obediently nodded, assuring, I won't say anything. Did you set off firecrackers? Lin Ran inquired. With a cheerful smile, Chang Cheng replied, my grandpa took me to set them off. We celebrated half the night and even lit a big firework. Did you see it, Uncle Lin? Lin Ran contemplated, recalling that he indeed saw a large firework around 8 o'clock last night. I was out on business and saw it around that time. Was your grandpa the one who set it off? Yes, Uncle, you really saw it. You're not just saying that to appease me. Lin Ran never deceived children. He always kept his promises. Chang Cheng pulled out a large white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and offered it to Lin Ran. Here, Uncle Lin, please have some. Thank you. Lin Ran accepted the candy and placed it in his mouth. How you quietly observed from the side, thinking to herself that Lin Ran would make a wonderful father. He patiently answered the child's questions, unlike Chang Quan, who often dismissed them. Chang Cheng admired Lin Ran for this reason. Children are astute and can discern when adults are being insincere. After playing in the store for an hour, How You took Chang Cheng home. As they reached the entrance, she turned back and silently mouthed to Lin Ran, I will come find you tonight. Without waiting for Lin Ran's response, she drove away with her son. Lin Ran felt flustered. What a commotion during the new year. Today, Chang Quan's grandmother was also laid to rest, and their families did not cross paths at the crematorium due to the distance. A buzzing notification from WeChat caught Lin Ran's attention, revealing a friend request. He hesitated before opening it, only to be taken aback upon seeing that it was from Chang Quan requesting to add him as a friend. Chapter 79. Worthy of scolding, Lin Ran stared at the request for a considerable time before finally clicking to accept. Chang Quan sent a handshake emoji, but did not follow up with any further messages. Lin Ran was perplexed by the meaning of the handshake. Was it an expression of goodwill? It seemed unnecessary. In the spirit of reciprocity, Lin Ran responded with a smiley face, then fell silent. Upon learning that Lin Ran had returned, De Zhuang, with a cigarette in hand, intended to catch up with him. However, before he could step out the door, Aunt Hong intercepted him. Where do you think you're going, son? It's New Year's, and everyone is guests. Don't go over there and be a nuisance. I'm just going to Lin Ji's place. He just got back. De Zhuang explained. Aunt Hong, knowing her son well, cautiously asked, You're not plotting something, are you? De Zhuang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Mom, I've started seeing someone, and her family has mentioned that I should buy a house in the city. You know how the housing market is, given our family's situation. I might not even gather enough for a down payment by the time I'm 50. And, Aunt Hong pressed, we still have loans on this storefront. And Uncle Lin has passed away. If he were here, he would surely help me buy a house, considering your relationship with his master over the years. Now that he has gone, I thought I should spend more time with Lin Go. Awan, who was organizing the shelves, overheard this and immediately became agitated. Pointing at De Zhuang, you really have no shame. The only reason we could attend school is due to Uncle Lin's help. Without him, could we afford it on what Mom makes at this supermarket? Regarding the house, Uncle Lin has indeed provided the funds, but we must not engage in such unscrupulous deeds. What choice do I have? Our father has been bedridden for over 15 years. If I were truly capable, would I still rely on others? Aunt Hong sighed. De Zhuang, I have supported you for nearly 27 years now. You graduated from university without contributing a single penny to the household. I have refrained from speaking out, but your lack of integrity compels me to address this. As for Lin Ran, do not harbor any hopes. He harbors no affection for our family. My past with Uncle Lin is unrelated to you. One must conduct oneself with a clear conscience. You ought to appreciate your Uncle Lin's assistance and treat Lin Ran with courtesy, not seeking any repayment, but ensuring your actions leave you without regret. Aunt Hong had never spoken harshly to her son. In her heart, she felt proud of her son's education, earning over 7,000 a month. She was truly content. Soon her daughter would graduate, and with collective effort, they could live comfortably. However, the current situation took Aunt Hong by surprise. Awan had developed feelings for Lin Ran, but after hearing her mother's words, she dismissed the notion, glancing at her silent brother, reluctant to speak harshly. Brother, do not covet others' money, nor disturb those who look down upon us. After finishing a cigarette, De Zhuang returned upstairs, dejected. Moments later, his furious voice echoed down. Dad, why must you be paralyzed? If you were well, could I rely on others for my education? Would I be subjected to others' scorn? Whether you live or die, you have ruined us. Do you understand? Aunt Hong's tears flowed freely. That is your father. As long as he breathes, he is still your dad. Mother, please do not be angry. Alwan comforted her, embracing her as she wept. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, hearing the commotion from next door, listened intently but could only catch fragments of the conversation. He did not dwell on it, as how you would be coming over that evening. Aunt Hong, hearing her son continue to blame his father, rushed upstairs and struck him across the face 4 times. Have you learned nothing from your studies? This is your biological father. Without him, where would you be? It's not as if I wished to be born into this family, De Zhuang muttered. Aunt Hong collapsed on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Ran sensed something was amiss. Could it be that Aunt Hong's husband had passed away? With that thought, he dashed to the supermarket and quickly made his way upstairs. What has happened to Aunt Hong? The sound of her cries abruptly ceased, and the brother and sister in the room lowered their heads, too embarrassed to respond. Lin Ran approached the bedside. Noticing Aunt Hong's husband in tears, half-jokingly, he remarked, Look at this, it's New Year's, and my uncle is moved to tears. Aunt Hong, you should be happy. Your husband is showing signs of life, so why are you sitting on the floor crying? Aunt Hong crawled to the edge of the bed, gently wiping the tears from her husband's face, grasping his hand. We are bound together in this life. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, you shall never go hungry. If I were to depart, I would take you with me, ensuring you do not suffer at the hands of our children. Lin Ran furrowed her brows slightly and said, Aunt Hong, your words are misguided. Both of your children are university students. How could they be unfilial? It's inappropriate to constantly speak of death during the New Year celebrations. It brings bad luck. Aunt Hong glanced at Lin Ran and pointed towards the staircase. Duran, you should go home. Once your uncle leaves, I will inform you. Lin Ran chuckled softly. All right, I'll take my leave. What is wrong with this family? It's the new year, and yet there's such commotion. The family of 4 fell silent, each too apprehensive to disclose the content of their quarrel to Lin Ran. Firstly, family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Secondly, the matter was truly beneath anyone's dignity. Lin Ran headed to the pharmacy across the street, pondering how she would delve into the intricacies of human nature with Hao Yu that evening. She also mused about the 14 pharmacies in the town. Who were all those medicines being sold to? At 7:30 in the evening, Hao Yu instructed her parents to take Chong Chong while she ventured out alone. Mr. Hao shouted after her, It's late. When will you be back? I'm visiting a classmate and 1 TB returning. Hao Yu's voice faded as she stepped out the door. Mr. Hao turned to Chong Chong, asking, Which classmate is your mother visiting? I don't know. She's an adult. It's not a big deal. Mr. Hao did not appreciate this sentiment. No matter how old she is, she still calls me dad. She is my daughter. If I don't care for her, who will? Mrs. Hao shot him a disapproving glance and took Chong Chong's hand to return indoors to play cards. After walking for 15 minutes, Hao Yu took a shortcut to Lin Ran's shop. Once the rolling shutter door was closed, Hao Yu spent the night at Lin Ran's place. The next morning, before dawn, Hao Yu dressed and left, leaving a red envelope on the bedside table for Lin Ran. As Hao Yu exited the shop, she encountered Aunt Hong, and they exchanged a momentary glance of surprise. After a brief pause, Aunt Hong inquired, What are you doing here? What business is it of yours? Hao Yu replied with a hint of arrogance before striding away. Aunt Hong peered into the shop, but did not see Lin Ran, so she returned to the supermarket. Aunt Hong vividly remembered Hao Yu. That scolding had been quite humiliating. Because of this, Aunt Hong refrained from speaking ill of Hao Yu, fearing that she might retaliate. Chapter 80. What does it mean? When Lin Ran awoke, it was already 8 o'clock. She reached out and realized that Hao Yu had already departed. Her eyes then fell upon the red envelope on the bedside table, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a while, a notification arrived on her phone, an overdue payment reminder from the mobile company. Regaining her composure, Lin Ran opened the envelope and discovered it contained 1,888 yuan. Quite splendid, a fortuitous number. Lin Ran tossed the envelope aside, aware it was left behind by Hao Yu. Yet, she couldn't comprehend Hao Yu's intentions. Did she truly view Lin Ran merely as a source of companionship? Given her own looks, was 1,800 too little? Contemplating this, Lin Ran chuckled softly. She chose not to question Hao Yu. It was best to leave things as they were. Both Lin Ran and Hao Yu were clear about their relationship, simply companions for alleviating loneliness. Hao Yu only stayed one night at Lin Ran's place, returning to the city with Chong Cheng on the 5th day of the new year. On the 6th day, Lin Ran removed the offerings, chopped the rooster into pieces, and placed it in a pot for stewing. An hour later, the chicken became tender, and Lin Ran tasted a piece, only to discard it back into the pot. The meat had lost all traces of its original flavor, devoid of the essence of chicken. Frowning, Lin Ran gazed at the chicken in the pot, feeling no desire to consume it. Discarding it seemed rather wasteful. And since it was said that offerings should be consumed, he couldn't bear to throw it away. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly gnawed on the 2 large chicken feet. But the rest was truly unappetizing. Huazi entered, carrying a basin of dumplings, and sniffed the air. Lin, are you stewing chicken? Indeed, would you care to try? Not a chance. Cooking meat after offerings robs it of its original flavor. It's not spoiled, but as my mother says, the celestial beings have consumed all the essence. Huazi placed a large basin of dumplings on the dining table. Lin Ran picked up a dumpling and placed it in his mouth, covering the pot of chicken, deciding to let it spoil before discarding it. In the past, whenever Master completed the offerings, he would cook, and Lin Ran had never noticed any issues. Perhaps due to his own lack of culinary skill. He retrieved a few cloves of garlic, chopped them, and poured some soy sauce for dipping the dumplings. Lin, Jiang Tsong has officially partnered with Boss Dong. He even shamelessly introduced himself, specifically seeking out families with elderly individuals on the brink of death. Huazi Henti intended to mention Jiang Tsong, but he feared he might act maliciously and wanted Lin Ran to be more vigilant. How can he not fear the disdain of others as he visits their homes? Lin Ran Henti anticipated that Jiang Tsong would abandon his dignity for the sake of profit. Indeed, others had been criticizing him behind his back. Let him be. He doesn't concern us. Right. After finishing the dumplings, Lin Ran said to Huazi, on the 8th, I officially start work. Take advantage of your free time now to enjoy yourself, as there will be little time for leisure once work begins. Got it. Huazi grinned and left with his phone in hand. Lin Ran had nowhere particular to go. On the 4th, he had gathered with a few friends. But Hao Liang couldn't join due to a case, and their enjoyment was not as spirited as before. After finishing a meal of dumplings, Lin Ran glanced at the time. He should visit the temple to offer incense on the 5th day. Traditionally, Master would go, but perhaps he ought to go this year as well. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ran sent a WeChat message to Uncle Chun. Do we need to offer incense on the 5th? Uncle Chun replied, it's 8:30 now. You can still make it to the temple for incense as long as you arrive before noon. Lin Ran quickly closed the roller shutter and drove to the nearby temple. There was a temple in the city that Master had always visited, and if time permitted, he would also go to a much larger temple that was located far away. Standing before the temple, Lin Ran queued to purchase incense and followed the crowd inside. He bowed 3 times in each of the 4 directions, then placed the incense into the burner, thus completing the ritual. Outside, there were fortune tellers setting up stalls. Lin Ran, feeling curious, approached an elderly gentleman and inquired, how much for a reading? The old man glanced up at him, held up a finger, and then displayed a QR code, indicating that Lin Ran could scan it directly. 10 yuan. Young man, don't jest with me. 20 years ago, a fortune-telling was 10 yuan. Now, it's 100. Then forget it. Spending 100 yuan to hear unpleasant things would only disturb my peace of mind. Fate must be grasped in one's own hands. The less one knows, the happier one tends to be. The old man, realizing that a hard-earned opportunity was slipping away, promptly called out to Lin Ran, I see a bright aura around you. Great fortune is surely on its way. Lin Ran contemplated purchasing a scratch-off lottery ticket. The old man, aware of Lin Ran's reluctance to part with 100 yuan, thought it unwise to sit idly for half a day without earning something, so he declared 50 yuan for a fortune-telling. Lin Ran, succumbing to the moment, returned to pay via WeChat. 50 is indeed reasonable. Let us draw. The old man handed Lin Ran the fortune stick container. Lin Ran casually selected a stick and handed it to the old man. Upon inspecting it, the old man's expression darkened. It's a good fortune, but the interpretation is rather grim. Just tell me the meaning, Lin Ran urged. The old man produced a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Ran. According to the oracle, your career will flourish, but your romantic life is bleak. Though there are admirers, none will accompany you through life. Lin Ran read the text, crumpled the paper, and tossed it into the incense burner to be incinerated. As long as wealth is present, other matters are inconsequential. Lin Ran had long since accepted this reality. The old man, feigning profundity, offered a slight smile. If you wish to change your luck, I have. No, thank you. Lin Ran interjected, fully aware that the old man was about to peddle talismans or bracelets for protection. Once, a village woman, fond of gambling, brought a statue believed to ensure victory at games of chance from the mountains, yet she never prospered. The old man was left speechless, lamenting his encounter with a sharp-witted individual. Returning to his car, Lin Ran felt regret for the wasted 50 yuan. Had he gone to Uncle Chun, he could have enjoyed complimentary tea. As he started the engine and headed home, he suddenly remembered Song Ku, to whom he owed a buffet meal. Thus, Lin Ran made a phone call. Unfortunately, this time Song Ku was unavailable due to a murder case. Disappointed, Lin Ran hung up and turned back home. En route, he received a call from Hao Yang, informing him that the perpetrator of the murder of a beautiful girl had confessed. The assailant, a florist, had fallen in love at first sight when the victim entered to purchase lilies. Regrettably, the girl, plagued by insecurity, could not accept the florist's affections. Having suffered trauma in his youth, the florist, when agitated, resorted to violence, and in a moment of madness, he assaulted and strangled her. Once calm, he regretted his actions, but, in a bid for self-preservation, had cleared all traces of his crime. After hearing Hao Yang's account, Lin Ran ended the call, reflecting on the absence of evidence within the victim's body, concluding that the murderer's actions were premeditated rather than impulsive, given the meticulous preparation involved. However, since he had surrendered, it would be left to the law to adjudicate his fate. Chapter 81. Rigidity upon returning home. Lin Ran had scarcely settled when he was disturbed by a commotion next door. With a furrowed brow, he gazed at the western wall, silently cursing the two children for their lack of understanding. After all, it was a rare occasion to return home, yet the festivities disrupted their parents' peace. Zhang, the son of Aunt Hong, visited relatives and indulged in some drinks. During the gathering, he expressed his desire to purchase a home in the city, only to be reprimanded by his relatives who scolded him for being unrealistic, given the family's circumstances. Feeling discontented, Zhang was further advised by his relatives to seek employment locally and to take better care of his father, a robust man weighing over 250 pounds, who required assistance even to turn over. Zhang harbored resentment towards his father, and the thought of sacrificing his relationship for him ignited a fury within him. Consequently, he consumed several more bottles of beer. Upon his return, fueled by alcohol, he confronted his silent father, questioning why he had burdened the entire family. Aunt Hong, enraged, struck him, while Wang attempted to restrain him, yet could not silence his tirade. Aunt Hong's husband, filled with guilt, lay in bed, unable to move due to years of paralysis, only able to witness the chaos with tear-filled eyes. In the past, he had tried to turn over on his own but had always needed assistance due to his condition. Now, lying flat was simply impossible. Unable to contain Zhang's outburst, Aunt Hong eventually guided him to his room to sleep, gently admonishing him not to argue with their son as he was merely intoxicated. She comforted her husband while wiping away his tears. Hearing silence from the next room, Lin Ran heated up the dumplings that Huazi had brought in the morning, thus resolving dinner. Aunt Hong's old friend messaged her, indicating they were one person short for a game of mahjong. She asked Wang and the now sober Zhang to keep an eye on their father. The three of them worked together to help him turn onto his side for relief. The siblings agreed readily, but by 10 o'clock, exhaustion overcame them, and they returned to their room to sleep. Aunt Hong's husband gazed out the window, reflecting on the fact that he had not ventured outside in over a decade. He bore no resentment towards Aunt Hong, acknowledging her unwavering care over the years. However, the memory of his son's harsh words weighed heavily on him. Summoning all his strength, he managed to turn over, face down on the bed, burying his face in the pillow until it became difficult to breathe. When Aunt Hong returned after midnight and found her husband lying in that position, she rushed to his side, touching his arm only to discover it was cold. "Ah!" she cried out in despair, running to the northern room to awaken her still sleeping son. "I asked you to watch your father, and you fell asleep. How often do you spend time with him throughout the year? What could have happened? He can't even turn over," Zhang replied dismissively. "Your father has died." "What?" Zhang sprang from his bed and rushed out, witnessing his father in the same position. A fleeting sense of relief washed over him. The heaviest burden in the household was gone, and he felt liberated from any future obligations. Wang, overwhelmed with guilt, rushed to the bedside and wept uncontrollably over their father's lifeless body. Hearing the cries, Lin Ran, still asleep, sensed something was amiss and hurriedly called Aunt Hong. Upon learning that her husband had suffocated himself, Lin Ran anxiously combed her disheveled hair, dressed, and made her way to Aunt Hong's home. Upon her arrival, Aunt Hong's cries intensified. Lin Ran made a call to the local doctor, requesting a visit to issue a death certificate, which would facilitate the closure of the household registration at the police station. The doctor hurriedly arrived, examining Aunt Hong's husband's eyelids and confirming the cause of death as suffocation. He reproached the family of three, stating, "How many times have I advised you? He had some strength left. You should have kept an eye on him while he lay on his side." Awen wept silently, too afraid to respond, while Dazhuang interjected, "We were too tired and fell asleep. Mother asked us to turn father over. She never mentioned that lying on his side could lead to this." Aunt Hong looked at her son in disbelief. Is this what a university-educated son has become? Shifting blame when confronted with problems. He is unlikely to achieve great things in the future. Lin Ran cast a sidelong glance at Dazhuang and inquired of Aunt Hong, "Am I responsible for the funeral arrangements?" "Wasn't that an obvious question? Then I will return home to fetch some clothes, and you can have Dazhuang choose the urn. Additionally, you should enlist some help. Given my uncle's size, we will need at least 8 strong individuals to carry him to the spirit pavilion this evening. Your second floor is too cramped for others to bow properly." "All right, you take charge of organizing this," Aunt Hong replied, completely engulfed in her grief over her husband's passing. Unconcerned with the logistics, Dazhuang was equally clueless about these matters. He accompanied Lin Ran to the store, procuring the largest size of burial garments and a shroud. As for the urn, he selected one that Lin Ran recommended, which was not overly expensive, having been neighbors for many years. Lin Ran could not in good conscience charge Aunt Hong excessively. Regarding the circumstances of her husband's death, Lin Ran understood it was related to the quarrel he had overheard upon returning home. However, he chose to remain silent, as it was not his concern. He only needed to manage his own responsibilities. Despite Aunt Hong's unfavorable reputation, she had considerable connections, and once the news of her husband's demise spread, a large number of people arrived to assist. The spirit pavilion was quickly set up, situated conveniently in front of the supermarket, with ample parking space, ensuring it did not obstruct the neighboring businesses. Hua Zi, who was playing games at an internet CAF, arrived upon hearing the news. "Lin Ge, how did it happen?" "He suffocated without anyone noticing," Lin Ran replied calmly. The male relatives from the deceased side arrived, none of whom reproached Aunt Hong. They understood the hardships she had endured over the years. 8 men ascended the stairs to carry Aunt Hong's husband down. Lin Ran instructed them to place him directly into the coffin within the spirit pavilion, minimizing unnecessary complications due to the limited space in the building. Uncle Chen approached, cigarette in hand, signaling to Lin Ran, who followed him back to the store. "What is going on?" Uncle Chen asked. Lin Ran recounted the details he was aware of. Uncle Chen glanced back at the spirit pavilion, his eyes filled with sorrow. He was a good man, just unfortunate. If my guess is correct, he likely suffocated himself. Lin Ran remained silent, having come to a similar conclusion. Perhaps it was for the best. His wife had been unfaithful, and the children were not particularly understanding. His departure would bring peace of mind. "Should we consider it a 3rd day of mourning?" Lin Ran suggested. "Indeed, even if he passes after midnight. I will ensure Aunt Hong has the 3rd day arranged, which will save her a significant amount of money." Meanwhile, Aunt Hong sat weeping in the house, unable to be consoled by anyone. Dazhuang sat in the mourning hall, smoking, not shedding a single tear. Awen felt a strong urge to reprimand him, yet after her tears, she found a flicker of satisfaction. She had once been in a relationship where her partner immediately ended it upon learning of her father's paralysis. Awen sighed, cursing her own callousness, for it was her own father lying in the coffin. Chapter 82. Infuriated for this funeral, Lin Ran entrusted Huazi with the sole responsibility, while he supervised from a distance. Huazi executed each step commendably, but it was Lin Ran who personally conducted the hosting and the opening ceremony. Everything was meticulously arranged, with a restaurant directly opposite, making it convenient to accommodate guests, as setting up here would take up too much space and block the entrances of others. Lin Ran sat on the 2nd floor, perusing the account of gifts received at his master's passing. Aunt Hong had contributed 1,000 yuan, which he felt obliged to repay. As dawn broke, Huazi, having stayed overnight, began playing somber music early in the morning. The proceedings went smoothly, and Lin Ran's hosting was flawless. Even Boss Dong, whom he considered a rival, could not help but commend Lin Ran's professional hosting skills. The following day, as they prepared for cremation, Aunt Hong had already arranged for the burial site to be dug. Once the funeral concluded, Lin Ran indeed did not charge Aunt Hong any extra fees. Da Zhuang, still smoking, turned to Aunt Hong and said, "Mom, let us sell the store. You can come to the city with me. Finding work there is easier. You could easily get a job as a nanny, which is far better than staying in this town." The others in the room were taken aback. His father had just passed, and here he was suggesting selling the family property? Was this how one mourned? Aunt Hong scoffed, casting a cold glance at her son. "I will not sell the store. The property is in my name too. You have no right to demand that I sell it. I will not work as a nanny for anyone. You live here alone, and I worry for you." Da Zhuang, from this moment on, would not expect her support in his future endeavors. "If you get married and have children, do not come to me. I won't contribute a single cent. You are capable enough to find a wife. If not, then remain single. My support for your university education is already more than sufficient. I owe you nothing." Da Zhuang was taken aback, not anticipating his mother would rebuke him in front of so many. "It's late. You should return to the city." "I do not wish to see you," Aunt Hong declared, her thoughts crystal clear. Had it not been for her son's provocation, her husband would not have felt compelled to take his own life. Da Zhuang clenched his jaw and turned to pack his belongings. Alan had not left yet. There was still time before school began. Huazi meticulously noted all important details and handed the list to Aunt Hong, then accompanied Lin Ran back to the shop. "Brother Lin, after following you for so long, I've come to realize that one must not harbor grievances. Otherwise, it truly leads to regret." As he spoke, Huazi brewed a cup of tea and placed it before Lin Ran. "This is merely the beginning. Wait until this time next year, and you will find human nature even more absurd," Lin Ran replied, having long since become indifferent to such matters. Even if he were to suddenly perish, he would not experience significant emotional turmoil. Huazi sighed, sitting in contemplation. After a long absence, Brother Chow entered, walking his dog. "Darren, give me a bundle of joss paper." "What happened, Brother Chow?" Lin Ran inquired. "Don't mention it. My grandson had an accident." Taking an old-fashioned paper offering, Lin Ran instructed Huazi to fetch Chow Go, then gazed at the bright-eyed husky. "This dog is still alive? I recall having cared for it for about 7 or 8 years." Chow Go, under the influence of sobriety, was undoubtedly a rational individual. "It's been 9 years. Even the veterinarian confirmed it. I thought it would be wise to take it out for a stroll, lest it leaves this world without witnessing anything." Indeed, Huazi handed the old-fashioned paper to Chow Go, 10 yuan. Chow Go paid, clutching the paper in one hand while leading the dog with the other. Huazi, filled with curiosity, asked Lin Ran, "Brother, what does it feel like to have an accident?" "I wouldn't know. I've never had one throughout my life. Why do these tales mostly circulate in rural areas? I feel like they are absent in the city." Lin Ran chuckled lightly. "That's because the city is densely populated, while the countryside has ample space. It's quite rare for a street to host more than 20 households, with numerous alleys. Who can say which alley one might inadvertently disturb a deity? Brother Lin, can you discern such matters?" Huazi gazed at him with anticipation. Lin Ran furrowed his brows and replied curtly, "What do you intend to do? My nephew has been running a fever frequently. The hospital found nothing amiss, yet he cries incessantly at night. My sister is staying with me, and she wishes to consult someone about funerary matters, but after being deceived too often, she trusts no one. To ascertain if he has been frightened, one must examine the bridge of his nose. If it appears bluish, that indicates fear. Observe the area between the thumb and index finger. If a prominent vein is visible, he has indeed been scared." Lin Ran had encountered individuals who could read such signs and had absorbed some knowledge, yet he humbly acknowledged his limitations in diagnosing others. Huazi called his sister to relay Lin Ran's insights. Shortly thereafter, she returned the call, confirming that the child indeed had a pronounced vein in that area. "Brother Lin, what should we do if he has been frightened?" "Bring the child to Uncle Chun. It's 100 yuan per visit," Lin Ran suggested to Huazi. "Thank you." Huazi hurriedly hailed a taxi to retrieve his sister and nephew for medical attention. At that moment, Hao Liang arrived in a car. What a rare visitor. Hao Liang handed Lin Ran an envelope. "I've cracked the case. The flower shop owner was not merely impulsive, but had planned this for a long time. I suspected as much." Lin Ran accepted the envelope. "Who sent this to me?" Sumo Lin Ran. Sumo insists that the child is yours. I opened the contents beforehand. Don't take offense, it's protocol. Take a look inside. Lin Ran, intrigued, opened the envelope to find a four-dimensional ultrasound image. Damn. Sumo is truly delusional. I am not the child's father. Lin Ran seethed, grinding his teeth, yet with Sumo incarcerated, confronting her was not an option. Why are you angry? Once the child is born, a paternity test will clarify everything. Technically, it can be done now, but Sumo disagrees, fearing it may harm the child. Hao Liang took a sip of the untouched tea on the table. Her reasoning is quite understandable. She wishes to extend her life for a few more days under the guise of pregnancy. Lin Ran tugged at several strands of his hair in frustration. Once the child is born, ensure to conduct the test without delay. Hao Liang took the strands of hair and placed them into a sterile bag. All right, I'll definitely take care of this matter for you. However, whether the child is yours or not, you must deliver her to the Su family. I anticipate that it will be quite troublesome for you. He assured, rest assured. If she's not mine, I certainly won't provide for her. It's a girl. Lin Ran shot him a disgruntled glare. Do as you please. Come on. Let's grab a bite to eat. The two headed to a Sichuan restaurant and ordered 4 dishes. As Hao Liang was driving, he abstained from drinking. And Lin Ran did not urge him otherwise. What is going on between you and my sister? Hao Liang casually inquired. Lin Ran stiffened slightly. We're just friends who chat occasionally. Hao Liang chuckled, gesturing towards Lin Ran, and chose not to delve deeper into the matter, instead steering the conversation towards the case. Lin Ran was particularly fond of listening to Hao Liang recount the details of the investigations. It was far more riveting than reading storybooks. Chapter 83, Nostalgia After Their Meal. Hao Liang returned to the city. Upon Lin Ran's arrival at the storefront, Li Qing approached him. Without any preamble, Li Qing sat down and produced 10,000 yuan, handing it to him. This is your share from last year, as per the agreement with your master. Regardless of how much business there was, you'll receive this amount. You certainly earned quite a bit last year. Lin Ran grinned as he tucked the money into his pocket. Indeed, there were numerous celebrations and events last year. It was a fruitful year. Li Qing felt content. After deducting expenses, earning around 200,000 was sufficient. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, there were many deaths as well. It is said this year will be a harsh winter. Such times were the hardest to endure. Lin Ran hoped for a balanced month rather than a series of consecutive events. Moderation was preferable. Li Qing did not linger long. After exchanging a few words with Lin Ran, he drove away. Lin Ran counted the money, confirming the amount was correct, and promptly placed it in the cabinet on the second floor, returning to the first floor to prepare a meal. He realized that tomorrow was the 8th day of the new year, a propitious day to commence work. Alone, he hastily boiled a packet of instant noodles, adding 2 eggs. Just as he was about to dig in, Pan Long, who was also engaged in similar endeavors, arrived. Boss Lin, why are you still eating instant noodles? Pan Long asked. Astonished. Are you here for something, Boss Pan? Nothing in particular, just wanted to discuss something with you. Lin Ran set down his chopsticks. If you're looking for me to introduce you to a certain connection, then your visit is in vain. My master has been a good friend of Li Qing for many years. It wouldn't make sense for me to seek a new partner just because my master is no longer around. Don't be like that. I know Li Qing gives you 10,000 regardless of the work done throughout the year. I can offer you 20,000. Pan Long raised the price. I have principles. I certainly won't collaborate with you. Lin Ran spoke straightforwardly, preferring to be direct rather than beating around the bush. Pan Long was caught off guard by Lin Ran's swift rejection, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Boss Lin, you truly have a strong personality. However, you are still under 30. You should recognize that life presents numerous choices. Earning just 20,000 for an entire year without doing much is an opportunity that doesn't come often. I tend to be nostalgic, Pan Long remarked, slapping his thigh. Fine, consider this visit a loss for me. Take care. Lin Ran has always looked down on individuals who thrive on exploiting opportunities. Each family has its own way of doing things. Moreover, for someone like him, if he does not introduce enough work over the course of a year, he certainly would not part with 20,000 yuan willingly. When it comes to discerning character, Lin Ran is quite confident, with the exception of Sumo. The mere thought of Sumo prompted Lin Ran to pick up the 4-dimensional ultrasound image, where the image of the little baby was clearly visible. Flipping it over, he found a note that read, Lin Ran, are you happy to be a dad? The words made Lin Ran want to rip the ultrasound apart, but it was sturdier than he anticipated, so he resorted to scissors and shredded it into pieces. Sumo's question was enough to infuriate Lin Ran. How could he have such bad luck, making Sumo think of him? Lin Ran closed his eyes in frustration, constantly plagued by the notion that the Su family might just drop this child right at his doorstep. Suddenly, a buzzing sound from WeChat interrupted his thoughts. Upon checking, he saw a message from Song Ku. What did Sumo send you? I heard about it from someone else. Lin Ran replied, it's infuriating. A 4-dimensional ultrasound photo, and she asks if I'm happy to be a dad. Song corresponded with a face of mixed amusement and exasperation. Don't dwell on it. Let us go watch a movie. I didn't finish the last one we saw. Lin Ran inquired, what happened? Song Ku replied, my mom called, insisting I go on a blind date. Lin Ran felt immense sympathy for Song Ku, yet he understood the intentions of parents. Even if the methods they employed were sometimes lacking in empathy, matters of the heart seemed to be treated like business transactions. With some idle time on his hands, Lin Ran arranged to meet Song Ku and drove into the city. The 8th day of the new year was approaching, marking the official start of business. But in the realm of handling funerals, work was done as it came. The pace was rather leisurely. Upon arriving in the city without incident, Lin Ran met Song Ku outside the cinema. They enjoyed a film together, and by the time they emerged, it was already past 7. Lin Ran intended to treat Song Ku to a seafood buffet, but upon arrival, the crowd was overwhelming and the noise unbearable. So he led Song Ku to a Western restaurant on the 7th floor, which was more serene and tastefully decorated. Observing the decor, Song Ku whispered, this restaurant isn't cheap. Lin Ran replied, you can hardly eat here more than a few times a year. Besides, you've helped me quite a bit. It's only right that I treat you to something nice. Song Ku responded modestly, I haven't really helped you much. Lin Ran smiled and gestured for Song Ku to order. Song Ku casually selected a set meal, and Lin Ran followed suit. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Isn't the Song Ku? A man's voice called out, causing Song Ku to frown as he sipped his lemon water. Who is it? Lin Ran inquired. Song Ku replied without looking up, he's the guy I went on a blind date with the other day. He knew I was a forensic doctor and made derogatory remarks, implying that our profession lacks femininity. Just as Lin Ran was about to offer some words of comfort, the man approached with his new girlfriend and mockingly asked, so, Song the forensic doctor, no autopsies today? Song Ku shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, that's none of your business, is it? We were merely acquaintances on a blind date. The man, now noticing Lin Ran's unassuming attire, asked, and who is this? That has nothing to do with you. Song Ku snapped back curtly. The girl, who had been entwined with the man's arm, discreetly released her grip. She felt a sense of retreat towards a man who demeaned his potential romantic partner, concluding that he was not a suitable match. Lin Ran could not allow Song Ku to lose face. I apologize, but I am her boyfriend. My name is Lin Ran. The man mockingly inquired. What is wrong with you for choosing a forensic pathologist? Aren't you afraid of being terrified at night? If I were you, I would seek out someone more ordinary. People like her, who constantly deal with corpses, inevitably carry the scent of death. Song Ku's complexion darkened. Yet her upbringing restrained her from succumbing to the impulse to confront this man. All right, let us go, declared the girl beside her, unable to endure the exchange any longer. The man disregarded her, continuing to question Lin Ran. Mr. Lin, how much do you earn in a year? Can you handle the expenses here? I, on the other hand, earn a monthly salary of 13,000. Most cannot compare to me. I own a paper manufacturing business, as well as a funeral service that offers a complete range of services. How much do you think I can earn? If I make 13,000 a month, I reckon you'll need to spend at least 100,000 on an earn once you leave, otherwise it won't be fitting for your current worth. Lin Ran gazed at the girl. When it comes to relationships, one must be discerning. A high income does not equate to good character. It's like buying a pig. In this day and age, there are many good men. You should not settle for someone who lacks respect for others. What do you mean? The man retorted, pointing a finger at Lin Ran. The girl beside him cast a contemplative glance at the man, smiled gratefully at Lin Ran, and left without bidding farewell, carrying her bag. Upon witnessing his newly acquired girlfriend depart, the man hastily pursued her, only to have her shake off his hand, slap him, and call him foolish. The man was momentarily stunned, failing to acknowledge his own faults. Chapter 84. Good luck and prosperity. Lin Ran observed the scene with a mischievous smile. His hands clasped together, as if in a self-deprecating pose of a savior. Did you see that? I have rescued a girl on the brink of wasting her affections on a worthless individual. Song Ku cast a grateful glance his way. Thank you, Lin Ran, for helping me save face. There's nothing to contest here. The man was in the wrong, and I believe that while a girl can be gentle, she should never be timid. In the future, if you encounter such individuals, stand your ground. I will never encounter someone like him again, Song-ku resolved, thinking that she would rather collide headfirst into a wall than endure another blind date. It was truly an ill omen for the new year. Outside, the irate man turned back to seek trouble with Lin Ran, only to be intercepted by a server. I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Lin, who is seated over there, is a member of our establishment. If you wish to cause him trouble, we will have to call security. A member? The man, incredulous, glanced in Lin Ran's direction, only to catch sight of the top of his head. Indeed, sir, the server confirmed. The man, who initially disbelieved that the plainly dressed Lin Ran could own a factory, was compelled to swallow his pride upon hearing the server's respectful tone. Though he dared to belittle Song-ku, he refrained from causing trouble for someone affluent. The server delivered the steak, wishing them an enjoyable meal. Lin Ran adeptly picked up his knife and fork, and Song-ku asked from across the table, "Do you come here often?" Occasionally, business discussions would lead to clients being brought in. "Do you truly own a paper processing factory and a paper mill?" Lin Ran looked up at her, stating, "That is of little consequence." Upon hearing this, Song-ku understood that Lin Ran was indeed speaking the truth, yet preferred to keep it discreet. "I see. Regardless, I had a splendid time today." With that, she raised her glass, exclaiming, "May Boss Lin's business thrive." "Thank you," Lin Ran remarked, appreciating Song-ku's perceptiveness and respect, unlike others who would have pried further. The two enjoyed their meal immensely, and Lin Ran escorted Song-ku back home. During the journey, Song-ku reassured Lin Ran, "I will inquire more about Sumo's child. Do not fret. It cannot possibly be mine. I believe in you." Through the reflection in the glass, Song-ku observed Lin Ran, who was intently focused on driving, feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Lin Ran truly considers me a friend." Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Lin Ran said, "Let's dine again when time permits." "Sure," Song-ku replied, waving as she exited the vehicle and walked into the complex. As Lin Ran drove home, he had not yet exited the city limits when he received a call from Hao Yu. "Lin Ran, what is your relationship with Song-ku?" "Nothing much." Lin Ran responded with utter candor. "So, you took her out for Western cuisine?" Lin Ran glanced at his phone in surprise. "Sister, have you installed a tracking app on my phone? What are you thinking? I saw you at the square with a friend, and it made me wonder if you were involved with her." Hao Yu's tone hinted at some irritation. "Not at all. Are you home now?" "Yes. Drive carefully. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now." Without waiting for Lin Ran's acknowledgement, Hao Yu swiftly ended the call. Lin Ran was left pondering, wondering what mood Hao Yu was in. Hadn't they agreed to be mere companions? Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for me? Surely not. I must be overthinking this. Hao Yu bit her lip and confided in her friend, "What is happening to me? We were supposed to be just companions. Yet I find myself contemplating a lasting relationship with Lin Ran. You are simply grappling with years of emotional void. A man 6 years younger than you is not someone you can easily manage. No matter how wealthy you are, a man's heart can waver." Her friend perceived the situation with clarity. "I know it's just a matter of sleeping it off. Beyond that, I should not dwell. Money is sweet when in abundance, and men can be replaced." Hao Yu chuckled, gently nudging her friend. "You speak such blunt truths. In this life, one ought to enjoy wealth while they can." "Absolutely." Meanwhile, Lin Ran, driving, couldn't help but shiver slightly, prompting him to turn up the air conditioning. On the 8th day of the new year, firecrackers erupted throughout the town, while Lin Ran and Aunt Hong next door sat quietly, feeling somewhat out of place. Huazi sat at the door peering outside. Turning to Lin Ran without looking back, "On the 6th day, my mother attended 7 banquets, all celebrating 66 years of life. Some were held ahead of time, claiming it was an auspicious day. The elderly may not wish to celebrate, but it is the children who seek to recoup some monetary gifts." Lin Ran had not participated this year. He had attended a few with his mentor in the past, observing how the sons would pocket every cent received without giving a penny to their parents. "Quite absurd, I assenti it. My mother has expressed similar sentiments, and my grandmother has also remarked that celebrating one's 60th is not auspicious. In our village, there have been several instances where individuals passed away shortly after their birthday celebrations. This notion lacks substantial evidence." Lin Ran has also heard such conversations, yet he believes they are unrelated to the act of celebrating birthdays. Perhaps not. Lin Ran was taken aback. When did Huazi become so superstitious? My nephew, on the other hand, had Uncle Chen perform a soul retrieval, which is quite impressive. Lin Ran holds a great admiration for Uncle Chun, yet he understands that not everyone can easily enter this line of work. As the 16th day of the first lunar month arrived, it marked the official commencement of operations at the paper factory. Lin Ran arrived early in the morning, refraining from setting off firecrackers, instead lighting 3 tall incense sticks to pray for a smooth year ahead. Prior to the official opening, Lin Ran convened a meeting with the executives. There were no specific instructions to impart. Everything was to proceed as usual. However, he did emphasize the financial aspects, cautioning them to remain prudent in their dealings. On this same day, the paper factory officially began operations. Since falling out with Lin Ran, Jiang Tsung had only managed to secure one job, earning a mere 500 yuan over the span of 20 days. Jiang Tsung's wife was exceedingly discontented. Even with minimal work in the past, they had never faced such financial strain. Consequently, she called Jiang Tsung 3 times a day, incessantly lamenting his lack of capability and other grievances. Jiang Tsung felt quite distressed, wondering how it could be entirely his fault when it was her interference that had led to this predicament. The thought processes of women can indeed be perplexing. Nevertheless, Jiang Tsung felt too embarrassed to approach Lin Ran. Just as Jiang Tsung was troubled about purchasing milk powder for his daughter, Brother Chui, a longtime freight driver from the neighboring village, arrived. While they were somewhat acquainted, their relationship was not particularly close. Upon seeing Brother Chui enter the courtyard, Jiang Tsung greeted him courteously, inquiring about his visit. "What brings you here today, Brother Chui? Aren't you out driving after the New Year?" Brother Chui, not one for excessive conversation, directly handed Jiang Tsung 20,000 yuan. "My wife has passed away. I need a favor from you." Jiang Tsung hesitated to accept it. "I know, my brother, that you've had a falling out with Lin Ran. I haven't dared to approach him regarding my wife's situation. That fellow can be overly meddlesome. I've been driving for years, and let me tell you, one must learn to be adaptable to earn a living." Chapter 85. Some money should not be earned. Lin Ran was at home, monitoring the number of workers returning. Noticing that a female worker named Xiang Jie was absent from the paper factory, he promptly called the manager. "Why hasn't Xiang Jie come to work?" The manager replied, "Xiang Jie has taken a 2-day leave. Her husband will soon be leaving for work." Lin Ran expressed his understanding. It's not easy for Xiang Jie's husband, who drives long distances, to return home. After hanging up, Lin Ran yawned and asked Hua Zi to oversee the shop while he took a brief rest upstairs. Although Jiang Tsung had earned a fair amount over the years, he had also spent liberally, and the couple had not saved money. They seemed to spend everything they earned. While they appeared to live more lavishly than others, in reality, they were nearly broke. He gazed at the 20,000 yuan that Brother Chui had provided, feeling tempted in his desperate situation. People can be driven to extremes by money, and the deceased had no bearing on him. He merely needed to obtain a certificate from Boss Dong to conclude the matter. "Take it," Brother Chui said, sensing Jiang Tsung's keen interest in the money. Jiang Tsung picked up 20,000 yuan from the bed, gave it a shake, and confidently declared, "All right, leave this matter to me." "Excellent. Indeed. My dear brother Jiang knows how to handle things. You are aware of my residence. I shall await your arrival with others. Once the task is accomplished, I will reward you with an additional 5,000 yuan, Brother Chui stated candidly. Jiang Tsung's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured. I guarantee there will be no mistakes." "Very well, I shall wait for you at home. Travel safely," Jiang Tsung said as he escorted Brother Chui to the door. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and picked up his phone to call Boss Dong. "Brother Dong, I have a job for you. It concerns a villager from the neighboring village whose wife has passed away. You need to go over shortly." "Understood. It's always a pleasure to work with you." "My brother," Boss Dong's insincere voice responded. "I will head over first. You hurry." Jiang Tsung felt no remorse for deceiving Boss Dong. "All right." Boss Dong agreed readily. Jiang Tsung secured the 20,000 yuan in a cabinet before driving to the adjacent village. Upon his arrival, Boss Dong, eager for this rare opportunity, rushed to the address provided by Jiang Tsung with the necessary items. At Brother Chui's home, the village doctor, visibly anxious, sat smoking at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Tsung, he handed over the completed death certificate, stating, "The cause of death was a heart attack. There are no issues." Jiang Tsung glanced at the certificate, aware that the village doctor must have received payment from Brother Chui. Otherwise, he would not have waded into such murky waters. When Boss Dong arrived and examined the death certificate, he intended to enter and view the deceased, but Brother Chui interjected, "There's nothing to see. I've already dressed my wife. Just cover her with the burial cloth. There's no further discussion needed. That is acceptable, Boss Dong replied, harboring a hint of doubt. However, considering Jiang Tsong's involvement, he quickly dismissed his concerns and signed the certificate. Jiang Tsong secretly exhaled in relief. The plan was unfolding successfully. Boss Dong inquired, "Which funeral service did you select? Do you have someone in mind?" "Pan Long is quite good," Brother Chui replied. Boss Dong had already allied with Pan Long very well. Brother Chui was indifferent. His only wish was to expedite his wife's burial. Boss Dong promptly called Pan Long, as this represented a substantial opportunity. Jiang Tsong smiled subtly, aware that his actions were in direct violation of Master Lin's teachings. Master Lin had repeatedly advised both Jiang Tsong and Lin Ran that regardless of the business venture, one's conscience must remain intact. It was better to forego profits than to partake in heinous activities that lacked moral integrity. Regrettably, Jiang Tsong had only resentment for his mentor, even dismissing the wise words that once resonated with him. Stealing a furtive glance at the deceased, Jiang Tsong felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly covered the body, pretending he had never been there. Lin Ran, who seldom slept during the day, found himself unusually fatigued today. As he lay down, he soon drifted into a dream. In this dream, he saw Xiang Jie being assaulted by a man in her home. Lin Ran rushed forward to intervene, but his hands passed through the man's body. Helplessly, he watched as Xiang Jie met a tragic fate. Suddenly, Lin Ran awoke with a start, sitting up in bed. After a brief moment of recovery, he drew upon his past experiences and concluded that Xiang Jie had indeed perished. Lin Ran made another phone call to his supervisor, asking, "Have you managed to get in touch with Sister Xiang?" The supervisor replied with a quivering voice, "Boss, Sister Xiang has suddenly suffered a heart attack and passed away." Lin Ran was taken aback. How could someone as kind as Sister Xiang fall ill? Silently, he hung up the phone. To his knowledge, Sister Xiang had no children and her family resided outside the city. Could her husband be the perpetrator? Would a report from an outsider hold any weight? Contemplating this, Lin Ran called Hao Liang to discuss the unsettling dream he had experienced. Hao Liang responded, "If you are indeed the owner, it is entirely reasonable for you to report an employee's unexplained absence." "You're right. Why didn't I think of that?" Lin Ran exclaimed. However, Hao Liang cautioned, "But, Duran, if you report it, your position as the owner of the paper factory will become known." Hao Liang was aware that Lin Ran preferred to avoid trouble. The paper factory was thriving and generated considerable income, which would surely incite envy among Lin's relatives. "It doesn't matter," Lin Ran replied. Hao Liang understood Lin Ran's character. He would not stand idly by in the face of injustice. Lin Ran proceeded to call the police, then contacted his supervisor again, instructing him to inform others that Sister Xiang had never taken a leave of absence. The supervisor was perplexed by Lin Ran's intentions, yet he sensed that there was something amiss regarding Sister Xiang's death. Lin Ran recalled his master's words. Coupled with his own unique skills, he felt compelled to take action. The town's police arrived at the Chui residence in a patrol car, startling Brother Chui, who quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried out. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" The police explained. The owner of the paper factory, Lin Ran, reported that their female worker, Sister Xiang, has been absent without leave. He feared something might have happened. Regardless of who it was, everyone had to state their purpose, including the police. Jiang Tsong's mind was in turmoil upon realizing that the owner of the paper factory was Lin Ran. "Master, you are biased. Why does he receive all the good fortune?" Meanwhile, Boss Dong's demeanor darkened. He had never anticipated that the paper factory belonged to Lin Ran. Pan Long, dragging a chair, stood in confusion as he noticed the police at the scene. The police entered the house, lifting the covering from the deceased's body. The sight of Sister Xiang's condition made it clear that her demise could not be attributed to a heart attack or natural causes. Sister Xiang's face bore bruises, and her neck showed signs of having been strangled, indicating she had been brutally murdered. The police, observing the trembling Brother Chui, quickly deduced the identity of the perpetrator. They promptly placed handcuffs on Brother Chui and escorted him to the police car. The deceased Sister Xiang was also taken away, destined for examination by the forensic department at the city bureau. The village doctor was likewise apprehended. Jiang Tsong and Boss Dong were not held accountable, as responsibility lay primarily with the village doctor, who was deemed an accomplice. Jiang Tsong and the others were merely considered negligent in a situation that had escalated. Chapter 86. Indifference. Lin Ran received the news and let out a sigh of relief. He had fulfilled his promise to assist Sister Xiang. even if it was through a dream. At that moment, Uncle Chun approached, greeting Huazi before heading upstairs. Finding Lin Ran lost in thought on the sofa, he inquired, "I have recently consulted an oracle for you. It appears this year may bring some financial setbacks. What should I do?" Lin Ran asked. "However, it is of little consequence. Merely ensure fire safety." Lin Ran quickly grasped the situation and contacted the supervisor, instructing them to prepare an adequate supply of fire extinguishers and hoses. Uncle Chin inquired, "Have you done something again?" Lin Ran recounted the events concerning Sister Xiang candidly to Uncle Chun. "Uncle, you are well aware of my character. If I had been unaware, I would have let the matter rest. Sister Xiang has approached me, and if I turned a blind eye, how could I still call myself a person of integrity? They say 9 out of 10 merchants are deceitful, yet you act with righteousness. I do not differentiate between matters." Uncle Chun regarded Lin Ran with a peculiar expression, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained. "It is getting late. I shall return to the shop. Should you find yourself in need of clarity, do not hesitate to seek me out." Lin Ran escorted Uncle Chun to the door and, noting the time was already 5 o'clock, instructed Huazi to ride the electric bike home. Jiang Tsung sat within the police station, explaining to the officers, "I, too, am merely an employee. Brother Chui came to find me, and naturally, I contacted my employer to inquire, alongside the village doctor providing a certificate. We did not think much of it." Boss Dong echoed Jiang Tsung's sentiments, shifting the blame entirely onto the village doctor. Brother Chui, utterly defeated, finally confessed the truth. The reason was simple. Brother Chui had spent most of his time on the road, returning home only for about a month each year. Furthermore, he had previously been unable to conceive, so when he returned to hear Sister Xiang was 3 months pregnant, he believed the child could not be his. In a fit of anger after consuming some alcohol, he struck Sister Xiang, resulting in her tragic death. The police recorded the statement, and the necessary procedures with the forensic team were to be followed. Lin Ran arrived at the police station just as Jiang Tsung and Boss Dong were exiting. Jiang Tsung's hatred for Lin Ran had reached a boiling point. Seizing him by the collar, he exclaimed, "You have hidden your true self well. No wonder you remained silent. It seems Master has bestowed all his good fortune upon you. What are you doing? Do you dare cause a scene at the police station?" A police officer shouted. Boss Dong observed from the sidelines, having gained a clear understanding of Jiang Tsung's character. Jiang Tsung released Lin Ran, warning, "You will pay for this. Why does Master give all the good things to you? Just because I was the one who presented the urn to him." Lin Ran disdainfully met Jiang Tsung's gaze. "I share the same household registration as Master. By normal familial standards, I ought to call him father. And you? You apprenticed at 17. Do you not know who is closer or farther in the heart?" Lin Ran concluded with a self-deprecating smile. "I truly overestimated you. I should have recognized your true nature long ago." With that, he strode into the police station. Jiang Tsung, furious to the point of turning pale, dared not act out in front of the police. As Boss Dong exited the police station, seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he delivered a punch to Jiang Tsung. "You dare to conspire against me? Listen well. From this moment on, I shall not seek you out again. We shall part ways." Jiang Tsung rose from the ground, rubbing his face, casting a bewildered glance at Boss Dong before hailing a taxi to leave. Lin Ran, having heard the police recount the details of the incident, called Song Ku to inquire whether it was possible to conduct a test on the child that Sister Xiang was carrying, as he could not believe she was a person of loose morals. Song Ku readily agreed. The police empathized with Lin Ran's sentiments. Even though Sister Xiang had passed away, she deserved to depart with dignity. Upon returning home, Lin Ran contacted the manager at the paper factory, informing them of Sister Xiang's demise and advising them to remain vigilant, as he had crossed paths with Jiang Tsung and Boss Dong, and did not wish for them to resort to underhanded tactics. The manager promptly acknowledged the situation and instructed the workers to be on high alert. Jiang Tsung returned home and retrieved 20,000 yuan from his cabinet. He chuckled to himself, dismissing any concerns about his reputation as long as the money was in hand. With this thought, he drove to town to deliver the money to his wife. When she opened the door, her demeanor was less than cheerful, but her expression brightened as soon as Jiang Tsung presented the money. "I see now that you truly have the knack for making money. My husband is indeed impressive." Had this been before, Jiang Tsung would have beamed with pride at his wife's praise, but this time was different. He had come to realize that his wife valued money above all else. His mother-in-law, a teacher by profession, poured Jiang Tsung a cup of tea and advised, There is no need to rush for money. One must proceed with caution. Don't worry, Mom, Jiang Song replied. Though internally, he was preoccupied with thoughts of the paper factory. Noticing his distraction, his wife quickly inquired, "What is bothering you?" "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. "If something is troubling you, just say it." His wife despised it when he kept secrets from her. The paper factory is owned by Lin Ran. What? His wife sprang to her feet, scattering the 10,000 yuan onto the floor. She pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Song, lamenting, "What have you been doing all this time with your master? You're utterly useless." Enraged, she turned and stormed back into the house. His mother-in-law picked up the scattered money and chastised him. "It's no wonder my daughter is angry with you. When your master passed away, you didn't make a fuss. Even if you had just asked for half, it would have been something. The paper factory in our town doesn't just cater to us. It generates an annual profit of at least 1 million. Mom, I have something to attend to," Jiang Song said, feeling overwhelmed. He had come with high hopes of delivering money, only to leave with a sense of defeat. His mother-in-law clearly held him in low regard. Both she and her husband were educators, and they could hardly look favorably upon someone from a farming background. But since their daughter was willing, they reluctantly accepted the marriage. The reality proved that Jiang Song was indeed lacking. Upon returning home, Jiang Song drowned his sorrows in alcohol, reflecting on the disdain from his wife and mother-in-law. And he placed the blame squarely on Lin Ran. If Lin Ran hadn't meddled, he would not have had a falling out with Boss Dong, nor would he have lost 5,000 yuan. Damn it, Lin Ran, you are truly heartless. You gain a good reputation while I bear the brunt of the consequences. Jiang Song hurled the beer bottle to the ground in frustration, declaring, "This matter is far from over." Meanwhile, Lin Ran, who was taking a shower at home, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and chuckled nonchalantly. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang came to check on their son, and upon seeing his despondent state, they comforted him. "Son, don't be upset. Your mother and I still have some savings. If necessary, you could venture out on your own." Jiang Song indeed contemplated this notion, but the cost of starting a venture independently was considerable. "If all else fails, let us sell the land for 7 years. That way, we will have the funds you need for procurement, and we will assist you." Jiang's father, who harbors a preference for sons over daughters, ensures that whenever his son faces difficulties, even in the absence of funds, he can still procure the necessary resources. Jiang Song, gazing at his distressed parents, nodded vigorously. "Yes, I shall venture out on my own. That's the spirit. Show your determination." With the encouragement of his parents, Jiang Song's confidence surged, and he vowed to outshine Lin Ran and monopolize all the elderly in the surrounding villages. Chapter 87. The second day of the second month, Lin Ran's identity as the owner of the papercraft factory had spread, and Huazi looked at him with admiration. "Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. The business of the papercraft factory is flourishing. Why have you kept this a secret?" Jiang Song, having received no inheritance, was already sufficiently agitated. How could he dare to speak of it? Upon hearing Jiang Song's name, Huazi muttered quietly, "I heard he benefited from the Cui family's affairs. Who would engage in such dealings without personal gain?" Lin Ran chose not to inquire further, as it did not concern him. Chao Gu entered, dejected, pointing to a cremation urn. "Duran, please give me this urn." "What's wrong?" Lin Ran asked hurriedly. "My pet has passed away," Chao Gu lamented. "In our rural village, don't we typically bury dogs directly in the east side of the house? Why the need for an urn? This is a husky. Do you think it's just an ordinary watchdog?" Chao Gu sighed deeply. This was a beloved pet, one that brought joy. If a thief were to come, it would outrun me without a doubt. "Then choose a more affordable one," Lin Ran suggested, pointing to an urn priced around 1,000. Chao Gu nodded. "That was my thought as well. Initially, my son intended to sell it. But after raising it for so many years, I cannot let it be consumed by someone else after its death. I will arrange for it to be cremated at a city facility that caters to pets, then bury it beneath the roots of a tree in our backyard." "Very well." Lin Ran retrieved the urn. 1,000 yuan. "Will it be via QR code or cash?" "Cash, please." Lin Ran accepted the 1,000 yuan, observing as Chao Gu cradled the urn and walked away, muttering, "There are urns available at the pet cremation facility. Why purchase one here?" Truly, some people have too much time on their hands. A dog weighing 20 to 30 kilograms wouldn't even fill an urn. Is it appropriate for a human to be used for a dog? Once, a few foreigners visited our small town and took a liking to an urn in my shop, bringing it back to their country, supposedly for use as a pickling jar, Lin Ran recounted. Huazi, Lin Ran instructed him to bring another urn to the display, then called boss due to order 40 additional urns of varying qualities. By the way, Brother Lin, must paper crafts be made by hand, or are there printed options? Huazi inquired curiously. Aren't television products printed and then folded by workers? However, items such as those for cattle and horses cannot be machine-made. They must be painstakingly crafted by hand. How many workers are there at the paper craft factory? Over 50. Quite a significant number. Huazi exclaimed excitedly. He had previously visited the paper craft factory, which was massive. Lin Ran returned to his computer with a silent smile, searching for available factory spaces in the city. He contemplated relocating to a larger facility for mass production of funeral paper products. Yet recruiting workers proved challenging, as many considered such work to be inauspicious. Boss Dong entered with a cigarette between his lips, cordially greeting Mr. Lin. Lin Ran, surprised by his visit, responded, "What a rare guest. It's your first time visiting my shop since you've been in this town for quite a while. I've been rather busy. But I came to discuss some matters regarding paper supplies with you," Dong explained. "I understand his intentions. He merely wishes for a lower price, doesn't he?" "Indeed. You are quite perceptive, Mr. Lin. However, I must decline," Lin Ran interjected firmly. "The prices I offer are not exorbitant. You may inquire in other towns. They order from me as well, and the prices are uniform. If I were to lower the price for you, my business would suffer." Dong smiled awkwardly. "Very well. I know what kind of person you are, Mr. Lin. You certainly won't overcharge me. Rest assured, I, Lin Ran, am not one to exploit my customers." Seeing that the conversation was at an impasse, Dong shifted the topic to Jiang Tsong. "That fellow is truly insidious. He tricked me into signing and prevented me from viewing the deceased. Jiang Tsong is my senior, although we have parted ways. I find it inappropriate to speak ill of him." Lin Ran has never been one to disparage others in the presence of peers, particularly not in front of Dong, who remembers past grievances. Eventually, Dong could no longer remain seated and, after exchanging pleasantries, took his leave. Huazi, smoking, watched him depart. Sensing that Dong's visit was not solely about discussing paper supplies, but that his mentor had not afforded him the opportunity to elaborate further. The results of the paternity test regarding Sister Xiang's child and Brother Chui had come in, confirming that the child indeed belonged to Brother Chui. Lin Ran stroked his chin, imagining the turmoil Brother Chui would feel upon learning the truth. If only he hadn't been drinking at that time, perhaps such bitter consequences could have been avoided. Alcohol is food. The more you drink, the younger you feel, a saying that the drinkers take pride in. As the first month of the lunar calendar drew to a close, the barber shop was about to enter its busiest 2 days of the year. The first and second days of the second lunar month mark a peak in haircuts. Lin Ran made an appointment with an old classmate, planning to arrive by 7:30 to avoid the long lines. Huazi tagged along, waiting for his turn after Lin Ran. After both emerged from the barber shop, revitalized, Huazi, while smoking, posed a question, "Brother Lin, what should we do about my sister's child who is often frightened?" "Simply fashion 2 peach wood talismans for the child to wear. They ward off evil spirits. If you can't find any, use peach wood from the northwest corner, preferably from trees older than a year, and carve them yourself," Lin Ran advised. "Will that work?" Huazi asked. "I wore something similar during my childhood and removed it after turning 18. Huazi promptly messaged his brother-in-law, urging him to find 2 small talismans for the child. Young children possess soft skulls and bright eyes, allowing them to perceive unsavory entities. Rural areas lack the crowding that city dwellers experience. Suddenly, Lin Ran thought of Chong Chong, who was quite the little adult. "I don't recall having such experiences in my childhood." Lin Ran glanced at Huazi, noting the 4 whorls on his head, and mused. "This kid has a fiery temperament. What little spirit would dare to provoke him?" As spring approaches, the elderly who had been languishing during winter gradually begin to revive. Lin Ran took Huazi to the paperworking factory, where the workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. He inspected the fire safety equipment. Regardless of whether Uncle Chin's calculations were precise, one must heed the advice given. The Qingming festival falls on April 5th, with the 3 days before and after being designated for tomb sweeping. On this day, individuals whose parents have been interred for 3 years may erect a gravestone. Nowadays, inscriptions are not hand-carved as before, but instead are executed by machines, ensuring both accuracy and aesthetic appeal, while significantly reducing labor costs. In front of Lin Ran's storefront, several gravestone samples were displayed, and interested parties could simply place their orders directly with him. Chapter 88. A significant opportunity arrives. Upon returning to his shop, Lin Ran had barely settled into his seat when a call from Chong Quan interrupted him. "Hello, brother, do you have a moment?" Lin Ran inquired politely. "I have a job for you. A friend of mine, who is quite well known in the city, has a mother who is nearing the end of her days. His father wishes to adhere to traditional rural customs, rather than simply conducting the proceedings at a funeral home. I understand. The old gentleman is indeed a man of tradition." "Exactly. My friend attended my grandmother's funeral and contacted me. I recommended you to him. That boss Chin is a decent fellow, though he seems a bit aloof." "All right. Since you've brought it up, I will certainly take care of this. The city operates differently than our town. There are no established norms here." Lin Ran was well aware that Chong Quan's acquaintances were likely affluent, and this job promised substantial profit. "I will send you the location. Drive over and take a look. Then discuss the details with them. Don't be misled. While Chong Quan organized one event, he was inside playing mahjong while hiring others to cry outside." "Understood. I'm on my way." Lin Ran hung up, ascended to his room, changed into a suitable outfit, and informed Hua Zi, who wished to accompany him. "I'm heading to the city to negotiate a significant job. If it goes well, I'll broaden your horizons." "Really? Would I lie to you?" Lin Ran replied, taking the car keys as he left. Hua Zi, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, thinking of the magnitude of the undertaking in the city. Following Chong Quan's coordinates, Lin Ran arrived at a villa district nestled at the foot of the mountains, inhabited solely by the wealthy. It was said that the land possessed the best feng shui in the city, with excellent transportation links amidst a picturesque landscape. Chong Quan was waiting outside. Upon seeing Lin Ran, he instructed him to park at the entrance and invited him into his vehicle. "Brother, are there any taboos I should be aware of?" Lin Ran inquired. "Whatever it is, you will need to navigate it all," Chong Quan replied. "This is a business relationship with that boss, right? If I succeed, I could also make a name for myself among the affluent." Chong Quan chuckled. "You're quite perceptive indeed. This boss is surnamed Go, and once we arrive, I will introduce you. If you succeed, not only will you gain recognition, but it will also reflect well on me. Rest assured." After approximately 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at the Go residence. Lin Ran stepped out, gazing at the sprawling garden, contemplating the price of the urns he could sell. If they were to be gilded, they would typically need to be made on-site, which might prove challenging. "Let us proceed, Lin Ran," came the call. "Understood." Lin Ran calmly followed Chong Quan into the villa. The over 50-year-old Mr. Go hurriedly came out to greet them, warmly shaking hands with Lin Ran. "As Mr. Chong described, you are indeed exceptional. One can tell you possess a steady demeanor, though you appear rather youthful, don't you?" "Almost 30, Mr. Go remarked, somewhat skeptical due to Lin Ran's youth, yet maintaining a cheerful facade. "My father is currently in the living room awaiting us. He has much to say. Our family hails from a rural background, so I hope you can understand." Elder Go, leaning on a cane, scrutinized Lin Ran as he approached, gesturing for him to sit down. He got straight to the point. "My demands are quite simple. All formalities and filial piety must be observed." Chong Quan took a seat beside Mr. Go, indicating the individuals next to him. "These are my 3 younger sisters." Lin Ran nodded slightly, looking earnestly at Elder Go, and said, "You wish to maintain your dignity. And I fully comprehend that. I have presided over no fewer than 100 funerals in rural areas. From a young age, I have accompanied my master from one family to another, so you need not worry about the formalities. Handling funerals is not something those people at the funeral home can manage. Simplicity is not an option. The customs passed down from ancient times cannot simply be discarded." Elder Go stated, casting a stern glance at Mr. Go, who bowed his head, reluctant to speak. "First and foremost, the funeral must be of the highest standard. To be frank, I own a paper products factory and occasionally receive orders from the city. They are all fairly similar." Elder Go nodded for Lin Ran to continue. "The only item of significant expense would be the urn. I understand you are not lacking in funds. The most expensive one in my shop is priced at 75,000. Should you desire something more extravagant, it would require a reservation, yet I find it lacks practical significance." "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. We have burial garments available. Please take a look at the styles." Lin Ran showcased the photographs stored on his phone to Elder Go, stating, "I do not have anything overly extravagant. The most expensive is merely several thousand yuan." Mr. Go leaned in to examine one of the garments. "The funeral home quoted me 30,000 for an identical one." "Oh, the costs at the funeral home are high due to labor and such. We offer a comprehensive service that ensures everything is accomplished seamlessly." Lin Ran, despite his innate shrewdness, felt compelled to act with integrity. After all, how could he attract future clients otherwise? Elder Gu appeared contemplative. I recall in the past, during rural gatherings, leftover dishes would be reheated. The taste was truly unparalleled. However, the grand hotels in the city are quite different. One would return home with an upset stomach. Lin Ran listened attentively. Mr. Gu shook his head in bemusement. Father, why speak of such things? Who eats leftovers nowadays? Elder Gu shot a perplexed glance at his son before addressing Lin Ran again. I do not wish to engage a grand hotel. Are there establishments in your rural area that provide comprehensive services? We desire only the finest food and drink, so please assist me in finding one. Certainly. I have an uncle named Li Qing, who has been in this business for over 30 years. His culinary skills rival those of top chefs. Though I have grown weary of his cooking, Lin Ran spoke sincerely, knowing that once business was secured, Chef Li Qing would be the one to lead the preparations. Elder Ge's eyes brightened, gesturing towards the upper floor. Come, let us go see the elderly lady. Very well. Elder Gu tossed aside his cane. Energetically leading Lin Ran up the stairs. Lin Ran glanced back at the cane, pondering its purpose. The mindset of the affluent is incomprehensible. An elderly lady lay in bed, inhaling with great difficulty, attended by a buxom nurse. Upon noticing the arrival of old Master Gu, the nurse discreetly exited the room. Lin Ran observed the frail lady and turned to the old gentleman, saying, Based on my years of experience, I reckon it will be within 2 days. I shall return home shortly to prepare the burial garments and shrouds, along with the white cloth. Younger generations only know how to earn money. They understand nothing else. Lamented old Master Gu. Business is not so intricate. Humph, they are quite zealous when worshipping the god of wealth. Lin Ran found herself at a loss for words. Old Master Gu then led Lin Ran downstairs, casting a brief glance at the orderly seated children, addressing them. Your mother may only have a couple of days left. Master Lin's judgment is surely reliable. How can one be so young and not know better? Scoffed the youngest daughter, looking disdainfully at Lin Ran. If you think you can do better, why don't you try? Old Master Gu retorted without hesitation, with a smile full of regret. Old Master Gu turned to Lin Ran. I apologize for my youngest daughter. She has been spoiled by me and knows nothing of propriety. That's quite all right. Let us discuss the funeral proceedings, Lin Ran suggested. Please, go ahead. Old Master Gu sat upright with a serious demeanor. Observing Lin Ran managing his father, Mr. Gu adopted an attentive posture, while the other sisters listened with reluctance. Chang Quan sat aside, also paying attention, for he wished to be prepared should anyone inquire in the future. Firstly, in rural areas, there is a tradition called stopping the spirit, where the body is kept in the home for a day before burial. However, this can be omitted, as mourners cannot enter the house to pay their respects. Indeed, on the day of the matriarch's passing, we will directly carry her into the prepared mortuary. I will oversee the rites and the farewell ceremony. In the evening, we will begin with the 10 kneels of parental grace, where we have professionals for mourning. But the daughters must accompany the officiant in kneeling as they approach the coffin. Why the daughters? The youngest daughter interjected again. Just as Lin Ran was about to explain that it was a traditional custom, old Master Gu bellowed. What does your mother expect from you? What harm is there in kneeling for a few steps? You need not concern yourself. The eldest will take part. All right, father. I will, the eldest daughter replied with composure. Next comes the mourning of the 7 ties, followed by the mourning of the 18 bundles. Traditionally, a rural funeral requires a performance of the air Range Rover, but I believe such a performance would not be suitable here. However, if you have connections, you may invite a Peking opera troupe to perform. This was not Lin Ran attempting to sidestep hiring a band. Rural air Range Rover simply did not fit within a villa setting. I know a troupe. I will make the arrangements, the eldest daughter affirmed. They have a stage. Just say the word, Lin Ran added. Very well, Mr. Gu noted. After the mourning of the 18 bundles concludes, the mourners will receive remuneration. Prior to the farewell ceremony, a chef will arrive to serve 5 offerings, which also require a gratuity. I will manage the proceedings, so you need not worry about that. Lin Ran summarized the essential components of the process. The youngest daughter was about to murmur, but reluctantly closed her mouth instead. Having studied abroad, she harbored a particular disdain for antiquated feudal ideologies. Very well. It shall be as you say, she conceded. Boss Gu felt an immense sense of reassurance regarding Lin Ran. All it took was a phone call to the renowned chef, and he hoped they wouldn't be unavailable. There was no need for such urgency. Upon my return, I will inform him. but I am unsure how many tables will be required for preparation. Come on, the event is not tomorrow. There is no need to rush, she remarked. It should amount to over 260 tables, right? Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Li Qing might be overwhelmed. Isn't it for 3 days? Bosco countered. There are large and small tables, and we can finalize arrangements then. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. If it were over 200 tables in a single day, Li Qing would surely strike her on the head with a ladle. All right, then it is settled. Rest assured. She reassured him. Even if the paper factory were to cease operations, she would engage in this undertaking. With all matters settled, Bosco inquired. Shall we need to pay a deposit? No need. We can settle everything afterward. There is no need for excessive formalities. Excellent. With no further issues on her end, Chong Quan escorted Lin Ran as they took their leave. As they drove out of the villa gates, Chong Quan remarked, for someone so young, you possess an impressive understanding. Your expertise surpasses that of Boss Qin. I am an orphan. My master rescued me when I was young. Once I learned to walk, he took me along whenever he had business, allowing me to enjoy a decent meal. To be honest, Lin Ran reminisced fondly about those times when her master was there to protect her. It was far better than her current situation. I apologize, I had no idea. Chong Quan was taken aback by the tragic circumstances of Lin Ran's upbringing and regretted bringing it up. It's quite all right, she assured him, having long since come to terms with her past. After bidding farewell to Chong Quan, Lin Ran drove back to the paper factory and instructed her employees. Please prepare more of the highest grade paper products and floral wreaths. How much stock do we currently have? Over 1,000, I believe. Lin Ran contemplated. That should suffice. Who would need 1,000 floral wreaths? The manager asked, astonished. I'm not certain. I doubt they would require that many. Just imagine how far they would need to be displayed. Satisfied with the stock, Lin Ran returned to the storefront to retrieve the finest quality urns. Huazi pointed to the newly arrived items. Master, don't we need to use these new ones? The new ones are far more expensive. I acquired them before the new year, and their price is quite steep. The cost is 10,000, and I am selling them for 75,000. I consider myself a conscientious merchant. What is the selling price? Huazi asked curiously. Lin Ran shot him a glance. How many times must I remind you? Do not concern yourself with money right now. What you need is knowledge. Oh, understood. He mused. They should sell for 20 or 30,000, right? Suddenly, Lin Ran remembered Li Qing. I must call Li Qing immediately, she thought, dialing his number. Uncle, do you have any work available? None at the moment. For the next couple of days, do not take on any projects. I have a significant job lined up, estimated at over 200 tables. What? Li Qing was bewildered. Over 200 tables was unprecedented for him. Just wait for my message. All right, I'll follow your lead. Li Qing responded eagerly. With everything arranged, Lin Ran anticipated that if all went smoothly, the elderly lady would arrive around the expected time tomorrow. Upon recalling the visage of the elderly matron, it was evident that she had not endured much suffering. Indeed, a peaceful conclusion to one's life is the most desirable outcome. The following morning, as anticipated by Lin Ran, Mrs. Gu was on the brink of death, prompting Mr. Gu to urge Lin Ran to hurry over. Lin Ran made a phone call to Hong Jia and then informed Li Qing to drive over, accompanied by a vehicle for the funeral arrangements. Huazi, seated in the passenger seat, felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. In contrast, Lin Ran remained remarkably composed. In his eyes, all were merely deceased, regardless of their status in life. Upon arriving at the villa, Chong Quan also came to assist. Lin Ran glanced at the elderly lady, observing that her last breaths were imminent, and instructed everyone to step back. The final breath of the matron must not fall upon anyone. It is not auspicious for the living. Everyone, please take a step back. As his words resonated, all present instinctively retreated 3 meters. Shortly thereafter, the elderly lady ceased her breathing. Lin Ran approached and checked her pulse. She had departed from this world. The onlookers remained silent. Why not shed a few tears? Is there not sorrow at the loss of a mother? Lin Ran found their lack of emotion peculiar. Even if their bond was tenuous, a few tears seemed warranted. Yet, the youngest daughter cast a sheepish glance at Lin Ran. He scratched his head and directed the nanny standing aside. Cover all reflective surfaces within the villa, and find 2 older women to dress the deceased. Understood, the nanny promptly replied, fetching bed linens. Chapter 90. Tears are of no use. Indeed, 2 older women, responsible for cooking, arrived unperturbed. They first cleansed the matron's body with alcohol and then adorned her in funeral garments. A reward is in order. Lin Ran glanced at Mr. Gu, who swiftly nodded and produced 2,000 yuan from his bag, distributing 1,000 to each woman. The funeral tent outside had been erected, and Lin Ran called upon 8 men to carry the matron inside. With the eternal lamp lit and incense burning, Lin Ran beckoned Mr. Gu, come and bow to your mother. From this day forth, you shall no longer have a mother. The next time you may call her will be at the grave. Having a mother in one's life is indeed a blessing. Mr. Gu, observing from the second floor, gazed down at the funeral tent, tears streaming down his face as a young maid approached gently to wipe them away. Listening to Lin Ran's words, Mr. Gu felt a pang in his heart, and tears cascaded down his cheeks as he knelt, bowing 3 times, clinging to the coffin in a fit of sorrow. Lin Ran smirked inwardly. Even the most stoic of hearts would be moved to tears by such words. No tears, no release. The 3 daughters donned their mourning attire and approached the matron to pay their respects. Lin Ran stood aside, remarking, "Your mother has departed, and upon returning to your maternal home, you will find no one to converse with, save for an aged father. Yet he cannot replace the warmth of a mother. Would you not agree?" The 3 daughters, undoubtedly, had brought solace to the matron before her passing, as they had established their own lives. Lin Ran sighed, fixing his gaze upon the tearful youngest daughter. In life, do not wait until loss befalls you to feel regret. Mom, the youngest daughter wailed, tears flowing freely. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, glancing at Li Qing, who was present. Boss Gu, Uncle Li has arrived. Please discuss the arrangements for the seating. He has also brought tables and chairs. Although they may not be as grand as those in a hotel, they will suffice for a gathering at home, Lin Ran remarked. Boss Gu nodded repeatedly, saying, "It's fine, I'll defer to Boss Lin's judgment. However, who will guard the mourning hall in my absence? Your children can do it. Both your daughter and son-in-law are capable. As long as someone is present to oversee the hall, it will be sufficient for visitors to pay their respects to the elderly lady. A bow in return will suffice. And please keep an eye on the incense to ensure it doesn't extinguish, and replenish the eternal lamp regularly," Lin Ran advised. Boss Gu grasped Lin Ran's hand firmly, saying, "You cannot leave, Boss Lin. We are in a significant mourning period. You must stay with me for 3 days. My home is spacious, and if you leave, I will feel unsettled." "Very well," Lin Ran agreed, not wishing to cause any further inconvenience. Li Qing and others were similarly compelled to remain by Boss Gu's insistence. Lin Ran then produced a basin, lighting paper offerings, instructing the young ladies, "Please burn plenty of paper for the elderly lady. The ashes need to be packaged into 18 bundles for the ceremonial crying." "What about the paper offerings?" the eldest girl inquired. "I will arrive early tomorrow to discuss how many floral wreaths we need to order with Boss Gu," Lin Ran indicated, urging Huazi to keep an eye on the 3 elderly ladies, who seemed carefree, wandering around the mourning hall without supervision. The sound of melancholic music resonated, drawing the attention of affluent individuals nearby. Among them was a foreign young man sitting in the courtyard, who, while streaming live on his phone, exclaimed, "Hello, fans. Are you hearing this music? This is traditional Chinese music, an ancient and mysterious melody from the East." The worker standing behind him could only shake his head, bemused by the foreign perspective. After finalizing the menu with Boss Gu, Li Qing sought the approval of the late Mrs. Gu, then inquired, "How many tables shall we set for this afternoon?" 50 and 150 for tomorrow. I expect my relatives and friends to arrive tomorrow, with another 50 or 60 tables the day after. Prepare for a total of 260 tables. I will arrange for the food. You needn't worry about that," Boss Gu replied. "Understood. I only brought 30 sets of tables and chairs. Can we serve in waves?" Li Qing asked. "That is acceptable," Boss Gu readily agreed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Qing felt that while 50 tables on the first day was manageable, 150 the following day posed a challenge. However, serving in waves would make it feasible. The waitstaff were astonished. Such a large-scale event was unprecedented for them. Chong Quan nudged Lin Ran, asking, "Should I wear a mourning band? Do you have any relatives?" Lin Ran queried. "No," he replied. "Then why would you wear one? Your grandmother has only recently passed. You are in deep mourning. Later, before Boss Gu, you may bow 3 times in the mourning hall and light an incense stick. Write a generous amount for the condolence money, and you can simply provide transportation to the crematorium," Lin Ran whispered. "Understood." Lin Ran then inquired with Boss Gu about the floral wreaths, noting that the expenses would be covered personally by him. Boss Gu was uncertain and entered the mourning hall to confer with his 3 sisters. Seizing the moment, Lin Ran gently pushed Chong Quan forward. Chong Quan approached the mourning hall, respectfully bowing 3 times, while the youngest daughter returned the gesture. Boss Gu, I will light the incense for the elderly lady, he announced. Go ahead. Boss Gu responded, pleased and reflecting on Chong Quan's reliability. After lighting the incense, Chong Quan stood aside, inquiring, is there anything else I can assist with? In the realm of funerary customs, engaging hired help is not customary. The day after tomorrow, I shall accompany a vehicle, as there is no provision for hiring transport. Very well, my brother, my gratitude is extended. Boss Gu, with a sense of comfort, patted Chong Quan on the shoulder. It is the least I can do. Duran, you are truly my cherished younger brother. In the future, I shall not disappoint you. After a brief consultation with his 3 sisters, Boss Gu made a series of calls to inquire, and ultimately, the tally reached 1,000. Boss Gu gazed at the grand entrance of the villa, pondering where to place them. Yet, when he inquired who would be purchasing, each responded affirmatively, ensuring no one was overlooked. Boss Gu, have you placed the order? Lin Ran approached with a question. Currently, it stands at 1,000. Indeed, Boss Ge's extensive network is remarkable. Every friend and relative who could procure a wreath did so as a mark of respect for the elderly matriarch. However, regarding the pricing, the children would select the finest at 200, while the remainder were priced at 70. Is it truly so inexpensive? Boss Gu expressed his dissatisfaction with the low cost. But I cannot single-handedly raise the price for you. The paper crafts are genuinely not exorbitant. Lin Ran, while not averse to seeking more, was concerned that should anyone inquire back in the countryside and learn of inflated prices, it could easily tarnish his reputation. Damn it. The funeral homes in the city are truly unscrupulous. This is quite standard, Lin Ran remarked as he contacted the papercraft factory, requesting them to deliver all the materials first thing in the morning. The factory buzzed with excitement. 1,000 wreaths. Our boss is bound to reap rewards. Each wreath would be paid for individually, while I would personally inscribe the condolence banners. Tomorrow morning, those who ordered wreaths can scan my code for payment, Lin Ran elucidated. Very well, we shall adhere to your instructions. Boss Gu offered Lin Ran a cigarette and ignited it himself. Mr. Lin, I never anticipated that at such a tender age, you would exhibit such remarkable proficiency in managing affairs. Having followed my master since childhood, I could handle this with my eyes closed. What of your parents? Boss Gu inquired with curiosity. Cough. Chong Quan forcefully cleared his throat, leading Boss Gu aside. Do not inquire about Duran. He is an orphan, abandoned shortly after birth, and was rescued by his master, who, regrettably, passed away last year. Boss Gu sighed. Misfortune seems to favor the unfortunate. Indeed, Lin Ran affirmed. Chapter 91. A multitude of guests. The villa soon became a hub of activity, with over 20 vehicles parked at the entrance and many more lined up outside. An uncountable number. To prevent any disorder, Boss Gu dispatched vehicles to the entrance for transportation. Li Qing did not utilize the rural canopy, as the venue was spacious enough. The eastern wing was cleared, and the basement offered ample space to accommodate 30 tables simultaneously. Boss Gu, feeling that Li Qing lacked sufficient staff, sought out an additional 10 servers from elsewhere. Certainly, the expense was borne by Boss Gu himself. Lin Ran sat in the study on the first floor, diligently printing the names of the 1,000 attendees, preparing to write according to the list the following morning. Huazi was taken aback by the scene. Throughout his life, he had never witnessed such a large gathering for a banquet. The steward stood at the entrance, greeting the arriving guests, while Boss Gu exchanged pleasantries with friends. The 3 sisters had truly endured great hardship. Among the arriving guests was a family of 3, each bowing respectfully, men prostrating, women bowing. Regardless of age, filial piety was paramount. The youngest daughter incessantly bowed, her forehead slightly reddened. Lin Ran entered the spirit hall and softly advised her, no need to knock too hard. Just a gentle gesture will suffice. The younger daughter complained, why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Ran, speechless, observed her daughter, nearly 40, yet still so naive. The younger daughter shot Lin Ran a perplexed glance, quickly returning a greeting upon noticing another arrival. Unable to bear the sight, the second daughter swapped places with the younger one, wishing to summon her elder brother. However, upon noticing that all the newcomers were his business associates, she felt too embarrassed to approach him. Soon, the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, capturing everyone's attention. Few in attendance had ever witnessed a rural banquet, Some had only seen glimpses of it in short videos. Now, experiencing it firsthand, they found it remarkably novel and eagerly began capturing the moment with their phones. Li Qing, busy frying meatballs, handed a few that had cooled down to the children nearby. The delighted children accepted them, took a bite, and scampered back to their parents, whispering how delicious they were. A few foreigners had also arrived, standing in front of Li Qing, intently watching him cook. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing felt the pressure for the first time in his many years in the industry. "Boss, these foreigners are sneaking bites of the meatballs," a waiter murmured. "A few one tea matter," Li Qing replied, glancing at Boss Gu, who wore a satisfied smile, giving him a sense of reassurance. Before long, the banquet commenced, and everyone migrated to the side rooms and basement in anticipation of the meal. Li Qing energetically tossed the ingredients in the pan, while the foreign spectators applauded and cheered. Internally, Li Qing couldn't help but rage. "Just leave already. You're driving me crazy." 3 hours later, as the sun set, most of the guests who had come to pay their respects were departing. It was understood that today was but an appetizer, with the main event taking place tomorrow. This group would return, and regardless of the circumstances, there would be gifts to prepare for tomorrow. Li Qing shook his sore arms, exhausted from the labor. Old Master Gu approached, inviting everyone to dine. Huazi sat at the same table as Li Qing, while Lin Ran was called to the main table. Gazing at the dishes, Old Master Gu asked Li Qing, "Shall we share a drink?" Li Qing courteously inquired, "How would you like to drink, sir?" "I'd like some mixed dishes paired with a bit of liquor." "Certainly. I'll prepare that for you." Li Qing was well versed in this dish. As long as incompatible foods were not heated together, it would be fine. Old Master Gu settled at Li Qing's table, inhaling the aroma of the mixed dish. Instantly transported back to his childhood when children were not allowed at the table during banquets and could only eat the leftovers. Nevertheless, those were delightful memories. In the spirit hall, the younger daughter sat in a chair, her stomach growling with hunger. "I'll go fetch some food for my sister." The elder daughter quickly scooped a bite of red bean rice before heading to get food for her younger sister. At that moment, Old Master Gu spoke, "Let her stay. Since she went abroad, she hasn't returned home in 5 years and only calls 4 times a year. Her mother misses her dearly. What's the matter with being a little considerate?" The elder daughter resumed her seat, slowing her eating pace. At her age, she still thinks of herself as a little girl. Old Master Gu scolded disparagingly. The youngest daughter was most displeased to hear such remarks. In her heart, as long as one was unmarried, they remained a girl. Chang Quan departed, advising Lin Ran to call him if needed. Lin Ran found Chang Quan to be a commendable individual. Had there not been so many distant relatives in the family, how you might not have divorced him. Today's banquet with 50 tables was nearly filled, and the dishes had been largely consumed, which certainly eased the workload for the servers. Boss Gu, aware of the hardships faced by his 3 sisters, entered the morning hall and told the youngest sister, "You should take a break. I'll keep vigil with your cousin tonight. You've all worked hard today." "Humph." The youngest daughter shot a glare at Boss Gu before departing. The main table's dishes had been nearly emptied. The youngest daughter, fuming with her hands on her hips, pointed at the leftover food on her plate, exclaiming, "How can I eat this filth? I've insisted on a divided dining system for hygiene, yet you all refuse. If you want to eat, then leave." Grandfather Gu was not inclined to indulge her temper. Lin Ran cast a sideways glance at the youngest daughter, bemused that, despite her age, she still exhibited such princess-like behavior. Li Qing produced a few scallions and poured a bit of sauce, saying, "Please don't be upset, old man. Allow me one." He handed a scallion to the elder. As the meal concluded, the servers washed dishes in the garden. This was the most luxurious work they had experienced since entering the profession. Lin Ran stood in the kitchen smoking, not expecting to see the youngest daughter sneak in. He quickly hid to avoid being seen by this older woman. The youngest daughter picked up a bowl and devoured the remnants of the wilted greens. Lin Ran, meanwhile, added some oil to the long-lasting lamp and observed that the incense was burning well. He then instructed Boss Gu to burn some paper in the basin. Noticing that the 18 bundles seemed a bit insufficient, Boss Gu obediently complied. Lin Ran and Huazi settled into the guest room. As the Gu family members were keeping watch over the morning hall, rendering their assistance unnecessary, the night passed smoothly, and Li Qing rose early, reheating leftover food and beginning to fry sugar pancakes. The Gu family had an ancestral grave, and the appointed workers had already gone to tend to it. Expected to return shortly, the paper offerings vehicle had arrived in advance at the villa's entrance. Seeing that all the necessary individuals had arrived, Lin Ran organized everyone to receive the paper offerings. A foreign young man residing nearby stood at the gate, observing the commotion. Upon witnessing the bearers carrying the spirit banner, he could not help but stare in astonishment. Subsequently, wreaths and various paper offerings made their entrance, prompting the young man to comment in somewhat clumsy Mandarin, "Art. It's all art." Huazi, passing by, nearly stumbled but caught himself, casting a sidelong glance at the foreigner and muttering under his breath about the provincial ignorance. Questioning whether this was truly art,